#C292 Stone Legion. Inside the city, it seems to be in an army camp. Xuanhuan actually saw more than 1 million stone statues. These stone statues, all wearing ancient armor, seem to be carved out of stone. The style is very old, and it is difficult to recognize the style. Although it was silent, Xuanhuan still felt a chilling aura from them, the majesty of the ancient dynasty. He also saw that although these stone statues looked like stones, they were actually doped with countless alloys, and they used some extremely clever means and a very delicate method of forging. So many stone statues. Jiao Wukong thought that there were some great treasures hidden in the ancient city, so he dedicated it to Xuanhuan, but along the way, the treasures were not found, but there were many stone statues, and there was some disappointment. But when he looked at the million stone statues, he still felt a deep shock from his soul. Staring at the group of stone statues, he even had a feeling that he would come to life at any time and tore him deeply. Kill. 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 Invisibly, as if there was a memory from ancient times, the sound of rushing and killing resounded in the ears of Xuanhuan and others. This is what everyone saw in their eyes. The land of dusk at the end of the apocalypse is like a blood-red setting sun hanging in the sky. It is the sound of the army rushing to kill. Countless soldiers wearing the same armor as these stone statues were on a battlefield, crushing everything to ashes. Even the gods were torn apart by them. This is a memory from ancient times, a picture of an ancient battlefield. The ancient forces left traces of their existence in the way of creating stone statues. In ancient times, the 5 emperors were respected. In the more distant era, who was respected? At the beginning of the world, what powerhouses were active in the eternal world? Everyone wants to get eternal life, but in the ancient times closest to the present, the ancient dynasty created by the 5 emperors disappeared into the long river of history. The final destination of an ancient force like the ancient city was actually buried under the sea. These stone statues can only be brought back as decorations. Jiao Wukong said with some disappointment. Is it really just some ordinary stone statues? Xuanhuan looked at the million stone statues, walked over, stretched out his hand, and a mana shrouded it. A pair of eyes seemed to penetrate into the interior of the stone statues, seeing things that others could not see. Then he said, "This is not an ordinary stone statue, but an extremely tyrannical strength." What, have tyrannical strength? Jiao Wukong's face changed greatly. Could it be that this is a group of stone statues guarding the ancient city and sinking with the ancient city? If my guess is correct, the stone statues here are also graded. Xuanhuan said, millions of Yenshins, 100,000 gods, 10,000 transcendental gods, 1,000 false gods, and 10 true gods. Although the appearance of these stone statues seems to be carved out of a mold, but how Xuanhuan exists, you can still feel the difference. Thousands of false gods, 10 true gods. Hearing this, everyone's voice seemed to be hoarse. There are only 1 million stone statues of Yunshin here, but there are actually 10 true gods. There is not a single true god powerhouse in Dongguanyueu, but there are 10 here. What kind of dynasty is this? The stone statues created alone have such terrifying strength. If these stone statues were resurrected, they would easily have the strength to slaughter them. They cannot imagine the power of the ancient forces. The forces that can create such stone statues can destroy them with a single finger. However, there is only one city in front of you. Xuanhuan could see that although this ancient city was extraordinary, it was also very ordinary. It was just a city that sank in the eternal great world. "O Yangming, hurry to the bottom of the sea." Xuanhuan issued an imperial decree to Ouyangming. Not long after, Ouyangming came, and when he saw the stone statue in front of him, he was also surprised. A lot of stone statues. No, this is not an ordinary stone statue. I have read a lot of manuals. There are ancient dynasties that can build stone statue core, don't they? This is a regiment from ancient times. As expected from item refining city, Yangming could see it at a glance. It is no exaggeration to say that in Chu Yuan's heart, Yangming is more precious than all the virtual gods present. Can you tell? Chu Yuan asked. These stone statues are in a deep sleep. If anyone dared to step into this ancient city, they would be killed by them, but it has been too long, and it is difficult for them to operate independently. Let the minister see if they can stimulate the bodies of these stone statues. Formation. Yangming hurried over to check. Okay, I'll give you this time. He is not in a hurry now, and at the same time secretly runs his power to prevent these stone statues from moving suddenly. Yangming's face was extremely solemn. He first stared at the stone statue of the true god for a moment, shook his head, and then went to the most common stone statue of Yunshan. If you want to be a good refiner, you must also be proficient in various patterns. Yangming used to be the young master of the artifact refining city. He had seen many ancient artifact refining solutions, including the art of war soldiers' artifact refining. Boom. About a day has passed, an ancient aura awakened, and a very deep light suddenly bloomed in the eyes of a stone statue, exuding an icy killing intent. The ground suddenly moved, and a stone statue seemed to come alive, and then raised his arm. This stone statue slowly walked, every step was not fast, but it had a terrifying power, and he was equipped with a stone knife around his waist. The stone statue is awake. Everyone was surprised. Fortunately, these stone statues have been around for too long, and there are some operational problems in the formation patterns in the body. The things of the ancient dynasty are indeed terrifying. After such a long period of time, they can still function after being repaired. Although it was only a repair of the god-blessing soldier, Yangming was sweating profusely, obviously exhausting his mind. Can it be repaired? Chu Yuan said. It's okay to say that at the level of Yunshan, after being proficient, there is no problem in repairing and running dozens of machines a day at the speed of a minister, but those false gods, even the strongest true gods, are difficult to repair, and this cannot be done by one person. Things. Yangming shook his head. The people in the foundry department can ask them to purify the materials, but they can't repair the stone statues. This requires extremely experienced refiners to do it, and there are many more to repair together. He also has to purify the materials used by the false god sky soldiers for Chu Yuan, and he has to cultivate himself. Even he can't do it with 3 heads and 6 arms. Ding. The current branch has been released. Repair all the stone statues, and form a stone statue core. The sound of the system announcement sounded in Chu Yuan's ears. I understand, there are only many artifact refiners in the artifact refining city. That is to say, no matter what, I need the artifact refining city to be loyal to Dao so that all the stone statues can be awakened again and used by me. Chu Yuan said. Remember the mobile version URL. #C293 letter for help. The minister did not dare. Yangming lowered his head, not daring to look into Chu Yuan's eyes. Whether you dare or not, the surrender of the refining city has been included in the Great Martial Plan. People who are loyal to the monarch will naturally be rewarded. The refining city is yours, and you can't run away. I am not just here to help you, but also for Dao. Chu Yuan said lightly. No matter how talented Yangming is, he is only one person after all. What if an artifact refining city all surrendered to him? That will harvest many refiners. Thank you, Your Majesty. He knew that his return to item refining city was stable. These stone statues, Jiao Wukong, will be protected by the people you lead the Hailong Palace. Without my order, anyone who approaches will be killed without mercy. Chu Yuan did not ask Yangming to restore the stone statue army. How much can he fix alone? You can't lose the watermelon and pick up the sesame seeds. It's the most important thing for him to purify the materials of the false god Sky Soldier. After all, the false god Sky Soldier is something he can create himself. As for this, let's talk about it when Ouyang Ming becomes the new city owner of Item Refining City. Of course, if all the seals can be lifted here, Chu Yuan will have an invincible army of stone statues. He could see that the Stone Statue Legion had a strong defense and infinite power. Everything will be said after the refining city belongs to Dao. Chu Yuan led the ministers back. There are still many things in the country that he has to deal with. Dao's recent actions seem to have made many forces in Dongxian regard Dao as the third largest force in Dongxian. After this battle, Chu Yuan did not intend to continue the military conquest. Not necessary now. He was trying his best to digest the gains from the war. With so many false gods suddenly joining Dao, generally speaking, there will be trouble, but with Chu Yuan's suppression, no one dares to mess up, no one dares to talk too much. Let these false gods go to Dao Academy to teach those young men when they have nothing to do, so as not to have nothing to do recently. In addition to the basic benefits, even if the false god wants to get more medicine pills, he still needs to make contributions. In the medicine family, there is a medicine field with strong spiritual energy. Yao Linger is working hard to spread the clouds and rain, and she is carefully feeding the medicine field. Her face has a pleasant smile on her face. For her, this is also a kind of cultivation. Yao Linger is worthy of being a descendant of the gods with rich blood, the leader of the clan. Her cultivation base has hit the second level of false gods in just a few months. Although she is from Chu Yuan, she will not be idle, but will plant medicine for Her Majesty. Linger. Chu Yuan carried his arms on his back, stood on a hillside, looked at Yao Linger in the medicine field, and smiled. His Majesty. Yao Linger flew over and snuggled up beside Chu Yuan. This small medicine field was created by the concubine for Your Majesty, and the magic medicine in it is very useful for His Majesty's cultivation. Don't work too hard. Chu Yuan felt distressed, took her hand and put it in his arms. He could naturally see that Yao Linger had spent a lot of effort for this small medicine field. Be busy for Your Majesty, not hard. Yao Linger said, the fate of the concubine has been firmly tied to the great martial artist. Compared to the concubine, Your Majesty has worked harder than the concubine. She knew that Chu Yuan was in charge of every day and was responsible for the entire empire. She is much more relaxed, and only needs to be responsible for Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan didn't say much. When he was alone with Yao Linger, his mood was calm, and the whole person relaxed a lot. Chu Yuan handles state affairs in the palace during the day, and returns to Yao Linger to rest at night. Drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman, wake up and take control of the world. For him, only in Yao Linger can his own mind be calmed down, and after returning to the court, he is the holy emperor who is admired by countless people, responsible for the rise and fall of the great Wu dynasty. The Battle of the Eastern Islands was a powerful display of great martial power. Who is not afraid, who is not afraid? In the past, it was just a small fight, but this battle is the only way to let the world know how terrible Dao is. In the Imperial study, Chu Yuan was looking at the memorial. There are too many state affairs recently, and he is also very busy. His Majesty. Lu Qianfu walked in. He was the founding minister who fought the world with the previous emperor, and the loyal and brave king of Dao, who was trusted by Chu Yuan. After the First World War in the eastern region, there were successive people who brought the forces of one government to surrender, and just yesterday, another government surrendered, and now my Dao has been sitting in the 15 houses of the Eastern Profound region, and the Eastern Profound region is only hundreds of houses. This is shocking. The key is that once Dao moves his troops, he acts quickly and fiercely, and so many false gods in the Eastern Islands will be destroyed. Moreover, the benefits of Dao are well known in Dongxianyu, even in the 5 great profound territories. Just the fact that there is a fixed amount of Yuan pension Dan to receive every month is unmatched by other dynasties. It's only natural that someone should take refuge. Who doesn't want to get pills? It is not so easy to become a loose cultivator. As for the place of refuge, it is necessary to have access to the laws and regulations, and to act in accordance with the laws of the great martial arts. Whether those strong people enter the court or the army as generals, or have special talents, compile a booklet for me, and I will be able to see where the great martial arts come. Wherever the academy is going, all the boys and girls must enroll and practice martial arts. Xuanhuan nodded. There is no need for Xuanhuan to worry too much about Wu Yu. There is the origin of Dao, and the folk customs are most close to Dao, so you can run it yourself. In terms of people's livelihood, we must also pay attention to it, and no people can make a country. Xuanhuan continued. These ministers are all aware of it, but recently so many strong men have entered the great martial arts, and some of them still have gaps with each other, and even have some grudges. I am afraid it will have a certain impact on the order of great martial arts. Lu Qianfu continued, and some people are not loyal to join, they are interested in Dao's medicine pill. If you have the mind, it's right. If you don't have the mind, you're not a human being. If there is a conflict between them, report it to the Ministry of War, I will open the arena for them, and solve it in the arena. Those who are deprived of resources, those who are serious, will be executed according to the law. Since you have become a person of great martial arts, you must obey my rules. Xuanhuan was indifferent, of course he knew that people's hearts were complicated. But the Xuanhuan dynasty respects power, and any conspiracy and tricks are no match for powerful strength, and he can suppress everyone. Also, the legion still needs to be expanded, with the primordial spirit as the soldier, building altars in the cities of the prefectures, gathering the national fortune, and supervising the country with the national fortune. Xuanhuan has a lot of things to do now. The recent addition of more than a dozen governments, that is, countless Don people, all these require him to work hard. These ministers understand. Lu Qianfu said. By the way, Your Majesty, there is one more thing. In the past 2 days, at the border, there has been some friction between the soldiers of the Dongxian dynasty and my Dao, and a conflict has erupted. Dao is like a lion that suddenly came out. It has become so strong that it threatens the Dongxian dynasty. As the first dynasty in the Dongxian region, they naturally cannot sit back and watch. These are all within my expectations. How can other people sleep soundly on the couch? Xuanhuan said, if the Dongxian dynasty dares to provoke and kill them directly, there is no need to fear them. Although I have no plans to fight with them now, it does not mean that I will be afraid of them. Your Majesty, the Covering Moon sect is urgent. Just when Xuanhuan and Lu Qianfu discussed the national teacher, an urgent letter was suddenly sent to him. After the letter was opened, an idea burst out, condensing the phantom of Luo Yueying. Emperor Wu, near the Western Profound region, my sect discovered a secret realm. After investigation, there is an Imperial vein in it, but with the power of this sect, it is impossible to keep the secret realm. Moon Shadow is willing to share the secret realm with Dao and share the resources equally. Also ask Emperor Wu to send support quickly. It turned out to be a letter of help from the occult Moon sect. Remember the mobile version URL. #C294 Imperial Veins. A letter of help from the occult Moon sect. When Xuanhuan saw this letter of request for help, his brows furrowed slightly. Actually, the royal or vein was discovered in the Western Profound region, and I came to ask for help, and I am willing to divide up the treasure. The Emperor-grade God Stone is the God Stone specially used by the gods to cultivate, but if it is a virtual god, the speed of cultivation with the Emperor-grade God Stone will be greatly accelerated. The reason why there are so many powerhouses in such big powers is because their cultivation resources are not comparable to others. If Dao obtains a large number, and the false god is used in conjunction with the medicinal pill, the overall strength will be improved. If there is a real imperial vein, I don't know how many people will be attracted by the wind. Xuanhuan pondered, King Zhongyong, this time you stay in the imperial city, I will go and see for myself. He left the king of loyalty and brave, and did not bring many troops, but only summoned existences above the rank of god, and most of the virtual gods who had just surrendered to Tiao followed him to the location on the coordinates. The western profound region is rich in various divine stones. The location of the secret. In a desolate desert. At this moment, a large number of elders and disciples of the covering moon sect are here, and there are as many as 7 or 8 phantom gods surging out of them. Luo Yueying appeared here. She looked at a man with hair as white as snow, but a middle-aged woman on her face, and said, Master, I have informed Emperor Wu this time, I believe he will arrive soon, this time, we must join forces with him. Protect this secret place. She is Luo Yueying's master, the previous generation's sect master of Covering Moon, Luo Yun, who is also the highest realm of Covering Moon sect, and has reached the 7th level of false god. After she handed the Covering Moon sect to Luo Yueying, she went to retreat. Now, because of the appearance of the small secret realm, she cannot leave the retreat. Emperor Wu, this person is terrifying and mysterious. Luo Yun was also surprised when she heard De Wu's various achievements in Dongxianyu. Especially in recent years, the popularity of the limelight has covered the Dongxian dynasty. Through the contact with Dao, the Covering Moon sect has obtained a large number of divine pills, and the strength of the elders and disciples in the sect has improved by a level. I can't see through him. Luo Yueying shook her head. Xuanhuan's strength brought her incredible shock every time. If you can't see it through, then don't read it. Qin Yao is the elder of our sect, and now there is a divine vein of the emperor, this kind of hero will not be missed. Luo Yun said lightly. That's true. With our sect's strength, it is difficult to defend the imperial veins, but if Emperor Wu takes action, the situation will not be different. Luo Yueying nodded, she looked into the distance, and the dense battleships appeared, which made her eyes flash. De Wu, Sky Battleship, Emperor Wu, is here. Welcome Emperor Wu. Immediately, a large number of elder disciples of the Covering Moon sect stood on both sides. Congratulations to Emperor Wu's holy drive. On the battleship in the sky, a large number of strong figures stepped out, and the stars arched the moon to set off one person. The one walking at the forefront was a young man in a black imperial robe, like heaven and earth, a strong imperial power swept out. Don't be too polite. Xuanhuan came and looked at Luo Yun, presumably this is the supreme sect master of the Covering Moon sect, I have heard Huang Jie mention it. I didn't expect His Majesty to know me. Although Luo Yun was a 7th level false god, when she suddenly looked at Xuanhuan, there was a trembling fluctuation in her whole soul. Facing this man, she could not look directly, but could only look up, and she knew that Emperor Wu was more powerful than Emperor Wu. She imagined it was more terrifying. I heard something. Xuanhuan looked around, it seems that I am not late this time. I'm here to explain the situation to Emperor Wu. Luo Yueying stepped forward and said, just a month ago, an elder of our sect came here and accidentally discovered a small secret realm that had been broken open. After entering, there was actually the aura of the Emperor's divine veins. This is from where divine stone unearthed. There is a square stone on her palm. There is a rich, dazzling light in this stone, which is 100 times stronger than the quality of the aura of the Wangpin divine stone. I know that the Emperor's divine veins are unusually treasured, even in the East Profound region, it's only a few small pieces. With the strength of my concealing moon sect, I can't swallow it, and Python Tuanxiang will be crushed to death, and the secret realm is born, and the spiritual energy is constantly leaking out. Instead of letting other sects seize it, it is better to guard the equal share with Emperor Wu. Luo Yun saw it very clearly. Obviously, the covering moon sect also knew that this place was too close to the western profound region. If they were not divided equally with Xuanhuan, they would not be able to eat it at all. Take me to the secret territory to see. Xuanhuan said. Go, enter the secret realm. The secret realm in front of him was sealed by the covering moon sect with the formation method, but apparently it would not be closed for too long, and immediately Xuanhuan, Luo Yueying and others walked in. The secret territory is very large and the space is very stable. It is much stronger than that of Nangshuanyu. It is obviously left by the strong gods. According to my speculation, this place should be used by a god to open up a retreat, but that god has long since disappeared, so he left it here. Luo Yueying said. Xuanhuan nodded. He looked at this secret realm. The birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant, and the climate was mild. At a glance, he could see a mountain range rising like a dragon, traversing the entire secret realm. There are medicinal herbs everywhere on the mountain range, and some can even be used to refine Imperial pills with more terrifying effects. So many medicinal materials are nourished by the Imperial veins. Xuanhuan glanced at him casually. I am not proficient in alchemy, so Emperor Wu can take it back and make the best use of it. Luo Yueying said, during this time I have already been excavating the moon covering sect. According to preliminary estimates, at least tens of billions of royal stones can be dug up. Boom. The mountains in front of you are partially opened. An incomparably dazzling divine light appeared in Xuanhuan's eyes. This vein was very large. Not only did it contain royal-grade divine stones, but there were also many more king-grade divine stones. The mine spread to the entire underground. And there are veins, there are many cherished associated minerals. He picked up a stone at random, and after breaking it down, the metal he obtained seemed useless now, but it will certainly be useful in the future. This is a great opportunity. Xuanhuan said. Yeah, it's precisely because the opportunity is too great that I asked Emperor Wu to share it. Luo Yueying said. Okay, you and I will share the divine stone equally. These minerals will be converted to you in the form of medicinal pills. This time the opportunity is too great. Using the divine stone to cultivate with the Imperial stone will even increase the power of the gods and break through the false gods. Probability. Xuanhuan's eyes were extremely sharp, and he said, Feng Lei, let the sky battleship guard the secret realm. The minister leads the order. Feng Lei was murderous. Also, except for some who must stay behind, all the people will come into mine and take all these things away. Xuanhuan could see that the mines in this secret territory were not easy to mine. This vein has spread to the very deep underground. It does not mean that the main body is outside, and it takes a lot of power. Moreover, ordinary people of the Imperial veins do not have the strength to dig it. This place is too remote from Dongguanyueyu, and things will change after a while. Only by digging the mines back as soon as possible and bringing them back to their own homes can people feel at ease. Immediately, a large number of powerful warriors entered the secret realm, and those who participated in the mining were all powerful men above the rank of god. In each sect, they could be elders. However, under the order of Xuanhuan, come in and dig together. This is the mobilization of the dynasty. An imperial decree has been issued, and even if you are closing your life and death, you must give me an honest decree. Remember the mobile version URL. #C295 Fulfill you. The royal vein is extremely difficult to excavate, and it is guarded by strong power, and ordinary people have no way to dig it out. Only the power of the gods can be slowly dug out with the power of the law, and the speed is also very slow. So many gods. Luo Yun was also taken aback when she saw the appearance of tens of thousands of gods. Although she is a false god sect and has been established for a long time, she has only 1,000 or 2,000 people on the throne. But she was even more shocked by the large number of psychics that followed. Dao has too many psychic abilities. With the addition of the great martial powers, the mining speed was several hundred times faster than that of the occult moon sect. Those false gods were also digging in full swing, and all of them were happy. After knowing that they went back, their benefits were indispensable. The Imperial stone, the energy intake is more pure, it is a real good thing. Pieces of divine stones were dug out and piled up in front of Xuanhuan and the others, looking extremely bright. These royal-grade god stones are not in a hurry to distribute them, and they will be divided equally after they are dug out. Luo Yueying's words showed a sense of trust in Xuanhuan. Okay, that's fine too. Xuanhuan didn't say much. The mine continued to be dug for a few days, and billions of royal stones were piled up into mountains, and a large amount of metal was dug 3 feet into the ground, and all of them were dug out. Boom! But just after Xuanhuan and others had dug the mine for a few days, an extremely dazzling brilliance suddenly burst out from the mine, as if it was condensed into the vision of the emperor, and it seemed to contain spirituality, making people feel a tyrannical brilliance of coercion. There is something under this vein, dig it. The crowd dug towards this place. Soon, after digging 10,000 meters, a half-shang-sized stone man appeared in front of the pile of Imperial stone. This stone man is full of light and clear, and his face already has facial features. He breathes and breathes, as if he is still breathing. This stone man will become fine. Are you coming over? Everyone was surprised. Emperor Holy Spirit. After Luo Yun saw this thing, her breathing was fast, and she said sharply, I didn't expect that the Emperor's Holy Spirit was formed here. This is the spirit of the Orvain born from the Orvain. Not every Emperor's Orvain has it. This Emperor's Holy Spirit with the bearing of an Emperor, it is obvious that he has absorbed the breath of the gods, and if he has 1,000,000 years, he will become a true god, and his lifespan will be long. The Emperor's Holy Spirit, the born Emperor, is born a monster. Emperor Holy Spirit, you cover the moon and take it. Xuanhuan said, this is the secret realm you discovered. Give it to us. Luo Yueying's eyes flickered, Master, if you take this thing to absorb and refine, you will definitely be able to break through to the 10th level of false gods in just a few years, and true gods can be expected. Yeah, the 10th level of false gods. The Imperial Saint essence is too precious. It is the condensed essence of an Imperial Orvain, and it contains incomparable divine power. But Luo Yun shook her head directly, no, I can't use it, even if you absorb it, it will be very difficult to break through the true God, but you are different from Yueying, you have been recognized by the brand of God, your talent is much stronger than being a teacher, with the Emperor's Holy Spirit can directly break through the 10th level of false gods within a few years, and the hope of becoming a true god is much greater than that of being a teacher. Unexpectedly, Luo Yun was able to resist the temptation of the Emperor and let it go to Luo Yueying. This teacher and apprentice have deep feelings. My covering the moon sect needs a true god to sit in. Luo Yun's face was solemn, and she knew that the Emperor's Holy Spirit gave Luo Yueying a lot more than it did to her. It is good. Luo Yueying also knew that her master had high hopes for her. What a tyrannical fluctuation! This spiritual energy is so strong, could it be that some strange treasure was born? As early as a few days ago, there were unusual fluctuations in the void. In the western profound region desert, the appearance of the Emperor Holy Spirit accelerated the speed of the leakage of spiritual energy, and more people gathered here from all over the place. This kind of breath? It's owned by the royal Orvain. Could it be that there is an Imperial Orvain? Quick, go search and explore. The appearance of the royal Orvains continued to diffuse out with the spiritual energy, which could not be concealed from this group of people, and turned into a distorted field of aura. In just a few days, a large number of masters appeared outside the secret realm. Those battleships? When they came here, they saw the sky battleship guarding outside the secret realm. A giant cannon was already aimed at them. If they entered the bombardment range, they would definitely bombard them directly. Suddenly someone recognized it and said in surprise, "That is the battleship of the Great Wu Dynasty in the Dongxian region, and they are actually here." The name of Dao is no longer limited to the Dongxian region. The 5 domains have spread all over. In particular, the powerful equipment of Dao made the people of the 5 regions both envious and fearful. Did Yu Dao dynasty drive the battleship here, to block the secret realm and swallow the royal or veins in the secret realm? Although the fame of great martial arts has spread far and wide, it has not reached the level that everyone is afraid of them. Most of the people who appear here are the forces of the major sects in the Western Profound region. The Ur vein appeared in the Western Profound territory. You have also dug for a few days, and it is almost the same. The speed has receded, and we will not pursue it. There is an existence whose strength reaches the 7th level of the false god, and the voice echoes in the sky, shaking the secret realm. This is Elder Wanming in the Xishan Palace. Someone recognized the strong man. This Xishan temple is the main gate of the Western Profound region. The strength of the suzerain has reached the 9th level of the false god, which is much stronger than that of the Covering Moon sect. This is also the reason why the Covering Moon sect wants to pull Dao. Let me know if you have any comments. A voice came out. Both Chu Yuan and Cover Yuazong knew that once the spiritual energy was leaked, a large number of sect powerhouses would soon arrive, so they did not object at all. In that void, a peerless figure slowly descended, and with a casual sweep of his eyes, a group of Buddha fires appeared. Emperor Wu. As soon as they saw Chu Yuan coming, the aura of the Supreme Overlord spread out, and it turned them back. He is Emperor Wu. Although the name of Emperor Wu is famous in the 5 profound domains, there are not many people who have seen him, and when everyone sees it for the first time, their hearts are very uneasy. However, although Chu Yuan appeared, these people had no intention of retreating. After all, it was an Imperial or vein. The Mind Divine Stone could cultivate many strong men, and its value was immeasurable. And this is in Xuanhuan, not in his great martial arts. Qianlong doesn't overwhelm the local snakes. He wants to swallow the treasures in the Western Profound territory, and he has to weigh his own weight. Humph. Do you want to swallow the mines in your Great Wu dynasty? A false god looked at Chu Yuan, and also made a cold snort. Do you have an opinion? Chu Yuan glanced at everyone with incomparably sharp eyes, and spit out a ruthless voice, "Go back, don't throw your life here for some god stones, it's not worth it." Haha, if we don't retreat, will Emperor Wu still take our lives? A middle-aged man walked out with a big laugh. His strength also reached the 4th level of false god, and he was extremely not weak, and said disdainfully, "This seat is standing here and will not retreat. If you want to take my life, I will look at you." How to take it? Sect Master Leishan sect is very courageous. Yes, when you see a mineral vein, everyone gets it and divides it. This Emperor Wu wants to be monopolized and cannot tolerate it. Sect Master Leishan, we support you and see how he kills you. The people around here are all clamoring. This Emperor Wu still wants to be arrogant in the Western Profound region, and they can't stand it. Kill me if you can. With so many people beside him, Sect Master Leishan was not afraid of Chu Yuan, but shouted with his neck up. "If you want to die, I will fulfill you." Chu Yuan's extremely cold eyes swept away. Buzz. A black hole suddenly appeared in the void, a big hand swept across the wilderness, tearing the sky. The Thunder Mountain sect master was still holding his neck a moment ago, but the next moment, he felt his neck cold, and there was a click sound. His body fell down, and his neck was picked off by a powerful hand. Remember the mobile version URL. #C296 First line of life and death. The head was separated, and a head was taken off. Everyone's eyes were in a trance, only to see that the void suddenly split open, a black hole enveloped the man, and then a big hand took off his head. Everything was so weird that people couldn't react at all. A 4-layer false god is like a plaything, and there is no resistance in the hands of Emperor Wu. Although they knew that Emperor Wu could have such a powerful dynasty, the strength must be terrifying, but who would have thought that he would actually be so terrifying? Even Luo Yueying opened her mouth wide, a little unbelievable. Her strength is much stronger than that of her and Xuanhuan. In front of him, even if it is the master, I will die without a place to be buried. Luo Yun let out a long breath and said heavily. She was fortunate that her covering moon sect had a good relationship with Dao, and there was a princess from Dao who was an elder. What? Although the head was taken off, the life force of the false god powerhouse is terrifying, and the primordial spirit will not be destroyed if it is not destroyed. You have no jokes, you want to die in a hurry, and I will satisfy you too. Chu Yuan grabbed the head's hair, a force spread, slammed and shattered into ashes, and then looked at everyone with extremely indifferent eyes. He is dead, whoever wants to die, I can do it. In a word, everyone was so shocked that they retreated, their faces filled with fear. Whoever asks for death will be fulfilled. No one dared to question. The death of sect master Lei Shan is the biggest example. If you don't want to die, go back quickly. Dao's false god powerhouse also exudes monstrous power, connecting into one piece. Seeing that His Majesty, who is loyal to him, is so powerful, the military spirit is greatly lifted. Looking at this stalwart figure, the majesty of the Holy Emperor emerges in his eyes, even if he faces the powerhouses of the entire Western Profound region. Are you so afraid? The false god 7th layer from Shishan Hall had an ugly face. Don't be afraid of him, we are the masters here, Emperor Dao. Is it too much for you to kill people in my Western Profound region like this? An old woman came out. She was very old, the skin on her face was wrinkled together, and she was holding a black crutch, which was heavily tapped on the ground. Although she is old, her cultivation is not weak at all, reaching the 7th level of false god. It's the mother-in-law Frostleaf of Ziji sect. Her old man also appeared. Ziji sect is also a major sect in the Western Profound region, and there are 8 layers of false gods in charge. Emperor Wu, take the divine stone you mind and leave the Western Profound region, otherwise you will be our enemy, the enemy of one domain. Another false god of the 7th layer came out. He was from the Xuanhuan palace. Chu Yuan was domineering and cruel just now, but the 3 false gods walked out of the 7th layer, and a large number of strong men came in a steady stream. The fear of Chu Yuan in his heart was so strong that he shouted again. Go back to mining, these people are not to be afraid of. Chu Yuan did not seem to see the coercion of these people, but ordered people to dig. You actually ignored us? The face of the old woman, Granny Xuanhuan, was also a bit ugly. Chu Yuan did not speak, to be precise, he was too lazy to answer them. Is that your answer? When Granny Xuanhuan saw that Chu Yuan ignored her, the old skin was even more wrinkled. This was ignoring her, thinking of her as a master of the 7th level of the false god. Wherever she went, no one would give her respect, even Xuanhuan. The dynasty would not ignore her like this. Chu Yuan didn't speak, just drew a line in front of him with one finger. This line is dark and cold, dividing the world into 2 halves. Dead before the line, life after the line. Emperor Wu, are you telling me that if I cross this line, I will die? The more Chu Yuan is like this, the more Granny Xuanhuan feels that she has been insulted, and she said coldly, my old lady has lived for tens of thousands of years, and she has never seen anything before, trying to scare me with a single line? I was scared. Huh? Humph. She stepped before this line in one step, only 100 meters away from Chu Yuan, and looked at each other coldly with a pair of cloudy eyes. I'm here, what can you do? Having said that, Granny Xuanhuan still looked like she was facing a formidable enemy and was wary of Chu Yuan's attack. Then it will be yours. Boom. An extremely dark aura erupted from the black line, and Granny Xuanhuan immediately saw her as if she had come to hell, and after the black line, it was still the world. Hell. Granny Xuanhuan exhaled, is this going to kill me? Tear the world apart. Granny Xuanhuan's crutch is also a royal artifact. Immediately, a tearing brilliance shot out from the crutch, and it was torn to this hell. But at this moment, Chu Yuan stepped on a grand pace and bombarded with a punch. On his body, he created the shadow of a supreme human emperor. His power also skyrocketed to the limit in an instant. As soon as this momentum erupted, there is no emperor in the world, and all existence will be destroyed. As soon as Granny Xuanhuan noticed this power, it was also the scepter that slammed over Chu Yuan. She relied on her powerful mana and was not afraid. Boom. This pair of killings, the storm of destruction swept out, and Granny Xuanhuan's body was directly shaken out, and her soul was shaking. She faced Chu Yuan at the 7th level of the false god and was completely at a disadvantage. The false god's 7th layer of Xishan Hall and Xuanhuan Palace wanted to step forward to help Granny Xuanhuan, but the change in the next scene made their faces change. The Wheel of Death. Chu Yuan is too lazy to talk to this group of people, the strong are respected, and the strength is the main. Today he is going to kill the mother-in-law Xuanhuan and kill 100 people. False god 7th layer? Can also kill directly. No, this power? What kind of martial arts is this? Why do I feel the fear of dying? In just 1/10,000th of an instant, Granny Xuanhuan saw that Chu Yuan started to create a huge and terrifying semi-dark wheel, which seemed to represent the division between life and death, making her old. Frightened face. She knew that she couldn't stop her, so she turned around quickly and was about to leave the black line. But Chu Yuan did not give him a chance to live. Buzz. The death wheel of the heavens dominates life and death, and all the heavens will be dominated, not to mention her mere false god powerhouse. You dare! Granny Frostleaf roared in horror. But at the next moment, she was in front of everyone's eyes, and her body was shrouded in the wheel of life and death. It seemed that she was going through a reincarnation and was subjected to a cruel torture than the 18th floor of purgatory. Ah! Granny Xuanhuan let out a hysterical roar, and her heart-piercing voice made her scalp tingle. The Wheel of Death. The Wheel of Death has turned into the Wheel of Death. Then everyone saw that Granny Xuanhuan's body started from her feet, all the way to her head, every inch was wiped out into blood mist. All kinds of false gods' laws and spirits were twisting and escaping, declaring a false god's 7th death. In just a few breaths, Granny Xuanhuan died tragically on the spot. Chu Yuan stood in front of the death wheel of Zhu Tian, and said coldly, is there anyone else who wants to try it? Remember the mobile version URL. #C297 100,000 urgent. Granny Xuanhuan is actually dead. This is a great master of the 7th level of the false god. In the Xuanhuan dynasty, he can also be a king, but he died in the hands of the Emperor Wu so easily. How terrifying is Emperor Wu's strength? Are we still going? It's still a fart, life is the most important thing. I didn't see that even Granny Xuanhuan died. This Emperor Wu is a murderer. He kills people without blinking an eye. If we don't leave, he gets angry and will kill us. Kill it cleanly. Let's go. The Imperial vein is good, but it's not something we can covet. Seeing that Granny Xuanhuan had no resistance and died in Chu Yuan's hands, everyone was terrified. In the face of this peerless fierce god, they no longer had the courage to fight and dispersed. The powerhouses of Xishan Hall and Xuanhuan Palace also looked at each other in dismay and shook their heads. It is no longer possible to grab the imperial veins from Emperor Wu, unless all the sects in the Western Profound region are united. But even so, they have to pay a huge price, and it is obviously not worth them to do it for the Emperor's divine veins. All dispersed. Luo Yun's mood was also unable to reply for a long time. Although Granny Xuanhuan was a little weaker than her, it wasn't much worse. Emperor Wu could kill Granny Xuanhuan, and he could also kill her. She is fortunate that the relationship between the two cases is good. And there seems to be a subtle and indescribable relationship between Luo Yueying and Emperor Wu. As long as Luo Yueying is willing, she will not say much. And Luo Yueying got the Emperor Holy Spirit and broke through the 10th level of False God, and it didn't take long. She took a deep breath and said solemnly, "If there is no Emperor Wu this time, the Emperor's divine vein will never be preserved, not to mention the Emperor's Holy Spirit. I am ashamed and ashamed. I only provide information, but the guardian is done by Emperor Wu. There is no need to thank you for the cooperation between the two." Chu Yuan said, "Quickly mine the veins." "Yes, Your Majesty." All joined the vein mining. Even Kongmi Dao Kuan Chu Yuan asked her to come out to help. The ore veins are very large, and after a full month of mining, all the royal-grade divine stones were mined. This time, a total of 25.6 billion royal-grade divine stones have been mined, and there are countless royal-grade divine stones, which will be divided equally between you and me. After mining all the ore veins, Chu Yuan checked it out and said to Luo Yueying, "More than 20 billion royal-grade divine stones." Luo Yun's face was full of joy. Even if it was only half, there were 12.8 billion, enough for her to cover the moon for thousands of years. And how many false god powerhouses can be cultivated in these thousands of years? The divine stones have all been mined, and we will return to the Dongxian region together. This secret territory has now been classified as ordinary, and turned into an ordinary place. Under the order of Chu Yuan, more than 200 sky battleships were heading towards the direction of Dongguanyueu. Along the way, Chu Yuan felt that many masters were secretly peeping, but the 200 sky battleships were too terrifying, and no one dared to shoot. After first escorting the people from the covering moon sect back, Chu Yuan returned to Dao Wuqing. "Your Majesty, nourishing the divine medicine with the Imperial grade divine stone is more effective, and the time to mature will be greatly shortened." After he returned to Wuqing, he went to Yao Linger's nourishing family. "Okay, this time I have allocated you 1 billion divine stones to cultivate divine medicine. If you need anything else, you can tell me." Chu Yuan looked at Yao Linger. "Your Majesty has worked hard to go to the Western Profound region this time, and the concubine serves His Majesty." Yao Linger pinched Chu Yuan's shoulder. "I'll stay with you tonight." Cultivation requires relaxation, and he enjoys Yao Linger's service. It feels good. The next day, Chu Yuan issued an imperial decree that this time everyone has done a good job in mining, and everyone can receive the imperial stone. In addition, the pills for the next year are doubled for each person. More resources means willfulness. Chu Yuan has obtained a lot of magical medicines from the secret realm, and has refined a lot of king-grade magical pills. It can be said that there is no shortage of magical pills in Dao now, but the real top powerhouses. But the way of the king. Chu Yuan will not supply this group of people indefinitely. After obtaining a large number of royal-grade divine stones, Chu Yuan built a holy mountain of cultivation in the various palaces of Dao, which was to smash the royal-grade divine stones into a mist that could even be easily breathed by the body. This kind of behavior is very extravagant, and the emperor-grade god stones are specially used for cultivation by the existence of virtual gods. But Chu Yuan established the holy mountain, with the military merit system, benefiting the whole army. As long as there is enough military merit, everyone can come in and breathe the imperial breath. With the dual assistance of the medicinal pill and the imperial stone, the soldiers of the great martial arts will not be able to advance by leaps and bounds. "My emperor is eternal. My emperor is immortal." Everyone shouted that the emperor was immortal, even a child who was just about to babble, shouting at the emperor and contributing his own beliefs. Even after knowing the enviable benefits of Dao's people, even people from other governments are looking forward to when Dao will be able to expand their territory so that they can enjoy such benefits. You must know that the people of Dao, everyone eats Lingyuan rice, drinks Tianyuan tea, and has a fixed pill collection every month. In Dao, there are no frail and sick people, and no one who insults the weak. Everyone thinks about martial arts, and everyone looks forward to the arrival of Emperor Wu. In his house, people's hearts have come to him. Dao Wudi was wise, with infinite skills. He really changed countless people, and was respected as the Holy Emperor. The Emperor is merciful to the inside and walks the path of benevolence. Externally cold and domineering. State affairs have been getting heavier recently. As the head of a country, Xuanhuan does not need to be involved in any matter, big or small, but the general direction must be controlled. Especially recently, the change in the hearts of Dong Guanyueu has made Zhuangxingzong and Dongxian dynasty start to be wary of him. Your Majesty, there are so many affairs in the state, and I'm tired. Yao Linger brought the brewed Tianyuan tea to Xuanhuan. Standing behind Xuanhuan, she saw the man in front of him reviewing state affairs before the emperor, and a smile appeared on her face. Reached out his hand and gently beat his back. When the ancestors were in the past, he also accompanied him in front of Emperor Aoki Chongsheng. At that time, the great Emperor Aoki Chongsheng had not yet become the great emperor, so the ancestors had been guarding him all the time, helping him make suggestions, refining medicine pills, and dealing with all kinds of things. But the man in front of him, from his body, Yao Linger felt a supreme majesty that was even more terrifying than the emperor. Fine. Xuanhuan took a sip of Tianyuan tea. He looked at Yao Linger and said, "Linger, your cultivation has also reached the 3rd level of false god, and I will specially refine the pills suitable for your Yao Yao family. Nanxianyu, the Yao Yao tribe, will be able to go back soon. I will let you take back the inheritance of your ancestors with your own hands." Your Majesty's promise, Linger is convinced. She is now the concubine of Xuanhuan. You don't joke. I not only plot the entire Dongxianyu, Nanxian territory, but also the 5 profound territories. This place must be firmly in my hands, become the medicinal base of Dao, and provide countless magical medicines. Xuanhuan said to Yao Linger, who was beating his back behind him. Nangshuanyu, after the transformation of the ancestors and the great emperor Qingmu Chongsheng, it is indeed the most suitable place to plant magic medicine. Yao Linger said, but those people in Nangshuanyu have not developed even 1/10 of it, only our clan can know how. Your Majesty, there is an emergency military situation, something has happened. Suddenly, a letter of urgent military information was sent to Xuanhuan. Remember the mobile version URL. #C298 cross-domain battle. Emergency military situation. With Dao's current size, it must be something urgent, enough to shake a country. Your Majesty, just this morning, when the 3 sky warships of our Dao 9th Fleet were performing their mission, they were suddenly attacked by false gods. At the same time, in the early morning, the covering moon sect was suddenly attacked, and the losses were equally heavy, with the fall of the false god, and the casualties were not small. Feng Lei knelt in front of Xuanhuan, his hands clenched fiercely, his eyes red. In the battle with the Eastern Islands, they have not damaged a single sky battleship, but this time there are 3, which is really unbearable pain. Those who died were all his great soldiers. How about the casualties of covering the moon sect? Xuanhuan asked. The covering moon sect is also very miserable. A large number of strong people suddenly came. Fortunately, there is a secret realm in the covering moon sect. Most of the people practice in the secret realm. Feng Lei gritted his teeth. It seems to be directly dealing with the occult moon sect, but its intention is to hit Dao in the face. Who does not know the relationship between the occult moon sect and the Dao dynasty? A large number of false gods entered Dongxian territory. Xuanxingzong and Dongxian dynasty also know, but they are also watching the show. After all, it is not about them hanging high. The development of Dao is too fast, and someone needs to stop them. Find out who did it? Xuanhuan sat on the throne. His mouth was just calm, and he could not see the joy or anger. But the more it was like this, Yao Linger, who had served Xuanhuan for many months, knew that this was a precursor to Xuanhuan's rage, and he wanted to kill. The emperor's heart is like a deep pit. His joy and anger are not on his face, but on his hands. I found out, the Northern Profound Realm Purple Extreme sect succeeded. Fang Lei said. Although the Purple Extreme sect is the largest sect in the Western Profound region, it is stronger than the Moon Covering sect, but it is not strong enough to cause the Covering Moon sect to suffer such a huge loss, and there are people behind him to help him. Xuanhuan tapped the throne lightly with his fingers. The Ziji sect did not dare to attack him directly, so he took revenge on the Covering Moon sect, trying to destroy one sect and snatch back all the royal gems. Your Majesty. After our careful investigation, we did find a big force, the people of Su Wangqing in the Central Profound region, who wanted to take our sky battleship, but he didn't expect that my great warrior is arrogant and unyielding, even if it is death will not let them succeed. Thinking of this, Fang Lei's eyes were split open, and blood was flowing out. Zhongshuanyu Wangqing Su. Yao Linger frowned. It actually involves the forces of Zhongshuanyu. In the Central Profound Realm, there is a true God, and there is more than one person, the head of the 5 realms of strength. If it is only in the Western Profound Domain, the matter is relatively simple, but if it involves the Central Profound Domain, it will be troublesome. The other 4 domains are just foils, foiling the green leaves of the red flower in the Zhongshuan domain. This is someone eyeing the target. It seems to be a matter of the Western Profound region, but the fact is that it is the great martial arts. Every man is innocent, but he is guilty. The Su Wangqing in the Central Profound Realm may not have come for the Imperial Stone. Their real purpose is the sky battleship. After all, no one wants to own such terrifying equipment. It is proposed that the Imperial decree will give 10 times the compensation for the fallen soldiers. I will recover this account for them, and pay tribute to their heroic spirits with the blood of Zijizong and Su Wangqing people. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless, and his voice was indifferent. If you violate my great martial arts, even if you are far away, you will be punished. I want everyone to know, and the end of my anger will be angered. He would not endure it, let alone swallow his anger. Even if there were forces in the Middle Profound Domain behind him, what should he do? Offending Xuanhuan would still be a dead end. Destroy Ziji first, then King Su. Xuanhuan ordered troops and horses. More than 200 sky soldiers rose into the sky. He did not conceal his whereabouts, and he did not fly in the Gangfeng layer, but exuded a huge momentum all the way, and flew directly to the Western Profound territory first. Cross-domain battle. He went straight to kill this time. Those who dare to touch him can only die. Western Profound region. A place full of spiritual energy, with mountains rising one after another, bursting with purple light, and thousands of weather. It is a blessed land. There are continuous buildings here, some even floating in the air, which is where the Purple Extreme sect is located. The Purple Extreme sect has the eightfold false god in charge, and it is also a large sect in the Western Profound territory. However, Granny Shuangye was beheaded not long ago, which greatly damaged their strength and became a joke. Sect Master, I didn't expect that Covering Moon sect to be so difficult to gnaw. This time I thought that with the people of Su Wangqing, I could destroy this sect, but who would have thought that Covering Moon sect Master actually mobilized the power of the secret realm and played a role in it. A trace of the power of a god. In a hall filled with purple light, an old man looked at the existence in purple clothes on the main seat, and his face was very ugly. This raid on the moon-covering sect, I wanted to grab the Imperial stone, but whoever thought that the plan failed, the covering moon sect put all the sacred stones in the secret realm. But fortunately, he also killed the 2 false gods of the covering moon sect, and let out a bad breath. Xuanhuan's actions were also not smooth. The ship crashed and people died, and they also didn't get anything. Sect Master Ziji said, slowly. Sect Master, I heard that Emperor Wu will avenge his revenge, and it seems that the Sect Master covering Moon still has some unclear relationship with him. This time we destroyed his battleship and raided the covering Moon sect. I am afraid that we have already angered the Emperor Wu. He will most likely retaliate. An elder looked a little dignified, and he has never supported this raid. What are you afraid of? Ziji Sect Master sneered, the mastermind is Xuanhuan. Does he dare to seek revenge from Xuanhuan? Besides, there is a Ziji Xuanhuan great array in the sect, even in existence with a higher realm than me. As long as there is no true god, I will suppress it. Are you afraid that he will fail Emperor Wu? But my heart is always a little worried, and I have a bad premonition. The elder said. Elder Lu, you think too much. Although we didn't get any benefit this time, Xuanhuan continued to plan actions. This time, the forces of Xuanhuan were eyeing them, and the Great Wu was in danger of subjugating the country. Come to us? Sect Master Ziji said, what we need to do is to keep up with the footsteps of Xuanhuan, and distribute some soup when the great martial arts perish. Haha, the Sect Master is right. Someone is flattering. Tell the elders and disciples in the sect to be ready at all times. Dao will soon usher in a powerful enemy, and we have to keep an eye on it. Maybe we will kill Dong Guanyueu at some time. Sect Master Ziji said domineeringly, in the Dongxian domain, the Dongxian dynasty and the Xuanhuan sect will not miss this opportunity to beat the drowning dog. Looking around, this great martial artist is all enemies, like a fat sheep, everyone can I want to bite a few pieces of meat off him. But just when Sect Master Ziji was planning to plot a great martial arts, an extremely depressing atmosphere swept over. The sky was originally bright, but suddenly it became extremely dark, and the terrifying killing intent seemed to be the sharpest knife, blowing into the purple extreme sect, killing each and every one of them. What happened? Sect Master Ziji walked out of the hall and looked up. His pupils were suddenly occupied by endless figures, and in the sky above his purple extreme sect were countless soldiers, all with extremely ferocious killing intent on their faces. There are also more than 200 sky battleships, and they aimed their huge muzzles at Zhaizong. Great Wu, Emperor Wu. He made an exclamation sound. #C299 Killing Intent. The silver-white sky battleship, as if from other planes, is the most distinctive symbol of Dao. When I saw the battleship in the sky, I knew it was Dao's army. The Ziji sect sneaked into the covering moon sect, and together with the people of Xuanhuan attacked the 3 sky battleships of Chuyuan. Therefore, this time, he was on a personal expedition and personally led the army to the purple extreme sect. His great butcher's knife is about to fall this time. Great Emperor Wu. Sect Master Ziji immediately saw a stalwart figure wearing a black imperial robe above a chariot. The deep royal robe is like the color of slaughter after the blood has dried up, making people feel inexplicable trembling in their hearts when they see it. Emperor Wu personally came to the purple extreme sect, and of course he knew the reason, it was nothing more than wanting revenge. He also shook violently in his heart, and then sneered, Emperor Wu, today you are so flamboyant to my purple extreme sect, do you want revenge? Haha, this is in the western profound region, I am not afraid of you, maybe you are not yet. You know, someone in Zhongshuan already wants to deal with you. Zijizong is only the first stop, and I will personally go to Zuwangcheng for the next stop. Chuyuan's voice was cold, unable to hear joy or anger, like an emperor with deep thoughts. You still want to destroy Xuanhuan? When Sect Master Ziji heard Chu Yuan's astonishing words, his heart trembled. Are you crazy? Not to mention coming to the Western Profound Territory. Do you know what kind of power Xuanhuan is, even if it is a power like the Dongxian dynasty? Don't dare to use troops at will in the Middle Profound Realm. The powerhouses in the Zhongshuan domain are like clouds, and they are by no means comparable to the four domains. Destroy the Purple Extreme Sect today, surround this place, and leave no one behind. Chu Yuan ordered, and did not want to talk to Sect Master Ziji. This is but the first stop. He wants to destroy. Kill. 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 The big warrior's eyes were blood red, and the killing intent was overwhelming. The 3 destroyed sky battleships contained their dead Paozhe, who practiced with them a few days ago. Work together, eat together. But in the blink of an eye for a few days, he has turned into a dead soul. They want to take revenge and destroy the Purple Extreme Sect cleanly. Guardian Great Array. Sect Master Ziji hurriedly roared. Although I have not personally experienced the power of the great martial arts equipment, I have heard of it, and suddenly a purple light wrapped the entire sect. Bombard the Purple Extreme Sect. Although the Ziji sect was huge, Chu Yuan's sky battleship had blocked them all, and the energy cannon that drowned the entire sect was like a waterfall, pouring down terrifyingly. Ziji's own was submerged. Their protecting sect Great Array was destroyed after only a few waves of attacks, and then countless floating palaces were blasted down, and the cascading mountains were also smashed and turned into flat ground. Countless disciples and elders screamed. Emperor Wu, you are so courageous that you dare to destroy my mountain gate. You are trampling on all the sects in the Western Profound region. If you are so arrogant, you will die without a place to be buried. I don't think the sects in the Western Profound region will look at you. Be arrogant here. Sect Master Ziji also let out an angry howl when he saw that his sect was destroyed. His words were also extremely vicious and provocative. He knew that when Chu Yuan came this time, other sects in the Western Profound Territory also received news, and they would push Chu Yuan to the opposite side of the entire Western Profound Territory, and let the other sects take action for him. What he thought was not wrong. Chu Yuan's arrival indeed attracted the attention of many sects in the Western Profound region. They hid in the dark and were shocked inside. They also knew something about what happened in Dongguanyueu, and knew that Dao was here to take revenge, and they would not take action at will until the true strength of Emperor Wu was tested. Do they dare to take action? Chu Yuan asked coldly. Today, this seat will come to experience your strength. Sect Master Ziji also knew that no one would help him with just a few words. And he couldn't let Chu Yuan let the sky warship bombard him at will, and immediately a purple light flashed on his body like a knife. In his hand, a royal artifact, a long purple sword, appeared. Purple chi comes from the east, heavens will 9 slashes. Sect Master Ziji, false god 8 layers, this knife slashed, and a long gap was cracked in the void, with extremely splendid light effects, bombarding Chu Yuan's head in the air. People who destroy the sect dare to be presumptuous. Chu Yuan punched him. Boom. This punch shocked the gods. The mighty power is like the impact of the long river and the setting sun, reaching the other side, tearing apart the boundless sky. In his eyes, the power of this knife fell into his god of war's grip and shattered directly. The Great Destruction Technique. His hand of destruction swept away, the power of destruction was everywhere, and there were signs of doomsday natural disasters. The appearance of this apocalyptic natural disaster, the sky actually snowed, it was gray and white, and it was condensed to berry flowers. As if the doomsday tune resounded, Sect Master Ziji actually had a sad melancholy in his heart. He gritted his teeth fiercely, knowing that he couldn't be affected by this power. He slashed again with a knife, biting the tip of his tongue at the same time, spurting a stream of blood, condensing purple runes, and increasing the power of the knife. His knife locked Chu Yuan. But seeing the knife fall, Xuanhuan did not dodge, but directly attacked it. His hand was wearing the grasp of the god of war, the divine artifact of the king grade, showing a state of grabbing the knife, actually grabbing the long knife of Sect Master Ziji. This palm is directly on the long knife. Sect Master Ziji desperately wanted to take it back, but he was horrified to find that Xuanhuan's power was so terrifying that he couldn't take it back at all. At this moment, Xuanhuan moved again, the holy light was bright, turned into a punch from the emperor, and bombarded him directly in the chest. Horrible, Sect Master Ziji had a premonition that if he was hit by this fist, he would definitely be seriously injured, and he was extremely decisive, giving up the long knife and hurriedly flew backwards. But although he retreated quickly, Xuanhuan seemed to condense the distortion of the void into one, and chased him in front of him in one step, and the palm fell on him. Boom! Blood splashed. If it wasn't for Sect Master Ziji wearing the inner armor of a royal artifact, he would have been crushed by Xuanhuan. Purple Divine Light Great Array. Boom! Sect Master Ziji formed a seal on his hands, and an infinite purple light spread up from the ground. When he turned into a Ziwei star god, he would bless his body with power. Lightning Strike. However, just after the explosion of the purple extreme divine light great array, the thunder cannon ripped apart the entire earth of the purple extreme sect and shattered the arranged formation. There is a price to pay for doing it. At this moment, he incarnated as the god of destruction, and the endless thunder came down, and it ruthlessly bombarded the sect master of Ziji. In the sky, a great existence was shooting, and the people of Zijizong saw in horror that their suzerain had completely fallen down in front of that existence, without any resistance, as if he was being ravaged. Emperor Wu! Emperor Wu! Emperor Wu! The countless great warriors and soldiers looked at Xuanhuan and made a sound that shook the sky. Remember the mobile version URL. #C300 Step on your feet, you can't live without dying. De Wu collapsed in a fit of rage, and the blood flowed into a river. Many soldiers roared in unison, the sound was overwhelming, and the frightened people of the purple extreme sect were trembling. Great thunder and lightning, thousands of calamities. Xuanhuan manipulated the lightning and turned it into countless torture instruments, forming a terrifying scene, that is, smashing the body of Sect Master Ziji. Sect Master Ziji resisted desperately, but in the thunder and lightning, his whole body was blackened, and in his eyes, the figure of this person was as majestic as a mountain, insurmountable. There was regret in his heart. Why should I listen to Su Wangqing's arrogance to offend this existence, and provoke this terrifying killing god? The benefits are very unobtainable, and it also leads to a crisis of sect extinction. Frozen Domain. Xuanhuan immediately frozen the Ziji sect master with a frozen domain. Cold. So cold. With the mana of sect master Ziji, he was shivering so coldly that he couldn't stand it anymore, and it turned into an ice sculpture. Boom. Xuanhuan blasted away with one palm, shining brightly in Kyushu, sweeping the heaven and earth, the sky in all directions, smashing the ice sculptures with one palm, blasting sect master Ziji into the ground, and a human-shaped mark appeared. Emperor Wu, I fought with you. Sect master Ziji was about to burst out of the ground with a roar. Fight? You deserve it too. Xuanhuan came with one foot, stamped on the chest of Sect Master Ziji, and crushed his ribs. Sect Master Ziji was not reconciled. Every time he rushed out, Xuanhuan would step in. In the end, Xuanhuan sucked his mana out, sucked him out, smashed him to the ground, and then stepped on his head with one foot, and said coldly, "This is the confidence that you and I are right? Who can help today? You." Being stepped on like this, Sect Master Ziji was going crazy. He let out a feeble roar. There are bits and pieces hidden in the void. It was also frightened and trembling. The dignified master of the sect was actually stepped on his head like this, and suffered this humiliation. If Sect Master Ziji can resist Xuanhuan, even if the instructions fall into a disadvantage, they will come to the rescue, so that Dao will not be arrogant in the Western Profound Territory. But who would dare to save such a scene? If they save, they will be the next to be trampled underfoot. An elder of the 7th level of False God roared, and when he saw the sect master being stepped on under his feet, his eye sockets were split open and he rushed towards Xuanhuan. But Xuanhuan just waved his hand, and a terrifying wheel of life and death appeared, directly suppressing him, and then his body was wiped out into blood mist. He continued to kill the death wheel of all days, and rolled it directly in the purple extreme sect. The elder of the false god was affected, and all his bones were obliterated. Kill, destroy the purple extreme sect, and leave no one behind. Xuanhuan ordered. Kill, kill, kill. In his voice, the great warriors slashed into the Zhaizong mountain gate. This is revenge. They want revenge for the dead Pao Zhe. Pay homage to that dead hero. And they knew even more that the culprit was Su Wanqing, and this was just the first stop. However, as long as they follow Xuanhuan, they are not afraid of anything, even if they directly kill him in the middle profound realm and turn him upside down, they are not afraid. The Purple Extremity sect has been transformed into an azure field. The strongest sect master was trampled under his feet, and the 2 false gods of the 7th level were also killed, and the rest was just some fish and meat, to be slaughtered by others. Ah! You kill me! The Ziji sect master roared, haha, even if you destroy my Ziji sect, the main messenger behind it is Su Wanqing. They are the kings of the Zhongshuan region. If you dare to seek revenge against them, you will die without a burial place. I'm in hell, watching you, Dao, be buried with me. He roared, and he burst into tears. Death is sometimes a luxury. Xuanhuan didn't kill Sect Master Ziji. I will show you how I took revenge on Su Wanqing, and give me your eyes to keep your eyes open. You are a devil. The thought of Xuanhuan wanting to make him bear even more fear made Sect Master Ziji tremble. His only thought now was to die, but Xuanhuan's mana sealed him, making him unable to even die. You will be punished for slaughtering my Ziji sect disciple like this. Sect Master Ziji roared. I've killed more than 100 million people this way? Xuanhuan said indifferently, your biggest mistake is not being honest, but you want to do things in the Dongxian territory. There is no mercy in war, only victory and defeat. Die or I die. It's okay to provoke Xuanhuan a little bit, but this sect master Ziji is so daring to go to the Dongxian domain to do things. Since he thought that he was in the Western Profound region and had the support of Su Wanqing, he would not take Dao seriously. If you do it wrong, you will pay the price. Xuanhuan was never a benevolent person, and a benevolent person could not be an emperor. The 7th level of Tongshan. There were quite a few false gods in the Ziji sect, as many as a dozen people, and they were all killed by Dawu at this time. After killing them, Xuanhuan absorbed the rolling power and broke through the first realm again. Your Majesty, all the members of the Ziji sect have been killed, and not one has escaped. Feng Lei was covered in blood, both his blood and the enemy's blood, and went to Xuanhuan to report. There are mountains of corpses and seas of corpses. As a major sect in the Western Profound Territory, Ziji sect has so many disciples and elders, but now, because of a wrong choice by the sect master of Ziji, he has encountered the destruction of the sect, and turned a cave into an azure field. Dead, all dead, you killed them all. Sect Master Ziji was on the verge of splitting, but Xuanhuan still stepped on his head under his feet, and he couldn't even smash his head. Don't mess with Dao. At this time, seeing the complete destruction of the Ziji sect, and the rich blood wafting out, the hidden powerhouses were trembling. Zijizong is gone. In the future, the Purple Extreme sect of the Western Profound region will be removed. Ziji sect master shouldn't be bewitched by Su Wanqing. They are the Zhongshuan realm king city and are not afraid of great martial arts, but who gave them courage with this power of ZG sect? This hidden person made such a sound. In the future, people they see Dao will walk around, and they will not dare to touch them. But this time, the purple extreme sect deserved it. Without the strength, he dared to provoke. Who would you destroy if you didn't destroy it? Zhizong is only an accomplice, the real main culprit is Su Wangqing. Does Emperor Wu dare to go to Zhongshuanyu to destroy Su Wangqing? The size of Zhu Wangqing is not comparable to the purple extreme sect, and it is far away from the central profound realm. I think that Emperor Wu should not go to the central profound realm. This time, the wickedness in his heart should have been exterminated, and the purpose of killing one to set an example has been achieved. These people from the Western Profound sect are all guessing. After all, the Central Profound territory is not the Western Profound territory. There are too many powerhouses there, and the 4 Profound territories combined are far incomparable. These are royal artifacts taken from those people. Pieces of the king-grade artifacts were delivered to Chu Yuan. For seals of attributes, collect the wishing power of 500 billion sentient beings, sacrifice 15 royal artifacts, 50 spiritual artifacts, and 100 unique artifacts. The current progress is full, whether the host consumes the required artifact, unseal attribute 4. After Chu Yuan destroyed the purple extreme sect and collected their artifacts, it was finally enough to unlock the 4 attributes of the human sovereign sword. Remember the mobile version URL. #C301 Attribute 4, Humanity. This time, the extermination purple sect and Chu Yuan's previous income, he has more than 15 pieces of royal artifact, ushered in the opportunity to understand the Emperor sword. Go to Zhongshuanyu, Su Wangqing. Chu Yuan was expressionless, and after destroying the purple extreme sect, he ordered to go to the central profound realm immediately. Yes. Everyone took the lead. The sky battleship boomed and flew towards the Zhongshuan domain. De Wu is gone. Their direction is actually the middle profound realm. Are they really going to take revenge on Su Wangqing? This Emperor Wu is a lawless and ruthless man. Let's go, let's follow along to see if this Emperor Wu can really destroy Su Wangqing. Those people saw that the sky battleship went to the central profound realm, and their faces changed drastically, and they decided to follow the past. Once this fight in the central profound realm, it would definitely be a major event that would turn the world upside down. Follow from a distance, don't offend Emperor Wu. Someone released the spaceship and greeted everyone to go up. Of course Chu Yuan knew about the following of these people, but he didn't care, and let the tails follow. Inside the battleship. Unblocking the human emperor sword attribute 4. Chu Yuan took out the human sovereign sword and placed it in front of him. Take out the needed artifact again. The 4 seals of attributes are being unsealed. Immediately, the beliefs and aspirations of the Dao people came across the realm, and each piece of artifact was swept in by the light of the human emperor sword. The 4 seals of the emperor's arrow attributes have been unsealed. The system beep came. Let me see the new ability of attribute 4. There are 9 incredible abilities on the emperor sword. Each ability makes the earth turn upside down, the horror of the world-changing color. Attribute 4, Humanity is a long river. Use the heaven and earth to bake the furnace, refine the infinite air luck, and transform the long river of humanity. Chu Yuan had already seen the new abilities of the human sovereign sword at this time. The river of humanity. Chu Yuan clenched the human sovereign sword, and then saw that a splendid long river, the long river that gathered the beliefs of the human race, swept in front of him, breaking the endless void and exuding endless mysterious stalwarts. Human Emperor Sword, no superior. The Human Emperor Sword of the 3 Emperors, the Supreme Human Being. Equipped with automatic training method, Human Emperor Sutra. Attribute 1, wearing the equipped Human Emperor Sword increases the combat power of the realm by 1. Attribute 2, the source of belief, unlocking the power of human belief. Attribute 3, infinite luck, heaven and earth oven. Attribute 4, humanity is a long river. Attribute 5? Attribute 9? The power of this river of humanity? When Xuanhuan opened the human Tao river, he was keenly aware that the water of chief fortune refined by the oven of heaven and earth gathered in this long river. This long river is also water, but Xuanhuan has already felt a power different from the water of luck, and it seems to be the original power of humanity. This river of humanity is the source of the power of humanity. Xuanhuan exclaimed, could it be that the origin of humanity is similar to the origin of the river? The great river of humanity is condensed for the beliefs of the human race. It uses the oven of heaven and earth to refine the source, and it is the technique of humanistic supernatural power. As the host has seen before, the long river of origin, the only difference is that the long river of humanity is still very weak. Build strength. The system prompts, the higher the level of national power, the more people there are, and the stronger the river of humanity will be. No wonder. Xuanhuan's eyes were extremely sharp, attribution 1 realm combat power, +1, and starting from attribute 2, first is the source of belief, opening beliefs, then the furnace of heaven and earth, big waves scouring sand, refining gas transportation, and then this long river of humanity, which gathers the long river of origin. What makes me curious is, what kind of ability can attribute 5 unlock? A ring is attached to a ring, and the rings are connected. Xuanhuan has realized that the purpose of this human sovereign sword's existence is for a core herringbone. In other words, I have a long river of origin, although it is still very small, I need to condense myself. Xuanhuan said. Heaven and earth ovens are only the basic application of the power of air transport. When they reach the source of humanity, they can transform a monstrous river, allowing the people to enter the source to bathe in the power of humanity, absorb the essence of the source, and enhance their strength. System Road. I also thought of this. After all, I have absorbed the power of the long river of ice. Xuanhuan said, however, the biggest problem now is that the long river of humanity is still very weak, and we need to continue to unite in order to benefit the people of a country. Although the heaven and earth oven can also enhance the strength of the people, it has limitations after all. And with the long river of humanity, like a river, Xuanhuan can flow long rivers in Tao, like tributaries, winding and twisting, emitting the power of humanity everywhere, and finally converging into the body's long river of humanity. The long river of humanity will not only greatly increase his strength, but also benefit all the people. What are the conditions for unlocking this attribute 5? Xuanhuan saw the unblocking conditions of attribute 5. 5 seals of attributes, population of 5 trillion, and sacrifice 1 imperial artifact, 10 imperial artifact, 100 king artifact, 1000 spiritual artifact, and 10,000 exquisite artifact. 1 trillion 1 trillion. Not to mention the population, there are endless people in the 5 profound realms combined. But there is still a need to sacrifice an imperial artifact. An imperial artifact, what a powerful artifact, even the gods can't make it. It is a treasure that can only be made by a 5 emperor-level existence, like Emperor Aoki Chongsheng. Plus 10 imperial artifacts. Even if it is a god, there are probably only 1 or 2 imperial artifacts on his body. In addition, 100 pieces of royal artifact are needed. Just looking at this condition makes one's scalp tingle. This is the condition of attribute 5. The further back you go, the more difficult it will be, but the increase in attributes will be more terrifying. Xuanhuan has already felt the horror of the long river of humanity. In the territory of Dao, there have been very weak tributaries, which are the power of luck. The beliefs of the countless people turned into luck, and after passing through the ovens of heaven and earth, they gathered in the river of humanity, and then radiated light in those tributaries, which turned into a source of power, benefiting all the people. And what gathers in the tributaries is the origin of humanity. Xuanhuan can use the power of the source of humanity to easily project his avatar into every territory of Dao to protect the people. Very good, the next step is to collect enough artifacts to unlock the attribute 5. Xuanhuan has infinite ambitions. He is looking forward more and more to the ability after the Human Emperor Sword. Ding! The host completes the current main story and unlocks the 4 attributes of the Human Emperor Sword. Reward settlement release is in progress. His current main line was also completed with the unsealing of the Emperor Sword. The reward was released successfully. The host has obtained 100,000 fate points, the blueprint for the 4-pole creation of the robbery cannon, the 3rd level of the National Protection Array, the advanced card of the King Grade Artifact X1, the Magic Fruit X2, the Ghost Lamp X1, the Random 3000 Dao Magic Power X1, and the Random Lottery Draw. Opportunity X1, Inlay Cave Heaven Treasure Map 4 X1. The generous rewards were released into Xuanhuan's system space. Remember the mobile version URL. #C302 Terror Punishment. The blueprint for the 4th level creation of the robbery cannon, the 4th level evolution version of the magic cannon. It is also a very concise remark, without any specific introduction. But when Xuanhuan looked at the system space, he saw that the building blueprint presented a virtual image. Immediately, he saw that the robbery cannon was larger than the thunder cannon. Inside the muzzle was rolling endless thunder, which seemed to be the power of robbery fired from the terrifying muzzle. 1 shot for 1 day. It seems to be the incarnation of the robbery that makes countless warriors tremble. This is Xuanhuan's first feeling. The materials needed for the robbery cannon are hundreds of times more precious than the thunder cannons, and some treasuries don't even have them at all, but ask Ouyang about the required materials, and the item refining city still needs them. Keep it firmly in your hands. Xuanhuan looked at the building materials. Each is extremely cherished. National Protection Array Level 3, it can defend against powers up to the True God level. Nether Soul Lamp, an artifact of the King Grade, an ancient soul lamp from the Nether Hell, with extremely strange abilities. Artifact Skill 1, Nether Hand, which uses the power of the Nether into a big hand that grabs the soul, which can directly attack the soul. Artifact Skill 2, Nether Soul Refinement, Ignite Nether Fire, Refine Soul. Artifact Skill 3, Nether Detention Soul, Collect the Soul Source, Imprison the Power of the Soul, can imprison the soul of others, put it in the soul lamp, achieve absolute control, control the life and death of others. 3 skills. Xuanhuan carefully looked at the introduction of the ghost lamp. The first 2 skills are obviously great techniques for killing souls. But when it came to the 3rd skill, Xuanhuan discovered that this was a secret technique of soul control. For example, if a trace of other people's soul origin was in it, he could absolutely control the ghost lamp. This is the King Grade artifact rewarded by the main quest, and it is indeed terrifying. In addition to not having the unique power of the Imperial artifact, it is not inferior to the Imperial artifact in some respects. Random Draw. Xuanhuan started a random lottery. Ding! The host consumes a random lottery to get the Virtual God Experience Pill. False God Experience Pill, it contains the majestic power of origin, stores a large amount of energy, and after refining, it can raise the False God 1st layer to False God 10th layer within 3 months, and feel the changes in every small realm of False God. The system's special medicine pill cannot be used by the host. False God Experience Pill. Xuanhuan Dao, this False God Experience Pill can make the False God upgrade to the 10th level of the False God within 3 months. This is the speed of opening and hanging. It is worthy of being drawn by lottery, and it did not disappoint me. It's useless, but it can be given to Linger to use. Xuanhuan had long planned the ownership of the False God Experience Pill. Yao Linger is his bedside person, and he worked hard to cultivate magical medicine for him. How can he not give her something good? The stronger the host's strength, the more precious treasures can be randomly drawn. The system said. I know. Xuanhuan said, there is another chance to randomly select the 3,000 avenues, and they will be drawn together. Ding. The host obtained the Great Sealing technique by randomly drawing 3,000 great avenues. Ding. The host has comprehended the Great Sealing technique and won the title Son of Seal. Great Sealing technique. As soon as Xuanhuan moved at will, there would be chains of countless seal talisman cultures. This is not the power of destruction, but a pure seal that can seal everything. Son of the Seal, master the power of the seal and obtain the eternal seal. Ding. The host consumes 3,000 fate points to exchange for a magical fruit. Using the supernatural power fruit to advance to the Great Sealing technique. Xuanhuan immediately consumed 3 magical powers. Immediately, a long river of seals appeared, and he seemed to be the Lord of Seals. Every rune printed was a chain of seals, densely packed, and he could even seal a big world into it for eternity. Ding. The Great Sealing technique has been upgraded successfully, and the host has obtained the title Sealing God Emperor. Seal God Emperor, Level 3, the Son of Seal was upgraded, condensed the seal rune, turned it into a seal chain, and obtained the Eternal Seal. This time, the system is very considerate, and there is an extra small character on this block of the title, telling him the level of the title. How can the title be full? Xuanhuan was also a little puzzled. Obtaining the source river corresponding to the supernatural power, you can directly upgrade the title to the full level, but the current strength of the host cannot do it, so in addition to using the supernatural power fruit, you can only experience the epiphany slowly by yourself. System Road. The source of supernatural powers is long, like the long river of humanity. Xuanhuan nodded. He had personally seen the power of the source river of the Ice Tao, and it was indeed infinite and terrifying, and the gods would become insignificant in front of a source river. This eternal seal? Xuanhuan's eyes were extremely sharp. Just use him to test the ability of the seal of eternal life. Sect Master Ziji was released by Xuanhuan, and as soon as he came out, he roared, "Ah, kill me, I want to die, I don't want to live." Eternal Seal. Xuanhuan ignored his miserable howls, and made marks on his hands, which immediately bound the body of Sect Master Ziji. Sect Master Ziji's eyes were terrified. He didn't know what power Xuanhuan had used, but he felt as if he had been sealed into an abyss, unable to use his mana. Afterwards, he saw that the chain sank into his body and disappeared. What do you want to do? Sect Master Ziji was full of fear of the unknown. Then, he couldn't say what he said. He could feel what was happening in the outside world, but he couldn't control his body, as if his soul was locked in a container. The false god has tens of thousands of years of lifespan. In the future, you will kneel in front of the gate of Tiao and bear the seal of eternal life. Xuanhuan did not kill Sect Master Ziji, but wanted to let him live to the end of his life, and even prolong his life. The soul of Sect Master Ziji roared wildly, but his body did not respond at all, which was 110,000 times more terrifying than death. Xuanhuan didn't seem to use other means to torture him, but he was spurned by countless people for asking him to kneel to death. The current branch line is released to create 1,000 catastrophe cannons. Xuanhuan looked at the branch and stopped. The branch that he has not yet completed is to build 50 false god sky soldiers, break through to false god, and build 1,000 heavenly robbery cannons. Once these 3 branches are completed, Xuanhuan will receive extremely rich rewards. The current main line has been released, and the national power has been upgraded to 7 stars. The main line of the newcomer is very simple, which is to improve the national strength to 7 stars. And now that Dao's national strength is 5-star, Xuanhuan is not clear. If he directly said that his national strength is 6-star, countless people will be convinced, but the system has not popped up the option of promoting to 6-star, which is really strange. This time, if you destroy Xuanhuan, you may be able to be promoted to 6 stars. Xuanhuan vaguely guessed that the system's assessment of national strength was far more stringent than others, so there was no promotion until now. The Purple Extreme sect is known as the 6-star sect, but it may not seem like much to the system, and its strength is too weak. Xuanhuan has arrived. And after the sky battleship sailed for 10 days, Xuanhuan's fleet finally came to Xuanhuan and saw Xuanhuan. #C303 buried for my great warrior. The Xuanhuan domain is the first of the 5 domains. The area is huge, and the area of 10 Dongxian regions is not comparable to that of one Xuanhuan region. Therefore, there are countless masters here, and there are false gods even in remote places. False gods can be called supreme powers in the other 4 domains, but there are still true gods in the Xuanhuan domain. The structure of the Xuanhuan domain is also different from the other 4 domains. There are many kings and cities here, but there is only one emperor, that is, Emperor Xuanhuan. Even if you reach the half-step true god, you can't be called emperor, you can only be called king and live under Xuanhuan. Now Dao's fleet is murderous and heading for Xuanhuan. There are actually a group of tails watching the fun. Your Majesty, Xuanhuan is here. Xuanhuan looked forward. There was an ancient giant city. Although this giant city is a royal city, it is grand and vast, with a lot of auspiciousness. The spiritual energy rises from the dragon veins of the earth, and it is very lively. The 3 characters of Xuanhuan are written on it. Since it's here, then go to the past, directly destroy Xuanhuan, avenge the great soldiers, and let them be buried with them. Xuanhuan, dressed in a black imperial robe, moved against the wind. He stood on the deck, and he couldn't hold back the killing. Xuanhuan. It has a history of thousands of years. In the Xuanhuan domain, where the strong are like clouds, it is also a giant city, and the royal family exists. With the background of Xuanhuan, when he arrived in the Dongxian domain, he immediately became the 3rd dynasty, only slightly weaker than the Dongxian dynasty and the Xuanxingzong. But they will not go to Dongxianyu, and would rather be kings here than downgrade. It's like Xuanhuan stays in the martial realm, he is the strongest, but will Xuanhuan stay in the martial realm and not develop? Today, many people gathered in Xuanhuan. Xuanfu, located in the most quintessential part of Xuanhuan, has the aura of the imperial veins. At the gate of the palace, everyone will be amazed when they see it. This is the background of Xuanhuan. Even a slave is more noble than others, and a dog raised will have an identity. Yes, although these royal cities are subordinate to the Xuanhuan dynasty, they are actually like kingdoms. In their own kingdoms, they are the rulers. Haha, this time in the grand competition of the King City, young Master Xuanhuan has won the 1st place in the realm of the gods, and it is stable to become a virtual god in the future. He will soon go to the Xuanhuan Imperial City to participate in the competition of the Xuanhuan dynasty, and compete with many other royal cities. A battle of geniuses. Brother Xuanhuan is a genius, looking at many kings and cities. How many people can be compared to him? I have also heard that Emperor Xuanhuan will appear in this imperial city competition and promise that whoever can win the 1st place will marry his little princess and become his son-in-law. This is a leap. Dragon Gate. Hey, if senior brother Xuanhuan can become the son-in-law of the true god, I, Xuanhuan, will follow suit. At this time, at the door of Xuanfu, many children of the Su family were talking about it. I heard that the family went to Dongguanyueu this time, trying to capture the battleships of the great martial arts. It seems that they did not succeed. Those battleships were destroyed, which made the elders of the family very unhappy. I also know this, that Dao is a force in the Dongxian region that has recently risen. The emperor is called Martial Emperor. It is a bit mysterious. What's even more strange is that they have all kinds of strange and powerful equipment, which makes the clan elders very excited. I, King Su, only dare to be called a king, and Emperor Wu also dares to be an emperor, what kind of thing? Haha, don't say that. After all, it came from a small place. I'm used to being king and hegemony. How can I know that the sky is high and the earth is thick? The group of boys laughed. The big forces from the Xuanhuan domain have a natural sense of contempt for other forces. People who look at Siyu seem to be looking at hillbillies and upstarts in the countryside. Then this mission was unsuccessful, what should the family do? Asked one of the children. Well, the family will not give up so easily this time. It is said that the elders are contacting the Jincheng lord of the item refining city, and then contacting several other forces in the mysterious realm, preparing to make an appointment to kill him directly in the Great Wu. There are children who know some things. Contact City Master Jean. I understand that he is the #1 refining master in the Central Profound Domain. He is very interested in all kinds of equipment and can win over the refining city, but with the power of our Xuanhuan, it is completely enough to deal with Dao, and we can also pull some other forces. What to do? To share the benefits? Some of the children were dissatisfied. Idiot, that Dao still has some strength after all. To win other Xuanyu forces is to make them cannon fodder for me, Xuanhuan. When the time comes, I will distribute some soup to them, and I will send them away at will. I, Xuanhuan, can collect the big money without any effort. Do you think that are the clan elders as stupid as you? The person who was scolded had an ugly face. Looking at the street outside Prince Su's mansion, someone stopped here and seemed to be watching them. Hearing his jokes, he slapped him. What are you looking at? Get out of here. If you weren't afraid of getting my hands dirty, I would slap you to death. Heaven, heaven. The slapped man pointed to the sky and said in fear. There is something in the sky. The group of people raised their heads subconsciously and widened their eyes suddenly. The originally clear and cloudless sky was suddenly occupied by a large number of dark shadows, and more than 200 huge warships suddenly appeared above Xuanhuan. Heaven. Sky battleship. These children also stuttered. Dao's sky battleship is so recognizable. When you arrive at Xuanhuan, let's start destroying the city. Xuanhuan walked out of the battleship with his hands on his back and looked at Xuanhuan blankly. It was indeed prosperous, but it would still be in ruins today. If he dared to raid his fleet, he had to realize what it means to despair. Take their blood to bury the dead great warriors. It's Dao's fleet. Who is that person? Could it be the rumored Emperor Wu? How could they have such courage to come to the Central Profound Realm? Damn, what is he talking about? To destroy my Xuanhuan, hateful and hateful. An enemy attack, this is an enemy attack, call the strong family members, and kill Dao. In an instant, Xuanhuan's undisguised act of destroying the city immediately alerted Xuanhuan's masters. Countless people came out, looked up at the huge fleet in the sky, and felt an incomparably terrifying depression. Sky battleship, this is a good thing, Xuanhuan wanted to get. The elders of Xuanhuan saw the sky battleship, and there was a strong greed in their eyes. If they can own this ship in Xuanhuan, the family heritage will be greatly increased. Emperor Dao has thrown himself into the net, and today he will be beheaded here, seized his fleet, and confiscated all kinds of wealth of Dao. In Xuanhuan, there are countless masters, and suddenly there is a powerful existence giving orders, but there is no fear, but this time is regarded as a good opportunity to gather the power of Xuanhuan to destroy the Dao fleet. Although Xuanhuan destroyed the Purple Extreme Sect, after destroying the Purple Extreme Sect, he went directly to the Central Profound Region and did not know anything about the Western Profound Region. Otherwise, fear should be on their faces. I will save your life and let you take a good look at it. How did the Xuanhuan get trampled by the fleet of our Dao? With people from Xuanhuan accompanying you, you are not alone. Someone escorted the kneeling sect master Ziji to the deck, opened his eyelids, and made him widen his eyes. How did Xuanhuan get destroyed? Sect master Ziji was sealed forever, unable to speak, not even a roar of grief and indignation. That person is sect master Ziji. Some strong men in Xuanhuan recognized sect master Ziji and made a sound of anger and anxiety. #C30410 Dead and Alive. The scene of sect master Ziji kneeling on the deck is extremely frightening. After all, this sect master Ziji is also a master of the 8th layer of false god, and he can be considered a figure in the middle profound realm, but kneeling like this is really unbearable. Sect master Ziji, why are you here? A middle-aged man in brocade clothes with a mighty complexion strode out, looked at sect master Ziji, and made a questioning voice. He is the contemporary king of Xuanhuan, King Su, a giant of the 10th level of false gods. Destroy Ziji first, then kill King Su, kill kill kill. The neat voices of countless large armies roared out, shaking Xuanhuan to the point of shaking. Could it be that the purple extreme sect is dead? King Su's eyes were cold and stern. In fact, seeing the appearance of sect master Ziji, he had already guessed it. Boom! Xuanhuan raised his hand. The thunder cannon had already locked onto Xuanhuan, and at this moment, following Xuanhuan's order, it didn't matter at all, it was just the endless thunder cannons. Boom! The world destruction lightning strike is launched directly. The entire space was suddenly shattered. Although King Su's defense was extraordinary, and the defensive formation was operating immediately, under this power, the city was still shattered in an instant, and countless houses disappeared out of thin air. This wave took it away without knowing it. How many people? The only thing that makes Xuanhuan feel a little pity is that the robbery cannon has not been successfully built, otherwise, let this group of people taste the power first. Provocation, this is a direct provocation, don't put Xuanhuan here, hateful and hateful. This Emperor Wu is despising us. He thinks that if he destroys the purple extreme sect, he will be able to destroy my Xuanhuan? It's just wishful thinking. I have been in the city of King Su for 10,000 years. I haven't seen any wind and waves. How can I be destroyed by him here? Kill them directly. The powerhouses in Xuanhuan saw Dao bombard Xuanhuan directly, and felt that their dignity was being provoked, and everyone was angry. From all over the king's city, countless masters swarmed over to fight Xuanhuan to the death. Seeing the gathering of many strong men, Xuanhuan remained expressionless and unfathomable. There is a river of light around him, which adds to his mystery. Emperor Wu, you are so courageous, I really thought that the central profound territory was in the western profound territory, and if you were arrogant, you would be beheaded today. A virtual god of Xuanhuan strode out, staring sharply at Xuanhuan. Speak up. The moment Xuanhuan waved his big hand suddenly moved towards this person. Beside this person, without warning, a black hole appeared, and a devouring force emanated from it, which swallowed this person. Died. Instantly erased. People were still in Xuanhuan, and they were directly killed by Xuanhuan. If you violate my great martial arts, even if you are far away, you will be punished. If you touch my wrath, you will die without life. Boom. A look of contempt erupted from Xuanhuan's body. His eyes engulfed the four seas, and behind him, the sun and the moon radiated together, exuding the same brilliance of the sun and the moon. King Su was already at the 10th level of false god, and he controlled a large royal city. His status were noble, but when Xuanhuan saw Xuanhuan's aura, he felt that King Su was nothing, humble and insignificant, and could not be compared with Emperor Wu at all. It's up. This is the idea of those tales that follow. Emperor Wu is worthy of being Emperor Wu. He brought the battleship to the royal city of others. I don't want to tell you any more, just fire it right away. I think it's you who are dead and alive. King Su's face was solemn, but as the lord of a city, he couldn't show timidity. Instead, he had to burst into a more arrogant aura than Xuanhuan, telling everyone that Emperor Wu was nothing, and he still had no chance of winning in his territory. Great Wu. The army rushed out and rushed directly into Xuanhuan. The Imperial expedition will increase morale, not to mention the destruction of the Ziji sect before. A large number of strong men were also killed in Xuanhuan, and they suddenly collided with the Dao army, and an earth-shattering war broke out in the city. The prosperous Xuanhuan was attacked by a foreign enemy for the first time, and countless people cried and screamed. Kill Emperor Wu first. Once he dies, the army will collapse. At that time, it will be in the bag. King Su stared at Xuanhuan. He is at the heart of this battle. Today, you are aggressive, and you are going to smash your halberd into the sand and lose your life here. Is my Xuanhuan so easy to attack? Emperor Wu, you are too arrogant. They could see that although there were quite a few false gods in Dao, dozens of people, but their realm was not very high. This time they had to concentrate their superior strength to deal with Emperor Wu. They knew that if Emperor Wu was undefeated, the opponent would not be afraid of death. Immediately, an old antique of Xuanhuan walked out, and the aura emanating from him reached the false god 9th layer. I don't know what I can do. I really think that Xuanhuan is so easy to destroy. It seems that he thinks he is invincible after destroying the purple extreme sect, but he doesn't know that the central profound realm hides dragons and crouching tigers, and the 4 major profound realms are not enough to fight. Another old antique walked out, and the cultivation base reached the 9th level of the false god. Today, we joined forces to kill this Emperor Wu. There are many strong people in Xuanhuan. It is no wonder that Xuanhuan dared to take a shot when he was famous. In addition to Su Wang, the 10th level false god, there were as many as 3 people in the 9th level of false god, and there were as many as 10 masters in the 7th and 8th levels of the false god. These masters followed behind King Su, looking at Xuanhuan coldly, all with gloomy laughter. In the central profound region, there are so many masters in the city of a king. As soon as this power burst out, those who followed sighed inwardly. This is the foundation of strength, and so many old antiques appeared in an instant. Although Emperor Wu was powerful, he captured the sect master Ziji. But now it seems that the two are completely comparable in strength. With the size of Xuanhuan, it can easily destroy the purple extreme sect. Emperor Wu, today I want to see how you plan to break the game. Do you regret coming to my Xuanhuan? This time, it was time for King Su to carry his hands on his back and look at Xuanhuan with a smile. As soon as the power of his King Xuqing broke out, it was enough to crush the power of Dao. Sect Master Ziji, don't be afraid, I will save you. After all, you are also affected by my Xuanhuan. How can you see that you are suppressed by him? Xuan Dao. Seeing that Xuanhuan had burst out with so many high-end combat power, they were also clamoring for it. Some people even shouted, not to kill Emperor Wu, to capture him, abolish his cultivation, hang him on the city wall, and suffer humiliation day and night. When the soldiers of Dao heard this, they were naturally angry and wanted to take revenge for the emperor. It's hard to shake the sun and the moon when the man's arm is a car. It's good to have all of them appear, just in time for me to catch you all. Xuanhuan watched Xuanhuan's many high-end virtual gods approaching him. His face showed extremely calm. His face did not change at all. This is the last word you left. I heard it. The history book will record today's day. War. How did the city of King Su fall? Historical official, write down today's battle and tell Wanmin that this is the end of angering De Wu. An air of looking down fell with Xuanhuan's words, directly suppressing Xuanhuan. #C305 No one can save. Boom. A look of the emperor's aura swept across the scene. He stood there, and Xuanhuan felt that this was an unshakable sky. Can't let him continue to be rampant. Although there are many people, there is a deep crisis in Xuanhuan's heart that can't be shaken away. It seems that his Xuanqing is destined to be destroyed today. But what a joke, so many high-end virtual gods can't kill a martial emperor. Is it because he has 3 heads and 6 arms? However, before they came, Xuanhuan had already taken the lead. Any words are pale, and only killing is the most real. Since they think that Dao can be deceived, then tell them with bloody facts. In front of him, Xuanqing is the weak one. Devour the realm. An incomparably huge black hole appeared behind him, bringing an incomparably shocking horror, as if to devour the entire Xuanqing. No, what kind of move is this? Why does it have such a huge suction? As soon as he saw the swallowing black hole, King Su's expression changed suddenly, and his heart was depressed. He shouted, "All the elders, follow this king, to kill this Emperor Wu here." But Xuanhuan killed faster than them. He took a step forward, and the swallowing domain was above the Xuanqing. The terrifying punch slammed across the 8 wastes, tearing the void, and the incomparable wind swept through, which made these illusory gods even stand. Waddled. Just the momentum of the shot is capable of suppressing many false gods, which makes everyone's faces change drastically. The river of humanity, the supreme divine fist. His punch was wrapped around a long river, it seemed like a sky was pressing down. And then a false god 7th level powerhouse was caught off guard and suddenly received this punch, and his body instantly turned into flying ashes. Devour the realm, and immediately swallow him into it. You're all going to die. Extremely cold voice delivery. The long river of humanity once again swept over the body of a 7-layer false god. In his screams, his body was directly obliterated. With 2 moves, in just an instant, Xuanhuan wiped out 2 false gods at the 7th level. Could it be that Xuanqing will really be destroyed today? The tail that followed saw this scene from a distance, trembling with fear, and they all made such a sound. Shaking the World King fist. King Su came to kill at this moment, playing the power of shaking the world. The sun and the moon shine together. The incomparably dazzling divine brilliance, the sun and the moon radiated together, and the power of the Wang Pin artifact shocked Xuanhuan to retreat. The Great Destruction Technique. The power of destruction was the first to kill King Su, so that although King Su used King Fist, he also collapsed instantly when he encountered the power of destruction. You must stop Emperor Wu. Seeing the scene just now, King Su knew that Xuanhuan's power had reached its limit. If he was allowed to kill, few would be his opponents. The Great Sun controls the promise. The power of the 10th level of his false god burst out, and suddenly a big sun swept in from the sky of the infinite, and it evolved into a chaotic, incomparable aura of prehistoric permeation. Great Sun controls promise. Seeing this move, Xuanqing's strong man said again and again, "Okay, this is King Su's famous move, and it can be trapped even if it is the false god. King Su is creating opportunities for us, everyone, pay attention, you will kill at any time." The strong man of Xuanqing roared. Great Sealing Technique, Eternal Seal. However, when Xuanhuan saw the Great Sun Yuwuji, he immediately performed the Great Sealing Technique. His Great Sealing Technique turned into chains, which fell from the sky, and were directly sealed on Xuanhuan's body. Great Sealing Technique. Xuanhuan was shocked. "You still want to seal me? It's impossible." God's Prison. Immediately sacrificed on the steel of suppressing the prison and conferring gods, it turned into the realm of the divine prison. The higher his realm is, the stronger his strength will be, and the prison, suppressing army will also increase accordingly. Immediately, King Su saw that, in addition to the Great Sealing Technique, there was also a divine prison shrouding him and sealing him inside. The double seal, even King Su couldn't break it immediately. The Wheel of Death. Chu Yuan manipulated the death wheel of all days to carry out a large-scale killing ring. He walked into this group of false gods and started his sweeping mode. As soon as it was affected by the power of the death wheel of all days, a false god was judged to be dead, their essence was gathered in the swallowing vortex, and countless Xuanhuan elites were directly swallowed. Wherever he went, there was a blank. From the beginning to the killing, but after a few breaths, Xuanhuan did not know how many powerhouses died. He is like a god of death on the battlefield, the kind who sees who dies. What? He screamed miserably, and his strength was no longer weak, but in the face of Chu Yuan, he became incomparably weak. He was hit by Chu Yuan in one move, and was thrown into the wheel of life and death, and then the essence was wiped out. Into the vortex of swallowing. The high-end false god was slaughtered again and again in Chu Yuan, and the battlefield of other false gods was swarmed by Dao's false god powerhouse, beheading one of them. I fought with you. A false god of the 9th level, he was clamoring for it just now. Seeing such a scene, blood splattered from his eyes, his ultimate move exploded, and he used a 3000 Dao supernatural power called the Great Demonic Technique. But Chu Yuan waved his hand, and the river of humanity swept toward this person. What's this? The long river of humanity caused the old antique's complexion to change dramatically, and roared again, the jade is all burned. He fought hard, and even if he fought to his death, Chu Yuan would be severely injured. You deserve it too. The moment he flew over, Chu Yuan started the endless origin, turned the world around with one move, and killed this person, knocking his body to the ground, and then a frozen force completely sculpted him into ice. The ice sculpture threw him into the devouring vortex. Done. Everyone saw that this old antique was thrown into that black hole and knew that he was finished. Before the start of this battle, no one expected that it would turn into pure killing. King Su was sealed up, allowing everyone to see Chu Yuan's killing performance. He waved another move, and a false god eightfold was crushed alive by him. More than a dozen false gods above the 7th level besieged Chu Yuan, but most of them were killed in a short period of time. There is a lot of fear in the air, and this person exudes an irresistible force, which makes them terrified to the extreme. 8th level of divinity. After absorbing so many laws and blood energy, Chu Yuan's realm made a breakthrough again, reaching the 8th level of psychic power. Before he came to Xuanhuan, he didn't use fate points to improve his realm, he just knew that this killing was enough to break the realm again and again, and there was no need to use the precious fate points. That's right, in Chu Yuan's eyes at this moment, the people of Xuanhuan are nothing but fertilizer and food for him to break through the realm. This is the greatest value of Xuanhuan people. He stood in the air, killing Xuanhuan upside down, and looked at the remaining people with the eyes of his prey. Are you afraid? Everyone in Xuanhuan will die today, and there is no one to save. Remember the mobile version URL. #C306, Destroy Dignity. Chu Yuan started killing, like the god of slaughter, but in a short time, he killed most of the high-end false god who was besieging him. The powerhouses of Xuanhuan were still arrogant just now, and regarded Chu Yuan as something in their pockets. But with the beheading of a void god, these people have nowhere to be arrogant before, and they all tremble and fear. Turns out they were the prey. Ah. Third uncle. Emperor Wu, how dare you slaughter so many false gods in my Xuanhuan, and start killing people in the central profound realm, you are courting death. My Xuanhuan has been a city for 10,000 years, how can it be destroyed in your hands? Xuanhuan will not be destroyed, it will never be destroyed. Seeing a large number of strong people being beheaded, this group of people is about to go crazy. Thinking of when Xuanhuan suffered such a slaughter, they couldn't bear it anymore. If it weren't for Chu Yuan at this moment, he was too fierce, and he would have liked to fight directly. How so? At this time, King Su broke through the field and walked out. Seeing the tragic scene, his eyes were split open in anger, and a line of blood and tears flowed out. He shouted at Xuanhuan, "It's a never-ending battle. Even if you fight to the death, you will be killed here. Looking for the dead, I will not forgive." Xuanhuan's incomparably sharp eyes glanced at Su Wang. "And what qualifications do you have to be with me forever? What happened? Why are you so noisy, disturbing the old man's cleaning? Shut up one by one." At this time an aura that was a bit more terrifying than King Su suddenly spread out from the underground of King Su City, and then an old man appeared. This old man was full of white hair, and although his face was wrinkled, his body was tall and straight, and his old age could not hide his valor when he was young. "Father!" As soon as Su Wang saw the old man, he shouted for his father. "Old Su Wang!" Everyone's pupils shrank. This old man is the old King Su, the pioneer of King Shuqing, who had stepped down to his son thousands of years ago, that is, the contemporary King Su. Everyone looked at this old King Su. Although he was still at the 10th level of false gods, there was a faint spread of the laws of true gods, which was even more terrifying than 1,000 years ago. "Humph, your father made you to be this King Su, that's how you did it. When did you get beaten up at your door and lose your face?" Old Su Wang's face was extremely dissatisfied, and he was one of many masters killed, but it was a big thing to disturb his retreat, otherwise he had vaguely touched the inspiration that was finally difficult, and was interrupted like this. He was angry, and his heart was filled with anger. Su Wang was speechless. He was indeed very incompetent as a king. Being knocked on the door by someone else. He then pointed at Xuanhuan. "Father, this is the person who wants to destroy my 10,000 years of Su Wanqing's foundation. Today you and my father and son join forces to kill him here. One door, 2 false gods, 10 layers, this Su Wanqing's strength is indeed very strong. Useless thing." Old Su Wang scolded his son and looked at Xuanhuan again. "Young man, is it too much to start killing people in my Su Wanqing?" Father and son joined forces. Xuanhuan walked slowly, and saw that old Su Wang also did not change his face, but it was just an extra prey. Of course he was happy as a hunter. There is a king in heaven and earth. The domineering aura emanated from the old King Su, his old white hair fluttered wildly in the wind. As an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years, he had never seen any danger. Immediately, the strong power of the king gathered from all directions. Old Su Wang's shot will definitely be able to resist Emperor Wu. People have hope. Knife of the king. The moment the old King Su stared at Xuanhuan, he started at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, a wide knife appeared in his hand, condensing his mana and suddenly slashing at Xuanhuan. His knife is not an ordinary king-grade artifact, but it was refined from the fragments of the royal-grade artifact he accidentally got from a secret realm when he was young. Old Su Wang slashed with terrifying momentum, and the same false god of the 10th level would even be torn apart by his slash. With me here, he can't continue to be arrogant. Old King Su is so domineering, as if his sword slashed out of the Tianhe River, he said coldly, this king's sword has not been unsheathed for thousands of years. Unfortunately, the day you are unsheathed is the day you perish. Xuanhuan's robe fluttered, a punch slammed out, and the knife light shattered directly in front of him, and even Lao Su Wang couldn't get a good deal in front of him. What a domineering power! Old Su Wang stepped back continuously, his eyes solemn. Step out, an endless sea of thunder appears between heaven and earth. This sea of thunder kept surging, and it turned into countless torture instruments for robbery. The thing that tortured people was drowning in front of old Su Wang when it caused a huge wave. In the eyes of everyone, he is the king of thunder god, who controls the existence of heavenly punishment. Seeing this terrifying scene, everyone felt trembling in their hearts. Cut with a knife. Old Su Wang clenched his sword tightly and chopped continuously. But this sea of thunder was outrageous. It turned the world upside down. Old Su Wang was like a drowning man, struggling in the sea. His face was red, but he couldn't break it. There is no emperor in heaven and earth. This punch, the color of the world changed, setting off a shocking wave. Boom! That Xuanhuan had been turned into ruins, because of Chunyuan's momentum, and with a punch, the world turned into chaos. Old King Xu roared and tried his best to resist, but he just struggled to get up. In front of Chunyuan's body, his appearance was only to increase the fierce record of this emperor. He was hit by Chunyuan with a punch, and the whole person flew upside down like a kite with broken wings. A tragic big hole appeared in his chest, and even his beating heart could be seen. How could this be? Old Xuanhuan couldn't accept it. Eternal seal. Chunyuan sealed it directly with the Great Sealing technique, and swiped his palm against his head. Old King Xu roared, his legs couldn't bear the pressure of the seal, and he actually knelt down to Chunyuan. His kneeling represented a complete sweep of Xuanhuan's face and dignity, and everyone's intentions were defeated, and he no longer had any ambitions. Thinking about it, Lao Xuanhuan, the pioneer of Xuanhuan, knelt down. What courage and courage did they have to fight against Chunyuan? Ah, old King Xu! A false god Jiuzhong saw such a scene, his face was distorted, he roared and rushed towards Chunyuan, to break the seal of Chunyuan. Can't let the old Xuanhuan just kneel and save Xuanhuan's face. Boom! Chunyuan's expression was cold, and he grabbed it with a big hand. He had broken through a small realm before, how terrifying his strength was, and at the moment when he fell from the sky, this false god was directly captured by a big golden hand. Destroy my Xuanhuan, you must not die, you must not die. This false god ninefold hysterical scream. I can kill you right now. Chunyuan grabbed the man, killed it directly, and the billowing law of essence engulfed his body. The gathering of infinite essence made the swallowing black hole bigger and bigger, becoming more and more terrifying, shrouding old Xuanhuan. His murderous intention appeared, and with one move, the death wheel of life and death completely absorbed Lao Wang. Even though his mind was tough, he was tormented by the life and death wheel, and he let out a shrill scream. This voice is trembling to hear. #C307 It is better to provoke Lord Yama than to provoke Dahlia Lang. Old Xuanhuan, a giant of the 10th level of false gods, extremely close to the half-step true god. After being absorbed by the death wheel of the heavens, he did not die immediately, but watched his body be wiped out every inch. What? 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 Miserable. His screams were horrifying to hear. Old King Xu, he is not even his opponent. He is going to be killed. This time, King Xu has really provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked, and the destruction is imminent. It's not that old Xuanhuan is too weak. But this Emperor Wu is too strong. They all felt a sadness for Xuanhuan. It's not good for you to provoke someone, and if you have to provoke this unstoppable existence, you will bring disaster to yourself. Even if I die, I won't beg you for mercy. You are killing people in the central profound realm. Although I am not your opponent, Xuanhuan, but someone will not let you go. You are provoking the dignity of the Xuanhuan dynasty, ha 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 ha, you will die worse than me. Old Xuanhuan watched his body rub off from the feet, and instead of begging for mercy, he let out a scream. Courage is commendable, I respect you as a man, but you still have to die. This old King Xu was tough and didn't ask Chunyuan for mercy, but he still wanted to kill him, and he wouldn't let him go, just because his bones were tough. Father. The eyeballs of the contemporary King Xu almost fell out because of his anger. He would never have thought that, because of his own thought, the idea of capturing the battleship in the sky would bring about the destruction of the great city of Xuancheng. He is a sinner. Suddenly, he slammed towards the wheel of life and death. But as soon as his power touched the wheel of life and death, a force of the law of life and death rushed towards him. Son, don't think about revenge for your father, run fast, run as far as possible, he is so strong, someone will naturally take care of him. Suddenly, old King Su's body was on fire. He didn't want to live for himself, but to use his last strength to cause even a momentary obstacle to Xuanhuan. All the days of death are under my control. Although old Su Wang struggled fiercely, Xuanhuan's strength was too strong. As soon as he waved his hand, the wheel of life and death spun rapidly, and immediately, even when he saw that old King Su's body evaporated, the rolling giant dragon violently instilled it into Xuanhuan's body. Old Su Wang was gone, and everyone knew that he was dead. At this moment, what made everyone tremble even more was that Emperor Wu's strength had increased again. Slaughter, a complete slaughter. Xuanhuan started the slaughter mode. He looked at the strong men of Su Wanqing who were running around, and when he slapped the palm of the sky, one of them was caught and killed by him. The powerful Su Wanqing had long been frightened and scurried about aimlessly. The last false god, Jiuzhong, still wanted to fight with Xuanhuan, but an incomparably magnificent golden hand broke open the void, and when it was pressed down, he saw a blood column piercing the sky, which was directly obliterated. No matter how they escaped, they were all within Xuanhuan's swallowing range. It didn't take long for the high-end virtual gods who besieged Xuanhuan to be obliterated by him, and only one Su Wang was left trembling. Tongshan 9th Layer. A large number of false gods were obliterated, and they absorbed Lao Su Wang, a master who was extremely close to a half-step true god. Under the impact of the rolling spirit, Xuanhuan's realm broke through to the 9th level of spirituality. Kill. 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 Dao's army was also slaughtering in Xuancheng. No matter how they screamed and begged for mercy, they would not give away to survive. The shadow-killing army is lurking in the void, and every time someone runs out, they harvest a life. Dao is too cruel. The once prosperous Xuancheng has now turned into a blood-stained sure field, just because Xu Wang made a wrong decision. Let this emperor blood wash Xuancheng. Many people want to ask a question. Su Wang, do you regret it? Haha, the winner is the king and the loser is the winner. I lost today, but I want to tell the world that I don't regret it. My biggest mistake is lack of strength. Otherwise, the great martial arts will be destroyed, and I, Su Wanqing, will be the winner. King Su knew that he was now alone and could not be the opponent of Xuanhuan. Rather than suffer humiliation in front of so many people, it is better to die heroically and let the world know that King Su died standing up, not a coward who was afraid of death. There are still people in the Xuanhuan dynasty in my Xuancheng. Someone will report today's events, so that the Xuanhuan dynasty will destroy your scourge early. Su Wang laughed wildly. I'm here to accompany you. I won't let you die, and I won't kill you. Xuanhuan's cold voice came out. You won't kill me? Hearing this sentence, King Su's eyes widened, but he became even more frightened. No, I'm going to die. Even if I die, I don't want to suffer the humiliation of Sect Master Ziji. At this time, he actually committed suicide. Eternal Life Seal. Xuanhuan directly cast an eternal seal on King Su with the power of the 9th level of transcendence. As soon as the seal of eternity came out, countless chains appeared on King Su's body, and then he disappeared completely, causing him to lose control over his body. Kneel down. As soon as Xuanhuan mentioned King Su, he landed on the deck and knelt on one side with Sect Master Ziji. The two looked at each other, as if they both saw the monstrous fear of the soul in the body. Everyone knows that they don't seem to be dead, but their future destiny has been destined, and they will kneel forever until they die, until the end of their lives. End of life, this is the goal of many people. But this end of life they don't want. Su Wanqing is over, completely over. King Su and Sect Master Ziji will never have a chance to stand up again. One wrong step, some people can be provoked, and some people can't be provoked. It's a pity. I wanted Su Wanqing to be famous, but in the end this is the end. Those who encounter Dao in the future must walk around, and never offend him. The tale that followed saw that the city of King Su was destroyed and King Su was sealed for eternity, and he was extremely frightened in his heart. Some people were even glad that someone in Xuanhuan came to them that day, but when they thought that the situation was unclear, they declined and didn't take action, otherwise, their family would be destroyed by the sect. I would rather provoke Lord Yama than Dao Lang. Cross-domain battles in Xuancheng and destroying Xuancheng. This kind of behavior is no longer an example to 100 people. Now even if Qi Yuan shouted, rolled over, and surrendered, I don't know how many sects would submit to him. Ding. It is detected that the prestige of the host's national power is sufficient to be promoted to a 6-star dynasty. Do you choose to be promoted to a 6-star dynasty? Option 1. Promote a 6-star dynasty and get 1,000 fate points. Option 2. Don't be promoted to the 6-star dynasty for the time being, and get 1,000 fate points. Sure enough, before Qi Yuan even destroyed the Eastern Islands, conquered the Sea Dragon Palace, and destroyed the Purple Extreme Sect, there was no option for promotion. After he destroyed Xuancheng, and after Dao's momentum reached its peak, this option appeared that he had been waiting for a long time. Promotion to the 6-star dynasty. What Qi Yuan is waiting for is to be promoted to the 6-star dynasty. #C308 Dao Cemetery. Ding. The host makes a choice and gets 1,000 fate points. The national power has been promoted to 6 stars, and obtains 60,000 fate points, supernatural powers x2, advanced cards of king-grade artifacts, random lottery chances x1, real solution for refining tools x1, the progress of building the Gate of Thunder is 10, and the current progress is 70. The current fatality point surplus is 160550. After raising the national strength to 6 stars this time, Qi Yuan's fate has skyrocketed to as much as 160,000. When the national power reaches 6 stars, more good things can be refreshed in the system mall to enhance the strength of the empire. Return to Dao. The Dao fleet left and took King Su away, leaving behind the ruined city of King Su. Tens of thousands of years of prosperity were like a cloud of smoke and a dream bubble, and a great royal city in the central profound region declared its end. And the demise of Xuancheng also swept the entire 5 profound domains like a hurricane. The name Dao has not only shocked the 4 profound domains, but even the forces of the central mysterious domain have also felt the shock. Cross-domain battles, directly destroying a king city, this shock is enough to describe the word horror. If it is said that Xuanhuan is only shocked, then Dongxian dynasty and Xuanxingzong are trembling, and they feel that there is a cloud over their heads. Dongxian domain. A country border. 2 beings appeared inside a pavilion. Xuancheng, the last time you and this emperor met so peacefully was 1,000 years ago. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years have passed, and the East Xuanyu has been turned upside down. There was a tall and burly figure wearing a golden imperial robe. He was the master of the Dongxian dynasty, Emperor Dongxian, and looked at a middle-aged man in star robes in front of him with solemn eyes. This Emperor Dongxian is intertwined with the laws of the true God, and his cultivation has reached the half-step true God. Half-step true God means that the strength far exceeds the 10th level of false gods, but it is not a true God. The existence in between is not a realm, but the weakest half-step true God can easily hang 2 or 3 false gods 10th level. Sect Master Xuancheng is also a half-step true God. The strength of the 2 is between equals. If there is no half-step true God in charge, the Dongxian dynasty and the Xuanxingzong will not be called the 2 strongest forces in the Dongxian region. And these 2 people are also the strongest and the top among the half-step true gods, and they can kill those who exist in the same realm alone. The 2 were mortal enemies and had fought for thousands of years, but because of De Wu they had to work together calmly. Cross-domain battle, so decisive, destroying Xuancheng, it is difficult for them to do it. I originally thought that although Dao was strong, it was more of an advantage in equipment, but now I see that Dao is really stronger than Emperor Wu. Their emperor was able to kill the false god. What terrified the two of them the most was that in the first battle of Xuanhuan, he still did not see the limit of Emperor Wu's strength. I don't know the details of the opponent, which makes people uncomfortable. Corresponding countermeasures cannot be formulated. Even if Emperor Wu calls himself the strongest in the Eastern Profound region, there are probably people who will be convinced. Without him, others have indeed made terrifying achievements, something neither of you or I can do. Sect Master Xuanqing is much calmer than Emperor Dongxian. Because he is a sect, not a dynasty, he does not need to compete with Dao for the name of the strongest dynasty in the Eastern Profound region. This emperor is still careless. If the Great Wu is destroyed when he first appears, maybe there will not be another confidant around him. Emperor Dongxuan's face was solemn. You can destroy Dao with a single shot? You don't think Dao has only been here for a few years, just over 2 years? Xuanqing, sect master sneered. Don't let other people's ambition destroy your own prestige. This emperor is here to discuss a countermeasure. Emperor Dongxian laughed. I was the one who was sorry for you back then, and I apologize here. I want to pull my Xuanqing sect into the water to test the Great Wu dynasty. I'm not so stupid. Xuanqing's fate is vivid in my eyes. I don't want to provoke a big enemy for no reason. Who is the strongest dynasty? Shut me down, what's the matter? Sect Master Xuanqing looked indifferent. What if the Great Wu wants to destroy your sect and let you take refuge? Emperor Dongxuan's words were filled with questions. If you can beat it, you will fight. If you can't beat it, you will drop. Think about what to do. Compared to Emperor Dongxuan's worry, Sect Master Xuanqing was very open-minded and said indifferently, Mu Xiu will be destroyed by Lin Feng, and shouldn't it be the Xuanzuan dynasty that should be the most troubled? Right. Originally, the attitude of Sect Master Xuanqing made Emperor Dongxian very unhappy, but when he heard this, he laughed. Yeah, what am I worried about? This Emperor Wu has a strange strength, and is even more feared than a true god. To annex the world, the Xuanzuan dynasty will not sit back and watch. God is indeed great. But facing a mysterious opponent like Chu Yuan, it was the most difficult thing to do. At the same time, and the full-speed flight at the beginning, this time back to Chu Yuan, is not so anxious. Just let the news ferment for a while in the 5 profound domains. True refining solution. Countless refining masters have worked hard to compile a masterpiece of refining, which contains various refining methods and the experience of countless god-level refining masters, which is the treasure of refining Tao. It turned out to be a treasure that a refiner needs. Chu Yuan put a thick, ancient-looking book in his hand. Randomly opened a few pages. There are many mysterious drawings and many beautiful illustrations on it. The illustrations were vivid, but Chu Yuanru couldn't understand it when he read the scriptures. He doesn't even need to understand. He doesn't need to learn to forge, he can just leave these things to his hands. After he got back, he asked someone to make a bunch of copies and distribute them to Ouyangming first, so he could think about it. There is also the cannon of the robbery that will be built as soon as possible, and Chu Yuan is becoming more and more interested in the artifact refining city. Outside Wuching. At this moment, there are huge crowds. Not only a large number of soldiers and officials, but also many people gathered spontaneously and knelt on both sides of the city gate to welcome the return of the holy car. This time, the news of Chu Yuan's destruction of Xuanqing has been sent back, and people's hearts are shaken. Seeing His Majesty is so strong, each of them is very excited. Bullying. One person attains the Tao and ascends to heaven. Dynasty 2. They have the label of Dao on them. Now, Dao's national strength has been raised to the 6th level, which makes all the subjects feel that they are a little more confident. This is the national power. When will your Majesty return? Listen to the people from the Ministry of Rights, it's today. This battle can be described as extremely happy. His Majesty is invincible, and the cross-regional destruction of Xuanhuan has made countless forces fearful, and everyone hears the word Tiao. Who doesn't tremble with fear? Fortunately, we have a peerless hero, like your Majesty. Xuanhuan commented. My emperor is eternal. The sky battleship flew far away, and all the people were already shouting my emperor's eternal life. Their eyes were full of fiery, and their hearts were occupied by fanatic emotions. After he came back this time, he did not go back to the palace first, but went to the Tiao cemetery in Dongguanyueo. In battle, there will be casualties. After the great warriors are killed in battle, no matter whether there are bones or not, they will be buried in the Tiao cemetery, so that the world will remember that they died for the great warrior. From now on, these two people will kneel at the gate of the Tiao cemetery forever, until they die. Xuanhuan returned to Wuqing, released King Su and sect master Ziji, and knelt down on both sides of the cemetery. The river of humanity swept across, and the two seemed to have become sculptures, and they would exist in the form of kneeling for eternity. #C309 Set small goals. In Tiao Cemetery, a large number of people come to worship the fallen soldiers every day. Put them at the entrance of the cemetery, the body becomes a container, the soul is sealed inside, and countless people stare at them, and some even spit at them. This kind of humiliation made the two of them go crazy, but the worst thing was that they couldn't even roar, and they had to suffer endless shame every day. There was no torture on them, and no one whipped them, but this humiliation was 100 times harder than death. The two of them kneeling here is the greatest shock, telling the world that this is what angers the great warriors, so that you can't survive and die, and you will be suppressed forever. The boundless luck gathers together, and the long river of humanity skyrockets again. This is a sense of identity and belonging to Tiao. In the past, those people who joined Tiao were more for resources, but this time, the cross-border expedition has made people see a spirit, that is, Tiao cannot be humiliated, and if it is humiliated, it will be destroyed. And Tiao is not afraid of things. Everyone is proud to be a citizen of Tiao. Think about it, if the Dongxian dynasty was destroyed by warships, they would dare to kill the Western Profound region, but would they dare to kill the Central Profound region and destroy a royal city? They dare not. But Tiao did just that. Among the army, it was also boiling, and the morale was soaring. Such emperors are worthy of their allegiance, and even if they die in battle, someone will avenge them. Even if they die in battle, the family, wife and children will receive a very generous pension, and they will not worry about food and clothing in Tiao. The children can enter the Tiao Academy for free and take over the credit of their father. With such a dynasty here, there is no worries. What are they afraid of? Once you make a contribution, you can get rewards and take off directly. The recognition of a dynasty by all living beings is the foundation of the dynasty's existence. Xuanhuan could feel this change in people's hearts, and this battle will be recorded in the annals of history. O Yangming, take this true solution to the refining tool and study it carefully. Xuanhuan made a copy of the true solution of the refining tool, summoned O Yangming, and gave him the true solution of the refining tool after the photocopy. In Tiao, O Yangming's cultivation has also improved very quickly, and now he is at the 5th level of false god. Xuanhuan also wrote down his credit, and it should be his medicinal pills. Refiner really understand? O Yangming respectfully accepted it. When he opened it, the book-like illustrations that day turned into countless bright pictures in his eyes, and his entire face was dumbfounded and shocked. Your Majesty, is this for the minister? His heart was beating violently. He only read one page, and realized that those ancient books in Refining City were all rubbish, and there was no room for comparison with the book that Your Majesty gave him. Refiner really understands. They are all compiled by God-level artifact refiners and above, and at least they all have the strength to refine Imperial artifacts. Not to mention the study of the entire ancient book, even if it is a little steady, it will benefit him immensely. Take it, I still need you to get the refining city back. Xuanhuan said, there are also the required materials, and take a good look. May I die for your majesty. After Yangming knelt down, he left with excitement. There is one more chance to draw a lottery. Xuanhuan consumed the lottery chance. Ding. The host will get the True God Puppet Summoning Card X1 through a random lottery. True God Puppet Summoning Card. After use, a puppet whose strength reaches the first level of True God can be summoned. The national strength has been raised to 6 stars, and sure enough, the things rewarded by the system mall are better. This time, he actually drew the True God Puppet Summoning Card. Dao now has a lot of false gods, but there are not many real high-end powerhouses. With this True God Puppet Summoning Card, this embarrassment is easily resolved. True God Puppet Summoning Card. Xuanhuan smiled. Your Majesty, you look very happy. Yao Linger sat beside Xuanhuan and looked at Xuanhuan's radiant face with a smile on his face. This Emperor's expedition to Xuancheng this time has done something earth-shattering. She is also very proud. After all, this is Her Majesty. She belongs to his woman and is proud of her man. Linger is right, I did get a lot of good things this time, and this is for you. Xuanhuan took out the false god experience pill. What is this? Looking at a Longan-sized medicinal pill in Xuanhuan's hand, Yao Linger guessed, could it be that this is a new medicinal pill refined by Your Majesty? This is the false god experience pill, which allows you to break through to the false god 10th level within 3 months. How could Xuanhuan not give such a good thing to his own woman? Within 3 months, the false god will be at the 10th level. Yao Linger's mouth opened in surprise. What kind of anti-sky pill is this? In those days, Emperor Aoki Chongqing and her ancestors were both extremely powerful alchemists, but if the pill could be refined to the 1st level, it would be against the sky, and I have never heard that one pill can break through to the 10th level of false god. Eat it. Xuanhuan put the medicinal pill directly into Yao Linger's mouth. Yao Linger swallowed it, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. But her face soon changed. The medicinal pill fell into her belly, like a scorching sun, and the medicinal power radiated. A tyrannical force gradually erupted from her body, as if she was full of experience. She broke through to the 3rd level of false god within a few minutes, and terrifying power continued to emerge. So fast. Yao Linger was shocked. This is indeed as Xuanhuan said, after the power of the pill lasts for 3 months, she will be able to reach the 10th level of false god. I have set a small goal for you. After reaching the half-step True God, or even the True God strength, Linger, you can return to Nangshuanyu with the attitude of a high-ranking person from the Yao family, and let those sects submit to you again. Xuanhuan smiled and set a small goal for Fu Linger. This is inspiring her to practice and set herself a goal. Concubine meeting. Yao Linger's eyes were firm. She also knew that returning to Nanshanyu was only a small goal. Her goals should also be long-term. After all, what His Majesty is planning is not just a Nanshan domain. What is His Majesty's small goal? Yao Linger asked. I also set a small goal for myself, and then start from unifying the 5 domains. Xuanhuan laughed. This is His Majesty's small goal? Yao Linger was slightly stunned. A small goal indeed. Xuanxingzong and Dongxian dynasty were still on guard against Xuanhuan. But Xuanhuan stopped paying attention to these 2 forces for a long time. The only great enemy of Xuanhuan now is the Xuanzhuan dynasty. After all, it has the power of a true god, and there is not only one true god, so that no one in the entire Zhongshuan region dares to be called the emperor, only the existence of the emperor who dares to be called the king and surrender. This time he destroyed Xuancheng. The name of Dao has also spread to the Xuanzhuan dynasty. It is impossible for Xuanhuan dynasty not to respond. I am afraid that it is already collecting information on Tiao. If it weren't for the battle that day, it was too shocking, and Su Wanqing could not test his strength. Now I am afraid that there are real gods visiting. One mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. The 5 profound domains can only have one strongest dynasty. For the existence of threats, Xuanhuan dynasty naturally cannot let go. Your Majesty, since the end of this war, some false gods have recently joined Tiao. Yao Linger said. The refuge will be incorporated, there will be many tough battles in the future, and the army will also expand. For me, the more people in Tiao, the better. I have a saying, the people of Emperor Wu, the more the better. Xuanhuan smiled. With medicine linger. #C300 Blood 11. Ding. The host uses the True God Puppet summoning card to get the True God Puppet X1. At this time, as the sound of the system fell, a bloody vortex suddenly appeared on the floor, as if it was summoned from the bloody hell. This puppet was the size of an ordinary person, wearing blood-colored armor and a blood-colored cloak, and was majestic. What surprised Xuanhuan most was that this puppet seemed to have blood and blood. If it wasn't for the puppet written on the summoning card, he really thought it was a living person. Wonderful refining method. Blood 11 has seen my lord. The puppet Blood 11 knelt down facing Xuanhuan. Blood 11. Xuanhuan looked at Blood 11 and nodded. Now Tiao, in addition to his strong man who can shock a domain, finally has an existence that can face the Xuanhuan dynasty directly. Your puppet is very special, a puppet of flesh and blood, your ability. Xuanhuan said. Blood 11 comes from the bloody demon world. My lord can build a bloody altar. The more blood that Blood 11 absorbs, the stronger the blood will become. The body of Blood 11 is made of the flesh and blood of the demon god. Ability. 11 blood. Bloody altar? Xuanhuan said, yes, your puppet is a little special. Not the same as sky warriors. Sky soldiers are purely mechanical puppets with high technology, while blood puppets are a special kind of flesh and blood puppet. Bloody puppet. Xuanhuan opened the real solution of the refining tool. Part of the true explanation of the refining tool is to introduce various puppet refining methods, including the stone statue army, among which there are bloody puppets, which are extremely bloody and cruel puppets. Great growth. If you want to refine a puppet of a true god like Blood 11, you need the flesh and blood of a true god. However, although puppets are troublesome to refine, the best advantage is that they are not afraid of death, and they are loyal to the monarch and protect the lord. Let him go east and never go west. It is good. Xuanhuan said a good word. The summer of the 37th year of Tiao. Several months have passed since the first battle of Xuancheng. In the past few months, that battle has not been gradually annihilated with the passage of time, on the contrary, it has become more and more fermented. There are brilliant people. Through the method of looking at the qi, you can see that the great martial arts is as red as a red glow, and it is prosperous. Like the scorching sun, it rises surging. The long river of humanity. The long river of humanity gathers all the people and transports it to the past, to refine it in the oven of heaven and earth. The more people there are, the stronger the country will be, and the bigger the river of humanity will be. With this long river of humanity turned into countless tributaries, nourishing a country, and unexpected changes have taken place in the whole country, there are many people who have actually inspired their own human power. Some have special constitutions. Practice faster. Human beings have incredible abilities. Human beings can stimulate their potential physique. This is the art of humanity. Now that the national fortune has reached 6 stars, the potential benefits have also appeared. In the great military army, there is a small competition every month, and a big competition every year. Summer is the time of the year. Shadow kill. Xuanhuan was in a martial arts field, but what he saw was empty, and there was no other martial arts field in full swing. But in his eyes, he suddenly saw shadows, flashing across the sky, and a fatal blow broke out in the void. This is the shadow-killing army fighting. They often compete in a single move to decide the winner. It doesn't look wonderful, but it is extremely terrifying, and it is a deadly method on the battlefield. His Majesty. Qin Jian's temperament became more and more gloomy, and the whole person was like an erratic ghost, saluting in front of Xuanhuan. You are very good, Shadow Killer, you trained very well. Xuanhuan left a compliment to Qin Jian. He didn't see the wrong person. In less than a year, he had built the shadow-killing army so powerfully. The next time he opens up for the ministers, he will have a share. My minister Ouyang Ming asks to see you. On this day in July. Ouyang Ming asked to see Xuanhuan. Come in. Xuanhuan said. I have seen His Majesty, the Emperor. Ouyang Ming first respectfully saluted, and then said, there is still a month before the 100-year competition in the refining city. The last century minister lost to Jin Qiyang, but this time, the minister will take the refining tool back from him. The first title, this time I am asking your Majesty to go to the central profound realm. It turned out that the great competition in refining city was about to arrive, and Ouyang Ming was preparing to go to refining city. This time, he obtained the true solution to the artifact refining, immersed himself in the research, and mastered many ancient artifact refining methods. The most important thing in refining city is refining. I'll go with you this time. Xuanhuan gestured. Ouyang Ming waited a long time for this day, and he also waited a long time. No idea. In order to let Ouyang Ming improve his refining skills as soon as possible, Xuanhuan did not let him purify the materials in the past few months. Moreover, without the help of the group of refining masters in the refining city, he could not build it here. This city of refining, his eyes have been hot for a long time, and he must keep it in his pocket. Is your Majesty going too? Ouyang Ming asked. He was also very excited, and with His Majesty's help, this time it was more stable to regain the position of the city lord. Go and see the customs of refining city, and by the way, bring back all the refining masters in refining city. Xuanhuan said lightly. It is not interesting to live in the palace for a long time, and the most important thing is that Xuanhuan will take away the refining city this time. Your Majesty wants to relocate the refining city. Ouyang Ming was dumbfounded. If this is done, it will be even more shocking than destroying Su Wanqing. Otherwise, what will I let you control the refining city? What he valued was Ouyang Ming's identity. After all, he was the former young city owner. As long as he defeated Jin Qiyang in the artifact refining, he would be in control of the artifact refining city. However, Xuanhuan did not naively think that Jin Qiyang would be so willing to give up the position of the city owner to Ouyang Ming. If you want to relocate the refining city, this is a big deal. This time it is not the strong people to be subdued, but a group of refining city. It is not suitable for others to go there. He wanted to swallow the big fat piece of refining city a long time ago. How could he not go and eat the item refining city now? So many refiners have returned to him, and the false god sky soldiers, sky warships, and the stone statue corps sleeping on the seabed can also recover. Who doesn't salivate with such a big fat meat? Of course, Xuanhuan knew even more that it wasn't that easy to eat. The resistance of item refining city was one of them, and the greater resistance would probably come from the Xuanhuan dynasty. Will the Xuanhuan dynasty sit back and watch item refining city be moved away by Xuanhuan? The answer is obvious. Even if they killed all the refiners, they didn't want to see them being used by him. The ratio of this refining tool is also more likely to be the first head-on collision between Dao and Xuanhuan dynasty. Blood 11 will also follow me. Xuanhuan has plans. Get ready, go to Refining City tomorrow. Xuanhuan said. Ouyang Ming is a card to inherit the throne. Blood 11 is his trump card against Xuanhuan dynasty. On the second day, Xuanhuan and Ouyang Ming went to Refining City. #C301 Refining City. Zhongshuan Domain, Refining City. It is 100 times more prosperous than Suwangqing. This is the famous artifact Refining City in the Zhongshuan Domain. It is no exaggeration to say that half of the king rank artifacts come from the artifact Refining City, and half of the artifact refining masters are gathered here. 10 days later, Xuanhuan and Ouyang Ming arrived at the artifact Refining City. Your Majesty, the Refining City is ahead, and this minister will lead the way for you. The closer he got to Refiner City, the more emotional Ouyang Ming became. Refiner lost to Jin Qiang 100 years ago, and he left in a daze. This time he came back with the belief that he was going to defeat Jin Qiang, and he would be ashamed. An ancient giant city stands in front. Xuancheng is also considered majestic, but compared with Refining City, it is the gap between a small rural town and a magnificent giant city. In the boundless city wall, there are many formations engraved in every brick. They have many craftsmen, and they are not afraid of trouble when building a city, that is, the word willful. And that city gate, black and solid, even the power of the true God can resist. Due to the once-in-a-100-yearly item refining competition, many people from the 5 regions gather in Item Refining City every day to see the many item refiners. Item Refining City is not fortified, and anyone can enter freely. This is the strength of the Refining City. Your Majesty, although there is no true God in the Refining City, but the city has been established for tens of thousands of years, how can there be no trump card? The entire city has been arranged with a formation, and the true God wants to make trouble and have to plan to die. Ouyang Ming respectfully led the way. However, my Ouyang family is the founder of Item Refining City after all. I know what formation was laid. Even if Jin Qiang has changed in the past 100 years, I have studied the true solution of item refining, and I have an absolute way to break it. Ouyang Ming knew that Xuanhuan was planning to plot the entire Item Refining City. The first step in seizing the artifact Refining City is your position as the city lord. Xuanhuan said. I have the confidence to defeat Jin Qiang. Ouyang Ming said, as soon as I get the first place in the competition, according to the training of the artifact Refining City, the position of the city master must belong to me. Xuanhuan nodded. Refining City does not belong to anyone. Back then, the Ouyang family was a well-known artifact refiner in the Zhongshuan domain. Ouyang Ming's father, Ouyang Zi, did not want to be bound by other forces, so he used his own prestige to open up a city and summoned half of the artifact artisans from the 5 domains to form an artifact refining city. Ouyang Zi is not only a famous artifact refiner, but also a master of formation. Although his martial arts talent is average, the formation he arranged can trap and kill the true god. Ouyang Ming inherited his father's general talent in martial arts, and also inherited his father's tyrannical skills in weapon refining. If it wasn't for Jin Qiang who defeated him with the artifact refining, those artifact refining masters would still be willing to respect Ouyang Ming as the city master. The artifact refining city is very large, 100 times larger than Suwangqing. Walking down the street. There are also many strong people, and there are as many gods as dogs, and the spirits are everywhere. Even the virtual gods and strong people can occasionally see a few. For no other reason, once every 100 years, the artifact refining masters of the 5 domains will gather in one city, and many masters will come here with their own materials to ask these artifact refiners to create artifacts for them. In fact, the Xuanhuan dynasty also wanted to incorporate the refining city into its own power. However, a strong player will attract the hostility of many refiners. Second, the formation arranged by Uyangzi was too powerful. After tens of thousands of years of reinforcement, the Xuanhuan dynasty had to pay a price. Many rare materials can also be seen here, including the cannons that Your Majesty needs. Ouyang Ming said, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Artifact Refining City will also hold a grand auction. King-grade artifacts are nothing, and sometimes you can see broken Imperial artifacts, even if the Xuanhuan dynasty has been established for tens of thousands of years. I don't know if there is. Do you want to take a look, Your Majesty? It's not necessary. Chu Yuan said lightly, I will move the entire item refining city, and do you still care about an auction? 2. Yangming was stunned. The artifact refining city will belong to His Majesty, and the auction is really nothing. Your Majesty, there's still about half a month before the item refining competition. Let's find a place to stay first. Yangming did not dare to go beyond. You arrange these things. Chu Yuan said. Okay, this artifact refining city, the minister is familiar with it, and I don't know what it is. Yangming walked ahead, crossing the streets, as if he had returned to his home. He thought that he would never return to Refining City, but Chu Yuan gave him hope. Your Majesty, 100 years is not too long, but it is not too short. Even if this minister defeats Jin Qiang this time, some refiners may not follow the minister honestly. Yangming asked Chu Yuan while leading the way. Indeed, it is easy for him to be the city owner, but it will be very difficult to move away from the refining city, and the resistance is not small. I have already copied a few pages of the true explanation of the artifact so that they can see it. If they are not willing, there is no place for them in the artifact refining city. Chu Yuan said. The real solution of the copier. After hearing this, Yangming nodded, and there were more levels of artifact refining methods recorded in the true artifact refining solution, which was very tempting for artifact refining masters. He studied it for several months, but he didn't even realize the essence of 1/10,000. The temptation is too great. Moreover, Dao wants medicinal pills, and requires refining technology to have refining technology. Unless a few have a quirky temper, few can resist this temptation. Your Majesty, we will be staying here for the past 2 weeks. Yangming pointed to a pavilion in front of him. This pavilion has no name. It is a 5-story small building, delicate and elegant, but the door is closed and covered with dust. It seems that no one has lived in it for a long time. Your Majesty, this is a private property of this minister in the artifact refining city. No one knows about it. Please don't dislike it and live here. Yangming said. It will be my palace temporarily. Chu Yuan looked around. This pavilion is built on the riverside, and there are many prosperous shops and restaurants around. He walked to the pavilion on the 5th floor, opened the window, and was able to access the river that passed through the entire artifact refining city. Now it was almost night, and many beautifully dressed boats could be seen floating on it. Your Majesty hasn't eaten yet. I know that there is a restaurant that has been open for 10,000 years, and the taste is very good. I used to visit often back then, so I asked the people from that restaurant to come over and hold a special dinner for His Majesty in the palace. These things can't be done by Chu Yuan. Yangming himself has to arrange it properly. As he said, the people in the restaurant cooked the food very well, but the chef of Dao couldn't make their taste. Even Chu Yuan would make a compliment after eating it. The taste is unique. When he moves out of the refining city, the restaurant will also be moved away and used as the royal chef in the palace. Such a delicious thing, he can't enjoy it alone, but also let concubine Ling, Chenxi Qinyao, and the others taste it. The Empress Dowager guards the mausoleum for the first emperor, and she also sends some good cooks to cook for the Empress Dowager. At his level, although he has been fasting for a long time, who would refuse to have delicious food in front of him. At night, on the river, it suddenly became brighter, and there were many cruise ships swimming up the river, and bursts of melody sounded. #C302 Xuanhuan is in love. Night is the busiest time for Refining City. By the riverside, the lights are bright and the school is prosperous. There are a lot of people on both sides of the river, and there are many stalls. On that river, there are many beautiful cruise ships swimming, and the music is uploaded from the river bank. Talented and beautiful, many people are admiring the scenery, but it is definitely not the river view. It's been 100 years, and it's still the same here. Ouyang Ming opened the window for Xuanhuan, just in time to see the scenery on the river. At this time, there were young men fighting each other in midair, and those who dared to take action had at least the power of gods, and even the presence of gods. However, they have one thing in common, that is, they are very young. In addition, Xuanhuan also saw a woman fighting. This is for women? Xuanhuan stood by the window and watched. Your Majesty's words are good, they are all for the sake of women. Look at those cruise ships, there are many women from major families in Item Refining City. On the cruise ship, when they see someone they love, they take the initiative to be bold and find a Taoist companion who can last forever. Ouyang Ming explained, those young heroes fight in front of the goddess just to attract their attention and make those women adore them, and those women fight because they are jealous, and they fall in love with a certain hero and win or lose by force. This refining city is interesting. Xuanhuan sighed. Especially recently, the once-in-a-100-year artifact refining competition has come. Many people from the great king city in the central profound region have come and brought their younger generation to open their eyes. If they can find a marriage that they like here, they will also be very happy. Willing. Ouyang Ming looked at Jiang Mian and sighed, there are so many young heroes this time. Xuanhuan also saw that some Junjia won the favor of the owner of the cruise ship, and a maid sent a letter, and then left with the cruise ship. Sometimes, you don't need to be responsible for romantic affairs overnight. Everyone is a couple for one night, but the next day they are strangers and never see each other again. Ouyang Ming said, the women in the refining city are just so direct. The women in Item Refining City are direct. Xuanhuan said. The women in the refining city are just like the flames of the refining tool, they are enthusiastic and direct. Speaking of this, Ouyang Ming proudly said, people in other places are too squeamish, but it's still the unrestrained spirit of Item Refining City. I know why your private property is on the bank of this river. Xuanhuan looked at Ouyang Ming and showed a meaningful smile. Your Majesty, the minister said that he was also a young man in this artifact refining city. He is handsome, and naturally there are some romantic things. It's all in the past, let's not mention it. Ouyang Ming was a little embarrassed. Now he is old. Of course, for the false god powerhouse, who has a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. He is still very young, but he is old for the younger generation on the river, especially since he has also experienced a great change in the city of Item Refining, which has changed his temperament greatly, and he is no longer as unrestrained as he used to be. Ha 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 ha, you're not my opponent, let's get down, only this young master can win Miss Gu's favor. A young man slammed one into the river with one palm, and when he was about to kill, a false god rescued the man below. Fight back and forth, the river is a place of romance, and it would be bad if someone died. The genius in the middle profound realm is much more than that of the four profound realms. The young man is not even 100 years old, and he is in the spiritual realm, which is very difficult to see in other realms. Sir, this is a letter sent to you by our young lady. I hope you can get on the boat and talk about it. Although Xuanhuan was standing by the window, looking at the unique scenery of Item Refining City, a maid suddenly came here and sent a letter. Sir, this is a letter from Our Lady. After just a while, it seemed that all the cruise ships on the river had delivered the letter. Your Majesty, this. Yangming's face was also a little strange. Their Majesty is too popular with the girl in the refining city. Although he didn't go out, the people on the cruise ship only saw him from a distance from the window, and Fang Xian was captured and took the initiative to send the letter over. Hold the letter, you can enter the boat, this is the rule. Of course, Yangming didn't find it strange. Although Qu Yuan didn't radiate any power, but with that Supreme Emperor's aura, the aura of dominating the world, who could compare with him on this river? Like the gap between stars and dust. Too big to compare. It's all rouge vulgar powder. Yangming said. This young gentleman, my lady's surname is Gu, I hope you can get on that cruise ship, she said, she loves you. It's direct enough, just look at one side, and say that you are in love, worthy of being a person from Item Refining City. Miss Gu? Yangming said, this Miss Gu should be a member of the Gu family, one of the 9 elders of the Item Refining City. Old Master Gu is a half-step true god who started the Item Refining City with my father back then. However, he also knew that although there were a lot of letters sent, none of these people were worthy of Qu Yuan. Only women like Yao Linger and Luo Yueying can match Qu Yuan. This shit is so bad. Countless cruise ships stopped, all looking at Qu Yuan, but the man in the pavilion remained motionless, and all the letters were in Yangming's hands. Who is this man? He received so many letters, so many girls fell in love with him, yet he didn't respond? What, even Miss Gu sent a letter to him, that is the Gu family of the 9th elder of the refining city, whoever marries Miss Gu. I heard that this Miss Gu is very much loved by the old man Gu, no less than the help of a royal city. Those Junjias all looked at Qu Yuan, and there was a thick fire of jealousy in their eyes, and they were all jealous. It's boring. Qu Yuan said. Yes, sir, close the window now. But just as Yangming was about to close the window, a sharp breath came out, and then another young man appeared, who was the one who defeated the opponent before, who was looking at Qu Yuan coldly. You and me duel, whoever wins the letter will belong to whoever. This young man's strength has reached the gods. Presumptuous, the little doll who ran out of nowhere dared to provoke His Majesty. Yangming's false god coercion violently suppressed the young man. False god realm. This young man is only a god, how could he bear the power of a false god, and gritted his teeth, Your Majesty. Where did you get Your Majesty? Only Emperor Xuanhuan can call Your Majesty in this middle profound realm. I thought he was a big man, but it turned out to be from other profound realms. Do you know who I am? I am Lu Wangqing Lu Han. Of course I've heard of Lu Wangqing, and I've seen all of your patriarchs. Yangming said with disdain, if you offend Your Majesty, just kneel down and confess your guilt. You have to be glad I did it, otherwise your head would have fallen. With a wave of his hand, Lu Han knelt down on the river bank. False god suppresses, and Tongshan naturally cannot resist. Your Excellency, there are some juniors playing on the banks of the river. Are you bullying the small with the power of the false god? A false god flew over with a frown. To be arrogant to His Majesty must be punished. Yangming sneered, but he was kind by asking him to kneel down and confess his guilt. You. The false god guarding the river was only 2nd level. He naturally felt that Yangming was 5th level, knowing that he was not an opponent, and he would not take his own humiliation. Who is that man? Your Majesty? Which country's emperor is he, not from Zhongshuan? This Lu Han is a peerless arrogance cultivated by Lu Wangqing. This time I wanted to win the affection of Miss Gu, but Miss Gu fell in love with that man, which made him angry. He didn't expect to be suppressed by the false god beside him. The Lu family is a big city in the middle profound realm, and there is such an existence as a half-step true god. I'm afraid it's going to cause a lot of trouble now. The people who came here had more or less background behind them, and they all liked to watch the fun. Knowing that Lu Han knelt down, he was slapping Lu Wanqing in the face and lost a lot of face. The people from Luangcheng are here. Lu Wanqing was also guarded by the river bank. When he saw Lu Han kneeling down, he quickly notified the clan elders to come to the rescue. #C303 famous for fear. There were 7 or 8 incomparable breaths in the sky. When they saw Lu Han kneeling here, these 7 or 8 people were all angry, thinking that he was a dignified Lu Wanqing, with a half-step true god in charge, and his strength in the middle profound realm can also be ranked in the forefront, but he was suppressed in public, kneeling and humiliated on earth. If Lu Han's skills are not as good as others, it's okay to lose to his peers, but this time it was suppressed by a false god. Your Excellency is so bold, do you want to give an explanation? A middle-aged woman with upside-down eyebrows looked at the addict coldly. Her cultivation had reached the 10th level of false god, and she was the strongest in the Lu family, coming to the artifact refinement city realm this time. The masters of the Lu family are here. This time, there is a good show to watch. Dragons and tigers are fighting. There are several powerful dynasties in the 4 profound realms, and they must be used to being the king of the earth on their own territory, and they are still so presumptuous when they come to the central profound realm. People from the Lu family are not so easy to deal with. Hey, let's not interfere, just see how this good show will play out. Seeing the people from the Lu family coming, this group of people onlookers smiled. This is the real good show. The fights of the heroes before were just to please the women, it was too boring. Lu Yunjian, Lu Wanqing, came to teach me. The middle-aged woman came to the attic and suddenly looked at the people in the attic. With that face, her breath receded like a tide in an instant, an incredible expression appeared on her face, and she was shocked. Emperor Wu, it's actually you. What martial emperor? Ah. This brat Lu Han offended His Majesty Martial Emperor. A false god old man was originally aggressive and had the fire of thunder, but when he heard the words Wudi, his face changed drastically, and he slapped his hands round. You little bastard, it's not good to offend anyone, offend Wudi, give it to me, go and confess. So, in front of everyone, he slapped Lu Han and kicked him fiercely. Later, he took Lu Han to Chuyuan to confess his guilt. I, Lu Wangchang, teach people no way, anger Emperor Wu, and hope Emperor Wu forgives his sins. The name of a man, the shadow of a tree. It's not okay to be soft. They were also afraid when they saw Emperor Wu. This is a real ruthless man, who directly destroyed Su Wanqing with his soldiers. He Lu Wangchang has a half-step true god, but he can't destroy Zhu Wangchang, and Emperor Wu can kill Lao Shiwang, who knows if he has the strength to destroy the half-step true god. They were afraid that Emperor Wu would directly drive the battleship to destroy Lu Wanqing, and they did not want to offend Emperor Wu for this trivial matter. They also knew that Lu Han must have provoked Emperor Wu without winning the girl's heart. That man turned out to be His Majesty Dao. Hearing Emperor Wu's name made Lu Wanqing so scared. A ruthless man, this is a peerless ruthless man, the master who kills without blinking an eye. I didn't expect Emperor Wu to be so young. It would be great if she could become a woman of Emperor Wu. On the bank of the river, the faces of the people who gathered have changed. The word Emperor Wu is definitely the most terrifying person in the 5 profound domains recently. In a fit of rage, he led his troops to destroy Su Wanqing. He made sect master Ziji and Su Wang Yongshi kneel in front of the cemetery. The heroic appearance at this moment has made many women fall in love with him and want to be his woman. There are many powerful people in the 5 profound realms, but most of them are already old. Who is so heroic and majestic as Emperor Wu, so young, even if he can't become his favorite concubine, even if he can enter his harem, it is also the dream of countless women. Heroes love beautiful women. But beautiful women also love heroes more. A reputation can make a false god terrified, and a true god should be afraid of 3 points. I won't be angry with a junior yet. Xu Yuan didn't want to destroy Yiwangcheng because of a provocation. Emperor Wu has a lot of them. Come over and thank Emperor Wu, let's see how I can deal with you when I go back. An elder of Luwangcheng asked Lu Han to roll over. Lu Han was trembling all over. The other party didn't need to do anything, just one look could kill him, so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. If Emperor Wu is free, I will hold a banquet in the refining city and invite Emperor Wu to the banquet. Lu Yunjian said. Haha, if you hold a banquet, you won't be able to turn to Luwangcheng. After all, this is my artifact refining city, and the city owner should come to entertain. In the night, the rolling aspect was suddenly released, and a burly man strode forward. The whole person looked strong and powerful, and his eyes radiated golden light. His cultivation is half-step, true god. The Lord of Refining City, Jin Qiang. Ouyang Ming whispered. Jin Qiang smiled and said, Emperor Wu is here, why didn't you let me know in advance? It was my mistake to live in this small attic and not be well entertained. Seeing is better than seeing. He looked at Xu Yuan, and he sensed a vast and shattering power from him, such as the ancient Yingui sage emperor, which made him, the master of the half-step true god, feel a burst of depression. This person is terrible, it is best to make friends, not to offend. I'm here for the item refining conference this time. Xu Yuan glanced at Jin Qiang. Huh? Nephew Ouyang, you are also by Emperor Wu's side. Don't tell me when you will be back. Jin Qiang's eyes caught sight of Ouyang Ming beside him. I'm already a minister of great martial arts. This time I come back to participate in the refining competition, so I won't bother City Lord Jin. Ouyang Ming said coldly. It turns out that you went to Dao, Sai, there are rules in the artifact refining city, and the person with high artifact refining skills is the city owner. It seems that you want to take back the position of the city owner this time. As a rule, if your crafting skills are higher than mine, the position of the city lord can be given to you immediately. Jin Qiang was a little surprised that Ouyang Ming had become a minister of great martial arts. I wrote down your words for him. Xu Yuan said. City Lord Jin, I lost to you 100 years ago, this time I will defeat you in an upright manner. If Ouyang Ming hadn't obtained the true solution to the artifact refining, he would not be so confident, but this time he brought enough confidence. As long as you can defeat me, you will be the lord of the city. Jin Qiang didn't take Ouyang Ming to heart. He knows how much Ouyang Ming has. Although he has obtained Ouyangzi's true biography, he is still too far behind to compare with him. But it was Xu Yuan who made him pay more attention. He brought Ouyang Ming here, and the purpose might not be that simple. He smiled and said, this place is too friendly. If Emperor Wu doesn't dislike it, he can stay at my place, so that I can fully enjoy the friendship of the landlord. No, it's very comfortable to live here, and I can see the cruise ship every night, listen to the song. Xu Yuan said lightly. Since Emperor Wu doesn't want to leave, I won't force him to stay, but my mansion is open for Emperor Wu at any time. If Emperor Wu has any weapons he wants to build, I can do it for him. He thought his attitude was sincere. Thinking of him Jin Qiang, the famous master refiner, how many people want to get the weapons he refines? I wrote it down. Does Xu Yuan like his weapon? He liked the entire item refining city, including Jin Qiang. There is nothing to do. Ouyang Ming got a signal from Xu Yuan and said, Golden City Lord, we will see you again after half a month. Grow up, instruct you. Hashtag C304 Golden Throne. Refining City was shocked. Emperor Wu came to Refining City and took Ouyangzi's son Ouyang Ming to participate in the refining competition. This was a big event. Among the many royal cities in Zhongshuan, there are a few who have never heard of the name of Dao. The blood of Xuanhuan, if the ruins of the Shure field, can still be left there. This emperor was so terrifying that even Jin Qiang, the great refiner, had to treat him with courtesy. They also all know that the benefits of the Great Wu dynasty are so good, even the Xuanhuan dynasty is a little weaker. How many forces can provide so many false gods? Dao suddenly rose like a star, dazzling light. I don't know how many people came to him. Emperor Dao is so terrifying. What is he going to do here this time? Every day at Xuanhuan's residence, I don't know how many people in the royal city want to ask to see Emperor Wu, and they are even willing to marry Emperor Wu of the best woman in the city. A city woman, I don't know how many people fell in love with Emperor Wu, and decided not to marry him. Without him, Emperor Wu was too dazzling, and too young, not the kind of old antique who had been in retreat for tens of thousands of years, but controlled a large empire, making the Xuanhuan dynasty dare not rashly deal with it. At this moment, in Jin Qiang's mansion. Next to Jin Qiang, there were several powerful elders. City Lord Jin, I didn't expect Ouyangming to come this time. Those who are not good will not come. He also has his own core forces. An old man looked at Jin Qiang. Ouyangming is a genius in the art of artifact. Just like Ouyangzi, he lost 100 years ago and had no choice but to leave. This time, he is obviously confident that he will defeat you in the artifact refining competition. Another old man said. I didn't take Ouyangming in my heart from beginning to end. If it wasn't for the Emperor Wu behind him, I wouldn't even look at him. Jin Qiang sneered. He has made progress in the past 100 years. Am I wasting time? Ouyangming is nothing to worry about, but Emperor Wu has to guard behind him. You have seen Emperor Wu. How is his strength? Is he really as terrifying as the legends say? An elder asked. At least it's unfathomable. I can't feel his details. When this person destroyed Su Wanqing, he might not have used his full strength at all. Jin Qiang said solemnly, actually, I'm not worried about Emperor Wu's coming. What I'm most worried about is the Xuanhuan dynasty. Xuanhuan dynasty. Hearing these 4 words, all the elders present looked solemn. The Xuanhuan dynasty has a true god, and there is more than one. If it is not for the formation in the refining city that has the power to fight against the true god, I am afraid they will not be able to be so free. Let them all take refuge. The Xuanhuan dynasty has sent people many times to want me to join the city of item refining, promising me to break through the opportunity of the true god, but the wolf's ambition. Obviously, it is absolutely impossible for me to become his minister of Xuanhuan. Once I enter Xuanhuan, it is like a sea, and it will be difficult to escape. Jin Qiang sneered and said, I heard that they sent a very powerful craftsman to defeat me this time. Xuanhuan really has the ambition of a wolf, and the rules of the refining city, whoever is stronger in refining is the city owner. Several elders nodded. But I'm not worried about this. I have already understood the essence of Ouyangzi's legacy. Since that Ouyangming is here, I will make good use of him and let him fight against the Xuanhuan dynasty, as if he can't beat him. I'm going to be disappointed in him. Jin Qiang continued, I have a premonition that the Xuanhuan dynasty may not allow us to be so at ease. City Lord, what are you going to do? Yu Yuan said. It's easy to handle. Actually, I am very happy about Emperor Wu's coming. He gave me a surprise. The stronger Emperor Wu is, the better. If one tiger stands alone, everyone will be suppressed, but what if 2 tigers fight? Come, let the heroes compete. Jin Qiang looked as if he was in control. I have seen Emperor Wu, he is an ambitious person, and he is not willing to be suppressed by Xuanhuan. I think there will be a battle between these 2 great dynasties. After this weapon refining competition, I will just support him and let him fight Xuanhuan. Yes, let the 2 tigers fight each other, and we will take advantage of the fishermen. Several elders laughed. The artifact refining competition is also fast. This time I want to kiss Emperor Wu, Venerable Yuan Xian in front of everyone, to strengthen his popularity, and even if possible, I can go to Dongguanyueu to establish a branch city to show my attitude. Jin Qiang had a plan. Help the weak, deal with the strong, and balance the power of the two sides. The refiner big competition is coming soon. This time more people came. Many people know that this competition seems to be only once every 100 years, but in fact, the undercurrent is turbulent. The Xuanhuan dynasty sent people, and even Emperor Wu came in person. This kind of top priority, some good people will not come to join in the fun. In an incomparably huge square in Refining City. The building here is extraordinarily large and can accommodate millions of people to watch it together. In the past, the refining competition was a competition among the refining masters, but now it has become a game between several major forces. Walk. Xuanhuan went to the refinement square. Countless people were watching him along the way. There is still a screen above this refining city. Xuanhuan looked up and saw that there was a huge picture screen above the item refining city, which fully presented the picture on the item refining square, so that some people who could not enter the venue could see this unprecedented grand occasion. Live? Refining City will play. Your Majesty, this is an image formation, which can record the picture. If Your Majesty, the minister can also arrange it after he returns. Ouyang Ming said. After going back, make some arrangements. Xuanhuan nodded. This thing is the same as live broadcast. It can broadcast the knowledge of some strong people instructing martial arts to the live broadcast, so that the entire Dao people can benefit. Easy to arrange, not very practical. There is also a sound transmission array method that can be arranged in the territory of Dao, but it consumes a lot of money and requires a lot of engineering. This way, the message will be transmitted faster. Ouyang Ming said. These things will be handed over to you after the item refining city is moved out. Our Majesty seems to have already regarded the item refining city as something in his pocket. His Majesty is so confident, and Ouyang Ming is also full of boundless confidence. After coming to the refining square, countless strong people gathered in the crowd, and even the false god became common here, and you could see one at random. Emperor Wu, you are finally here. Jin Qiang had been waiting for Xuanhuan for a long time, and when he saw it, he immediately came over to greet him. The great refining competition, you won't miss it. Xuanhuan said. Haha, come here, I have prepared your seat for you, Emperor Wu, please take your seat. Jin Qiang's voice just finished. Boom. Between the heaven and the earth, two noble and extraordinary golden thrones actually rose up, representing the supreme authority. Emperor Wu, please take your seat. Jin Qiang sat up in one step. The two golden thrones are flesh, as if to say that the two are equal in status, and there is no such thing as a big or a small, but in fact, they are deliberately holding him high and attracting everyone's attention. Golden throne. After everyone saw it, their eyes widened. Jin Qiang actually invited Emperor Wu to sit on the golden throne, which was something that had never happened before. Even if the true god came before, Jin Qiang would not let people sit on the golden throne, but let Emperor Wu sit. Xuanhuan glanced at him, knowing his thoughts, and when his body moved, he fell on the golden throne. #C305 The brightest person. Jin Qiang directly put him on the highest platinum throne. Everyone is watching, everyone looks up, and they can see that he is the most dazzling person. To kill? Holding him high and making him the center of attention, seemingly on an equal footing with Jin Qiang, really pushed him to the forefront. Option 1, sit on the golden throne, accept Jin Qiang's slaughter, get 1,000 fate points, and the intermediate store refresh chance x10. Option 2, don't sit on the golden throne, get 1,000 fate points, supernatural power x2. What low key? Does not exist anymore. Xuanhuan's reputation is so big, will he still choose to keep a low profile? It seems that De Wu is already a giant, shining brightly, and he can no longer hide himself, so that people can't see him. With his character, Dao's anger swallows mountains and rivers, and he really can't keep a low profile. Wherever he goes, he will be the focus. Even in the crowd, countless people will stare at him. As soon as Xuanhuan moved, he sat on the golden throne and looked down at everyone. Ding! The host makes a choice, gets 1,000 fate points, and the intermediate mall refresh chance x10. A very good reward. When he is free, Xuanhuan can go to refresh the intermediate mall, to see what rare treasures are there. God! Emperor Wu has achieved the highest golden throne, and only he and Jincheng Master are qualified to be the golden throne. Emperor Wu, Jincheng Lord, seems to be not as good as him. Peerless hero, overwhelm the heroes. He is the emperor after all. How noble is the golden throne! Even if the true God came here, he would not necessarily be able to invite Jin Qiang to sit down. Although there is no true God in the refining city, thousands of years ago, the Xuanhuan dynasty wanted to subdue this force and sent a true God, but Ouyangzi was trapped in it with a formation. If it wasn't for the Xuanhuan emperor of the Xuanhuan dynasty to negotiate, even a true God would be trapped in it. After that, Xuanhuan dynasty didn't want to subdue it, as long as it was in Zhongshuanyu. Haha, elders, please take your seats. In the sky, there are 8 silver gods that are lower than the golden gods. There are 9 statues on them. They are the 9 elders who opened up the refining city with Ouyangzi. They are all powerful half-step true gods. In addition to the silver pedestal, there is also a bronze pedestal on which is also an elder of the refining city. This piece of God's seat shows the powerful strength of refining city. The artifact refining competition is still the old rules. Many artifact refining masters are gathered together. Within 3 days, whoever can refine the treasure within 3 days is better than the one who is the best in this competition, and will have a challenge. My qualifications. Jin Qiang said, whoever beats me will be the new city owner of refining city. I heard that city lord Jin's crafting skills are comparable to those of Ouyangzi back then. This time, the old man also came here because of his fame. Unfortunately, the most regrettable thing was that he was not able to compete with Ouyangzi in person. In the crowd, several powerful beings suddenly appeared, and the one walking at the forefront was a black-haired old man with a grim face and sharp eyes like falcons. The strength of this black-haired old man reached half-step true God. Not only him, but also a half-step true God among the few people who came with him. Li Rong. Jin Qiang stared sharply at the old man, and then smiled. Compared to Ouyangzi, I am still a lot worse. Li Rong, you are here this time. It seems that you represent the Xuanhuan dynasty. Magic Hand Li Rong. Someone also recognized this Li Rong. This Li Rong cultivated magic fire, and was good at blood refining. The magic weapon he made was also full of magic. He did not belong to the city of refining. Haha, I am also moved by the position of the city owner of the refining city, and the Xuanhuan dynasty has given me a reason that I can't refuse. Li Rong laughed. This time, he was also extremely confident. If Ouyangzi hadn't fallen unexpectedly in pursuit of the way of the true God, would it be Jin Qiang's turn? Ridiculous. Even if his artifact refining skills were inferior to Ouyangzi, he still had the confidence to defeat Jin Qiang. According to this old man, it's better to cancel the prelude this time, and don't waste time. You and I each refine a weapon, and see in front of countless people who is the first weapon refiner in the central profound domain. Li Rong was full of demonic energy, his terrifying eyes swept away, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Compared with this group of refiners, it would be too humiliating for him. It's a rule to compare the small first, then the big one. Jin Qiang naturally knew that the Xuanhuan dynasty invited Li Rong to defeat him, so that he could dominate the item refining city, and then calmly said with a smile, and this time Ouyangzi's successor, Ouyangming, is here. I also sigh about the refining method. Ouyangzi's son is just a junior, not worth mentioning. Li Rong said disdainfully. Several distinguished guests of the Xuanhuan dynasty also sat down first and watched this fight with me. In the sky, there are also gods, but they are not comparable to the golden gods, and they are still under him and Chu Yuan. Humph. It seems that in the eyes of City Lord Jin, my Xuanhuan dynasty is not as honorable as Emperor Wu. The half-step true god of Xuanhuan dynasty expressed dissatisfaction. He doesn't care whether he sits on the golden throne or not, but he is very dissatisfied if he sits under the Emperor Wu. This is to say that in the eyes of Jin Qiyang, his Xuanhuan dynasty's weight is not comparable to that of Emperor Wu. He looked at Chu Yuan with incomparably sharp eyes. People in other king cities were afraid of Chu Yuan, but he was not afraid of Xuanhuan dynasty. If someone else sat on it, it would be like sitting on needles, but Chu Yuan looked as usual. When he sat on the golden throne, he already knew that this Jin Qiyang was deliberately trying to make the people of Xuanhuan dynasty hostile to him. Jin Qiyang was like a mirror in his heart. Xuanhuan dynasty didn't know how long it had been staring at the fat meat of refining city, trying to recover it while Ouyangzi fell. But does he need to be concerned about the thoughts of Xuanhuan dynasty? He was too lazy to speak to this half-step true god of Xuanhuan dynasty. Arguing with him would be a loss of honor and dignity. His Xuanhuan dynasty was eyeing this piece of fat, and Chu Yuan was also eyeing it. Since it is the opposite, there is no need to be polite. Seeing Chu Yuan ignoring him as if nothing, the face of this half-step true god is also a bit unbearable. This martial emperor is as true as rumors, and extremely arrogant. The Dao dynasty will become a serious problem for the Xuanhuan dynasty. Everyone is also thinking of watching the fun. This martial emperor is amazing. He ignores the Xuanhuan dynasty and treats them as air. How many people in these 5 profound domains dare to ignore them? This time, the refining is more interesting. Emperor Wu has clearly become the most dazzling person. If the distinguished guests of the Xuanhuan dynasty really want to be the golden throne, I can give it to you. You two should not hurt the peace, because of this. Jin Qiyang seems to be generous in giving up the golden throne, but in fact it pushes Chu Yuan even more. To the top of the storm. This person can become the lord of the artifact refining city. He is not a simple person, he is proficient in scheming. But for these calculations, Chu Yuan looked at it with a light expression. It's all a little bit of careful thinking. After Ouyang Ming becomes the master of the artifact refining city this time, he will let Jin Qiyang see his big moves. I won't say more about the other things. All the craftsmen, please come to your own place, and this crafting competition will begin. Jin Qiyang was very satisfied with the hostility of the Xuanhuan dynasty to Chu Yuan, and announced the crafting competition. Big match begins. #C3061 Knife chopped. The much-anticipated weapon refining competition finally kicked off in a series of shocks. I saw that there were high-level refining platforms on the square of the refining city. The photo formation arranged here also broadcasted the unprecedented grand occasion of the competition to the whole city. A statue refiner flew over. Those who dare to come to power have the strength of the false god realm, and can refine artifacts of the king level. I will not fail His Majesty's trust. Ouyang Ming looked at the majestic Chu Yuan on the golden throne and flew up to the high platform. He took a deep breath. 100 years ago, he also refined weapons here, lost to Jin Qiyang, and left the refining city like a bereaved dog. He came here again today, and his mind was completely different from 100 years ago. Boom! A cluster of glass-like pure flames were released from his palm. What kind of flame is this? A great elder looked at Ouyang Ming. He was the ancestor of the Gu family, and at this moment he was looking at it carefully and said, "Huh? This Ouyang Ming seems to be using some kind of special flame, which has the power of the void." It seems that he has done a good job this time. Fully prepared. However, Li Rong should not be underestimated. His craftsmanship skills are not inferior to those of you and me. Everyone looked at Li Rong and saw a group of demonic fire. This is his demonic fire. All the refiners dream of is to have a special flame of their own. Although nearly 100 false gods were present at once, only a dozen people possessed special fire. The layman watches the fun, the layman watches the doorway. 3 times, it is almost impossible to refine a king-grade artifact. Obviously, if you want to win, you have to take out a top-notch spiritual artifact to overwhelm your opponent. What does Ouyang Ming want to refine? It seems to be a handle. Knife. Ouyang Ming and Li Rong were the most eye-catching of all the refiners present. One is Ouyang Zi's son. One is a long-established veteran powerhouse. No one can compare, except Jin Qiyang, who can put pressure on me, and you want to compare with me? Li Rong's hands flowed like clouds and water. In his hands, pieces of precious divine materials were refined into liquids. With every wave of his palm, Sun Sun's magic power was knocked away and gradually condensed into the shape of a piece of armor. He's going to be a piece of armor. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Armor is undoubtedly more difficult to refine than weapons. If you want to refine it within 3 years, even if it is only a spiritual weapon, the 9 elders will feel very difficult. That is? The 9 elders immediately saw that Li Rong took out a bottle of dark and gloomy blood, exuding a mighty power, and said in shock, "The blood of the devil, the blood refining method, this blood is at least the level of a true god, this Li Rong is amazing." Li Rong made it into a devil's armor. And Ouyang Ming's training seems to be very common. Emperor Wu, who can you see who can take the lead? Jin Qiyang laughed. Ouyang Ming. Chu Yuan replied with only 3 words. Yes? Many craftsmen on the field displayed their own unique skills, all kinds of flames were vertical and horizontal, and the scene was extremely bright. 3 times passed in the blink of an eye, and many artifact refiners breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that there were only 3, but under the attention of everyone, there was too much interference, and the time was too short. To be able to refine the artifact smoothly was already extraordinary. This old man's armor is called the Fierce Armor, and it is a spiritual level masterpiece. Boom! A supreme power of the devil emanated and suppressed the refiners present. Immediately, he saw that some of the refiners' treasures were actually suppressed, and the inner spirit was actually sucked away. Our magic weapon! A refiner roared. Some useless things, don't take them out for shame. Li Rong is known as the magician. The magic weapon he refined is arrogant and domineering, and can plunder the essence of other people's magic weapons. Just now he burst out the power of the magic weapon, at least plundered the essence of 30 or 40 magic weapons, and even added the power of this magic armor. The refiners present were angry at Li Rong's unscrupulousness, but they were helpless. The other party is not only a half-step true god, but the refined magic weapon even hangs them. There is no way to compare. Jin Qiyang, it's time to announce the result, it's time for you and me to fight, whoever loses will abdicate. Li Rong stared at Jin Qiyang. The reason why he agreed to the Xuanhuan dynasty was because the Xuanhuan dynasty promised him that as long as he defeated Jin Qiyang, it would sweep the resistance for him and help him control the refining city. Who did you come out on top? The game isn't over yet. Ouyang Ming spoke coldly at this time. Oh? With this knife you made? Jin Qiyang looked at Ouyang Ming in disdain. The knife was red all over, flawless, and sharp. Although it looked good at first glance, it seemed to be a lot worse than Li Rong's magic armor. Yes, the sword I made is enough to destroy your magic armor. The pattern in Ouyang Ming's hand flickered, and the knife suddenly shone brightly, like a blazing sun, aiming at Jin Qiyang's magic armor. It's such a shameless statement that you want to break my magic armor with this piece of garbage? Li Rong sneered disdainfully. If you really broke it, I, Li Rong, won't have lived for tens of thousands of years in vain? Don't struggle here. If you can refine this knife in just 3 years, it's enough to show that you have Ouyang. There are some true biographies, but compared with this old man, you are far behind. Then use the power of my Liang blade to break your magic armor. Ouyang Ming was too lazy to talk to Li Rongdua. This knife of his is called the Liang knife. It is made by imitating great martial equipment. There is no other magical power. It is completely motivated by the fierce and domineering knife. In an instant, the blazing sun blade in the air shrouded the thick flames and suddenly slashed down at the magic armor, turning red, dispelling the magic energy. Senior, you are beyond your own power. Li Rong was not worried that Ouyang Ming could break his magic armor. The fierce sun knife slashed, and a phantom of the devil suddenly appeared on the magic armor, swallowing the sun and the moon. This magic armor is not only amazing in defense, but it can also take the initiative to attack. I suddenly saw that the demon god grabbed the sword of the blazing sun. This Li Rong's accomplishments. Jin Qiang couldn't help but look at Li Rong a few more times. He has benefited from the Xuanhuan dynasty. This magic armor is sacrificed with the blood of the true god. Its power is greatly increased, and it contains the power of the devil, and looking at his sworn appearance, maybe he has figured out a way to deal with me. What he is most worried about is the Xuanhuan dynasty. Get out. Jin Qiang looked at the Liang sword and slashed at the demon armor, disdainful. But an astonishing scene happened. The Liang saber swept away all the demonic energy, shattering all methods with one force. Just as it slashed the demon armor, time seemed to freeze at this moment. This magic armor is definitely the best among the spiritual artifacts. But at this moment, I encountered the Liang saber, which was as fragile as tofu, and was cut in half directly from the middle, and the ghost of the devil was gone. The magic armor was actually shattered. Li Rong's face changed greatly, his face became hideous, he couldn't figure it out, he shouted, "Impossible, how can the magic armor I carefully refined be destroyed in your hands? The magic armor is broken, and whoever wins or loses doesn't need me more." There was not much surprise on Ouyang Ming's face, he felt that defeating Li Rong was a matter of course. Invincible Strongest God-Level Selection System www.50731 #C307 The Decisive Battle Against Jin Qiang. The Liang saber easily tore the magic armor with a single slash, and it was clear who would win and who would lose. The Liang saber was imitated and transformed by Ouyang Ming based on the standard equipment of Dao. Although he did not understand the reason why the Liang saber was different from the equipment he had seen, it did not prevent him from simulating the transformation, especially since he also obtained the true solution of the refining tool, and any of the refining masters in it could easily make Li Rong easy. Qualifications to hang up and fight. Ouyang Ming's craftsmanship has reached this level. Even if it's me, I'm not sure of defeating Li Rong. This time, he is fully prepared and wants to regain the position of the city lord. There were many discussions among the refiners, and the 9 great elders also expressed their admiration. He was indeed Ouyang's son, and he inherited his father's blessing. I lost? Li Rong couldn't accept it. After Ouyang's death, he claimed to be the #1 refiner in the Central Profound Realm, and the only person who could hinder him was Jin Qiang. But he lost to Ouyang Ming, who was not very famous before. This knife of yours is weird, I can't believe I just lost like that. Li Rong screamed violently. The demon cultivator was unscrupulous, especially for his existence. He actually used the supreme magic art. A demon-covering hand directly grabbed the Liang saber, and the violent aura was released, causing Ouyang Ming to retreat again and again. He actually wanted to use his power to shock Ouyang Ming. Presumptuous. An incomparably powerful will was suddenly released, and on the golden throne, a stalwart existence grabbed with a big hand, and an incomparable force with the power to swept everything was shocked and left at Li Rong. Xuanhuan, you told you so terrifying, I want to see if you are as powerful as you were told. Li Rong roared. As soon as his demon-covering hand touched the power of Xuanhuan, it was swept away, and his power was suppressed in an instant. Everyone saw that Xuanhuan was the invincible Holy Emperor, and others were still sitting on the golden throne, but with a momentum, the Supreme Emperor swept across, and Li Rong was suppressed and retreated again and again, and the demonic energy in his body made a burning sound. Puff! Li Rong spat out a mouthful of blood. This scene of terrifying suppression made no one expect that, although Li Rong was not very strong in the half-step true god, he still had the word half-step, but he was suppressed like this. This is simply unbelievable. Especially since he hasn't really made a move yet. For a while, they were undoubtedly more afraid of Xuanhuan, and opponents who didn't know the details were the most terrifying. Li Rong, you have already lost. Could it be that you can't afford to lose? Jin Qiang came out to play this round, and gave Xuanhuan a deep look. Humph. The old man can naturally afford to lose. Li Rong was furious just now, but now he calms down, he is not an idiot. Jin Qiang gave him a step down. If he is still ignorant and is suppressed in public, then he really can't hold his head up. Let's go. The faces of the people of Xuanhuan dynasty were cold, and they had no intention of staying. I want to see if Ouyang Ming has the ability to defeat Jin Qiang. Li Rong stared at Ouyang Ming. Since you have already won this competition, then let's go to the big competition. Xuanhuan said lightly. Yes, the minister takes orders. Ouyang Ming looked at Jin Qiang on the golden throne and challenged, Master Jin, dare to compare with me? An extremely sharp edge was released from Ouyang Ming. Why don't you dare? Jin Qiang also felt a pressure, even more terrifying than Ouyangzi back then. He couldn't help thinking that Ouyang Ming had got what kind of opportunity, but in the face of challenges, he couldn't refuse, otherwise he would voluntarily give up the position of the city lord. This time, his purpose was to use Dao to relieve the pressure from the Xuanhuan dynasty. Nephew Ouyang, you're tired of refining your artifact today, and I won't take advantage of you, let you rest 3. Jin Qiang said. No, I didn't even have 1/10 of the focus on refining the blazing sun saber. It's been too long, I'm just fighting for the day. Ouyang Ming's fighting spirit was boiling. Even without 1/10 of his ability, Li Rong would have vomited blood with this supplementary knife. If it wasn't for Xuanhuan's presence to suppress him, he would have wanted to slap Ouyang Ming to death. In that case, the battle between you and me starts now, and the time is 5. Jin Qiang nodded. He believed that Ouyang Ming didn't use all his strength, but he never believed that he could only get 1/10 of it. The two fought head-to-head, each standing on their own refining table. I don't know what magic weapon Jin Qiang will refine this time. 5 time is too short, obviously it can't be too complicated, and it can't be too weak. No matter how arrogant Ouyang Ming is, his defeat of Li Rong definitely shows that he has the ability, and Jin Qiang will also do his best to deal with it. Let's see what surprises Ouyang Ming can bring us. The 9 elders are also looking forward to the next battle. The flow of water is like an instinct. Pieces of materials appear in Jin Qiang's hands, and then they are refined by a special divine fire to remove impurities and turn them into the shape he wants. Jin Qiang mastered the Qiang divine fire, which was as fierce as the scorching sun. A dragon soul roared out, and Jin Qiang released a golden dragon soul from a sealed jade pendant. This is the dragon soul. When the 8 great elders saw it, their expressions suddenly changed, and they said in surprise, I know what Jin Qiang wants to refine, but he actually wants to refine the extremely difficult dragon pagoda. That dragon soul is a half-step true god. Keeping the position of the city lord has paid such a huge price. Refining equipment, such a magic weapon as the tower, is very difficult to refine, and there are only 5. And this dragon's soul is obviously going to be abolished. This is the dragon's soul of a half-step true god, how precious. Jin Qiang doesn't care even if he wastes a dragon's soul in order to have a good chance of winning. My dear nephew, no matter who loses in this battle, you and I can exchange treasures as a souvenir. Jin Qiang held the victory and looked at Ouyang Ming on the other side. Okay, the treasures I made will be regarded as the abdication gift I gave you after I took over as the city lord. Ouyang Ming was not affected. This time, he took out so many materials that he was dazzled. Under the refining of his empty flames, he smelted them into strange parts. What does Ouyang Ming want to refine? Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of parts? This should be some kind of magic weapon assembled, but it's only 5 years old. Isn't it too unwise for him to actually want to refine such a complex treasure? Elder Gu frowned. 5 times is best to refine the simple, powerful and powerful. The 9 great elders are also shaking their heads at the moment. It's too complicated. After looking at it for a while, they felt that the amount of work was huge. Even if they were forcibly assembled in 5 hours, it still couldn't compare to Jin Qiang's dragon tower. Oh? I know that he is going to be refined. Talent, he will open up a new path. Chu Yuan's expression remained unmoved, and he said to himself, he wants to imitate an air battleship and move it to this refining competition, so that he can defeat Jin Qiang. The Dragon Tower. The Invincible Strongest God Level Selection System, www.50731. #C308 First of 9 votes. On the refining table, 2 people refining weapons, even a layman can see that Liang Rao's technology is very strong, standing at the pinnacle of refining in the middle profound domain. Jin Qiang hasn't shot for 100 years, his crafting skills are not much worse than Ouyang Zi, and he has gone his own way and is proficient in crafting craftsmanship. If he can become a true god, the Xuanhuan dynasty would not dare to force him at will. The 9 elders stared at each other. Jin Qiang was able to become the city lord, of course, because of Ouyang Zi's accidental fall, but he did have great ability. The Dragon Pagoda has been initially formed. It took about 3 and 2, and it is slowly sculpted. Everyone looked at the Dragon Pagoda. This tower is 100 feet high. It contains the power of the domain. There are dragons roaring. Even if it is only refined for a few times, its power is definitely not weak. Then they looked at Ouyang Ming. There are already hundreds of thousands of parts in front of him, some of which look very strange, even the 9 great elders can't recognize them all, and they don't know what they are. This Ouyang Ming's method seems very different. Although they didn't understand, they could see that Ouyang Yang's method was very different from the artifact refining skills they knew. Even Li Rong, who was still resentful before, changed his face when he saw Ouyang Ming's technique, and gradually became dignified. This person was indeed as before, and he only used part of his strength against him. Let him refine such a piece of parts, he can't complete it by himself. 5 time ends soon. Dragon Tower, Dragon Roar. Boom. A vision rises up. The dragon's shadow hovered in the sky, and finally coiled on top of an ancient bronze pagoda. This Jin Qiang. At this moment, he was the only one sitting alone on the golden throne. Seeing Jin Qiang, he nodded. He could refine a royal artifact in a few hours, which was also a rare talent. Although he has various crafting blueprints that can automatically craft equipment, those equipment are more suitable for large-scale core. Once you control the refining city in your own hands, you can let these refining masters tailor-made king-grade artifacts for all the false god powerhouses in Dao, and the combat power is more than a level. Now the most important part is Ouyang Ming. My dear nephew, there are still a few hours left before the end, but I am surprised by the countless parts you have refined. Even if you lose to me this time, I am afraid that I will not come again in the next 100 years. Your opponent. Jin Qiang looked at Ouyang Ming, who was still in front of him with a pile of parts. Enough time. Ouyang Ming was not affected at all. The overall situation has been decided. Qu Yuan said lightly. Just as the fifth was about to end. The countless parts finally took shape, and Ouyang Ming danced wildly with his hands, like magic, and the parts were quickly assembled together under the pull of his mana. A ship? Seeing the approximate shape, Jin Qiang frowned and said, could it be an air battleship? Dao air battleship, famous in the 5 domains. When you see the air battleship, you can know that it is Dao. This is the treasure I refined this time, the Dakakong battleship. To be precise, this one of mine should only be a counterfeit, but you are more than enough to defeat Jincheng Lord. Ouyang Ming was very loud. Above his head is a large ship 200 meters long, which is covered with clear silver light. It is a little different from Dao's air battleship. It does not have the taste of high technology, but it has a unique blessing of refining. This is the whole card he prepared for the refining competition. If he didn't get the real solution of the refining tool, he couldn't imitate it. However, he drew on the experience of a god-level refiner, disassembled the air battleship, simplified it dozens or hundreds of times, and built it with his refining knowledge. Who will decide the outcome? Qu Yuan said suddenly. It's up to our 9 elders to judge. Gu Dayuan walked out. Then let's divide 1 and 2. Qu Yuan said. Jin Qiang also nodded his head. The 9 elders judged together, and must judge in a fair and impartial manner. He was very relieved about this. Although this dragon pagoda took 5 to complete, it added a half-step true god's dragon soul, so that the dragon pagoda has the domain of dragon power, and it is also a good product to be placed in a king-grade artifact. The tower boat is the most difficult to refine, and the project is huge. The 9 elders inspected the dragon pagoda and gave high evaluations. Although they may have disputes with Jin Qiang, they will also evaluate fairly. This air battleship. The 9 elders checked the imitation air battleship again. It's perfect, there are no flaws, it's like a work of art, especially in this hull, it is made of hundreds of thousands of parts and quality, as long as there is an error in one part, it is a wrong step. Looking around the air battleship, the 9 elders kept talking for a while, but they didn't find any flaws. If they do it, they will definitely not be able to do it, unless the 9 join forces. However, the Dragon Tower of City Lord Jin contains the Dragon Domain. Ouyang Ming, what mystery does your air battleship have? Otherwise, although it's amazing, it's probably not as good as the Sky Tower. Elder Gu asked Ouyang Ming in a fair tone. Of course there is. Don't you find that the space attribute is permeating the air battleship? Ouyang Ming raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and pressed his hands together, walking through the void. Suddenly, the empty battleship mysteriously disappeared from the front of the 9 great elders, shuttled into the depths of the void, and finally appeared in front of them again. This is going directly into the depths of the void. A great elder said in shock, you gave it a space attribute? #C309 New Lord. 9 votes were given to Ouyang Ming. Hearing the announcement of the 9 great elders, everyone was shocked. Jin Qiang actually lost, he lost completely, and he had to hand over his position as the city master. However, they will not think that this competition will be tricky. Some people hook up with Emperor Wu, because the 9 great elders did not even give Jin Qiang a vote, and the training in front of them was better than the Dragon Pagoda, which is enough to understand everything. City Lord Jin, although your Dragon Pagoda is also a good product, according to our judgment, the Dragon Pagoda has endowed a half-step true god with a dragon soul, taking advantage of the dragon soul, while Ouyang Ming is using his own refining fire. Given the space attribute, the superior and inferior are divided, can there be any objection to our judgment of Jureo? A great elder said, if there is no objection, you will step down as the city lord. I don't make sense. Jin Qiang's face was gloomy. Although he couldn't accept it in his heart, he was also a powerful refiner himself, and knew that when the air battleship showed its spatial attributes, it had already overwhelmed his dragon tower. It is a fact that he is not as good as the opponent in his training. It cannot be argued. Continuing to argue is just self-inflicted humiliation. Ouyang Mingwen. Even more gloomy is the half-step true god of Xuanhuan dynasty. Ouyang Ming is from Dao, that is to say, some of the power of refining city will be concentrated on Dao in the future, which is not good news. Ouyang Ming, although your father is Ouyang Zi, your crafting skills seem to be very different from his. What puzzles me is that you seem to have changed in just 100 years. The 9 elders were all puzzled. You are wrong, my crafting skills have not been improved in 100 years, but within more than a year since I joined Dao. Ouyang Ming said. What? How is this possible? You can be reborn in more than a year. The 9 elders were incredible. Haha, you don't have to be too shocked by the 9 great elders. Your Majesty's might is beyond your imagination. While he was talking, he looked at Chu Yuan, and after receiving the gesture, he took out 9 thin booklets and said, you will understand after reading this. This is? The 9 great elders opened the booklet, which seemed to have opened up a new world. The whole person was numb in place. After a long time, he exhaled a long breath and said, the record here is actually the perception of a god-level refiner. These insights are not one person, but many god-level refiners. Whoever picks out any one has the qualifications to hang them. They finally knew the reason why Ouyang Ming was so powerful in such a short period of time. Actually, these are very few. Ouyang Ming said, as long as you listen to His Majesty's words and make contributions, you will have more divine-level insights. This is just a few pages copied. Making Ouyang Ming the city owner is only the first step. Next, the 9 great elders must be loyal to Chu Yuan so that they can control the entire item refining city. Can we refuse this temptation? The 9 great elders were not stupid, they knew what Ouyang Ming meant, but they couldn't resist the temptation. After so many god-level insights were thoroughly researched, they could even help them break through to the realm of true gods. A true god, even the weakest true god, has 100,000 years of lifespan, and can easily suppress a half-step true god. Status and strength are not what everyone is after. We should go and report this matter to your Majesty. The soil of the Xuanhuan dynasty. Emperor Wu. Seeing the changes in the expressions of the 9 great elders, Li Rong suddenly said, can you show me too? Chu Yuan nodded and asked Ouyang Ming to give him a booklet. After Li Rong saw it, he couldn't move his eyes, and the whole person fell into it, and finally he said, Emperor Wu, I am a loose cultivator, and I have no sect behind my back. I am willing to join Dao and become His Majesty's minister. Waiting for His Majesty's order. The existence of the dignified half-step, true god actually took the initiative to take refuge. Li Rongyu. When the Xuanhuan dynasty powerhouse saw Li Rong taking the initiative to fight, it was as if a slap slapped them in the face, with burning pain, and angrily rebuked, you dare to betray Xuanhuan. Haha, I just promised you to participate in this competition. The transaction between us has ended. Li Rong sneered, I'm not a member of your Xuanhuan dynasty. Why did I accept you? What's your value? Chu Yuan said. My emperor is eternal. Li Rong actually knelt down by himself and gave a courtier salute. I hope your Majesty can let me join the great martial arts. I would like to make an oath to refine divine weapons for His Majesty. If you want to get the true solution of the refining tool, hand over your soul source, I swear I don't believe it. Will Chu Yuan believe the oath of a magic cultivator? The ghost lamp in his hand was burning coldly, with a captivating power. Soul origin. Li Rong struggled with his eyes, and said, as long as your majesty can give me the same understanding of weapon refining as Ouyang Ming, I am willing to hand over the origin of my soul, and I also ask your majesty to make a promise. What qualifications do you have for me to make a promise for you? You beg me, not I beg you. Xuanhuan was about to put away the ghost lamp. Come on, I'm willing to pay. Li Rong gritted his teeth fiercely and handed a massive soul origin to Xuanhuan's hand. There is nothing he can do, his artifact refining method has reached a bottleneck, and he can no longer make breakthroughs. He will always be trapped in the false god, and then his life essence will run out and die. But the brochure he just saw gave him the hope of a breakthrough, and he was very likely to become a powerhouse at the level of a true god. In order to become a true god, he is willing to give. In the future, you will be the person of our great martial arts. Follow Ouyang Ming, and you will get more real solutions for refining weapons. Xuanhuan put away the ghost lamp. This kind of magic cultivator can only make people feel at ease by controlling him tightly in his own hands. Dao has a half-step true god to take refuge in. Seeing this scene, many people knew that Dao's strength was once again stronger, and this was obviously not good news for Xuanhuan dynasty. Li Rong, you are very good, I hope you will not regret leaving my Xuanhuan dynasty. The half-step true god of the Xuanhuan dynasty had a gloomy and terrifying face, and he left in resentment. Since the big competition is over, I will see that the city lord succeeds to the throne and it will start. Xuanhuan said. Your Majesty Dao, there is no problem. Ouyang Ming's artifact refining skills have convinced us. He became the city master for a reason. The 9 elders said quickly. They are all half-step true gods, and they have been trapped in this situation for a long time. In order to get more real solutions for refining tools, they must obey Xuanhuan. Although they wanted to be free from anyone's control, they were bitter in their hearts. The other party's real solution was like a life-saving antidote, and the great opportunity that descended firmly controlled them. Jin Qiang, Ming is ready to abdicate, I will wait for you here. Xuanhuan looked at Jin Qiang again. I will, Emperor Wu, rest assured. Jin Qiang was almost clenching his teeth. Not only did this martial emperor let Ouyang Ming defeat him, but the pamphlet he took out also made 9 great elders join him, and his own power collapsed and excavated in an instant. How could his heart be reconciled? The artifact refining competition was over, and everyone dispersed, but the shocking incident was far from dissipated. Everyone knows that the new city owner is a great warrior, and the 9 great elders have all expressed their loyalty. Before knowing it, Dao has already controlled the refining city here, which even the Xuanhuan dynasty did not do. After Jin Qiang left, he came to a secret room in the city lord's mansion. In front of him, there were 2 more people, as if they were discussing something. Invincible Strongest God-Level Selection System, www.50731. #C320, I don't want to die, I'm afraid to die. This secret room, built deep underground, is equipped with a formation that isolates perception. Even if it is a true god, if you want to attack, you need to spend some means. And within this secret, there are 3 figures at this moment. One of them is Jin Qiang, and the other 2 are gloomy. One is a man, 1 woman, 2 old men, and they are wearing gold and silver clothes. This man and woman had old faces and deep wrinkles, but their strength was terrifying. They were all half-step true gods, more powerful than Li Rong. The 2 old men of gold and silver, the soldiers have been raised for 1,000 days, and they have used so many things from me. Now it's time for me to use you. Jin Qiang looked at the 2 old men. The 2 elders of gold and silver, well-known masters in the 5 profound realms, are Taoist companions. They have joined forces to fight against the true gods. Although it is only a few tricks, being able to survive under the hands of the true gods is enough to show that their strength is very powerful. And the two old gold and silver disappeared 100 years ago, and did not expect to appear in the refining city. Among the two elders of gold and silver, Jin Lao frowned. Jin Qiang, you want me and Yin Lao to help you deal with Emperor Wu, but I heard that Emperor Wu is not easy to deal with, and his strength is mysterious and terrifying. During the competition, Li Rong was stunned by his momentum. Repression. Old Yin said, I think we still need to take a long-term view. Are you too afraid? Jin Qiang said dissatisfiedly, don't forget, if I hadn't taken in you, you would have been killed by the true god of the Xuanhuan dynasty 100 years ago. It was I who saved the two couples and provided you with resources. Look at the king-grade artifacts on your body, how many are not made by me? You will naturally not forget the life-saving grace you gave to our husband and wife. I mean thinking about it in the long run. Jin Laodao. Back then, he and Yin Lao offended the true god of the Xuanhuan dynasty and were hunted down. It was indeed Jin Qiang who saved them. I don't have time to wait. Tomorrow I will hand over the position of the city lord. There is no time for long discussions. This is the last and best chance. Jin Qiang said coldly, how can it be so easy to take my position? In my item refining city, the true god also needs to be careful. I will launch a formation tomorrow, suddenly trap Emperor Wu, and kill that Ouyang Ming, capture the refinement perception, then you too will help me. That's all there is to it. The two old men of gold and silver must make a move. If he doesn't make a move, he will be suppressed by Jin Qiang first in item refining city. I've been the city owner for 100 years, and every plant and tree here has left my mark. Jin Qiang said coldly, everything is clear. In my opinion, there is no need to wait until Ming, it can be solved now. There is an extra vortex in the void, which seems to cover the underground chamber. Jin Qiang's pupils tightened, and his face showed an unbelievable expression. He actually saw that Emperor Wu appeared directly in his secret room, and the formation he arranged was useless. Emperor Wu is you, how did you get here? Jin Qiang made a sound of anger. The secret room is well built. I have long seen that you will not hand over the position of the city master honestly. Xuanhuan carried his hands on his back, majestic and domineering. Although the secret room is good, he is proficient in the power of the void and the power of devouring, and he can directly break his formation and come here silently. You are too bold. Although it was unbelievable, Jin Qiang was still unwilling to admit defeat, but looked at Xuanhuan coldly. Since you cast yourself in the net, then I will not be polite to you. The two elders of gold and silver, the three of us joined forces, but we have to see, does this Emperor Wu really have 3 heads and 6 arms? He wants to seize the last chance. I don't want to kill Emperor Wu, I just want to trap him here. It is good. The two elders, Jin and Yin, signaled to join forces immediately and kill Xuanhuan. But just as the three of them started, a bloody figure suddenly appeared beside Xuanhuan. As soon as he raised his hand, thick blood light filled the air, and the two elders of gold and silver suddenly groaned, and they all retreated. This is... Jin Qiang looked at this road as if it was really bloody 11, and let out a thick voice of horror. This is not a human, but a flesh and blood puppet that actually possesses the power of a true god. As expected of Jin Qiang, a master of craftsmanship, ordinary people saw Shui 11 as a real person, and he saw it at a glance. True god puppet. The complexion of the two old men of gold and silver changed suddenly. Emperor Wu has not yet taken action, just the appearance of a true god puppet can suppress them all. Do you still want to resist? Xuanhuan's voice was not loud, but there was a supreme pressure. He stood there like a radiant god, and the infinite pressure suppressed the three of them. Sovereignty, so terrifying. The two elders, Jin and Yin, looked at each other and looked at Jin Qiang. No, even if you have a puppet of a true god, it's impossible to make me surrender like this. Jin Qiang roared under the pressure, I still have the last card. A black token appeared in his hand, which was used to manipulate the refining city formation. However, he held the token, but there was no movement, and the formation did not move. In those days, Uyangzi refined 10 tokens, the city lord was in charge of the main token, and the 9 great elders each had 1 piece. Although the authority is not as high as the main token, the combination of 9 pieces can be comparable to the main token, and you have the block permissions have been stripped. Xuanhuan has everything under control here. Oh, Yangming did it. Jing Qiang instantly understood. I won't kill you either. If I hand over your soul source, I will spare your life and provide you with resources for cultivation. A ghostly lantern burned with a ghastly flame and turned into a big hand that held the soul, making an action of holding the soul. Hand over the source of the soul. The 2 old Jin and Yin were pale, looking at Emperor Wu, and then at the puppet of the true god, looking at each other, and said to the old Jin, Old lady, it seems that there is no other choice, only to hand over the source of the soul, or you will die. After cultivating to the half-step true god, who wants to die? The 2 ignored Jin Qiang's glares and handed over the origin of their souls to Emperor Wu. #C321 Rocket Crossbow Series. The overall situation here has been decided, and Xuanhuan is only waiting for the transfer of the city master's position tomorrow, and then announces the relocation of the refining city. Taking advantage of this waiting time, Xuanhuan did not sit idle, but looked at the 10 free refresh opportunities rewarded by the system mall. I don't know if it will bring me a surprise when the national strength is raised to 6 stars. 10 times to refresh, he clicked the refresh button. Swish. The store page has changed. There are some good things, but unfortunately not what I need. Xuanhuan continued to refresh. After refreshing it 3 times, one thing caught his attention. Special grade healing potion. It can heal all injuries under the True God realm and all injuries in the True God realm, and immediately recover and heal. It takes 2,000 fate points to exchange. Premium healing potion. Xuanhuan was heartbroken. Although Dao does not yet exist at the level of a true god, such good things can save the life of a true god, and only 2,000 fate points are required to exchange. Ding. The host consumes 2,000 fate points to get a special healing potion X1. In order to avoid being refreshed, Xuanhuan first bought a bottle and put it into Jing in the purchased column. Continue to refresh. Sure enough, according to the system, the higher the national power level, the more good things will be refreshed in the system. Diantian 4 Gods Battle Formation, a battle formation formed by a minimum of 1,000 people, imitating the power of the 4 mythical beasts. Diantian means countless changes, and the 4 gods are Qinglong, White Tiger, Suzaku, and Xuanwu. Ding. The host consumes 10,000 fate points to obtain the battle array of the 4 gods of Yantian. Current fatality point surplus. With 6 refresh opportunities left, Xuanhuan continued to refresh. Ding. The host consumes 24,000 fate points to get False God Experience Pill X4. When Xuanhuan refreshed, he also saw the False God Experience Pill. This is a good thing. It can quickly break through the False God realm to the 10th level of the False God within 3 months. Naturally, he wants to exchange a few coins to improve his strength. And a Virtual God Experience Pill is only priced at 6,000 fate points in the system mall. Ding. Refresh again. True God Pill, take the 10th level of False God, and immediately break through to the 1st level of True God. It takes 20,000 fate points to exchange. Remarks that the system is a special medicinal pill, and the host cannot take it. There is still a True God Pill, good, very good. Xuanhuan was suddenly overjoyed when he saw this True God Pill. He knew that it was difficult for a true god to break through. There were 9 half-step true gods in the city of item refining, but there was not a single true god, so he knew that this realm was difficult to break through. However, As long as there is a true divine pill, everything is not a problem. When he returns this time, Yao Linger has already reached the 10th level of false god, so he can give her the true god pill and let her break through to the true god realm. This method is simply to open up to their own men. Ding. The host consumes 20,000 fate points to get the true god pill X1. Continue to refresh. When Xuanhuan used up all the refresh opportunities, the last refresh made his eyes shine. Rocket crossbow transformation blueprint. Add a series of rocket crossbows, which can instantly launch hundreds of rocket crossbows, resulting in a series of explosions, which requires 10,000 fate points to exchange. Oh? Rocket crossbow chaining. After reading the introduction, Xuanhuan probably understood that the rocket crossbow that could only be fired one at a time would instantly become 100, but the power would be reduced accordingly, but it was fired in groups in exchange for a larger area of coverage. Ding. The host consumes 10,000 fate points to get the blueprint for the rocket crossbow transformation. Current fatality point surplus. There was another blueprint in Xuanhuan's system space. This time, he saw more clearly that the rocket crossbow, which was originally like a hand cannon, now has a muzzle that looks like a honeycomb. He knew very well the changes brought about by this change. In the future battles, the volleys will be fired first, and then the single-shot rocket crossbow with greater power will be replaced. In the future, this rocket crossbow will be renamed the Rocket Crossbow Series, the Rocket Crossbow 2 Series. Xuanhuan was satisfied with the refresh this time. Although he spent tens of thousands of fate points, he could raise Dao's strength to a new level. Of course he knew that if he moved the item refining city back to Dao this time, it would definitely make the Xuanhuan dynasty truly hostile to him. But on the land of the 5 great profound domains, there can only be one ruler. The second is coming soon. In the central hall of the item refining city, at this moment, 9 great elders and many elders are gathered here, looking at an eternal existence. I have seen the Holy Emperor Wu. Xuanhuan appeared in the hall, and his eyes swept away casually. You continue, Jin Qiang will hand over your great seal of the city lord. From today onwards, the new city owner of Refining City is Ouyang City Lord, and I, Jin Qiang, will also abdicate and continue to serve in Refining City. Jin Qiang took out his great seal of the city lord and gave it to Ouyang Ming. Ouyang Ming took the big seal, placed it on his hands, and respectfully said to Xuanhuan, this minister will lead the entire item refining city to swear allegiance to my emperor. The brows of the 9 elders were also slightly wrinkled at this time. Of course, they knew that Ouyang Ming had a shadow of Dao behind his back, but if they came out so directly, this was to attribute the entire item refinement city to Dao. Did they become ministers of Dao? In order to get more real knowledge of weapon refining, it is no problem for them to refine weapons for great weapons, but it is a bit difficult to accept being a courtier. An old man said, Jin Qiang, what are your thoughts? I don't have any ideas, everything is obeyed by Emperor Wu. Where else would Jin Qiang have any ideas? He had already handed over the origin of his soul. But the 9 elders still don't know. They wondered in their hearts why Jin Qiang had become so honest and changed his temper. There is one more thing I want to tell you. Xuanhuan sat on the highest seat, his eyes flashed with golden light, and a supreme aura erupted, staring at everyone. I will give you 3 time to prepare. After 3, the Zhongshuanyu item refining city will no longer exist, and all refining I am not discussing with you, but the Imperial decree, when the utensils move into Dao. What, Emperor Wu, you want to move the refining city? The artifact refining city has existed in the central profound realm for tens of thousands of years. How could it be possible to move so quickly? We are a neutral force and will not rely on any party. This is our way of survival. Yes, Emperor Wu, there is no problem for us to refine the weapons for you, but it is too difficult to move the refining city. The 9 elders reacted violently, and they absolutely could not accept the transfer. Emperor Wu wanted to change the pattern of the refining city as soon as he came. His idea was too big. The artifact refining city must be moved back to Dao. Yangming, is the minister of Dao. Do you want me, the city lord, to stay in Zhongshuan? Where is the artifact refining city where I am? Yangming looked around at everyone and said coldly, the melon that is strong is not sweet, and I will not force it if you don't want to go to Dao, but if you want to go, you can enjoy all the benefits of Dao, and if you become a minister of Dao, you can get other things. The refining tool really understands what to do, think about it. I, Jin Qiyang, have no objection to move the refining city to Dao. I completely obey the decree of Emperor Wu and go to Dao first. Jin Qiyang immediately knelt down on the ground, expressing his loyalty. Jin Qiyang, from now on you are the deputy city lord, Yangming's deputy, in the casting department. Invincible Strongest God-Level Selection System, www.50731. #C322 Steel City. Yangming and Jin Qiyang are both the chief and deputy city lords of Item Refining City, and they already control more than half of the power in Item Refining City, and there will definitely be many item refining masters following them. They didn't know why Jin Qiyang, who should have resisted, was so obedient. And Emperor Wu can also let them go. But the world is so big, where can they go? Who doesn't know that the 5 profound domains will rise again, and the removal of the item refining city will inevitably lead to the hostility of the Xuanhuan dynasty, and there will inevitably be wars at that time, which may spread to the entire 5 domains. They either stay away from the 5 profound domains, or choose one between the 2 countries. But Xuanhuan dynasty does not have a true solution to refining tools. And Dao has it. Even if you leave the 5 regions and go to other places, it will inevitably lead to the influence of other forces. They are so hard. I am willing to go to Dao with the city master. The 9 elders were helpless, even the main and deputy city lords had taken refuge. What big waves could they make? I welcome your participation. At this moment, a smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face, and he said, the relocation of the refining city is a major event, and I don't want to delay it for too long. After all, this is in the Middle Profound Realm, and there will be changes at any time. Go, the Xuanhuan dynasty will definitely make some moves, and it must be relocated as soon as possible. The Xuanhuan dynasty would not easily let the refining city leave the Central Profound Realm. But what they probably didn't expect was that Xuanhuan would directly move out of the refining city, only thinking that he sent Yangming to take part of the rights to the refining city. Your Majesty, this time is the opportunity, because 90% of the artifact refining masters gathered in the artifact refining city, and the artifact refining city they saw was just the periphery. The real artifact refining city was buried underground. It was built for Ouyangzi and the 9 elders. Jin Qiyang has already accepted his fate. When the time comes, you can urge the refining city to leave directly, so that the Xuanhuan dynasty will be caught off guard. The 9 elders nodded. Knowing that this is a big thing, there can be no mistakes. How long will it take? Xuanhuan said. I'll wait for everyone to be united, and in a few days, I will be able to prepare the direct line of the refining city. All the precious divine materials are hidden in the underground ancient city, and then they will be brought directly to Dao. The 9 elders bowed. Ding. The host consumes 20,000 fate points to exchange for True God Pill X1. The current fatality point surplus is 75550. At this time, Xuanhuan spent 20,000 fate points in exchange for a True God Pill. Jin Qiyang, take this. Xuanhuan rewarded Jin Qiyang with the True God Pill. Yes, Xuanhuan wanted to directly let Jin Qiyang break through to the True God realm. Jin Qiyang handed over the origin of his soul, life and death are under his control, helping him directly break through the real god realm can make Dao add a true god-level presence to shock. Even if Xuanhuan gave him the poison, Jin Qiang would have to eat it directly. After he ate this true god pill, a terrifying aura intertwined from his body, and the false god law in his body quickly condensed into substance. True God, what is true? That is the real God, who can break the crystal layer of the eternal world and go beyond the universe to resist the terrible cosmic rays. Although the true God is the weakest God, but with a true word, it is also a God. I broke through? When Jin Qiang ate this true God pill, after just a few breaths, the breath he exuded actually reached the realm of true God. Yes, now Jin Qiang is already a true God powerhouse. Jin Qiang ate an elixir and reached the realm of true gods. The faces of the 9 elders and the others in the hall changed dramatically when they saw this scene. They all knew that without this medicinal pill, Jin Qiang would never have become a true god, which caused a kind of fanatical emotion in their eyes. Looking at Xuanhuan eagerly, he wanted to get a true divine pill. But the fate point is limited, and it is impossible for Xuanhuan to let everyone present break through to the true God. With Jin Qiang and Blood 11, it is enough to face the next situation. Contribute well to Dao, the benefits will not be less than you. Xuanhuan said. Abide by His Majesty's decree. The 9 elders knelt down at the same time, bowed to courtiers, and looked at Jin Qiang again. They all want to be the next Jin Qiang. Jin Qiang sneered in his heart. He gave Xuanhuan the origin of his soul. Even if he became a true god, his life was still in the hands of others. Otherwise, he would not have contributed at all, and he would have been rewarded by the true god pill. Seeing that Jin Qiang became the true god, the 9 elders were hot in their hearts. In order to perform well in front of Xuanhuan, they immediately organized the matter of leaving. Many of the direct descendants in the refining city were still unclear about the situation, and under the strong order of the clan elders, they directly entered the underground ancient city. Your Majesty, you can leave now. Sure enough, after seeing Jin Qiang break through to the true god, the 9 great elders worked extra hard and came to report to Xuanhuan at the same time. Let's go to Dao. Boom. Just after Xuanhuan's decree was issued, the ground in the entire refining city was cracked, and a huge city was drilled out from the ground. This city seems to be the epitome of the refining city, but it is all made of steel and is indestructible. Your Majesty, when the city was established, I have long thought about what to do if the city of item refining is in danger. I discussed with Ouyang and jointly built a city of steel. Every year, we are strengthening and expanding, which cost us a lot of money. It takes 10,000 years to see the sight in front of you. The 9 elders said proudly. It took tens of thousands of years to build such a giant city. Half of the resources are spent on the steel giant city, and countless formations are engraved, which is enough to compete with the power of the true God. Very good. Xuanhuan nodded slightly. After bringing the people from refining city back this time, they can go to Wuyu, rebuild the Imperial city, plan Wuyu, and build it into a real holy land. Return to Dao. After being filled with countless divine stones, the item refining city spewed out dazzling rays of light, like countless lightning bolts spreading, flying directly in the air. What happened? How did the refining city fly away? Where are we going? Seeing the city of item refining fly away, someone made a terrified voice. Don't panic, the refining city is relocated to Dao this time. From now on, the refining city belongs to Dao, and we will all rely on His Majesty Emperor Wu. The 9 elders suddenly made a sound to stabilize people's hearts. Where are you going to refining city? Just when refining city was about to leave the sky, suddenly 2 tyrannical forces came, and then 2 godlike powerhouses appeared. The 2 true gods are a man and a woman, wearing the clothes of the Xuanhuan dynasty. In addition, a large number of false god powerhouses of the Xuanhuan dynasty appeared behind them. The Xuanhuan dynasty had been watching every move of the item refining city for a long time, especially after Ouyang Ming became the city owner. They had a premonition of unusual fluctuations. It seemed that something was wrong with this item refining city, and something big was going to happen. Sure enough, this artifact refining city was about to leave the central profound realm. True God Xianzhao, True God Xuanyu. Someone recognized these two true gods. The Xuanhuan dynasty is powerful, and there is not only one true god in the country, and two are dispatched as soon as it appears. This is about my item refining city, so I don't need to report it to you. Ouyang Ming looked at the two true gods. Emperor Xuanhuan has a decree that the city of item refining shall not leave the middle profound realm for half a step, and those who violate the order will be killed without mercy. The faces of these two true gods were ugly. Although Ouyangzi didn't say it, they could naturally see that the artifact refining city was going to leave the middle profound realm, and it was very likely that they were going to die. It made them uncomfortable. The Xuanhuan dynasty has been recruiting item refining city, but this great warrior has taken the lead and has to leave under their noses. The Xuanhuan dynasty is so domineering, and the refining city is not the city of your Xuanhuan, and you want to restrict our actions. I think we have to leave. Who can stop us? The 9 elders made cold voices at the same time. #C323 This person will not die. It will be a great disaster. It's still too late to go back to the refining city now. True God Xianzhao is a burly and tall man, and he suppressed it with the magic power of True God. Although the city of item refining contains many formations and powerful powers, hiding in it can't help you, but trapping you here can still be done. The Xuanhuan dynasty can tolerate you being neutral, but it absolutely cannot tolerate you taking refuge in Dao and being used by others. This great martial arts is too sharp, and this time even the Xuanhuan dynasty felt jealous. If the refining city was taken away by him, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Can you stop us? Ouyang Ming sneered. Ignorance, then come and try. What is the power of True God? The big hand of True God Xianzhao grabbed at the refining city in an instant. The terrifying hand of the gods actually enveloped the refining city. He would not stupidly enter the refining city, but limited it with the power of his own true God. The movement of refiner city. There are countless runes gathered in the hand of the true God, which is completely different from the mana of the virtual God. Blood light slash. A figure holding a blood sword suddenly slashed out. It was the blood 11 that broke the true God's hand. There is another true God. They seemed to understand why Jin Qiang was so obedient yesterday, and they sounded surprised. It's not a living person, it's actually a flesh and blood puppet. And the true God. True God Xuanzhao's face became extremely ugly. This is what the great Wu Emperor brought here. True God Xianzhao, even if they have true God combat power, we have to stop them. The woman Xuanyu True God also stepped out. The mana was intertwined like a big net, the jade glow rolled, and a cold voice. If the refining city is left like this, where will the face of our Xuanhuan dynasty be put? World people, isn't he more afraid of his great martial arts? The Xuanhuan dynasty had ruled the Middle Xuanyu for tens of thousands of years, and had never been challenged like this. The two true gods stood together, and the power of the gods was oppressed like the sea. Your Majesty has a decree to leave the item refining city today, and no one can stop it. Jin Qiang is a king-class artifact. He suddenly flew out of the refining city, and he stood there like a golden sun, and also exuded a tyrannical true god mana, competing with the two true gods of the Xuanhuan dynasty. Jin Qiang. Xianzhao, true god Xuanyu didn't know how much shock he had eaten today. Feeling Jin Qiang's breath, he couldn't believe it. You actually became a true god. You were still a half-step true god during the artifact refining competition, and it was only a few days. Yes, I have become a true god. Jin Qiang stared at each other. Emperor Xuanhuan said that if you don't have a shocking chance in this life, you will not be able to become a true god. Emperor Wu, this is my chance against the sky. Jin Qiang also knew that although he became the servant of Emperor Wu, it was also a shocking opportunity that allowed him to become a true god. The Emperor Dao just came to Refining City, he let Jin Qiang break through the true god, and let the entire Refining City go with him. This person will not be destroyed, it must be a big problem, it must be the biggest crisis in the tens of thousands of years since the establishment of my Xuanhuan dynasty. Before, the Xuanhuan dynasty paid some attention to Dao, but it didn't take him too seriously. But seeing each other today, the two true gods felt a deep crisis. Fortunately, I already knew that this city of artifact refining was not easy to deal with. As early as thousands of years ago, we have created a net of heaven and earth, which is enough to trap them. True God Xuanyu, you and I will use the magic power of the true God together to make this city of artifact impossible. Move. Xianzhao, Xuanyu, true God, although shocked, but not helpless. The moment when the two true God mana swept the sky and covered the sky, an incomparably huge giant net was released from their hands. It is said to be a net, but each wire of this net is as thick as a chain, exuding a purple-gold divine light. Tianluo Ziguang net. Seeing this net, Jin Qiang shouted sternly, "You Xuanhuan dynasty actually built this net, and made preparations to deal with the item refining city early on. You can't be ready if you don't prepare. Your item refining city is too important, and your strategic position is too critical. One or two true gods are not worth as much as you. If you leave, the price will be unbearable." Xianzhao really said, "There is a day when Luo Ziguang network is going to be broken, and it will take a lot of effort to break it, and this time is enough for us to take all of you. There's one more thing I'm keeping to deal with you, and it really is used." The pair of jade-like palms of true God Xuanyu carefully took out a bottle with countless restrictions placed on it. When she opened the bottle, a rancid smell came out. Even the false god would feel dizzy. It seemed to be the most terrifying poison in the world, and the true gods were unwilling to touch it. The water in this bottle will definitely be corroded into flesh and blood if it is sprinkled on the false god, and the true god will not be able to please. Poisonous real water. Jin Qiang's face was even more ugly. "You guys want to use the 10,000 poison real water to corrode the prohibition of the refining city. The Wandu true water is extracted from all kinds of evil and poisonous gas between heaven and earth. Our Xuanhuan dynasty has been established for tens of thousands of years, and we only extracted a few bottles of Wandu true water. Knowing that your item refining city is difficult to attack, I also want to see whether your city is harder, or my bottle of Wandu true water is more powerful." True God Xuanyu laughed. "Xianzhao, you trapped the refining city with the Tianluo Ziguang net. I threw this bottle of Wandu true water into the refining city. Since it can't be used by us, I have to let others get it." Although Xuanyu Zhenren was extremely beautiful, her words were extremely vicious. "Right on my mind." True God Xianzhao opened his hand, and the Luo Ziguang net covered the artifact refining city that day. True God Xuanyu directly threw the 10,000 poisonous water into it through the huge mesh, and immediately the jade bottle was broken. "I can't let this 10,000 poisonous real water destroy the refining city. Although there is only one bottle of this water, it has a terrible spread, and it will continue to destroy the entire refining city. Damn, this Xuanhuan dynasty came prepared and wanted to destroy it. Us. Jin Qiang is already a true god and can resist this poisonous gas. But once the poisonous water begins to spread and the rotten aura spreads out, I don't know how many people will be killed. Wanda true water can't be stopped. It takes 10,000 years to collect a bottle." Xuanyu true god made a faint voice, "This is the end of not cooperating with my Xuanhuan dynasty. Without the formation of item refining city, what are they?" True God Xianzhao is also Tao. The long river of humanity. But just at the moment when the Wandu true water was about to spread, a dazzling long river suddenly swept in, containing supreme power. It directly ignored this poisonous gas and engulfed it with the power of the long river. The Wandu true water was broken in an instant. The long river of humanity is the source of the long river. How can this mere poisonous gas be shaken? Poisonous real water. Seeing the Wandu true water being swallowed up by this dazzling long river, Xian Zhao, true god Xian Zhao made an unbelievable voice. But at this moment, from within the dazzling river, a long sword that bloomed with endless light suddenly slashed out, and a sword light of 10,000 feet appeared in the sky. The Luo Ziguang net was extremely strong that day, and it was difficult to cut through it. However, at this instant, the fragile piece of the net seemed to be tofu, and was smashed into pieces by the Emperor sword. #C324 No cannon is no soul. In an instant, the Tiao Luo Ziguang net was broken and could not bear the blow of that sword. The more attributes the human sovereign sword has unblocked, the more powerful it will be. Now that it has been unblocked to attribute 4, how can its edge be matched by a mere net? Great Emperor Wu. Xianzhao, Xuanyu Zhenshen's face is extremely ugly. The means they had prepared were easily broken by the Emperor Wu. Although they did not see him in person, they were able to experience the terror of Emperor Wu with one hand. Rush over. Chu Yuan's voice came out. Everyone in the refining city was also excited when they saw this scene. Emperor Wu's strength did not disappoint them, and their fear of the Xuanhuan dynasty also dissipated a bit. Haha, no matter how many calculations your Xuanhuan dynasty has, you still haven't counted your majesty's means. We will leave today, and I'll see you in the future. I'm afraid it will be on the battlefield. How can there be a constant sky in this world? The sky should have changed. The 9 elders laughed wildly, pushing the refining city to the extreme, like a star hitting the 2 true gods. Running at full strength, there is no way to resist. Xianzhao, Xuanyu can only watch the refining city go away, and there is no way to stop it. Damn, let the refining city run away. Looking at the item refining city that disappeared in an instant, true god Xianzhao said with hatred that their mission this time was a complete failure. All of this is because of Emperor Wu. Without him, artifact refining city would not be able to leave. Thinking of the momentum contained in that sword, true god Xuanyu was also shocked. True god Xianzhao, Dao has become the biggest opponent of my Xuanhuan dynasty. We must report this matter to His Majesty quickly and discuss various countermeasures. Yes, if Dao arises, there can only be one country in the 5 domains. Either you die or I die. True god Xianzhao nodded. Either we step on their bones and march forward again and become a stronger dynasty in the early world, or our Xuanhuan dynasty falls and they eat our wealth. The 2 true gods instantly disappeared in the refining city. The tens of thousands of years old behemoth in the refining city of Adachi Castle suddenly disappeared, which caused a monstrous shock in the Zhongshuan domain. Someone once said that the artifact refining city went to Dao, and the Xuanhuan dynasty dispatched 2 true gods and did not leave them behind. Not long ago, Dao destroyed Zhuangcheng, causing a shocking fluctuation, and at this time, the whole city was packed and brought to Dao. This made more people amazed at how mysterious and powerful Dao was, and actually made all the refiners go to Dao. But one thing is certain, the 5 profound domains will not be calm in the future, and every dynasty change will bring slaughter of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Regardless of Zhongshuanyu, after flying for dozens of days, refining city has already flown to Dongguanyue Wuching. A giant city actually flew in the air. Artifact refining city, this is the artifact refining city in the Zhongshuan region. Your Majesty actually moved the refining city here. Oh my God, the great martial arts is so powerful. With the refining city, how much stronger my great martial arts will be. Countless people saw the city of item refining, and they all made a thick sound of horror. Your Majesty, where should this artifact refining city be placed? Yangming asked. The refining city will not be placed in the martial city, but will be placed in the martial realm. It will be placed in a land that relies on the imperial city. This time I will build it into a holy place for refining, attracting countless refiners from the eternal world to join. The core domain of Dao is always the domain of martial arts. Although Wuyu is a bit remote compared to the 5 major domains, he has moved a lot of divine veins during this time, and it has become more and more prosperous. And as Dao becomes more and more powerful, Wuyu will inevitably become the center. Refining Holy Land. Hearing these 4 words, all the refiners felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. Holy place. They can only call it a city, but they can't call it a holy place. His Majesty's ambitions are much bigger than theirs. Their hearts are full of longing, and they have the true understanding of refining tools, and they have the confidence to create a holy place. Some people returned to the martial realm with the refining city, and some stayed in Dongxianyu. Xuanhuan said, also, Jin Qiyang, I want to replan the layout of the martial realm, and you hand over a plan to me in the shortest possible time. Before Wuyu, after all, there were no powerful masters, the pattern was very scattered, and there was no momentum that a 6-star dynasty should have. Now that there are people from this side of refining city, Xuanhuan wants to build Wuyu into a real, imperial domain. The minister takes orders. Jin Qiyang is a smart man. Since it has been pinched by Xuanhuan, he will serve faithfully. The 9 elders will stay temporarily and unload the divine materials in the refining city. There are other things here for you to do. When Xuanhuan stopped over Wuching in refining city, he took them to the ancient city under the sea. Underwater ancient city. A lot of stone statues. When the 9 elders saw it, they exclaimed, Your Majesty, this should be a kind of stone statue core created by an ancient force, because the dust of the years has fallen into a deep sleep, and Your Majesty needs to wake them up. There are 10 true gods among these million stone statues, and I need you to unblock them. Xuanhuan got so many refiners this time, and naturally he wanted to unblock the stone statue core that he had been obsessed with. 9 people, this is the introduction to the puppet soldiers in the real artifact refining solution. There are many insights from God-level artifact refining masters. Xuanhuan asked Yangming to distribute several pamphlets to these 9 people. If they found a treasure, they seemed to be holding a piece of beautiful jade and took it carefully, for fear of breaking it. Your Majesty, with these insights, we have the confidence to wake up all the puppets. They know that if they wake up all the puppets, then this is a huge credit, and after opening it, they also have great self-confidence. The 9 of you are here to be responsible for the awakening and unblocking of the stone statue soldiers. Xuanhuan used them immediately. Once the stone statue soldiers are released, Dao will have extremely terrifying combat power. It's too small for them to refine the gods, and they should do something bigger. He also did not let Jin Qiyang stay in Dongxianyu, where he is enough, but let him go to Wuyu to guard the imperial city, in case Xuanhuan dynasty might launch a sudden attack on Xuanhuan's hometown. In addition, the removal of item refining city also allowed Xuanhuan to obtain a lot of materials that he did not have, which he just used to make equipment. In the past, the orthodox refiner of Dao was also Yangming. Now, a large number of refiners who have been systematically trained in the casting department have been flooded in instantly. This has increased the speed of their purification of materials, and the materials sent are piled up like mountains. With so many materials, Xuanhuan can create more sky warships and soldiers. Of course, the most important thing is the catastrophe cannon. Xuanhuan has a special affection for giant cannons. Starting from the magic cannon, every battle of the great martial arts is bound to be accompanied by the destruction of the enemy's giant cannon, covering the opposite side and completely destroying everything. It can be said that the cannon is the soul of Dao, and it cannot be done without the cannon. The Calamity Cannon has the power of the Calamity of the Gods, which makes Xuanhuan very much looking forward to it. And with the addition of Item Refining City, he didn't have to wait too long. Xuanhuan's first Tianjiao cannon had already been built. #C325 Calamity Cannon. This time, Xuanhuan used a lot of precious divine materials to finally build the first great cannon of heavenly tribulation. In comparison, the Thunder Cannon is like a small fortress. And this Robbery Cannon is even more shocking. It seems to be a small dock, so big that it can stand on top of thousands of people, and it has been magnified many times. The cannon made of steel was covered with thunder patterns, filled with an aura of thunder and lightning, and the thunder that emanated seemed to be turned into a sea of thunder, especially the muzzle, as if it was the maker of the catastrophe. Although it has not been launched yet, Xuanhuan felt a terrifying force that seemed to be able to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. The cannon gets bigger and bigger with each upgrade. Xuanhuan knew that the larger the cannon, the more ferocious the caliber, and the more terrifying the power it provided. We can't test the power of the Calamity Cannon here, we have to go to sea. As soon as he received the cannon of the catastrophe, he soon reached the sea. The Heavenly Tribulation Cannon had to be driven by the Imperial grade Divine Stone, and each shot had to be filled with 10,000 pieces. Immediately after Xuanhuan filled the Divine Stone, he saw endless thunder and lightning, and the surroundings turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. Created an existence like a catastrophe. The power of the catastrophe was generated, and the huge muzzle stretched out and aimed at a small island in the very far direction. Boom! The world is changing. An infinite lightning beam with incomparably majestic energy penetrated the void. The extremely terrifying fluctuations, the unimaginable power, seems to be the doom of heaven and earth, and the small island was completely destroyed by this cannon, and sank to the bottom of the sea. The Thunder Cannon can kill the gods, but the Catastrophe Cannon can kill the virtual gods. Hundreds of doors slammed together, and even the false gods couldn't resist, and they had to be smashed to pieces. And the Robbery Cannon also has its artifact skills, that is, it consumes 100,000 royal stones to launch the robbery punishment. This Robbery Cannon is fierce, and it is also a gold-swallowing beast. It can cost 10,000 royal gems with a single shot. It's really a cannon shot, and the gold is 10,000 taels. I don't know how many god stones will be consumed in a war. Haha, okay, the Calamity Cannon is powerful enough to threaten a false god, now let the casting department fully supply the required materials. Xuanhuan didn't care. There will be a battle with the Xuanhuan dynasty to compete for the dominance of the 5 domains. Now the entire 5 domains are caught in an inexplicable qi movement. Xuanhuan's imperial decree ordered that the 9 elders led some people to unblock the stone statue core on the seabed. Ouyang Ming led the people to fully refine the materials needed for the cannon of the catastrophe, and Jin Qiang went to Wuyu to rebuild a domain. Xuanhuan gave Lu Qianfu, Zhu Fengfeng, Feng Lei, and Chen Jian the 4 false god experience pills exchanged. They are all valiant warriors. True God, Xuanhuan's great Wu dynasty has another one. He gave the True God pill to Yao Linger. Yao Linger was already numb. Xuanhuan always took out something that shocked her, and she no longer knew how to express the shock in her heart. No one knew that Yao Linger had arrived at the True God. This was Xuanhuan's hidden fighting power. And when she arrived at the real God realm, Xuanhuan was also a big happy event. The magical medicine raised by special exercises was even more amazing. In the winter of the 37th year of Dao, 10 levels of transcendence. With Yao Linger's magic medicine, Xuanhuan raised his realm to the 10th level of psychic power. With my current 10-fold power and various means, the weak True God is not my opponent. Xuanhuan secretly said, the construction of the cannon is slow, and the materials required are too amazing. Only 40 or 50 doors have been built in this period of time. This is still a city for refining weapons. On the other side of Wuyu, the holy land of refining weapons is also available. It must be built as soon as possible to attract refiners from other domains to flock to it. The 5 domains are only a part of the eternal great world. Beyond the 5 domains, there is a wider world. Humanity is a long river, and humanity is eternal. And the river of humanity is getting stronger and stronger. As soon as the refining city came, who did not know that the background of Dao was extremely terrifying? The people knew this news, and all of them were agitated in their hearts, proud of living in Dao. When he came back to Dongxianyu, although he didn't start a war, his reputation spread far and wide. In some houses, he didn't even issue an order, so he came to take refuge on his own. Your Majesty, King Longwei hereby declares that there is a war in the Myriad Beast Mountains and Wangyao territory. In front of Chuyuan, there was a military information sent to him. The 10,000 Beast Mountain range, that is, the Demon Race 100 domains, is incomparably vast. Monster Race 100 domains is just a general term, there are more than 100 domains, I don't know how many monster race powerhouses are there. King Longwei is also known as the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon. It did not follow Chuyuan to Dongxian domain, but stayed in the Demon domain and was named the Domain Lord. Recently, with a large number of artifact refining masters in Artifact Refining City, Chuyuan can also do some things that could not be done before, that is, let this group of people arrange a sound transmission array, and they are connected like a beacon fire. Any military situation can be the fastest. Speed conveyed. Ningyaoyu, which is a few fields away from Wangyaoyu, has launched a war. It has already attacked and destroyed all the realms, massacred them, and will soon hit Wangyaoyu. Seeing the military situation, Chuyuan frowned slightly. Commander Xian Feng. I have seen your majesty. Zhu Fengfeng arrives. After taking the false god experience pill, she has broken through to the 10th level of the false god, and she has the power of the undead divine phoenix, and her real combat power is stronger than some half-step true gods. There is a change in Wanyaoyu. This time, Commander Feng, you will lead 100 sky battleships to look back at Yaoyu to calm the chaos. Chuyuan said. The minister will follow the decree. Zhu Fengfeng immediately set off for Wangyaoyu. After all, the Myriad Beast Mountains are all monsters. Chuyuan asked her to go to handle this matter. He is now going to sit in Dongguanyueyu and beware of threats from Xuanhuan dynasty. He also issued an imperial decree to make Jin Qiang obey Zhu Fengfeng's words. The Wangyaoyu side is also very critical. It is the first line of defense against the monster's hundreds of territories, and it is the border across the demon territory. Jin Qiang had no choice. Although he is a true god, he actually wants to listen to a false god, but he also knows that his true god has been promoted by others, and he is very empty, and his life is in the hands of others. Looking into the demon domain. There is a domain lord's mansion. Coming. The purple-scaled thunder dragon transformed into a human form, looking like a mighty middle-aged man. After Dao's national strength reached 6 stars, as a king who was canonized very early, he also broke through to the false god. Purple-scale thunder dragon is very fortunate to have taken refuge in Dao early, otherwise he was only so strong at that time, how could he have seen his majesty, and he would still be a little dragon today. How could he possibly become a powerful false god realm? Sky battleship. As soon as the purple-scale thunder dragon saw the battleship in the sky, he knew that Dao's people had arrived. King Longwei, tell me the situation, the specific situation in Ningyaoyu. Zhu Fengfeng led a large number of strong people to come to the front of Longwei King. Commander Feng. Purple-scale thunder dragon nodded slightly. Not long ago, Ningyaoyu suddenly launched a war, and they did not occupy the territory, that is, every time they passed, they must slaughter the city, and then continue to capture the next city, slaughtering all the way, with their speed, a few more the day will come to the demon realm of my hope. Hashtag C326 Fear comes. If something goes wrong, there must be something weird. Ningyaoyu only kills and does not occupy territory. Obviously, it has a purpose. Zhu Fengfeng said, where are they now? Temporarily stationed in the rock demon realm, which is 1,000,000 miles away, the big demons in Ningyaoyu moved together this time. The main body of Ningyaoyu is a fierce tiger with a strength of half-step true god, and there are many virtual gods and big demons following him. Purple Scale, Thunder Dragon Road. In the hundreds of demon clan domains, most of the domains close to Dao are relatively weak domains. The real horror has true gods, and even the great domain of the gods is still more prosperous and deeper, and the water is very deep. Half-step true god, I can deal with it alone. Jin Qiyang said. True god exists. The purple scale thunder dragon knew that Dao had a true god and felt the breath of the true god. If he saw a true god today, he would be shocked when he saw the true body, and his heart was full of fear of the true god. But when I thought that such a powerful existence had to obey Emperor Wu, I didn't feel anything. Emperor Wu sent me this time to know that the demon race 100 domains are after all a demon race. If the human race's true gods take action, it will cause inconvenience. Jin Qiyang, you suppress the situation this time. Next time we'll see what tricks they're trying to play. Zhu Fengfeng sneered and said, King Longwei leads the way, without a true god, I can deal with it. Zhu Fengfeng's strength is already at the 10th level of the false god, and she also possesses the power of the immortal divine phoenix. Rock Demon Domain. At this moment, countless armies of Ningyaoyu were slaughtering, and a monster was killed and turned into a sure field, which was horrible to watch. Burning, killing and looting, there were screams everywhere. The demon race is sometimes more cruel than the human race. In order to win the hearts of the people, those emperors of the human race will not kill like this, but when the demon race is killed, it doesn't matter at all. After all, a demon word contains an unknown number of demon races. Domain Lord, now my army in Ningyaoyu has attacked and destroyed the 5 regions, and we will go to Wanyaoyu. The powerhouses of Ningyaoyu gathered in the domain master mansion of the original Yanyaoyu. They all looked at the superior, a mighty middle-aged man with several scars on his face. This is the domain owner of Ningyaoyu, the main body is a fierce tiger, a half-step true god. Enough rest, it is to slaughter Wanyaoyu. Ningyaoyu said. Many demon women in disguised form serve these demon powerhouses in the hall, trembling with fear, for fear that they will be harvested and killed if they are not careful. Wanyaoyu is nothing, the domain owner is a thunder dragon, but Wanyaoyu is a bit special. There are ethnic forces behind it. It is said that it is a human empire called Dao outside the 100 territories. It is prosperous and difficult to deal with. An old man with a goatee said. This old man is a green sheep spirit, with 10 levels of false gods, and Hu Zhentian's think tank advises him. No matter how strong the human empire is, it can't control the affairs of my demon clan. The surrounding forces are already very difficult to attack. The easiest one to attack at the moment is Wanyaoyu. As long as this big plan is completed, we will have inexhaustible opportunities. The master of Ningyaoyu looked around the 4 directions. Now there is one more place to look at Yaoyu. Then what are you waiting for, just kill it. Haha, yes, this time I killed a lot of fun. I killed more than a dozen false gods, and there are countless other gods who died in my hands. I also killed several false gods this time and gained a lot of wealth. The domain master is still very powerful. This rock demon domain owner dared to resist, and was directly killed by our domain owner. One person killed the strong people in the rock demon domain. The plan was made, and the group of monster powerhouses were also talking about it. Today, everyone eats and drinks well, and rests well. Tomorrow, we will go to slaughter Wanyaoyu. The main road of Ningyaoyu. Boom. But just when this group of demon powerhouses were gathering, the Domain Lord's mansion suddenly shook, and 100 sky battleships came. Let's level this Domain Lord's mansion. When the army descended, Zhu Fengfeng didn't talk nonsense with them, and directly made people fire, leveling the Domain Lord's mansion and surrounding it. The Human Legion. The master of Ningyaoyu stared at the battleship in the sky, looking at the woman in red armor. You guys actually came here on your own initiative. Fighting the enemy out of the country. Zhu Fengfeng looked down and said, is it your initiative to surrender, or I personally behead you? I'm not ashamed to say it. Ningyao's domain master can even destroy all domains, but he is also an extremely ruthless monster. Is it just up to you? He knew that none of the domains he attacked had any powerful powerhouses. If you anger Emperor Wu, you will not end well. Jin Qiyang said lightly. True god of human race. Jin Qiyang was like a scorching sun at this time. The aura of the true god emanated, and the infinite laws of the true god spread, and suddenly the face of the master of Ningyaoyu changed dramatically. You actually have a true god. If you know that there is a true god in the human dynasty on the other side of the mountain, the lord of Ningyaoyu will never attack this side. Back. Although the Lord Ningyaoyu is very confident in his own strength, he still has no confidence to deal with the true god powerhouse. At this moment, he also feels his scalp numb, and at the same time makes a roaring voice, the real god of the human race, this is the domain of the demon race. If you dare to kill me, there will definitely be other true gods of the demon race who will not let you go. How to kill the monsters themselves is a matter of closing the door and coming from home. But if someone from a strong race intervenes, the meaning will be different. Jin Qiyang, you don't have to take action. This commander can solve the Ningyaoyu lord this time. Let him know that he was already dead when he attacked Wanyaoyu's heart. Zhu Fengfeng stepped forward. It's best to leave the demon clan's affairs to her. Her body was full of fire, and suddenly a pair of fire wings were behind her. The fire of nirvana burned, and the vision of the primordial spirit originating from the immortal divine phoenix was released. Undead divine phoenix. Ningyao territory lord was shocked. In the entire demon clan, the undead divine phoenix is also extremely noble. Dao has a true god in charge, which has made him extremely frightened, but he did not expect that they actually have an immortal divine phoenix, which is the emperor of the demon clan. His scalp was numb, and he fled directly without ignoring the other powerful monsters. Feng dance, 9 days. The terrifying coercion spread out, pressing the void to solidify together. Her bloodline coercion of the immortal phoenix had a unique shock to the demon clan, which made Hu Jintian's power coagulate together and could not be displayed. Roar. Roar. Tiger roaring in the forest. Lord Ningyaoyu instantly revealed his body and turned into a fierce tiger as large as 100 zhang, and roared at Zhu Fengfeng, don't force me. He roared, sound waves impacted, and the huge tiger claws slapped Zhu Fengfeng. Zhu Fengfeng raised his hand and struck, as if the undead divine phoenix had lifted its phoenix wings and shook the tiger claw back. Great Nirvana technique, immortal Nirvana. The flames covered the sky, and Zhu Fengfeng slid over. Although she was not yet a half-step true god, but she was a king-grade artifact, armed to the teeth, and suppressed by divine phoenix's coercion, this Ningyao territory lord could not possibly be his opponent. She came with a sword of the king-grade artifact, burning a thick fire of nirvana. The great nirvana technique of the Phoenix clan. The domain master of Ningyaoyu was extremely frightened. He originally released a huge amount of mana to fight against Zhu Fengfeng, but his power was burned through at once, and the thick fire of nirvana burned on him. No matter how he put it out, the fire was difficult to put out, as if to burn him not even the scum is left. #C327 Meteor Abyss. In this fight, the Ningyao domain lord was completely at a disadvantage. But that's not surprising. Half-step true god is also a false god, but the mana is much stronger than the false god 10th layer. It still belongs to the power of the false god, and has not transformed into the sea, and Zhu Fengfeng has the power of the immortal phoenix, and is equipped with various king-grade artifacts. Her opponent. In an instant, Ning Yaoyu was burned by the fire of nirvana of the undying divine phoenix. Lord Ning Yaoyu roared and attacked again, his huge body slammed over, his vitality was tenacious, and it was not so easy to kill him completely. His tiger claws kept grabbing, bang bang, several explosions sounded, and the sharp tiger claws could tear apart the void in one fell swoop, and slammed into Zhu Fengfeng in an instant. The tiger roars in the mountains, and the tiger strikes. In the midst of the severe pain, countless air currents rushed out of his body, and this time it seemed as if a giant celestial tiger appeared behind him. When it roared, it was vying for dominance in the world, and it was powerful enough to compete with Zhu Fengfeng. It actually contains a trace of Tianhu blood. Zhu Fengfeng was a little surprised. Tianhu is a divine beast that can compete with the undead divine phoenix, the supreme divine beast of the tiger clan. But that's not enough. The power of national fortune, the power is sublimated. At this moment, Zhu Fengfeng is extremely brilliant. She has the power of great martial arts in her body. She fought for the country and was favored by the country. Suddenly, her eyes shot an incomparable phoenix light. The power of nirvana. Zhu Fengfeng seemed to draw out the sword of nirvana, carrying the infinite fire of nirvana, and saw a flaming sword slashing at the waist of the master of Ning Yaoyu. What? The vision of Tianhu was broken, and Ning Yaoyu was trapped in immortality, dragging his broken body to escape. Phoenix descends into the world. Zhu Fengfeng's expression was cold, as if an ancient phoenix ancestor had descended. Her flame completely burned on Ning Yaoyu's body. The lord of Ning Yao territory let out a hysterical roar and screams, and finally turned into a pile of debris. The unstoppable undead divine phoenix. The rest of the strong Ning Yaoyu were trembling with fear. Seeing that the ambitious Ning Yaoyu master turned into a scum just a moment ago, they lost their courage to fight. If the true god Jin Qiang started to slaughter them, they probably wouldn't give in even if they died. In the demon world, the weak eat the strong are respected, and the weak surrender to the strong. In the face of the pressure of the undead phoenix, they could only surrender. The existence of the phoenix family, as long as we don't kill us, we are willing to say the purpose of this battle and other domains. This group of monsters knelt down to Zhu Fengfeng. Divine Phoenix cannot kneel, this is the suppression of blood. If you tell the secret, I will spare you. Zhu Fengfeng said. Actually, the purpose is that we found a place where the gods fell in the abyss of the fallen god, but the outside world is full of infinite restrictions. So we have to use the blood sacrifice method to break the restrictions and take out the treasures. The Qingyang Jing and Ning Yaoyu said tremblingly, we suspect that there is a deity there. Where the gods fell. Zhu Fengfeng's expression changed, and her eyebrows were solemn. The land of the gods, this is not a trivial matter, and you must report it to your majesty. If this matter is true, you can spare you not to die, and return it to my army. Abyss of the fallen god, the land of fallen god. The news quickly reached Xu Yuan's ears through the sound transmission array. He looked slightly condensed. Although the true gods are also powerful, they only have some foundations of gods. When they reach the void of the universe, they must be careful, but the gods can roam freely in the universe and can easily kill the existence of true gods. I already know, Jin Qiang, you go to the land of divine fall, with Commander Feng, to break the ban. Xu Yuan issued an imperial decree and passed it in a formation. Moreover, he also let Shui 11 take one thing to the abyss of the fallen god. Although the sound transmission array method requires a lot of investment and requires many people to maintain it day and night, it is indeed convenient. In a short period of time, Zhu Fengfeng received Xu Yuan's decree, and his expression was shocked. Take us to the land of the gods. The land of gods fall. We have been discovering the Ningyaoyu for decades. Every blood sacrifice in the middle will weaken the restriction a bit. Later, I couldn't bear the speed. On the way, Qingyang knew everything and said to Zhu Fengfeng, if it is really the place where the gods have fallen, the prohibition is very strong, and the laws of the gods are densely permeated. Now we can only hope that the gods are not good at formations. Jin Qiang expressed his opinion. Sky warships sail in the astral layer. A few days later, the abyss of the fallen god arrived. They came to a barren land, but on this land, there were incomparably terrifying abyss cracks, spewing out the breath of dead silence, and endless resentment roaring. My lord, in ancient times, there was a battle of gods in the demon realm. This battle almost destroyed the demon realm. The abyss crack in front of you is a trace left by that battle. There are many treasures buried in it, and there are also gods. Corpse. Qingyang Jing respectfully said, the place where the gods fell is inside. You lead the way. Zhu Fengfeng said. Qingyang Jing walked ahead and entered the abyss crack first. It was dark inside, and all kinds of violent breaths were sprayed, and it was bottomless. It's such a deep place, even if I am a true god, I don't dare to go too deep into it. The breath is too terrifying. It is indeed the place where the gods fell. Jin Qiang's face was solemn, and he did not dare to be careless. Fortunately, the place they went this time was not too deep. Right here. King Yangjing pointed to the front. There is indeed a very strong restraining force. Jin Qiang is proficient in the formation technique and said, use the blood you collected. Yes, my lord. Qingyang Jing will do it right away. It took out a blood-colored altar, and suddenly it was like a vast ocean of blood. I don't know how many monsters' blood it had slaughtered before it fell into the altar, and a terrifying red light shot out, hitting the front directly. The void in front was originally normal, but in an instant there was a trace of a secret realm, and a palace emitting golden light could be vaguely seen. The altar lasted for a few quarters of an hour before dissipating, and the secret realm in front of him could no longer be sealed. Jin Qiang, can you break it open? Zhu Fengfeng asked. It shouldn't be a big problem. That god is not good at formation. The years are too long, and the blood sacrifice method has consumed a lot of power. Give me some time, I can try it. Jin Qiang looked at it for a long time, and his hands interweaved an infinite array of light, constantly testing. If he didn't break through the true god, and he didn't get the true solution of the refining tool, he would have no confidence to break through. He has now handed over the origin of his soul, which is equivalent to Chu Yuan's slave, let him live, let him die, so other refiners need to spend contributions in exchange for it, but he can study all. Zhu Fengfeng didn't understand the formation method, so she waited patiently. Unblock, break. 5 days have passed. Jin Qiang typed the last handprint in. An infinite amount of divine power was sprayed out of this secret realm, the golden flames burning in the sky, the endless power swept across, and the burned place turned into a dead zone Jedi. The monstrous power even the true gods dare not enter at this time, otherwise they will be strangled and killed by this endless golden light. It is indeed left by the true god, but there is a large amount of divine power left by the true god. We must wait until the divine power is exhausted before we can enter. After Jin Qiang lifted the restriction, he said to everyone. #C328 Humanity Incarnate. The vision of the gods is magnificent, smashing out a sky, exuding a vast and majestic power. The golden light made the dim abyss cracks brighter, creating a strong vision. The gods are powerful, and there is not a single god in the central profound realm. Even if the gods die, their power is incomparably terrifying. What kind of true gods are like ants in front of the gods, and they can be killed with a wave of their hands? A more terrifying powerhouse. Jin Qiang is the true god, and can feel this gap the most. Even if the power of the gods leaked, he felt like an ant. The terrifying vision also made the cracks in the abyss very uneasy. Their faces were solemn, and they were alert to possible crises. Sure enough, just in this vision, which lasted for about half a day, 2 true gods descended one after another, and then 2 true gods, a man and a woman, evolved. True God Powerhouse. Jin Qiang's face was solemn. The mighty power of the gods, this is the outpouring of the power of the gods. There is actually a secret place left by the gods one day. The man is splendid and extraordinary. Although he has turned into a human form, there is a pair of jade-colored dragon horns on his head, which adds a bit of majesty. There are monsters, and there are strong people from the human race. Among them, there is a true god. True dragon god. Zhu Fengfeng looked at this true god, and then at the woman, the breath of the Feng clan. This is the true god of the Phoenix clan. Both the dragon and the phoenix are extremely powerful races, and this time the true god of the dragon and phoenix has come. Who are you? The true god of the Feng clan was graceful and noble, with a noble temperament, and the phoenix ruled the world. She looked at Zhu Fengfeng and others, and then her phoenix eyes stared at the vision of the gods. This time, she was also attracted by this vision when she explored the abyss crack. Dao Dynasty. Zhu Fengfeng said, "Who are you?" This secret realm was discovered by me Dao first. This emperor is the Fire Phoenix Dynasty, the Fire Phoenix Emperor. When the woman looked at Zhu Fengfeng, an inexplicable blood pressure, his face suddenly changed. You are also a strong Phoenix clan. No, you still have a more noble Phoenix clan aura, immortal divine Phoenix. You actually have the blood of the immortal divine Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix Emperor felt the breath of Zhu Fengfeng's blood. The undead divine Phoenix family. The Dragon Clan's true god said, "This emperor is the Tinglong Dynasty, Ao Shiri." Huifeng Dynasty, Tinglong Dynasty. Hearing these 2 names, King Yangjing almost fainted from fright. This is the fact that the surrounding domains have great powers of true gods, especially the shadows of the dragon and phoenix families behind them. Thinking of this, he even mourned the demon domain Lord Ning in silence. Even if he opened the secret realm, he would only be making wedding dresses for others. If you want to seize the secret realm, you are the enemy of my Dao dynasty. Zhu Fengfeng and the others obviously would not let Ao Shiri and Hufengguang touch the secret realm. If you want to rely on you, you want to monopolize the secret realm, and the appetite is too big. When Ao Shiri saw the inside of the secret realm, his eyes were also very hot, and he saw that this was a treasure left by a god, and how precious it was. Let's not talk about the secret realm first. As the undead divine phoenix, how can you be in the dynasty of the human race? You should return to the Phoenix clan. The Huifeng Emperor naturally felt that Zhu Fengfeng came from the human race dynasty, and said, "If you are willing to leave the human race dynasty and come to my Fire Phoenix dynasty, I am willing to do my best to help you break through the true god and let you succeed me on the throne." She actually wanted to give the throne to Zhu Fengfeng. Huifeng is also a descendant of the Phoenix family. But her bloodline is obviously not as noble as the undead divine phoenix. If there was an undead phoenix in her dynasty, her status in the Phoenix clan would definitely be greatly improved, and it would be extremely terrifying for the undead phoenix to break through to the true god. Zhu Fengfeng just smiled when he heard this. Her life, Zhu Fengfeng, was saved by the first emperor of Great Wu, and even the bloodline of the undying divine phoenix was bestowed upon her by Chu Yuan, so what kind of temptation could this little Fire Phoenix emperor be? I am a minister of great martial arts, and I will be a minister of great martial arts forever. How can I be your emperor of fire and phoenix? Zhu Fengfeng didn't even think about it. Hufengguang, I don't think they will easily let go of the secret realm. Ao Shiri said on the side. What benefits did the human race dynasty give you to make you follow so zealously? The Fire Phoenix Emperor was obviously still a little unwilling to give up, and stared closely. this emperor wants to see how majestic that human race emperor is. Behead this human race true god here. Although there is a true god Jin Qiyang present, but if she joins forces with Ao Shiri, she can still kill. You dare. Jin Qiyang's expression changed greatly. He is afraid of death. If he was not afraid of death, he would hand over the origin of his soul to Chu Yuan. I'm waiting for your words. Ao Shiri smiled. Who dares to move the people of my great martial arts? A voice swept into the abyss crack. This sound is infinite, like a sky, which can make people feel a sense of security, and Jin Qiyang doesn't feel afraid at this time. Is that the human emperor? Ao Shiri and Fire Phoenix Emperor looked up at the sky. A bloody light filled in, it was Blood 11, and Chu Yuan was not seen. Are you the emperor of the human race? Ao Shiri frowned. Although this figure also has the power of a true god, he did not feel a trace of the emperor's coercion from him. He is not a human emperor, to be precise, a puppet of a true god. The Fire Phoenix Emperor looked at the identity of Bleeding 11. A dynasty with a puppet of a true god. Ao Shiri's face was solemn. Refining a puppet of a true god is no more difficult than cultivating a true god, and then confused, but where did that voice come from? I want the secret realm, you go away. The Supreme Emperor's voice came out again. Emperor of the human race, don't pretend to be a ghost. I know you are here, so let's meet. If you have enough strength, we should retreat. If not, you can't take the treasures here. World-proud divine sense swept across. I really am not here. A long river appeared on Shui 11. This long river exudes endless power, deduces the stalwart of a country, countless figures walk by, and finally turns into a great figure, suppressing the sky, looking down on Ao Shiri and the Fire Phoenix Emperor. See your majesty. Zhu Fengfeng and others knelt down. The river of humanity has turned into the incarnation of Chu Yuan. It is true that his real body is still in the East Profound region, but after he knew the land of the gods, he placed the long river of humanity on Shui 11 and let him come with the long river of humanity. This is not an ordinary incarnation, but an emperor's vision condensed by a long river of humanity. In the eyes of Ao Shiri and Xuanhuan, they seem to have seen countless figures believing in this great emperor. Human emperor. Looking at this emperor incarnation, Ao Shiri and Xuanhuan both made shocked voices. The emperor's vision is too magnificent. He is not an emperor, who is an emperor, and the monstrous power radiated makes it difficult for the noble blood in the two demons to run. The incarnation of an emperor is so powerful. What is the origin of your Dao dynasty? There is only one feeling in their hearts. This is not just facing the emperor of the human race, but facing the power of an empire. #C329 Jinwu Tianshan. At this moment, although it is a power of incarnation, it gives the impression of an infinite sky, with a bearing like the sky. The stalwart body suppressed the sky in all directions, grabbed the sun and the moon with only one hand, and the vast breath was transmitted, and even Ao Shiri and Xuanhuan felt the bursts of depression. Chu Yuan has already seen it. World Proud's cultivation is at the first level of true God, while the Fire Phoenix Emperor is at the second level of true God. Although such a cultivation base is powerful, it is difficult to shake him now. Ha 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 ha, Emperor Dao, although your aura is extraordinary, after all, you are just an incarnation, so it still can't scare us. The sky is mysterious, and I, Ao Shiri, also want a piece of the soup, so let me see what you have. How awesome! Ao Shiri stared at Chu Yuan with a pair of dragon eyes, and suddenly, his body was tall and straight, grabbed with one palm, and transformed into an endless dragon's shadow. He hit Chu Yuan with the power of the true God, and wanted to destroy this incarnation. He thought that the incarnation of Chu Yuan came with the power of national destiny, but he would never have thought that Chu Yuan's incarnation technique was mysterious. A dragon claw descended, killing Xuanhuan directly. Then try. Xuanhuan waved his hand, extremely dazzling, his power seemed to be endless, and with the power of the vast sky, he slammed into the dragon's claws. Aoshiri's face changed abruptly, he felt that he was not bombarded by an avatar, but an unshakable sky, and the whole person flew out. Humph! Aoshiri snorted coldly. His body is half human and half dragon, in the state of human dragon, showing extremely strong strength. The dragon claws tore the sky, the storm swept over, and the one who smashed his head and covered his face fell. However, Xuanhuan's humanistic incarnation remained motionless forever, his eyes shot out infinite divine light, the void trembled fiercely, and an aura of the supreme humane permeated the air. It's amazing. Aoshiri's face was extremely solemn. His Majesty just descends on the next incarnation, and he can actually compete with the true God. Jin Qian's heart trembled. Humanity Divine Fist. Humanity incarnates and takes a step, Xuanhuan slams a punch, and the infinite power is fiercely facing Aoshiri. Suddenly Aoshiri suffered an extremely violent blow. The whole dragon retreated again, and the dragon scales on his body were broken. Feng Yan. Thousands of phoenix fires in the palm of the Fire Phoenix Emperor's palm, burning blazingly, fell from the void. Okay. Fire Phoenix Emperor, you and I joined forces today to defeat his incarnation. The warlike spirit of the dragon race was also aroused, and Aoshiri rushed forward with a roar. The incarnation of humanity walked directly into the phoenix fire, and a huge black hole appeared all over his body, which directly swallowed the phoenix fire, and then smashed Aoshiri with a punch. His power is too fierce, not the power of one person, but the power of countless people of an empire. How can it be so strong? Feeling the unshakableness of Xuanhuan, Aoshiri's face changed greatly, but he was not willing to admit defeat like this, and let out a dragon's roar. True Dragon 9 changes. He completely turned into a huge real dragon, with silver-white scales, but there were also a few pieces of pure golden dragon scales mixed with it. The Emperor of the Dragon family, the five-clawed golden dragon, although he is a silver dragon, he has cultivated to the true God, and his bloodline has been evolving towards the golden dragon. The dragon's body was twisted, as if a real dragon ancestor had descended. Behind him, an ancient dragon ancestor appeared, with huge dragon eyes, containing infinite dragon power, and directly extending the dragon's claws to cover it. True Feng Tianwei. The Fire Phoenix Emperor also burst out with the immortal coercion of a true phoenix. The two unparalleled monsters attacked the incarnation of Xuanhuan at the same time. The way of heaven is vague, the way of human beings is boundless, the power of the Supreme is infinitely heavy. An indescribable power of humanity radiated from the long river of humanity, and at the moment when he displayed it, it overwhelmed the real dragon and the real phoenix at the same time, as if a human emperor came to this world, stretched out his palm and could everything is suppressed. He swept away with one palm, his strength was overwhelming, as if spreading endlessly, directly killing the two monsters. What power is this? Why do I feel an irresistible power, that is, the strongest holy emperor of the human race is coming, and the ancestors of the demon race will be suppressed. The power of the two true gods was destroyed at this moment. Facing the power of Xuanhuan, they changed drastically. Boom! The two demons were covered by Xuanhuan's big hand, and even the power of the true god collapsed, and they retreated back and forth again and again. Emperor Dao is too strong. The Fire Phoenix Emperor was shaken in his heart, looking at the incarnation, stalwart like the sky, eternally motionless, and actually said, "Today, the power of the great Wu Emperor, this emperor has also seen it, I really can't shake it, so I leave, immortal divine phoenix, if you change your mind, you can come to the Fire Phoenix dynasty at any time, but there is still an ancient phoenix domain in this 100 demon clan domains." She directly turned into a fire phoenix and left the underground abyss. Damn, this fire phoenix emperor ran fast enough. Ao Shiri scolded secretly, and said at the same time, the green mountains will not change and the green water will flow forever, from goodbye. The two true gods of the two demon races left at the same time. Although they were unwilling, they also knew that coming to the abyss was nothing more than the incarnation of the great Wu Emperor's national fortune, and his deity did not know where to hide. The incarnation can't be shaken, and you still want to shake the deity? Besides, there are Jin Qiang and Blood 11, two true gods. If Emperor Dao is forced very hard, if the real body appears, they may die here. Although the treasures left by the gods are good, they must also be enjoyed with life. Your Majesty is eternal. Jin Qiang and other officials saluted. Continue to open the treasures here, today I'm just an incarnation. Xuanhuan looked into the land of the gods. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhu Fengfeng and others suppressed the excitement in their hearts, and then looked at the secret realm. At this moment, the golden divine light in the secret realm was gradually weakening. After waiting for several hours, it was finally time to enter. Go in. They were all very curious, what was left behind by the fallen god. Walking into the secret realm, I immediately saw a golden palace group, which seemed to be the palace of the god that day. The strong aura of a demon god, this god who died here must be a demon god. The power of the gods is too powerful. Although they are only one level higher than the true gods, their powers are no longer at the same level, and they are existences that can freely roam the universe. It is no exaggeration to say that it is difficult for 1,000 true gods to give birth to a god. The appearance of a god requires too many resources. And when they walked to the center of the palace, they saw a shocking scene in front of them. A gigantic golden corpse was sleeping there. Although it had gone through countless years, it still exuded a terrifying coercion. A thick golden flame was burning on the corpse. This is the real body of the demon emperor of the goddess. The god of the Golden Crow clan. #C330 My gift. It was a golden crow who fell here. Jinwu is also the emperor of the demon clan, belonging to the beasts of birds and beasts, but it is completely different from the phoenix. In ancient times, the Golden Crow Emperor of the Golden Crow Empire had fought against the existence of the 5 emperors. The god of the Golden Crow clan. Zhu Fengfeng's eyes were fixed on Jinwu Tianqin's body, and a voice came out, its body is covered with scars, and the bones are cracked in some places. Obviously this deity was killed in battle. Buried here. A god, with infinite vitality, a drop of blood can cause the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. In their eyes, they seemed to see an ancient Jinwu god fighting a powerful enemy. The sky was broken, but in the end they were defeated. They dragged their seriously injured body and came to the secret territory they opened up. In the end, the oil was exhausted, and the gods died. Even if God has fallen for many thousands of years, the majesty and domineering will still be difficult to dissipate. There's a sword there. Zhu Fengfeng immediately saw that right next to the Jinwu god, there was a golden long sword, the size of ordinary people, with many patterns on it. Although the monsters are most powerful when they transform their deities, sometimes they also create artifacts that can be transformed into human beings. This golden long sword has the breath of the Golden Crow god, it is the sword it used, and it was buried here with it. This sword is an imperial artifact, the sword used by the gods. Xuanhuan's voice came. What? It turned out to be an imperial artifact. Then the Golden Crow heavenly god actually left behind his own imperial artifact. This is an imperial artifact, how precious. The entire 5 profound domains also have an imperial artifact suppressing background in the Xuanhuan dynasty, and they suppressed the Zhongshuan domain. The power of an imperial artifact can kill the sun and the moon, and it can split the vacuum. The Imperial artifact is absolutely incomparable. They were all shocked. Don't look at them with a lot of king rank artifacts, but the gap between king rank artifacts and emperor rank artifacts is like a true god and a god. This Imperial artifact should be dedicated to your majesty. There was no greed in Zhu Fengfeng's eyes, but he wanted to dedicate it to Xuanhuan immediately. This Imperial artifact is useless to me. Xuanhuan did not want it. He has the Emperor sword and does not need the Golden Crow sword. And the most critical Taidan furnace did not pop up the promotion option. It seems that the Golden Crow sword is not seen. He then said, the Golden Crow sword is the sword of the gods of the demon race, and it is difficult for the human race to mobilize all its power. Commander Feng, this Golden Crow sword belongs to you. He rolled up the Golden Crow sword with the power of a long river of humanity and dropped it into Zhu Fengfeng's hands. The Golden Crow is a divine beast of a bird, and the undead divine phoenix is also a divine beast of a bird. It is also proficient in fire power. It is indeed the most suitable for Zhu Fengfeng to use it, so that she can use it together to maximize her strength. Golden Crow sword, the Imperial artifact belongs to me? Zhu Fengfeng was at a loss. This is an Imperial artifact. If you say it is given to her, it will be given to her. This is my kindness. Xuanhuan said. The minister leads the order. Zhu Fengfeng swung the Golden Crow sword violently, and the infinite Golden Crow light and shadow reflected the 9 heavens. This is the corpse of a god. Jing Qiang also released a mana at this moment and grabbed the Jinwu corpse, but suddenly he felt the incomparably huge gravity, as if he had moved a star, and even his true god couldn't stand it. He lifted the corpse slightly, but he saw that there was a puddle of more than 10 feet under the corpse. Inside this puddle is a pool of golden liquid. This golden liquid contains thick divine energy, reflecting the shadow of a golden crow, roaring unwillingly. This is it. Jing Qiang was shocked. This is the divine essence liquid, the power of the laws of the gods. The Jingwu goddess is here. The divine essence liquid in its body is refined by the flames of its body, and it becomes extremely pure energy. The value is comparable to the Imperial pill. However, this divine essence liquid contains the resentment of the Golden Crow heavenly god. Like a curse, whoever dares to refine it at will even explode and die. Zhu Fengfeng noticed something was wrong inside. The power of resentment is resolved by me. Xuanhuan could see that this pool of divine essence liquid was extremely precious, and taking it was like eating an Imperial elixir. The current Dao could not refine the Imperial elixir in batches, and after taking it back, he could cultivate a large number of masters. Zhu Fengfeng has reached the 10th level of False God under the efficacy of the False God Experience Pill. If she absorbs the divine essence liquid of the Golden Crow and feels the laws of the gods of the Golden Crow divine beast, she can even break through to a half-step true god in just a few months. This is the divine essence liquid of the demon gods. It contains a lot of demon power and has the greatest effect on the demons. The long river of humanity. The incarnation of humanity suddenly collapsed and turned into a long river. The thick light enveloped the entire palace. Then everyone saw that the palace returned to Dao along with the long river. Boom! In a part of Dao Imperial City, a Jinwu temple fell. This place is the Golden Crow Temple. The Golden Crow Temple emits an extremely dazzling light. Xuanhuan could see that it was made by the Golden Crow god who collected the material from the stars, but it had already belonged to his great martial arts and became one of the palace complexes in his imperial city. The appearance of the Golden Crow Temple caused a great shock in Dao. However, the people of Dao are no longer surprised. The arrival of Item Refining City is already transforming the pattern of the martial realm. The people in Item Refining City are not only item refiners, but also very powerful architects. With their arrival, Wu Yu has more and more the vision of the Imperial City. With the expansion of Dao, no matter how many prosperous territories it conquers, Wuyu will always be the core of Dao, and the place of origin will inevitably undergo great changes in the future. These things, Chuyuan handed over to Jin Qiang, and he didn't bother to worry about it. After refining the divine essence liquid, Zhu Fengfeng did not live up to Chuyuan's expectations, breaking through to the half-step true god within a few months, and possessing the golden crow sword. She is powerful in killing, and has become the strongest master under the great Wuzhen god. Even if her powerful combat power is the first and second level of the true god, it is almost impossible to kill her. The foundry department was very busy. With the addition of a large number of item refiners and the materials accumulated by Item Refining City over the past 10,000 years, the materials that Chuyuan needs are also quickly built. Even the most common standard equipment, such as the Liang sword and the Xuanhuan armor, can be built by Chuyuan at the strongest level. If the strength is not enough, the equipment should be gathered. Each of the false gods of Dao has at least one king-grade artifact on their body, which is the benefit of the Item Refining City. Ding! The host completed the side quest, built 50 illusory gods in the sky, and obtained 30,000 fate points, the advanced card of the king's artifact, and the magical fruit X2. It was only a few months after the artifact refining city came to Dao, and with the gods they accumulated over the past 10,000 years, they made a tremendous contribution, allowing Chuyuan to build 50 false god sky soldiers. #C331-5 Domain Hegemony. The completion of the construction of the 50 false god sky soldiers greatly enhanced the strength of Dao. Sky soldiers are not afraid of death. As long as they have materials, they can be made, and they are the best cannon fodder. With 2 more magical powers, plus the rewards for completing the previous main quest, I have 4 on me. Chuyuan sorted out the system space and saw a lot of good things in it. Use 4 magical fruits to raise the Great Devouring technique to the 4th level. The host is currently in the psychic realm, and the title can be upgraded to level 3 at most, and the title of level 4 cannot be upgraded. The system prompts, when you reach the virtual god realm, you can upgrade it. Go to the false god. Chuyuan is now at the 10th level of psychic power, either swallowing a few true gods, or slowly improving by himself. Let's not improve for now. I still have 3 advanced cards of the king grade artifact that I haven't used. Chuyuan didn't want to raise his title first. Ding! The battle army chessboard has been upgraded to the king level. The battle army chessboard has reached the king level, the number of bound people has increased tenfold, and the attributes have increased comprehensively. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to add an artifact skill called Combat Intent 1, that is, the morale of the bound soldiers can be turned into infinite power to bless the coach. Ding! The wings of Profound Spirit are upgraded to King grade. The wings of the Mysterious Spirit are raised, and the time is still 5 seconds of nothingness, but even the power of the true God can resist part of it. The newly acquired artifact skill did not appear, but it strengthened the ability to travel through the void. It could open a teleportation gate at a designated place, and achieve extremely long-distance teleportation, which was much more powerful than teleportation at a certain distance. There is also a king-grade artifact advanced card. He used it to raise the fire-burning flag. The Fire Fenchen banner has been upgraded to the king rank, and the attributes have greatly increased. Although there are no new skills, the Burning Heaven and Cooking Sea has become extremely terrifying. If the 5 banners can be raised to the king rank, the 5 elements cycle, the power of the explosion is even comparable to the king rank artifact. More royal artifact advanced cards are needed. Chuyuan thought. Take a look at the side quests that you have not yet completed. 1. Build 1,000 heavenly robbery cannons. 2nd, break through to false god. 3. Unblock all stone statue core. These 3 tasks must be completed. Chuyuan sighed. His main line is to raise the dynasty to 7 stars. If he wants to complete it, he must have the power of the gods. Xian Xuanzuan's imperial decree, seeing the decree is like seeing Xuanhuan Huang. At this time a strong man from the Xuanzuan dynasty descended in Guihai mansion. He was a father-in-law, but his strength reached a half-step true god. This father-in-law held a will that contained the coercion of the true god, the will of Emperor Xuanzuan. Emperor Xuanzuan's imperial decree, the lord of great martial arts, quickly accepts the decree. The father-in-law shouted several times in a row, but Chu Yuan did not appear, as if he hadn't heard him. His expression was stiff and unsightly. As expected, this great martial master is as ambitious as it is rumored to be. Even the Emperor Xuanzuan didn't even pay attention to it, and he didn't answer the imperial decree. Even those of his people didn't change their faces when they heard the 3 words Xuanzuan Huang, and they looked at him as if they were watching a joke. His imperial edict was spread all the way from Zongxuanyu to Dongguanyueu, who ignored him and gave him a good look. This Emperor Wu is still the first, so don't take him seriously. What imperial decree? Say it if you have something to say, and let it go if you have a fart. Yes, they are all emperors, there is no reason for the emperor to accept the imperial decree. If you can't let your farts out, get out of here. This is my Dao dynasty, not your Xuanzuan dynasty. It's not your turn to show your prestige. The people of Dao looked at this father-in-law with disdain. In their hearts, the heavens and the earth were big and Emperor Wu was the greatest. His face was hot. Presumptuous. It is presumptuous. This group of scoundrels actually said that Emperor Xuanzuan's imperial edict was a fart. This is no longer a face slap, but directly ignoring the dignity of his Xuanzuan dynasty, and they don't even exist in their eyes. He wanted to attack and killed these scumbags. But he didn't dare. If he dared to do it, he would definitely be the first to be suppressed. There is a true god in this great martial arts. Good. The father-in-law suppressed his anger and declared his decree when he did not see Emperor Wu, so he said angrily, after 3 months, the 5-domain hegemony will be launched in Wuyu City. Each force can lead an army of tens of millions of people, and it will be launched in the land of Wuyu City. The 5 regions are competing for hegemony, and I admire this. The time for the 5 domains hegemony is uncertain. The opening date was announced by the Xuanzuan dynasty. With the competition for hegemony, the major forces of the 5 regions, including the king city of the Zhongshuan region, will send a powerful regiment to rush to the 5 regions city. Master of Great Wu, do you really have to refuse to accept the order? The father-in-law looked at Chu Yuan Palace with angry eyes. He has never been treated like this before. Even a royal city with a true god in Zhongshuanyu will accept his imperial decree. Dao did not answer. What does this mean? That is, there is no Xuanzuan dynasty in his eyes. Of course Chu Yuan would not accept the order. If he received a letter from the Xuanzuan dynasty, he would still accept it, but he was also an emperor, so how could he condescend to accept the edict of others, even if this person was Emperor Xuanzuan? This father-in-law didn't dare to scold Emperor Wu, because the 2 countries would not kill him at war, but if he started to curse, someone would definitely appear and kill him. The 5-domain hegemony is a bit interesting. An army of tens of millions of people means that every force participating in the 5-domain hegemony will form the strongest force to fight and fight. Chu Yuan was in the palace, trying to figure out this 5-domain hegemony. Of course he knew that the 5 regions hegemony was about to be held, and the Xuanzuan dynasty wanted to test the details of his great martial arts. Option 1, send strong soldiers to participate in the 5 regions great competition, 1000 fate points, and obtain the advanced card X1 of the King Grade artifact. Option 2, do not participate in the 5-domain competition, 1000 fate points, and the number of refreshes in the intermediate mall X10. Why don't you go to participate in the 5-domain hegemony? There are many forces in the 5 profound domains, and those who dare to go are strong soldiers. I want to take this opportunity to train. Xuanhuan made a choice. Ding. The host makes a choice and gets 1,000 fate points, and the advanced card of the King Grade artifact X1. After using up the advanced card of the King Grade artifact, Xuanhuan raised the Aoki longevity flag to the King Grade. King Zhongyong, Commander Feng, after 3 months, the 5 regions will fight for hegemony, and a strong army of tens of millions will be formed. Xuanhuan immediately started to prepare. There are only tens of millions of people participating in the 5-domain hegemony. Naturally, it is impossible for Xuanhuan to bring the weak. The cultivation base must be the best in the great martial arts, and he also needs to select some powerful ones from the virtual gods of the great martial arts and incorporate them into the war army. Inside the chessboard. The war army chessboard, the integration of war, can increase the strength of Lu Qianfu and achieve the unity of commander and commander. There is also Zhu Fengfeng. She is the most powerful under the great Wuzhen god, holding the Imperial artifact, killing terror. The 5 domains are fighting for hegemony, and the legions are fighting. The 2 elders of gold and silver are also the half-step true gods hidden by Dewu. This battle made them hide in the legion and wait for an opportunity to break out. And the foundry. Xuanhuan wanted Jin Qiang and Ouyang to do it themselves, and put all their energy into building the king-class artifacts for the false god-level powerhouses who participated in this legion competition and extracting the existing divine wealth into the catastrophe canon. Of #C332 Luo Yueying's determination. The 5-domain hegemony is very important. Each faction has 10 million legions. In the light of Dongguanyueyu, Xuanxingzong and Dongxian dynasty can pull out 2 expenses. There are other large and small forces united together, and one family can't make up so many powerful powerhouses. Just a few powerhouses from each family can form at least 5 or 6 core in one domain. In the middle profound domain, there will only be more, and many Wanqing families will send troops. The sum of all these armies will probably be a battle of hundreds of millions of powerhouses in the small world. Those who can go this time will be the elite of the elite, and there will be no weak ones. And Xuanhuan also knew the meaning. The Xuanhuan dynasty seemed to be inactive during this time, but in fact it was preparing for the 5-domain hegemony. If Xuanhuan goes, they will be able to use this 5 regions great competition to test the strength of the Dao Legion, and it is even very likely that they will instruct other forces to kill the elites of the Dao dynasty there. But if he doesn't go? In this 5-domain competition, many powerhouses gathered together, which was equivalent to a summons. Xuanhuan dynasty issued the imperial decree, and took other forces as the vanguard, and regarded Dao as a battlefield for the hegemony of the 5 regions. Therefore, he has no choice whether to go or not. When he was weak, he could keep a low profile, so that others could not see him, but Dawu's size was like a giant with a height of 10,000 feet. The light was dazzling, and no one could cover them. Either don't do it, or do it completely. It is no longer possible to develop slowly, so I simply keep a high profile all the way to the end, so that others are afraid of you and dare not act rashly. Your Majesty, Sect Master Luo, asks to see you. Just as Xuanhuan was preparing for the 5 regions competition, Luo Yueying came. Half-step true god. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed slightly. It has been a long time since we parted at the royal mine that day. Unexpectedly, Luo Yueying's cultivation has broken through to a half-step true god. The effect of the Emperor Holy Spirit is indeed terrifying. The essence of a royal mineral vein is not inferior to the false god experience pill. After being attacked by the Purple Extreme sect, the Covering Moon sect used tens of billions of imperial stones to set up the moon mirroring formation, and I completely refined the imprint of the gods. Thoroughly refining the imprint left by the Tao, so that the power left by the god has reached me, and I have mastered some half-step true god power. Luo Yueying said, I heard that the imperial decree of the Xuanhuan dynasty has been sent to Dao, and it seems that Emperor Wu will also go to the 5 regions to fight for hegemony. Although she said it lightly, Qu Yuan could also see that the Purple Extreme Sect's raid on the Moon sect brought a lot of casualties to the sect, and it also stimulated the woman, who worked hard to cultivate the emperor in this period of time. The Holy Spirit has been refined. That's right, I will indeed form a strong army of tens of millions to go to the 5 regions city. Qu Yuan said. Luo Yueying nodded and said goodbye to Qu Yuan. She felt more and more that this man was unfathomable, even though she had already broken through to the half-step true god. Emperor Wu, do you know the purpose of these 5 domains for hegemony? Luo Yueying said solemnly. I know some. Qu Yuan Dao, the purpose of the 5-domain hegemony is firstly to fight against the major forces, consuming the power of each king city and domain, and secondly, for treasures. The place of hegemony is in a small world. Tens of thousands of years ago in the Zhongshuan domain the emperors stood side by side, but the Xuanhuan dynasty got an imperial artifact in that small world. The power of the country lord greatly increased, and it overwhelmed the heroes. The blood of the strong. This is the purpose of the existence of the 5 domains, hegemony. Yes, it is to kill blood sacrifices, and take the blood of the strong for blood sacrifices. If there is no 5-domain hegemony, where can you find so many strong people? But at the beginning of the 5-domain hegemony, the number of people who die in it will be in units of 100 million, and none of them are weak. Other forces also know this cruelty, but some of them don't want to try their luck, and if they can annihilate the legions of other forces, they can get all the treasures of the other party. The Great Wu dynasty is protruding like a comet, and the Xuanhuan dynasty has started the 5-domain hegemony at this time. I suspect that their purpose is to deal with Emperor Wu. Although I am only a half-step true god, this time I can also bring the elites of the Covering Moon sect with Dao. Legion, fight together. Luo Yueying came to find Qu Yuan this time, just to send a strong man from the Covering Moon sect to fight with De Wu. In the 5 domains, it would be very difficult to produce tens of millions of elites in one case, so there are often several sets of elites to gather enough tens of millions to participate in the 5-domain hegemony. Are you going to fight? Qu Yuan looked at Luo Yueying. She was looking for him this time, and she made it clear that she chose to go against the Xuanhuan dynasty and stand on Dao's side. Good. Luo Yueying said decisively. The situation is rising again, the sky and the earth will change color, who can be alone? This 5-domain hegemony is also an opportunity for me. First, it can enhance the combat power of the great martial army, and secondly, my disciples of the Moon sect can also take advantage of this battle. After a bloody trial, they still have too little blood on their bodies. You cover the Moon sect and act with me. Qu Yuan said. This time the 5 regions are fighting. I will use the occult Moon sect as the army to form a group of elites. I will also personally enter the secret realm and fully cooperate with the actions of the great martial army in the battle for hegemony. Luo Yueying personally led the team and chose to be with Qu Yuan when the Xuanhuan dynasty was hostile to Dao. This decision was difficult. Qu Yuan saw her trust in him and was willing to hand over the elite of the Covering Moon sect into his hands. Also, let the Dao army and the powerhouses of the Covering Moon sect practice and cooperate more during this time. Qu Yuan said. Of course, he could see that Luo Yueying was also a decisive woman, and what she decided would not change. And during the 5-domain hegemony, all battles in the 5 profound domains must be stopped, and other forces must not be attacked, otherwise they will be hostile to all forces. The powerhouses of my Covering Moon sect are already on their way. There are not many, only 3 million people, but all of them are elites. Luo Yueying said. After all, it is the strong who enter the 5 regions to compete for hegemony. It is impossible for her to pick out the weak to make up the number of people, otherwise it will not be an experience, but a gift. Time is like a wheel. The current time is January of the 38th year of Dao. It has been 3 years since Xuanhuan came to Dongxian territory. With the help of this relationship with Xuanhuan, Zhou Yuezong has also cultivated many strong people in the past few years. 3 million people plus the tens of millions of people on Dao's side is 13 million people. In the battle for hegemony in the 5 regions, there is bound to be hostility, and Xuanhuan must be fully prepared during this period of time. There is also good news from the 9 elders. It is difficult to wake up the stone statue soldiers of the true god level, but dozens of them have been awakened in the virtual god realm. Good meat shield. On the heavenly tribulation canon, due to the scarcity of materials, many gods are difficult to find. Xuanhuan has only built 100 doors. However, there are quite a lot of thunder cannons built. There are already 30,000 to 40,000, and then with a large number of magic cannons, the firepower is ferocious and terrible, and it can completely cover one side of the battlefield. Since covering Moon Sect was an army officer of Xuanhuan Dao, he would naturally equip them with equipment, the most basic ones being the profound light armor, rocket crossbow, and god-destroying crossbow. Luo Yueying was also surprised when she came into contact with Dao's various equipment. Such equipment is really terrible in the rush of the army, especially the huge catastrophe cannon, which can kill false god-level masters. After half a month before the battle for hegemony in the 5 regions, Xuanhuan ordered his troops and set off for the 5 regions city. #C333, the woman of Emperor Wu? Point the podium. Dao's black flag fluttered in the wind. There are hundreds of sky battleships floating in the sky. On the ground, there are even more terrifying weapons of war, such as the robbery cannon and the thunder cannon. Tens of thousands of troops wore black armor, and the black light spread into one piece. The army is imposing and powerful, and a strong sense of killing is conveyed from their bodies, and each of them is extremely fierce, deducing the vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This time to participate in the 5-domain hegemony, Xuanhuan's selection is definitely the powerhouse of the Dao dynasty, and they are wearing the best equipment that Dao has created for them. Xuanhuan built a dozen more of the false god sky soldiers, and the total number has reached 65. There are also a large number of psychic sky soldiers to fight against the cannon fodder of the army. The stone statue core, after being fully unsealed by the 9 elders, already has dozens of false gods, hundreds of psychic gods, and a large number of false gods, and Yunshin will all fight with the army. And this time, the formation of an army of 10 million, 9 million is the Shenwu army that has been recruited and replenished, and there is also a million shadow-killing army. This army of millions of shadow killers will be ghosts on the battlefield, harvesting lives. My emperor is eternal. Tens of thousands of troops were half-kneeling, patting their armor with their palms, making a heaven-shattering sound. Xuanhuan descended to the military station, and the breath of a peerless hero radiated from his body. In this battle, you will go to the 5 regions city and participate in the 5 regions hegemony. What you need to face will be the Xuanhuan dynasty, and even the coalition forces of many forces. I ask, are you afraid? Xuanhuan's voice was not loud, but it was clearly conveyed to everyone's ears. When the army is fighting, strength is one aspect, and morale is also very important. Not afraid. Not afraid. Not afraid. Offend my great martial arts, kill without mercy. Kill. 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 Seeing Xuanhuan on the military platform. Everyone just thinks that it is a piece of sky, there is nothing to be afraid of with him, and the Xuanhuan dynasty has nothing to be afraid of. This voice shook the sky. Luo Yueying was moved, and was infected by the will of the army. The Xuanhuan dynasty has dominated the Middle Profound Realm for tens of thousands of years, not to mention rushing to kill them, even hearing their names will make them tremble. But the soldiers of the Great Wu dynasty had no fear, only fighting spirit, all of them were blood red, and they had to fight for their country with blood. She couldn't help but quietly glanced at this man, who was peerless, with boundless ambition, and even she had the idea of being captured and conquered in her heart. In this battle, King Zhongyong will be the main commander, and Zhu Fengfeng will be the deputy commander. The Choyue army, led by sect master Luo, will accompany me to the battle, and will help from the side. Chu Yuan was very ambitious at this moment. Xuanhuan dynasty wanted to fight for hegemony in the 5 domains, but he was not fighting for hegemony in the 5 domains. He wanted to break through the false god, either through hard cultivation or devouring the law of the true god. The gathering of powerhouses this time gave him this opportunity. If he hadn't coveted the laws of those true gods, he wouldn't have bothered to go. Go to the 5-region city. Chu Yuan waved his hand. All the soldiers entered the sky battleship, and immediately rose into the sky, mighty, rolling up the majestic rays of light, and flew towards Wuyu City. On this expedition, Jin Qiang was still guarding the martial realm. Yao Linger was Chu Yuan's hidden true god. No one except him knew that Yao Linger had broken through the true god. Wuyu City is far away from Dongguanyueu, and at the speed of a sky warship, it will take several days. A few days later, a magnificent and ancient city appeared in front of Chu Yuan. On this city, there were dried-up blood and an indestructible will, telling the wars that had happened here. Although the 5 regions' hegemony was dominated by the Xuanhuan dynasty, no one dared to go to the Xuanhuan Imperial city. After all, the Imperial city is such a fortified place, the center of an empire. Whoever dares to go there, with the national fortunes of the Xuanhuan dynasty, the true gods can be suppressed, which is more terrifying than the artifact refining city formation. Therefore, this 5-region city does not belong to any country, and will only be opened when the 5 regions are competing for hegemony. Flying in the sky, I saw that the 5-domain city was divided into 5 cities, corresponding to the 5 profound domains. Go to Dongyu City. Chu Yuan came from Dongguanyueu and went to Dongyu City to be stationed first. Sky battleship, that is Dao's sky battleship. That is to say, Dao's legion also came to participate in this 5-domain hegemony. They are so courageous. Don't you know that the Xuanhuan dynasty is waiting for them? The recent great martial arts, but the limelight, no one can match. The arrival of the sky battleship is the arrival of Dao. After seeing it, countless people in the 5-domain city talked about it. Have you heard? Some time ago, Emperor Xuanhuan's imperial decree was sent to Dao, and Emperor Dao did not accept it. This matter caused a great shock in the Xuanhuan dynasty, and everyone was extremely angry, and they wanted to send troops to destroy Dao. Humane. Emperor Wu is really arrogant and domineering, extremely arrogant. Although the 5 regions hegemony has been held many times, this time is obviously more interesting, and this Dao is not easy to provoke. The Xuanhuan dynasty is so powerful. There are millions of people in each force. The Xuanhuan dynasty is a strong soldier, and 1 is worth 10. Stop. The sky battleship floats in the eastern city. The silver-white ship is not as high-tech as the Eternal World, which makes many people envious. Even Xuanhuan dynasty can't get this kind of equipment. De Wu is here. The 2 strongest forces in the Dongxian region were the Xuanqing sect and the Dongxian dynasty, which had become foils. But now everyone knows that the strongest is Dao, and they have true gods. A legion of tens of millions stepped out from the sky battleship. Some soldiers held the black banner of Dao and fluttered into the wind. Under the leadership of the generals, they found a place to station in the eastern city. Big Wuxiong soldiers. This time, there were a lot of strong people in the eastern city, but they saw that the faces of Dao's heroes changed dramatically. All of them were majestic, especially each of them had a monstrous fighting spirit. The will of Mount Tai collapsed in front of him without changing color. Comparing them, they are rubbish. Great martial emperor, peerless hero. Emperor Wu came and appeared in everyone's sight. Many people came to see Emperor Wu from other cities. This Emperor Wu is a legend, and within a few years of his arrival in the Dongxian region, the Xuanhuan dynasty felt threatened. They looked at Xuanhuan. There was an infinite temperament in this person, and it turned into a dazzling light, and a supreme aura radiated away. Even some people who reached the half-step true God had the idea of surrendering in their hearts. A peerless hero, a legend. No wonder he didn't want to condescend to be under Emperor Xuanhuan and compete with the Xuanhuan dynasty. The woman beside him is Luo Yueying from the Covering Moon sect. Luo Yueying is still somewhat famous in the 5 regions. No, the breath that Luo Yueying exudes turned out to be a half-step true God. My God, I remember that Luo Yueying is not yet 100 years old. This is a half-step true God who is less than 100 years old. What, she has become a half-step true God. So young, she has the hope of becoming a true God in the future. Luo Yueying standing beside Xuanhuan attracted the attention of countless people. Such a woman of peerless elegance has become a half-step true God in less than 100 years old, and may even be a true God in the future. No one loves her, and no one does not fall in love with her. Even some true gods may want to have this woman. And at this moment, she was standing by Xuanhuan's side, coming with the battleship, and it was obvious that she was on Dao's side. Luo Yueying actually stood beside Emperor Wu, setting off his brilliance. It is said that the Covering Moon sect and De Wu are very close. Could it be that Luo Yueying has become Emperor Wu's concubine, a person of Emperor Wu? #C334, beat the dog in front of the owner. A peerless elegance. A peerless hero. When such two people appear together, there is no sense of incongruity at all, but it makes people feel that they are right, and they are a very good match. And at this moment, one has to guess whether Luo Yueying has been incorporated into Emperor Wu's harem. Standing in line at this time is enough to show your attitude. Rumors abound. Envy was on their faces. The army is stationed, go to the city and wait for the day of the hegemony to begin. Xuanhuan glanced down at the group of people, issued an order, and then led a group of personal guards and Luo Yueying to the east city. When the armies of other forces came, they would all go to Zhongyu city and report to the Xuanhuan dynasty, but Xuanhuan would not do so. Report to the Xuanhuan dynasty, doesn't it mean that his great Wu has lowered the Xuanhuan dynasty? And when he entered the eastern region city, Lu Qianfu led the army and stationed outside the city. Hundreds of sky battleships floated in the sky of eastern region city. The arrival of the lord of the Dongxian domain, the Dao dynasty, overshadowed the Dongxian dynasty and the Xuanqing sect. The arrival of the great martial army corps attracts many people's eyes and prying eyes every day. They are not fools. It can be seen that De Wuxianbing is strong and confident. I don't know what trump card is hidden, whether it can resist the Xuanhuan dynasty. Zhu Chang gathered in Wuyu city, and some people with good relations gathered together. And Xuanhuan seems to have become a taboo, no one dares to go there, and it is deserted. It seems to know that the Dao dynasty is the enemy of the Xuanhuan dynasty, and whoever has a relationship with him may be misunderstood as standing in line and encounter a ruthless blow. Some people would rather be neutral than get involved with Xuanhuan. Did Emperor Wu see clearly in this hegemony? How many people are completely loyal to the Xuanhuan dynasty and obey their orders? Since few people dared to join in the battle between Dao and Xuanhuan dynasty, Xuanhuan held a banquet by himself and enjoyed it with his own people. A lot of people are hostile to Dao, and there are more neutral people. Xuanhuan dynasty is not able to respond to everyone. Xuanhuan drank a sip of wine, the smell of alcohol was on his nose, and smiled lightly. Neutral is like a grass on the wall, it is troublesome to say it is troublesome, and it is not troublesome to say it is not troublesome. They won't do it either. The grass on the wall, falling on both sides, there are few who dare to stand in line. Seeing that Emperor Wu was not worried, Luo Yueying also smiled and drank with Chu Yuan. The city of Central Region is bustling with music every night. I don't know how many people visit the Xuanhuan dynasty every day to express their loyalty, but we are deserted here. When we fight for hegemony together, it will be lively. Chu Yuan said. Your Majesty, someone is visiting, and they say they are from Zhuangcheng. At this time, someone reported to Chu Yuan. Ji Wangqing, the forces from Zhongshuanyu, see what he is going to do. Chu Yuan said indifferently, Xian. I have seen Emperor Wu. A middle-aged man came in, half-stepped true god, saw Chu Yuan, saluted, then his eyes fell on Luo Yueying, and said, I am Zhuangcheng Jizhuang, this time I came not to visit Emperor Wu, but to invite Luo sect master. Invited me? Luo Yueying thought she was here to find Chu Yuan. Sect master Luo, this is an invitation letter. True God Ji, you set up a banquet in Zhongyu City. Let me invite Sect Master Luo to be a guest in Zhongyu City. True God is already waiting there. Ji Zhuang took out the invitation letter. True God Ji Yu, this is the invitation of Luo Yueying by True God forces. Although the Xuanhuan dynasty in Zhongshuanyu is the strongest, it does not mean that there are no true gods in other king cities. This Zhuangcheng is a royal city power. It once created the Ji dynasty, but after Xuanhuan dominates, he can only condescend to the king. The power of Xuanhuan is generally seen, and the true god also condescends. And the purpose of true god Jiyu inviting Luo Yueying is also obvious. That is true god Jiyu fell in love with Luo Yueying and wanted to make her his woman. After all, Luo Yueying is a half-step true god, and at such a young age, it is very likely that she will become a true god in the future. In the 5 profound domains, although there are some half-step true gods, there are very few young ones, especially those like Luo Yueying, so there are almost none. Ordinary women can only be the pets of the true god, a tool to play with. Only Luo Yueying can make them fall in love and be regarded as lifelong companions. There are several true gods, and I don't want to have a true god-level Taoist companion. Is there an invitation letter from Emperor Wu? Luo Yueying asked. No, true god Ji, you only invited sect master Luo. Ji Zhuang wrote. Don't you know that this sect is here with Emperor Wu? Luo Yueying didn't even read the invitation letter. This sect is not going. True God Ji Yu also said that he is willing to use Ji Wangqing's accumulation of tens of thousands of years to fully help sect master Luo to become a true god. Ji Zhuang's face was already a little ugly. The true god invited him, but there were a few people who didn't give him this face. Was Luo Yueying infected by Emperor Wu's side and learned to be arrogant, and the true god didn't give him any face? Or as the outside world said, she is already the woman of Emperor Wu. He suppressed his displeasure. This is the promise of the true god Ji Yu, the promise of a true god. Go back, if Emperor Wu goes, I will go too. The meaning of Luo Yueying's refusal was obvious. Just because of this martial emperor, you rejected true god Ji Yu? Or is it really like what the outside world said, you regard yourself as this martial emperor's person? Ji Zhuang was reluctant to leave like this. Although the current Wudi is beautiful, the Xuanhuan dynasty is the head of the 5 domains, and the number of true gods on the bright side exceeds the number of hands. Maybe it will end in a bleak one day. Neutral forces do not want to participate in this battle. Ji Yozhen does not want sect master Luo to fall into the quagmire, so he intends to pull sect master Luo. With sect master Luo's wisdom, you should understand. The Covering Moon sect will not leave Dao, and this sect will not betray Emperor Wu. Luo Yueying and Chu Yuan have been working together for several years. She knows that the man in front of her is too mysterious, and she has seen all kinds of terrifying equipment like Dao. Choosing to come with De Wu, she has already thought of the consequences. Why would he go to see that Ji Yuzhinshin and leave Chu Yuan because of these 3 words? Okay, I understand what Sect Master Luo said. If Luo Yueying didn't leave, Ji Zhuang could only go back. Your Majesty, the military situation of King Zhongyong. At this time, a soldier sent the military information. King Zhongyong said that the people of Huanqing provoked the Dao Legion, and the soldiers were angry. Huanqing. Among the many royal cities in the central profound domain, Zhu Yuan also knew from the information of the refining city that this royal city was absolutely useful for the Xuanhuan dynasty. They came to provoke Dao, obviously because of the Xuanhuan dynasty, they wanted to test the details of Dao. If today's provocation is ignored, there will be more provocations in the future. The way of the dynasty is different from the way of the individual. Individuals can still forbear, live and develop, and suddenly become a blockbuster. However, the dynasty is unsustainable. The more you go, the lower your morale will be, and the behemoth cannot survive unless you don't want to develop. Pass my order and let King Zhongyong prepare. If the people of Huangcheng want to provoke them, I will satisfy them. First, I will wipe out Huangcheng from Wuyu City. If there is a master behind me, I will not dare to take action and beat this dog. Zhu Yuan's voice was cold and stern. Tell King Zhongyong, I will watch the battle, don't let one go. Yes, Your Majesty. After receiving the Imperial edict, the guard withdrew. Just as Ji Zhuang left the eastern region city, he suddenly saw that in the dark, Dao's military camp was moving in unison, and various weapons of war were pushed out, as if it was about to start some kind of war. Go on an expedition, Huanqing. #C335 Blood Wash, 1 left. Dawu came to Wuyu City, and I don't know how many people were staring at the military camp. As soon as they set off on the expedition, countless people were alarmed. Dawu's army has moved, what do they want to do? Seeing that their direction is to go to the Huangcheng military camp, are they going to go to Huangcheng? Such a big battle is by no means a private battle, but a battle of legions. For a while, I don't know how many eyes were attracted, and how many people were alarmed. Dawu was so aggressive, obviously he had a big move. In the darkness, a dazzling silver light suddenly flashed across. Everyone boarded the sky battleship and went directly to the Huangcheng barracks. Huangcheng is also a big city in the central profound realm. Although there is no true god, there are several people in the half-step true god, and this time there is also a half-step true god. Inside the barracks of Huangcheng. At this moment, seeing hundreds of sky warships coming down in a fierce manner, it was also a mess. A strong man shouted, "People of great martial arts, do you want to start the battle in advance, before the 5-domain hegemony has begun?" Provocation, this is a provocation, you are killing yourself. Your Majesty has a decree, Huangcheng is wanton provocation, violates the majesty of my great martial arts, and kills without mercy. Lu Qianfu saw from a distance that there was a great figure standing in the direction of Dongyu City, looking towards here, so he waved his hand and said in a killing tone, "Destroy Huangcheng, leave no one behind, commit my great martial arts, and die with death." Excuse me. Boom. Tens of thousands of thunder cannons poured out their artillery fire, directly covering the Huangcheng camp, and the earth was covered with thunder and lightning, illuminating the dark night. Could it be that Da really wants to wash Huangcheng with blood? There is the Xuanhuan dynasty behind Huangcheng, and before the 5-domain hegemony began, the killings were launched. This is provoking the majesty of the Xuanhuan dynasty. 5 realms have fought for hegemony so many times, but no one has ever dared to destroy a legion before it starts. Countless people are watching this scene right now. They were all trembling. Dao said that he would do it, and he did not take Xuanhuan dynasty in his heart at all, and it made them tremble fiercely. This is simply too unscrupulous. The people of Huangcheng fell into the wailing and screaming. Where would they have thought that someone would dare to start the battle of the legion directly? Although they are a king city, they don't even have a true god. The disparity in strength is too great. Around Huangcheng, There were actually some legions of other royal cities stationed, but when those legions saw this posture, who would dare to intervene indiscriminately? Ah! Xuanhuan dynasty will not let you go. The artillery fire of the thunder cannon only poured out for a moment, causing He Wanqing to suffer heavy losses. Countless people were bombarded with blood, and He Wanqing's master made a roaring sound. Quick fight. Lu Qianfu did not use the more powerful cannon. Because He Wanqing is not worth the calamity cannon, and this cannon is left by him. As a trump card, it will not be exposed in advance. Kill. 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 Tens of thousands of troops are like tigers and mountains. After the thunder cannon launched the world-annihilating lightning strike, they entered the military camp of He Wanqing. Hold on. After a while, the Xuanhuan dynasty will send troops to help us. He Wanqing roared. It's too late. Lu Qianfu said coldly. Tens of thousands of powerful soldiers are armed to the teeth, and their combat power is powerful. Once they are killed in the Huangchang camp, they will immediately kill the opponent and throw away their armor and armor. Some people screamed and wanted to escape from the barracks, but the shadow-killing army appeared immediately, bringing a bloody flower in the dark night, harvesting one life after another. Kill me, He Wanqing army, I'm going to fight with you. Blood and tears flowed from their half-step, true god eyes. The battle only started for a moment. At least 1 million people in He Wanqing were beheaded. These were all elites who were recruited and killed here. Looking at Dawu's posture, he would never let it go without killing them all here. I'm here to fight. Zhu Fengfeng took a step, and the fire of the divine phoenix burned, turning night into day. When she attacked, it was like the rising sun. A nirvana undead phoenix appeared in the flames within the stars, and immediately slaughtered the half-step true god of He Wanqing with a palm with a golden red flame. Since Zhu Fengfeng refined the Jinwu heavenly god's divine essence liquid, his mana has also brought a dominance of the golden crow. Wherever the flames went, everything was burned, and she landed on the half-step true god with one palm. Suddenly, in the eyes of this person, an undead divine phoenix, as if bred in a star, killed him. Hit. Do not. The man screamed. However, Zhu Fengfeng didn't stop, and only took a dozen or so breaths to kill the half-step true god on the spot. Fight for Emperor Wu. Li Rong was also incorporated into the army by Chu Yuan, adding to the strength of the army. The demonic fire was rampant. Li Rong was a demon cultivator, and his actions were even more cruel. All the people in He Wanqing were burned to charcoal in his demonic fire, and they were burned alive, extremely cruel. In the dark night, Wuyu City, which was supposed to be calm, burned into the sky. Everyone who watched this battle saw that the people of He Wanqing were slaughtered and defeated. From the beginning of the battle, they had no resistance at all. It was a completely unequal battle, a battle that completely crushed the massacre. Everyone's eyelids twitched. When did the legion of a royal city become so weak? It's not that He Wanqing is too weak, but that Dao is too strong. These people are not fools. Of course, it can be seen that Dawu did not use all his strength at all, and only used a small part of his strength to kill the opponent. Those legions like shadows. The attack in the shadows is even more frightening. Although in their eyes, the shadow-killing army is just a flash, but the dagger in their hand can harvest one life after another, like killing a pig and a dog. These people are terrified. Let us go. Someone knelt on the ground and screamed. When the army goes to war, there is no word of kindness, only loyalty to carry out the orders of the Holy One. Kill without amnesty, and leave no one behind. How could Lu Qianfu be a good person? He killed all the people here without raising his eyelids. He was kind to them today, and it came from the greatest cruelty to himself. Dao, stop. With such a big movement happening here, how could Xuanhuan dynasty have no reaction at all? two tyrannical auras pressed hard from a distance, and then two figures appeared. It was the previous, true god Xianzhao, Xuanhuan true god. The time was too fast, there was no way to assemble the army, and the two true gods came first. It saved. He Wanqing, who was horribly killed, saw the arrival of the true god of the Xuanhuan dynasty, and roared, Dao Legion, you will suffer a price that is 10 times and 100 times worse than us. Kill without mercy. Chu Yuan's voice was mighty and came from a distance. True God Xianzhao and True God Xuanhuan were stunned by this voice, and they didn't see Emperor Dao, only a bloody figure appeared in front of them. Blood 11 appeared to stop them, making them unable to rescue them. It can't be saved, it's too late. The Xuanhuan dynasty's true gods did nothing to stop them, and the Dao dynasty ignored them at all, and used it as fodder to slaughter the people of He Wanqing. Finally, under their gaze, the sky battleship returned to the eastern city. #C336, the power of the Emperor. Get rid of the clothes. The great martial army came overbearingly, did overbearing things, wiped out all the people in Huangcheng, and then left overbearingly, leaving only the mess and countless bones everywhere, still telling the tragic situation here. Countless people looked at the corpses that had not yet cooled down all over the ground, and the soles of their feet felt chills. Dao is too domineering, and the elites of the thousands of people in Huangcheng will be destroyed if they are destroyed. The two true gods can't stop them, there is no room for them, and they do not give the Xuanhuan dynasty any face. He Wanqing thought he had the support of the Xuanhuan dynasty, so he wanted to provoke Dao and try to find out the details of Dao for the Xuanhuan dynasty. They tried to find out the details, but the price was the death of all the elites, which was terrible. That His Majesty, who was still in the eastern city, was too cruel. Although he did not kill people, he gave orders. An imperial decree and order, thousands of people beheaded on the spot. This is the power of the emperor. One word can build a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and one word can make countless people die. Emperor means heaven. Don't mess with Dao, if you mess with it, there will be trouble. I'd rather mess with Lord Yan than mess with Dao Lang. There are many neutrals in the 5 profound domains, and the powers that sway left and right are trembling with fear. Before Dao and Xuanhuan dynasty decided to win or lose, they didn't want to stand in line. In this 5-domain hegemony, some people wanted to encircle and suppress Dao Legion, but seeing such a scene, they all dismissed such thoughts. Destroying a legion in a royal city, Dao is as simple as sweeping the leaves and destroying a group of garbage. Everyone could see that Dawu didn't use his full strength, and the more terrifying ultimate move was behind him. The Emperor Dao was in awe, telling them not to stand in line at will, and honestly there is still a way to survive, but if they stand in line, the end will be like this. What happened to Su Wanqing and He Wanqing was shocking. Xianzhao and Xuanhuan's 2 true gods had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. They have lived for tens of thousands of years, and they have never been so aggrieved in their hearts. They performed tasks twice, suffered losses twice, and did not take advantage of Emperor Wu. It's not that they didn't want to save He Wanqing just now. It was mainly Blood 11 who stopped them, and the people in He Wanqing were really unsatisfactory and were destroyed too quickly. That Emperor Wu's strength is even more terrifying than when he was an item refining city. The voice just now, although I didn't see a real person, gave them an aura like a mountain, which could not be shaken. He has become a serious problem. Xuanhuan Jinshan's face was dignified. If the 5 regions hegemony can destroy his elite, such as breaking his arm, the strength of the red-clothed woman just now is terrifying. Everything will be said after the 5-domain hegemony. The 2 true gods laughed. In the battle to destroy He Wanqing, he once again displayed the might of Dao, and there was no force with short eyes that dared to provoke Dao. Although Chu Yuan is deserted here and no one visits it, it has become a taboo here. However, someone has quietly sent a letter to Chu Yuan, indicating that he will not go against Dao in the 5-domain hegemony, and hope that Dao will not deal with them at that time. Xuanhuan is still very satisfied with this effect. The effect of beating has been achieved, and now he is waiting for the 5-domain hegemony. After a few days, a dull bell sounded in Wuyu City. This is the sound before the 5 regions hegemony starts, so that the major forces are ready to enter the land of slaughter. The whole army of Dao is ready. Xuanhuan made a voice. Boom! The battleship in the sky sprayed a rainbow, and the army was on it, ready to go out at any time. Emperor Wu, every time before the 5 regions fight for hegemony, all the powers will gather together. Luo Yueying was wearing her battle armor, and at this moment there was an awe-inspiring, majestic feeling, which seemed completely different from before, which gave Xuanhuan a very pleasing feeling. Okay, let's go to this gathering of all the powers first and see their expressions. Xuanhuan nodded. He was wearing a black imperial robe, dignified and domineering. King Zhongyou will stay here and enter the location of the 5 regions hegemony at any time. Commander Feng, Li Rong and you two will follow me to this gathering of powers. The gathering of Zhu Chong was held in a garden. At this time, there were already many seats, with delicious food and wine, and a beautiful maid waiting by the side. At this time, many people had already come and fell into their respective seats. Some well-connected people discussed the events of the day. Emperor Wu is here. A figure in a black, imperial robe walked into the garden, instantly making everyone quiet, and all eyes were fixed on Xuanhuan. Although Emperor Wu has a great reputation, few people have seen him. The name of Emperor Wu is like thunder, and seeing it with their own eyes makes everyone feel that they are not alone, but a layer of endless sky, and there is a great momentum on their body. This Emperor Wu was a ruthless man. He destroyed Su Wanqing, took away the refining city, and destroyed He Wanqing. He was a ruthless man who wanted to break the current situation in the 5 regions and fight against the Xuanhuan dynasty. He seems calm now, but everyone knows that if he gets angry, the people he kills are enough to turn into a mountain of corpses. As Xuanhuan walked along the way, no one dared to talk to him, for fear that the Xuanhuan dynasty would consider him a member of the Dao faction. Just sit here. Xuanhuan found a seat at will and sat down. And Luo Yueying also sat beside him. Li Rong and Zhu Fengfeng stood behind Xuanhuan, staring coldly at the audience. The battle for hegemony in the 5 regions is about to start. My Xuanhuan dynasty is going to start a battle for hegemony among generals and even kings before that. After the masters of the major forces arrived, the people of the Xuanhuan dynasty finally showed up, and 3 people appeared at once. In addition to Xianzhao and Xuanyu who had already seen before, there was also a middle-aged man wearing a scarlet robe man. This middle-aged man looked very majestic, his eyes glowed red, he could see everything, and fell on Xuanhuan, wanting to see his details. True God Xuanzhen of Xuanhuan dynasty, king of Xuanhuan town, right-hand man of Emperor Xuanhuan. What a terrifying breath, the true god Xuanzhen has not shown up for at least 5,000 years, and this time he appeared in the 5 regions hegemony, obviously for Emperor Wu. True god Xuanzhen is extremely powerful. He has killed true god. He is a true god outside the middle profound realm, and his hands have been stained with the blood of true god. Many lords of power saw the dignified expression of the true god Xuanzhen, including the few true god powerhouses who came here, knowing that the true god of Xuanzhen was powerful and difficult to deal with. The 3rd level of true gods, or even the 4th level of true gods. Xuanhuan felt the aura of Xuanzhen's true god, which was much stronger than Hufengguang and Ao Shiri. True god realm, 1 realm and 1 layer of heaven. If the true god of Xuanzhen is the 4th level of the true god, the 10 world proud days are not his opponents. The generals are compared, everyone can send someone to fight. When true god Xuanzhen spoke, he looked at Xuanhuan. His cultivation has indeed reached the 4th level of true god. True god Xuanzhen, do the generals have rules for fighting this time? Someone asked. There are no rules. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. If you die, you can't blame others. After all, you have to be prepared to die when you come here. Xuanhuan is a true god. Is there a lottery head? Someone asked again. Since it's a competition, it's natural. If it's not good, it's meaningless. If anyone can win the first place in this competition, whoever can get this bottle of divine essence liquid. True God Xuanhuan took out a jade bottle. The water ripples in the jade bottle, the emerald-like liquid is extremely bright, and there is a refreshing fragrance emanating, which is refreshing to smell. Hashtag C337 You are not qualified. Divine Essence Liquid. When True God Xuanhuan took out this bottle of divine essence liquid, everyone present breathed fast, staring at the jade bottle, showing greed. Divine Essence Liquid, this is the source of a heaven-defying effect extracted by the powerhouses of the gods with their own laws of the gods. If the false gods are taken in the 10th level, they can break through to half-step true gods in a short period of time. Even as long as there is enough divine essence liquid, a true god can be born. Every time the 5 regions fight for hegemony, the death of hundreds of millions of souls is to sacrifice blood in that space and obtain the divine essence liquid from it. The Xuanhuan dynasty is getting stronger and stronger, and it is from that space that he has obtained a lot of divine essence liquid. In the past, I used a few king-grade artifacts as a trophy, but this time I was so generous and took out the divine essence liquid. A true god laughed. It used to be the past. This time, there is one more distinguished guest who has not been here before. The Xuanhuan dynasty represented by this king can't be stingy, and naturally, he has to take out the spirit essence. True God Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan. The meaning is self-evident and very clear, it is for the Great Wu dynasty, and I hope to see the Great Wu dynasty play. There is only one bottle of divine essence liquid. If you want, you can go to the stage to compare, which can increase your confidence in breaking through the number of true gods. Don't say it's only a few %, even if it's just a little bit, I don't know how many half-step true gods will be moved and fight frantically. In the 5 domains, there are many half-step true gods, but the true gods are pitiful. I would like to fight. An old man wearing a battle armor looked very old, but his mana was extremely strong. He walked out from behind a true god and came to the competition platform that was specially constructed in the middle, and looked at the other side coldly. I wish the people of Wangqing, the king is the true god Zhuyan. Someone recognized the old man, Zhu Wangqing. In fact, everyone knows that the 5 domains hegemony will kill a lot of people. Sometimes when various forces select people, it is more veterans who are nearing the end of their lifespan. Just because they are old, they have little potential, but they are very experienced, and they are not very afraid of death. On the contrary, I am more willing to give it a try, maybe it is not necessarily a breakthrough. Those who are really young usually go very little. After all, there is still a long time to hone, so there is no need to rush for a while. Who wants to fight the old man? The old man said. The generals before the hegemony compete. One is to pass the time, and the other is to test the strength of other king cities. I will fight you. A half-step, true god flew out and fought with the old man. Half an hour later, the old man was covered in blood and won the first battle, causing everyone present to nod, and then he went down to the competition stage. Naturally, it is impossible to require one person to penetrate the entire field, otherwise it will be too disadvantageous. After winning, you can take a rest and enter the next round. Of course, if you are confident in your own strength, you can continue to fight. But no one does that except the really arrogant. When the generals came to power, they were all the leaders of the various forces in this 5-domain hegemony. Emperor Wu, he is really calm and can sit still. Everyone knows that true god Xuanhuan wants to see the great generals of the martial arts, but this martial emperor will never move, and his face will not change. The battle went on for dozens of rounds, and Emperor Wu was still silent, and the final winner was about to be decided. At this time, true god Xuanhuan couldn't help it, his eyes signaled, and said, "Emperor Wu, how boring it is to sit all the time, why don't you let the people will go to the stage to BB? My Xuanhuan dynasty Shenlin invites you to fight the great generals." The generals of the Xuanhuan dynasty stood proudly on the battlefield and took the initiative to invite battles, depending on whether the Wudi faction sent someone to power. His eyes were fixed on Zhu Fengfeng. This time he got the will of the true god. To find out the strength of this red-cloaked woman, it is best to kill her on the spot. Option 1. Send someone to participate in the generals competition, get 1,000 fate points, and fire Shochu brewing recipe X1. Option 2. Do not send anyone to participate in the generals competition, get 1,000 fate points, and buy Hua brewing recipe X1. Your Majesty, I would like to come to power for a battle and win the first place among the generals for your Majesty's sake. Zhu Fengfeng looked at Shenlin with incomparably sharp eyes, not afraid of battle. What does he do? Xuanhuan remained motionless, and raised his eyelids. The generals will let them play, and if you win, he won't show your strength, leave your strength in the 5-domain hegemony, and let the world see the great martial arts. Strength, kill him there. As for his invitation to battle, you just treat it as air, don't care about it, that's the real battlefield. Everyone was stunned. If the incident of Yuanqing hadn't happened, they would definitely think that they were afraid of the Xuanhuan dynasty, but how could Emperor Wu of the army, who could directly destroy a king's city, be afraid of a battle of generals? He was really not interested, and he didn't give any face to the true god, Xuanhuan. Yes, if let him go, will he go? A bottle of divine essence liquid was moved by others, but Xuanhuan was not. He got the divine essence liquid in a small puddle from the golden crow heavenly god. This Emperor Wu is domineering, and if he doesn't move, he is astonishing. Sitting next to Xuanhuan, Luo Yueying could feel the domineering even more. The minister leads the order. Zhu Fengfeng stood behind Xuanhuan again. Ding. The host makes the second choice, obtains 1,000 fate points, and the brewing formula of Baihua Brewing X1. Baihua Brewing Recipe, a unique fragrant wine brewed with more than 100 kinds of petals, with a mellow taste. Long-term drinking can strengthen the body and enhance the absorption of spiritual energy. Good stuff. Xuanhuan looked at the brewing formula of Baihua Brewing. The materials needed were not very precious, they were available everywhere. The most frightening thing is that brewing takes a long time to ferment, but with the recipe, this time is saved, and the materials can be brewed quickly. Moreover, the brewing formula is changeable, and there are many flavors. The main materials used are different, and the flavors are also different. It is suitable for drinking by all people. My Dao people now have Lingyuan rice, and Tianyuan tea is not enough. Now they have Baihua Brewing. This is the blessing of all people. Xuanhuan knew that Baihua Brewing was the welfare of the people of the whole country. After returning home, he collected materials, and with the speed of the recipe, everyone in the country could drink a little. Emperor Wu, do you really have to not participate? Xuanhuan dynasty Shenlin was ugly. He was also a very strong half-step true god, but he was ignored when he went into battle, and countless hot eyes fell on him, making him very embarrassed and a little unable to get off the stage. But Xuanhuan didn't even look at him. If you don't want to compare, you just don't want to compare. Let Zhu Fengfeng take a bottle of divine essence liquid as worthless. It is better to let her go to fight for hegemony in the 5 regions, and swept the quartet with the golden crow sword in hand. In the end, divine essence liquid was won by the people of Xuanhuan dynasty, and it didn't help others. Obviously, true god Xuanhuan also knew that if Zhu Fengfeng didn't take action, no one would be the opponent of Xuanhuan dynasty, but Xuanhuan did the opposite, making his calculus fail, and there was nothing to be happy about. There is still a period of time before the 5-domain hegemony starts. I heard that Emperor Wu is powerful. I am not talented, and I want to experience the strength of Emperor Wu. True God Xianzhao got a signal from True God Xuanhuan, walked out one step, stared at Chu Yuan with burning eyes, and invited the battle. The competition of generals is over, why don't we have a competition of kings? The True God invited Chu Yuan to fight, and Emperor Wu should give this face. Who is the king? Chu Yuan said indifferently, you are not qualified to fight with me. #C338 Speak with facts. One is the king and the other is the emperor. True God Xianzhao invited Chu Yuan to participate in the Battle of the Kings. If he participated, he would lose his status, and it would be meaningless to win him. Boundless domineering. The true gods of other royal cities were far less imposing in front of Emperor Wu. After all, they are all afraid of the Xuanhuan dynasty. If you want to die, you can do it to me. Chu Yuan let out another sentence. True God Xianzhao looked embarrassed, just about to speak out. He was restrained by True God Xuanzhen, and then said, in this case, the king's hegemony will be cancelled first. Everyone wait for the 5-region hegemony to begin, and enjoy the preparations that my Xuanhuan dynasty has prepared for you. Food. Originally, there would be an extremely fierce competition between the generals before each battle for the hegemony of the 5 regions, and then the battle between the kings would break out. However, because of Emperor Wu, the audience suddenly became cold, the presence was extremely dull, no one made a sound, and everyone was stern, not knowing what they were thinking. After a few hours, the sky suddenly darkened. I saw 3 incomparably huge vortexes appeared in the sky, covering the sky, and a thick space force emerged. The 5-domain hegemony is in a special small world. The time has come, the channel has been opened, the 5-domain hegemony has begun, and the legions of all forces can enter the small world. As soon as True God Xuanzhen saw the world channel opened, he made a loud voice, when the killing is enough to open the secret realm, when will the legions come out? If the killing is not enough, you will never be able to leave. The rules of the 5 domains hegemony are also very simple, that is, kill. Killing until the sky is dark, killing enough blood to open the secret realm is not the end. Force you to kill enough inside. The rules are very cruel, and the army that enters will have to die at least hundreds of millions of people to meet the conditions of blood sacrifice. However, although the major forces know their cruelty, but also send people in. The army of Zhuangcheng enters the small world with this seat. Immediately, a large army entered first, and thousands of people were teleported into the small world. At this moment, countless armies have also entered into different channels. Some forces with good relations will act together, and at the same time try to avoid collision with powerful forces. The Great Martial Army Corps, come in. Seeing that it was almost time, Chu Yuan waved his hand. Under the leadership of Lu Qianfu and Zhu Fengfeng, hundreds of thousands of sky warships rushed into the small world. Emperor Wu, I'm going to enter the battlefield too. Luo Yueying looked at Chu Yuan. The people from the Covering Moon sect will enter with this sect. Be careful. Chu Yuan urged, watching Luo Yueying's back entering the battlefield. The Legion is fighting. Before the secret realm is opened, no true god powerhouse is allowed to enter. Although his realm has not reached the true god, his strength is similar to that of the true god. The Xuanhuan army, come in. After all the legions entered, Xuanhuan's army was the last to enter. This time only the masters of the various forces were left in the originally lively garden. Emperor Wu, let us wait outside and watch the fight inside. True God Xuanzhen waved his hand, and a huge light curtain was projected in front of them, which was then divided into pieces to present the images in the small world. The shadow formation method arranged in the small world was used in the previous battles in Item Refining City. It is good. Chu Yuan only had the puppet blood 11, and he made Dao Tianyuan tea for him. It was dark and the earth cracked. The area of the small world is not small, there is probably a whole place, there is no sun in it, there is a gray airflow circling, and the dried blood can be seen at any time. After all the troops entered, they were immediately dispersed. This shadow formation method can't show everything, but as long as there are fluctuations in the fight, you can immediately capture it and transmit the picture to the outside. The forces of the Northern Profound Region and the Western Profound Region have met and are fighting together. In the past half an hour, Xuanhuan saw that several soldiers and horses from the two regions collided, and without saying anything, they immediately put on their stance and fought together. Countless corpses. For the other four domains, the Zhongshuan domain is too powerful, and it is best not to fight with them. When the army is fighting, most of the people who enter this time are strong. As long as they can penetrate an army, they can collect their treasures, and the winners will reap huge benefits. And when they were fighting, sometimes there would be drops of bright liquid dripping down in the sky, all of which were divine essence liquid. The more they killed, the more divine essence dripped. Without these benefits, not many people would be willing to participate in the five-domain hegemony. The picture kept changing, capturing the fluctuations of each army, and seeing the army of Xuanhuan dynasty. The army of the Xuanhuan dynasty wore golden armor, and they were all majestic, with a domineering aura that swallowed mountains and rivers. Xuanhuan's heart is clear. They didn't move, they were gathering the army, and then launched a thunderous offensive with sufficient superiority to directly destroy the Dao Legion and eradicate the Dao elite. In a short period of time, more and more people gathered around Xuanhuan. 5 or 6 families have already arrived, including the True God forces, and more forces are constantly coming from all parts of the small world to participate in this siege. Dao in action. Some participate, some remain neutral. Of course, Xuanhuan could see that if he hadn't come here, he would have let people destroy Hewanqing, and responded more to the Xuanhuan dynasty. Now everyone is still arranging troops, the situation is unclear. Xuanhuan did not let Zhu Fengfeng participate in the competition of the generals, which also added to her sense of mystery. Emperor Wu, how are you going to break this battle? True God, Xuanzhen said with a smile. This 5-domain competition was originally prepared for the great martial arts. If you don't come, he will gather people from all the king cities in the Central Profound Territory to encircle you in the Eastern Profound Territory. If you come, you will kill your elite in the small world. This question is inexplicable. It's well prepared, but Xuanhuan was always immobile, and it was impossible to speculate on the details. It is still unknown who will kill the deer, and the battle has not started. Who can guarantee the final outcome? If the allied forces of the Xuanhuan dynasty are killed in the small world, the blood sacrifice will also be enough. Emperor Wu is quite confident. True God, Xuanzhen's eyes flickered with cold light. There is nothing despicable in the battle of the army, as long as the means to win must be used. Xuanhuan dynasty made it clear that he wanted to gather superior forces and attack the Dao dynasty in groups. As long as he won, he would be the king, and if he lost, he would be the dog of the prodigal. Therefore, in this siege of Dao, True God Xuanzhen is very confident. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Xuanhuan couldn't see the joy and anger. No matter how much you say, it's useless, let the facts speak in a small world. Blood 11, this tea is cold, give me another cup. Xuanhuan said. At this time, the picture turned and fell on the body of the great Wu Core. #C339 rolled, 1 left. The sky battleship appeared on the shadow formation, and then hid in the extremely high sky. True God, Xuanzhen's eyes looked over, tightly condensing on the light curtain. They were all very curious about the true combat power of the Dao Legion. After Lu Qianfu arrived in the small world, he was not in a hurry to march. He knew very well that apart from him and the people from the Covering Moon sect, everyone else, whether neutral or hostile, were his enemies. They add up to only 13 million people. It has to be said that Lu Qianfu is a stable man and has a keen sense of grasp of the battlefield. Although Zhu Fengfeng is the strongest, it is obvious that Lu Qianfu is not suitable for the commander-in-chief. Only he can grasp the overall situation. The big weapons are strangely powerful, and we just took this opportunity to see their strength. True God Xianzhao transmits sound to True God Xuanhuan. Yes, Dao's equipment is very strange. I asked the refiners of the dynasty, and they bluntly said that they couldn't make it, especially the sky battleship, which is extremely mysterious. I don't know what method was used. True God Xuanhuan said without blinking, this is their kind of puppet soldier, it seems to be called a sky soldier. I saw that Lu Qianfu released some sky soldiers and immediately dispersed around. Compared with the stone statue corps, the sky soldiers have weaker defenses, sharper attacks, and faster speeds, making them suitable for reconnaissance. He was scouting the terrain. Small world is not big or small, and small is not too small. The sky soldier came back soon after, and immediately saw the army move again. What are they going to do? Is it going to go to war? Seeing Lu Qianfu marching fast, everyone guessed. After half an hour of marching, the battleship in the sky suddenly stopped and hid. Tens of thousands of Dao troops in black armor appeared and found their location. Then there were 40,000 thunder cannons and hundreds of thousands of magic cannons, lined up. The soldiers are adjusting their direction and putting in the god stones. Dawu is going to attack. When the people outside saw Dawu's offensive posture, they were curious as to who they were going to attack this time. They soon learned that the army wearing silver armor appeared in another light curtain, as if to overlap with Dao. This is the Yuntian army of Yanwangcheng. No, Dao is looking for my army in Yanwangcheng. A true god made an urgent voice, this is the Yunshan, true god of Yanwangcheng. There are 2 true gods in Yanwangcheng, and their strength can also be ranked in the top 10 in the Xuanhuan domain. Moreover, they are the hardcore Xuanhuan faction. They were ordered by the Xuanhuan dynasty. This time, they directly meet the Xuanhuan army. They, one step ahead of the counterattack. Boom! The crowd trembled violently when they saw the transmission of the shadow formation. Immediately, the ground was torn apart, and hundreds of thousands of cannons were aimed at the still marching Yuntian army and shelled fiercely. The tyrannical energy beam instantly drowned the army of 10 million people. This time, Lu Qianfu used the sky soldiers as scouts to detect the marching direction of the Yanwangcheng army one step ahead of time, and took the initiative to attack. Lu Qianfu knew the tactics well. He knew that the Xuanhuan dynasty would not play a fair battle between the 2 armies with them, but would mobilize overwhelming power to directly destroy his great martial power. So he found Yunshan army, first destroyed the army in this royal city, and then beat some neutral and hesitant forces to let them be honest. Start the war. It is a tradition of the Dao Corps to bombard with huge artillery before the war, and immediately saw the Yunshan army encounter a sudden blow, immediately chaos, and frantically looking for opponents. After more than 10 rounds of huge artillery bombardment, which greatly killed the vitality of Yunshan city, Lu Qianfu sent a large army to charge and used thunder to destroy the Yunshan army. Kill! 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 More than 10 million troops directly attacked the Yunshan army. Hold on, the army of the Xuanhuan dynasty will soon come to support and destroy it in one fell swoop. Looking at the light curtain, true god Yunshan gritted his teeth. The 2 armies fought together almost at the speed of thunder. Yun Wangqing also sent a lot of strong men this time, 2 half-step true gods, plus a large number of false gods. Their strength was several times stronger than the previous He Wangqing. However, the combat effectiveness of the Dao Legion is too strong, and everyone wears the standard equipment of Dao. A series of rocket crossbows, the second series of rocket crossbows suppressed remotely, and the god-destroying crossbow approached and shot to death. For spirits and Biantian battle array. The four great beasts of Qinglong, White Tiger, Suzaku, and Xuanhuan appeared in the battlefield, and in the position of the central army, a god of Emperor Wu was condensed, and the four beasts set off him. Zhu Fengfeng, kill the half-step true god of Yunwangcheng at the fastest speed, knock the mountain and shake the tiger, and face the Xuanhuan dynasty. In the battlefield, Lu Qianfu ordered, under his command, more than 10 million people advanced and retreated. Don't worry, King Zhongyong, they handed it over to me. Zhu Fengfeng directly pulled out the golden crow sword. The golden light shone, and a three-legged golden crow, with the vision of burning the sky, jumped. She held the sword and broke out her own strength, completely, killing the two half-step true gods in Yunwangcheng. Undead Divine Phoenix. True God Xuanzhen stared at Zhu Fengfeng. The two half-step true gods in Yunshan City are not weak, but they were suddenly attacked by Zhu Fengfeng, and they retreated again, and they are not opponents at all. The golden crow is burning the sky. Zhu Fengfeng slashed away with a sword. How terrifying the Imperial artifact was. When he fell head-on, he saw a half-step true god protecting his body with extremely fragile mana. Starting from his head, the whole person was slammed into two halves. How is it possible that she actually slashed a half-step true god with one sword? True god Yunshan was shocked. Her sword is weird. The king-grade divine armor worn by that person is as fragile as tofu, and it will crack when touched. True god Xuanyu was shocked. Imperial artifact. True god Xuanzhen was the one with the highest level of cultivation among the people present. He had experienced the power of the imperial artifact of the Xuanzhuan dynasty. His eyes were fixed on Zhu Fengfeng's golden crow sword, and he said in awe, "The sword in the woman's hand is an imperial artifact." The imperial artifact, Xuanzhuan dynasty, is only one piece. It is for the heritage of the country, and it cannot be used easily. But today, I saw an imperial artifact on a warrior in Dao. Although he is the fourth level of the true god, he can't refine the imperial artifact. Only those who are strong in the gods and enter the law of the gods can refine such treasures. On that day, Emperor Wu broke my Tianluo Ziguang net with a sword. Could it be that Emperor Wu gave his sword to that woman? True god Xianzhao suddenly looked at Chu Yuan, who was calm and indifferent, as if he had everything in his hands. No, that woman's sword is domineering, like the golden crow. That's not what I saw that day. Xuanyu Zhenshen suddenly realized a terrifying thing, and covered his mouth. That is to say, Dao is not only an imperial product. Artifact. It is impossible for the Xuanzhuan dynasty to possess more than 2 imperial artifacts. This made them feel even more terrifying to Dao. In the small world, the war continued. Zhu Fengfeng hacked to death another half-step true god, and then took up the sword and hacked to death one false god realm, specifically hunting the opponent's high-end combat power. The army of Yunwangcheng screamed, and the millions of shadow killers were like shadow ghosts, always hunting. Corpses piled up. After they died, the boundless blood and energy sank into the void, and drops of divine essence liquid fell. Thousands of Yunshan troops were killed without their armor and armor. #C340 Fire Suppression. Tens of thousands of Yuntian army were destroyed, their bones piled up everywhere, and the great martial army corps beheaded them all at a thunderous speed. Outside the small world, everyone was shocked when they saw that Dawu's method of destroying the Yunshan army was too ruthless and too fast. Cleaning the battlefield, the fluctuations here have been spread. Presumably the Xuanzhuan dynasty will arrive here in a very short time. The sky soldiers are ready, and we will set up a shelling position here to wait for them. After Lu Qianfu destroyed the Yuntian army, he didn't move, but stayed where he was. First, hundreds of sky warships emerged from the void, guarding like a fortress. He adjusted and changed the position of the cannon, and this time, the calamity cannon created by 100 Gates was also arranged by him. The robbery cannon is so powerful that it can destroy a small island and kill the false god. Xuanhuan has only built 100 gates with the 10,000 years of the artifact refining city, and its preciousness can be seen. This is the first time it has been used on the battlefield. Is the army of my Yun Wangcheng destroyed like this? Outside the battlefield, in the garden, Yun Shanjinshan's face turned purple, like a piece of pig liver. No matter what, he couldn't accept the loss of tens of millions of troops, and he lost tens of millions of elites in one fell swoop, 2 half-step true gods, enough to break the bones. You must know that this is not an ordinary army, it is all elites, and it is originally to cooperate with the Xuanhuan dynasty. He looked at Xuanhuan, hated and feared Xuanhuan. Dao has an Imperial artifact. To enter the battlefield, what is this huge cannon? True God Xuanzhen was immediately attracted by the robbery cannon. This Dao took out another extremely terrifying equipment. Although it was a shadow formation, he still felt a monstrous might that could destroy the world. He saw that the Xuanhuan dynasty army and many Imperial coalition troops were shouting towards Dao's shelling position, and he was anxious in his heart, and wanted to remind them. They want to use the 5 domains to fight for hegemony to kill the elites of Dao, but Xuanhuan also takes this opportunity to train troops and destroy the elites of the kings of the Zhongshuan domain, so that they can see the power of Dao and shock some of the grass. Close. Sky Trooper report. The Imperial Coalition army has entered the scope of the robbery cannon. Lu Qianfu didn't move, the Calamity cannon shot farther than the Thunder cannon, and they were included in the range of all shelling. War is imminent. The Xuanhuan dynasty coalition forces also saw the sky battleship from a distance, but they were numerous and powerful, and they had long imagined the equipment of Dao, so they continued to march. Boom! Just after entering the range of the cannon, the ground suddenly trembled, and the whole small world was tumbling. It was like a real destruction of the sky and the enemy. The Calamity cannon took the lead in ejecting a sea of thunder that turned into a calamity, and the shelling of the 100 cannons directly covered Xuanhuan. Royal Union Army. This time, the Xuanhuan dynasty has assembled a coalition of dozens of royal cities, and hundreds of millions of people wanted to drown the Dao Legion with human sea tactics. But it didn't take long for them to act, and the energy of the cannon suddenly exploded among them. No, this is Dao attacking us. Ah! What a cannon! That's not their kind of gun. The false gods can't stop their bombardment. A scream. The Imperial coalition wanted to use a large number of people, but Dao used force to suppress people. They also took the Thunder cannon into consideration. They could kill the gods, but they couldn't cause any damage to the virtual gods, so they didn't care too much. However, the power of the robbery cannon is enough to kill the false god, and if the number is large, it can also hurt the true god. This is incredible. The explosions and blooms exploded, killing an unknown number of people almost in an instant. Don't be chaotic, the Great Martial Alliance is nothing more than relying on the advantages of equipment, the existence of false god or above. Kill them with me and tear their positions. A half-step true god of Xuanhuan dynasty roared. Lu Qianfu naturally thought of this. Although the cannon is powerful, it is a flaw that it cannot fight in close quarters, so only the first few waves of bombardment can cause maximum damage. Heavenly Tribulation Punishment. Lightning Strike. He let people play the most powerful artifact skills of the robbery cannon and the thunder cannon. The shelling was 10 times more ferocious than before. Several false gods were suddenly punished by the catastrophe, and the whole person was bombarded. The terrifying energy light wave penetrated all the way to the rear of the army, killing an unknown number of people along the way. De Wu's side did not meet, and the losses were so heavy, which was a great blow to the morale of the Imperial coalition. The ground was bombed, creating earthquake-like gaps, huge deep pits. Cannon cover. The stone statue corps charges forward, the sky soldiers guard on both sides, and the shadow-killing army is ready to harvest at any time. Commander Feng, pay attention to killing the opponent's half-step true god, their high-end combat power is up to you. Sect Master Luo, please bring your people to fight with the great martial army. Everyone obeys this king's order and kills them. Bombarding with a cannon first consumes the opponent's combat power, and then continues to consume the opponent with various equipment in hand. Lu Qianfu had followed Xuanhuan all the way from Dao for 30 years. He knew too much about the power of various equipment, and also understood various characteristics, and used the equipment to the extreme. At this moment, the first to charge out was a large number of stone statue core, all of which were as big as Titan giants, and they were meat shields. Although the false god level has only unsealed a few dozen statues, there are quite a few people who have accumulated the gods to the gods. This is only part of it. As the 9 great elders become more and more proficient in unblocking, they are already working hard to unblock the true god level. And strive to unblock all of them before the battle with Xuanhuan. Why is there another stone statue core? The army of the Xuanhuan dynasty collapsed a little. What else did this great warrior have yet to take out? Although the stone statue core is slow and inflexible in attack, they are extremely powerful, and more importantly, their skin is too thick. What made it even more uncomfortable was that the tens of millions of troops hid behind the stone statue core took out the god-destroying crossbow, and a series of rocket crossbows kept shooting. It is impossible for everyone in the army to be a god, and they will die if they are hit by the god-destroying crossbow and the rocket crossbow. There are stone statues on the front, and there are sky soldiers on both sides. This time, Xuanhuan equipped them with a large number of soldiers, just to use them as cannon fodder for consumption. Hateful, where did this dog come from so many puppets? The Imperial coalition army was extremely aggrieved, and a strong man flew out. It was Shenlin. He looked at the Dao Legion and shouted angrily, "If you have the ability, fight with me. Will your Dao rely on the advantages of your equipment?" Court death. Zhu Fengfeng flew out. "I wanted to fight you before, but your emperor dare not fight." Shenlin was domineering. He believes that Dao is relying on equipment. That idiot. Seeing that Shenlin was going to fight Zhu Fengfeng directly, the true god Xianjiao Xuanyu was scolding, but they saw the scene of this woman holding an imperial artifact and beheading 2 half-step true gods. At this time, what they have to do is to take advantage of their large number of people and slowly consume the opponent's combat power. Kill. Zhu Fengfeng didn't talk to him too much. He picked up his sword and killed him. Although Shenlin was not the strongest of all the half-step true gods, he could also be ranked in the top 5 in the coalition army. Seeing Zhu Fengfeng coming towards him, he directly confronted him with his long spear. But with just a few tricks, the spear was cut off, and Zhu Fengfeng slashed and slashed with one sword, cutting off Shenlin's head, and his body was completely blown up. #C341 Roselle Realm. Zhu Fengfeng beheaded Shenlin, and in the first battle, he raised his prestige and caused a great uproar in the allied army of the dynasty. Kill. Zhu Fengfeng's slash boosted morale, causing thousands of soldiers to roar loudly. Imperial artifact. Judging from the telegraphing array method, it is not easy to see the power of the Imperial artifact. But in the battlefield, the golden crow sword seems to have brought in the heat energy from a star, sweeping the boundless great emperor, and the terrifying power is crushing on their hearts like the sky. They actually have Imperial artifacts. The allied forces of the Xuanhuan dynasty were shocked. You must know that the Imperial artifact is the exclusive artifact of the gods and powerhouses. If the true god gets it, it is enough to kill the quartet in the same realm. Kill. Kill. However, even if they knew that Zhu Fengfeng had an Imperial artifact, they must not retreat. Otherwise, this time they were fighting for the hegemony of the 5 regions. Wouldn't it be a joke? And those people from the King City would be shocked by the power of Dao and fall to their side. Let us stop this woman, kill her here, and seized the Imperial artifact. The half-step true god of Xuanhuan dynasty rushed out and besieged Xuanhuan. The King City allied forces also fought at the same time. They can see that although the great martial arts are powerful, there are not many top powerhouses. Just because of the entanglement of puppets, several half-step true gods were killed in the army. Humph! Two streams of light suddenly burst out, and the two elders of gold and silver were hidden very deeply, and it was only at this moment that they were exposed, and they played a peerless ultimate move. The two have been husband and wife for tens of thousands of years, and they can tell what the other is thinking with just one look. They dress up like a soldier, and they don't stand out. They hit a half-step true god in Xuanhuan with a joint blow, and immediately kill him. Hit hard. No, two half-step true gods. The strong man was seriously injured and quickly retreated, but the pupils in his eyes contracted violently, and he said in fear, "No. No." A black light flashed. It was Qin Jian who reaped his life with a dagger. Gold and silver two elders. Outside the battlefield, the one with the most ugly face was true god Xianzhao. Hundreds of years ago, he was the one who hunted down the two old men of gold and silver. I didn't expect these two old men to appear here. The great martial army is so strong. Luo Yueying saw that the great martial army corps used tens of millions of people to forcibly beat hundreds of millions of people against each other, and the blood was poured into rivers. She was also a person who refused to admit defeat, and her eyes flashed with cold light. Luoshan domain. Suddenly, the power of the realm came. Luo Yueying turned into Luoshan. It seemed like the sound of water flowing, and then saw a bright moon appear in this small world, accompanied by a stream of Luo Shui, hazy moonlight shrouded, and there was a tyrannical realm power. Can. She refined the imprint of the gods and realized her own Luoshan domain. As soon as the Luoshan domain came out, it enveloped the entire battlefield, and crystal brilliance appeared everywhere. At this time, she was extremely bright, like a goddess in the sky, endlessly hazy. Her face was covered by light, faintly visible, exuding an attractive temperament. Seeing that, Chu Yuan also sighed. Such a woman is like the bright moon in the sky, and there is enough attraction to take her off, enter her imperial palace, and accept her as an imperial concubine. The disciples of the Covering Moon sect followed Luo Yueying and rushed out from one side, slashing a bloody path like a sharp knife, leaving behind a corpse. Mighty and mighty! The great warriors roared in unison. Go in with this king. Lu Qianfu ordered again. There are only 10 million of them, and even if you count the moon-covering sect, there are only 13 million people, but these 13 million people are like a sharp knife directly into the coalition army. Tens of thousands of troops pierced through the coalition like fierce horses, and after reaching the other side, they turned back and continued to pierce through. Hateful! The Xuanhuan dynasty let out an angry roar. This great military alliance is too hateful. They did not collide with the main force of Xuanhuan at all, but penetrated the allied army of the kings. What kind of goods are these King City coalition forces? They know very well where will be the opponents of Dao, although they also want to stop the Dao army, but the tyrannical impact of the stone statue army on the opposite side is to disperse their formation. In particular, there is the woman holding the Imperial artifact, killing the quartet, and the half-step true god only dares to stop her from a distance, and dare not collide head-on. Commander Feng, this sect will help you suppress it with the Luoshan domain. Luo Yueying opened her mouth. In her Luoshan domain, a radiant Luo Shui swept out, turned into a big hand, and the power of a god suddenly suppressed a half-step true god, and then the world was broken, and a golden crow's domineering brilliance fell, directly hit his body until it explodes. Luoshan domain is good at trapping enemies, and Zhu Fengfeng is a thorough killing. As soon as the two joined forces, they instantly killed a half-step true god. Continue. Luo Yueying was a bit like Lu Qianfu on the battlefield, more suitable to lead the overall situation, and repeatedly created opportunities for Zhu Fengfeng with the moon god domain. As soon as Zhu Fengfeng looked for an opportunity, he killed him with the golden crow sword. The two elders of gold and silver are also two ruthless characters. After they seriously injured each other's false god, Qin Jian, who can't be killed, will immediately come to harvest. The battle was tragic, the blood flowed into rivers, and all those who died here were the strong. In the continuous rush, the false god sky soldiers and the stone statue army of the Dao Legion also lost most of them, and the soldiers also suffered some casualties, but the other party died more, and the half-step true god died as many as several people. Off the battlefield. The faces of the people in Xuanhuan have always been gloomy. Although a lot of people will die every time they fight for hegemony in the 5 regions, but in fact most of them are below the god level, and the damage above the god level is not much. However, this time, too many strong people died, and a lot of them died in the false god realm. Even if Xuanhuan dynasty could win this time, it would be a tragic victory. But they saw the situation on the battlefield. Except for Xuanhuan's army, which was still gritted and insisted, all the coalition forces in other king cities were washed away and fled in a panic. Mob. If they can take advantage of Xuanhuan's army, they are even more ferocious than wolves, but if they suffer a big loss, it will be scattered sand, and they will be scattered as soon as they are rushed. Before the battle, Chu Yuan had told Lu Qianfu, "Don't be reluctant to puppet soldiers, use them all as cannon fodder." So every time he changes his tactics, Lu Qianfu prepares for the maximum damage to his opponents by the puppet soldiers. The coalition forces were all smashed, and when they saw the Dao army kill them, they retreated in fright. Dao's army is very powerful, even my Xuanhuan army can't stop you. Seeing the tragic battlefield, true god Xuanzhen looked gloomy and cold, looked at Chu Yuan in the seat, and said, "I don't know how many such powerful armies Dao has." Guess. Chu Yuan just said 2 words. This king can't guess. True god Xuanzhen became more and more afraid. The martial emperor in front of him was too difficult to deal with, and he couldn't see a change in his face, but he knew that there were still many strong people in Dao, and the people from Refining City did not appear here, and no one knew what trump cards he had. At this time, a majestic dark cloud vortex suddenly appeared in the sky in the small world, and a wind column was generated. It was enough to kill to cause the change of the void, and it was necessary to open the hidden little secret realm. Hidden secret realm is about to open. Everyone outside the small world is staring at this change. This time, the opening speed of the secret realm is the fastest. It used to be a stalemate for dozens of days, but this time it was not used for a day. It was mainly the Great Martial Army Corps and the Xuanhuan dynasty who directly fought each other, and too many masters died, and the quality of the blood sacrifice was very high. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Chu Yuan, and their hands would explode at any time. In an instant, the secret realm took shape. Go! Xuanzhen's true god thought just arose when he saw that Chu Yuan's figure was twisted and disappeared in front of him, appearing in the small world. Follow your majesty. Seeing Chu Yuan appearing, Lu Qianfu saw the frightened coalition army and ordered not to entangle with the opponent. The army quickly withdrew from the battlefield, entered the sky battleship, and entered the small secret territory with Chu Yuan. #C342 God Corpse. He's in. True god Xuanzhen only felt that the space was distorted and changed, and Chu Yuan disappeared in front of him, making him stunned for a while. This person has a strong use of the power of space. Boom. Seeing that the hidden secret realm was opened, some people in the small world rushed in. The situation is changing. The hidden secret realm erupted with extremely violent power at this moment. What should we do? Xian Zhaozhen said. Return to the capital immediately and report the matter here. Your Majesty is comprehending the supreme profound art, and thoroughly sacrificing and mastering the Imperial artifact. We must deal with the matter here. Dao is already a big problem for my Xuanhuan. Let's go back this time. Immediately recruit soldiers and horses from all the kings and cities, destroy the Dao dynasty, and give them no time. True God Xuanhuan saw Chu Yuan entering the hidden secret realm, and he was worried and had a plan. Just went back like this? True God Xuanyu didn't understand. We have also entered the hidden secret realm hundreds of times, just to get some divine essence liquid. In fact, the 5 regions hegemony has another purpose, which is to weaken the strength of the king cities and make the infighting between them more fierce. True God Xuanhuan sneered, everyone quit the small world. Dao is the biggest enemy at the moment, what are you wasting this time for? Before we came to Wuyu City, the country was preparing to attack Dao. If it wasn't for His Majesty's cultivation of a supreme profound art and unable to take action, we would have long ago, get your hands on it. True God Xuanhuan took the soldiers and horses of the Xuanzuan dynasty and left the Wuyu city directly without even entering the small secret realm. The time is almost up now. Preemptive strikes and seize the opportunity. For them, the small secret realm has been entered too many times, there are no secrets, and they don't think there is any treasure there. Master True God, Xuanzuan dynasty, has left. Next to True God Jiyu, Ji Zhuang said solemnly, where should we go? There will be big changes in the sky. Although I see Emperor Wu, this person is still shrouded in a mysterious veil, and it is difficult to guess. Ji Yuzhinshan sighed, let's wait and see what happens first. Ji Wangqing is also in a state of preparation, and see if the situation decides to turn to that side. Hidden secrets. Confused. Nowhere. There is a gray airflow flowing everywhere, and sometimes a drop of divine essence liquid will fall, making people unable to perceive the direction. See Your Majesty. The members of the great martial army were half-kneeling in front of Chu Yuan. They were all covered in blood, and many of them were seriously injured. Although they killed countless enemies in this battle, they also suffered a certain amount of damage. However, compared to the damage of the opponent's own damage, the record is obviously illustrious. Being flat. Chu Yuan raised his hand, this time, all the soldiers have done a good job in the battle. I am very pleased. After returning to China, all of them will be rewarded and rewarded. Thank you, Your Majesty. The great warriors said in unison. Although many Peos died in battle this time, the living people will get countless resources, and the families of those Peos who died in the battle will receive generous pensions, and their names will also be engraved in the Dao cemetery. Yueying, this time, you have also worked hard to cover the moon. Chu Yuan looked at Luo Yueying. At this time, Luo Yueying Yuesher's clothes had been dyed red with blood, and even her body had some scars, which made people feel a little distressed. The 3 million troops she brought also killed hundreds of thousands of people. It's not hard. Luo Yueying's eyes were tenacious, although I have paid hundreds of thousands of casualties, all those who survived have gone through a bloody battle, without the weakness of the past, this is the experience of blood, the previous occultist sect it's still too soft. Covering the moon sect has helped me in great martial arts, and I will compensate you for your damage this time. Chu Yuan looked at this space with his eyes, and said, the space here is a little weird. Kong Mi Dao Kuan, give me a good look at what's hidden in the void here. Although he felt that there was something strange in the void, he couldn't know the specifics. Maybe Kong Mi Dao Kuan knew. After Kong Mi Dao Kuan appeared, he saw Luo Yueying, an old acquaintance, and rubbed against her side first, expressing his greetings, and then its fins emitted waves like deep-sea gems. Its ability to perceive the void is countless times that of Chu Yuan. You said that there is actually a hidden void in this little secret territory, but it is very hidden. Chu Yuan can understand some meanings. That's interesting. In fact, Chu Yuan has already guessed that the small world needs a lot of blood energy to open the hidden secret realm, and the divine essence liquid comes down, so there are some secrets hidden, and there is a lot of weirdness here. You stay here, I'll go check it out. Chu Yuan stood on Kongmi Dao Kuan's back and moved with Kuan. Kongmi Dao Kuan immediately unleashed his innate talent on the Space One, immediately merged into the void, and disappeared. What is it? Chu Yuan was also curious. Kongmi Dao Kuan kept searching, and it seemed that half an hour had passed when it suddenly stopped, and a buzzing sound came out of its mouth, as if it had sensed something. It should be right here. Chu Yuan's big hand suddenly grabbed forward, and the void in front was twisted, but suddenly suffered a huge force, was shaken by the invisible prohibition, and collapsed. Interesting. Chu Yuan sensed an extremely tyrannical space force, and was very confused, making it impossible for people to find the prepared position. It's time to see what you can do. Chu Yuan patted Kongmi Dao Kuan. Kongmi Dao Kuan's body suddenly vanished, and he passed through the void. The dim scene in front of him suddenly changed, and he came to another world. Entering this world, the eyes are extremely bright, and what you see when you open your eyes is actually a torrent of incomparable splendor, and many runes are continuously condensed and formed, like flowers blooming, changing a world, interpreting an incomparable mystery. Sure enough, there is something hidden. Chu Yuan's eyes were extremely sharp. This time, he entered this world by relying on Kongmi Dao Kuan's special ability to space. The space is not big, only a few dozen miles, but this space is firm and terrifying, and the power of the true God cannot break it. There. His eyes looked towards the middle of the torrent, and a huge existence appeared. This huge existence is several miles long, and the light it emits is extremely bright, as if a star is extremely bright, and endless power radiates from him. From a distance, it seems to be looking at a great god. It turned out to be a human. After Chu Yuan approached, he found that this huge existence was a person. But to say that he is a person is not like a person. Because his body is too huge, and his body is not flesh and blood, it is like a huge crystal carved into the shape of a human. What a strong space force! Chu Yuan exclaimed. He looked at this human-like crystal carefully again, and found that his body was no longer flesh and blood. This huge crystal was composed of hard crystal particles, like diamonds. This force is so strong that it has transformed my body into the matter of space. Chu Yuan suspected that even with an Imperial artifact, he might not be able to split the crystal. And he could see that within the body composed of diamonds, it seemed that the shadows of the worlds were projected, and it turned out that he had cultivated his body into a world-like existence, which was extremely terrifying. God Corpse. Hashtag C343 Ning Shouchen. God Corpse. What appeared in front of Chu Yuan turned out to be a corpse. Yes, this is the corpse of a god. And the coercion emanating from him is much stronger than that of the Golden Crow god, and the two cannot be compared. Although the gods have fallen, the body of this corpse still exudes a majesty that is not blasphemous. This is the majesty of God, and even if it falls, it cannot be violated. This corpse died in a great battle. Chu Yuan saw that this god corpse fell from a fight with a powerful enemy. The gods will also fall, and they cannot be eternal. Chu Yuan enveloped the supreme majesty, ignoring the coercion of the gods, walked over, and saw that there was a dark blue thing on the right hand of the god corpse. It was a dark blue halberd, and it had the power to disrupt the space. Imperial artifact. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed. The Imperial artifact contains the law of the gods, and its power is infinite, and the true God cannot refine it. Only the power of the gods can be created by the power of the gods. If a true god possesses it, those with a few small realms will not be opponents. The Xuanhuan dynasty only possessed an Imperial artifact to be able to overwhelm the quartet. Big catcher. Chu Yuan grabbed the dark blue spurge with one hand. Boom. This dark blue halberd that had been silent for many years turned into a sea of anger. The vast and endless aura of the gods was intertwined with the terrifying laws of the gods, and it actually took the initiative to fly up, bursting with inextinguishable power, and slashed at Xuanhuan. He could see that the power of this dark blue spear was much stronger than that of the golden crow divine sword. In my hands. Although it was made by the gods, it was just an artifact at the moment. Xuanhuan also burst into a strong majesty, and the sun and the moon radiated together, condensed into one move, and beat him fiercely. Upside down. Void fission, the world is ups and downs, the Imperial artifact contains the will of the gods, and he is unwilling to be taken by others, and tries his best to resist. An artifact also wants to compete with my power. Xuanhuan turned his hands to form clouds and covered his hands to form rain. The great curse of the devil. Suddenly, just as Xuanhuan and Daji were fighting for each other, the space was suddenly dark. A strong black demonic energy spread out from the body of the corpse, and turned into an ancient demon domain, and there was a tyrannical will to lock Xuanhuan. Kongmi Dao Kuan saw this, and let out an angry sound. Your blood is my blood, and your soul is my soul, blood, soul-devouring magic. Woohoo! The realm of demons appeared, and the demonic energy in the sky condensed the figure of an old man, which was illusory and twisted. It was not a real body, but more like a soul. The demonic hand grabbed Xuanhuan's head. Pretend to be a ghost. Xuanhuan looked at the old man, a soul of the soul, this corpse of the god is not you. Although the old man had a strong soul, Xuanhuan could still feel that the two had different auras, one was light and the other was dark. Give me your soul. The old man was expressionless, and his big hand grabbed Xuanhuan directly. The sun and the moon shine together. The light of the sun and the moon shot straight into the Tianhe River, as if a star was shining, and the endless golden flames turned out to disperse the rolling demonic energy, to kill this soul. Magic power, infinite. There seemed to be a slight change on the old man's face, and he dismissed it, as if he was laughing at the desire to extinguish his demonic energy with flames. It was too simple to think, and he immediately saw him walk in front of Xuanhuan. His moves have the power to draw blood and soul. Soul-devouring magic art. This old man is like a god among demons. If a half-step true god is eaten by this soul, his soul will be extracted immediately. The long river of humanity. Xuanhuan's eyes were stern, and the long river of humanity was extremely brilliant, turning into hundreds of millions of rays of brilliance. The old man grabbed him with a palm, and after encountering the great river of humanity, he actually retreated fiercely, and his figure trembled violently. What kind of power is this? The old man finally made a shocked voice. No matter how strong you used to be, but now you're just a soul, you still dare to deal with me? Xuanhuan took out the ghost lamp. The lamp oil in the soul lamp was the power of the primordial spirit. After being lightly blown by him, it turned into a big hand holding the soul and grabbed it towards the old man. Artifact specially used for souls. The old man's face changed drastically. He could feel that although this netherworld soul lamp was a royal artifact, its power was too strong. Except for the laws of the gods, which did not have a royal artifact, it was no less inferior to a royal artifact in some respects. Soul Eater Big Handprint. The old man once again used his ultimate move to fight against the soul-holding hand. Nether Hand. Nether Soul Refinement. Nether Soul. The three ultimate moves of the Netherworld Soul Lamp are amazing. If this soul lamp has little effect on the existence of the real body, it is extremely terrifying for the soul body. Even Zhu Fengfeng's golden crow sword is not as powerful as the Netherworld Soul Lamp's ability to deal with the soul. The three ultimate moves fell on the old man at the same time, hitting him until his soul almost collapsed. The old man was in pain, and he knew that he had failed this shot and encountered an opponent that was difficult to deal with, so he was about to disappear from Xuanhuan. But at this moment, Xuanhuan pointed to the sky and the ground, and his majesty was rolling like the strongest emperor. When he blew the divine fire of the Buddha, the glass-colored divine fire spread across the space, instantly brightening, and locked the old man like an eternal scorching sun. Innate divine fire. The old man recognized that this was the power of the innate divine fire, and his expression had no words to describe, and he was angry and frightened. First is the ghost lamp, and then this innate fire, all the tricks are things that restrain him. The power of the supreme humanity also erupted from Xuanhuan's body. As he stepped on it, the river of humanity was as long as the sky, and the man was as majestic as the sky. It was like a vast starry sky. The infinite universe was under his control, and he couldn't escape from his palm. Heart. When the old man saw that Xuanhuan actually had a feeling of facing the Supreme Emperor. Forbidden soul. The ghost lamp fell on the top of the old man's head, and there was a field where the soul was imprisoned. The old man was furious, and he frantically bombarded the ghost lamp. But his power is the attribute of the soul. For the soul lamp, it just absorbs and burns it. The flame on the lamp is getting hotter and hotter, and it can roast the soul alive. Swish! From the soul lamp, a big hand appeared and grabbed the old man's soul. Who are you? The old man roared. What? But before his voice came out, the old man let out a shrill scream. This is the power of soul refining. It is like putting a person on a frying pan and roasting them alive. Even the grease can bake you out. What's your name? Xuanhuan said. The old man did not speak. Xuanhuan didn't say much, and directly increased the power of soul refining, making the old man's body more and more illusory. I said. The old man couldn't take it anymore. The world calls me Ning Laoma, the soul-eater demon god. Your name? Xuanhuan continued refining. The old man was very tough, but with the refining of the nether soul lamp, he couldn't bear it either, so he could only speak again. My name is Ning Shochen, but I prefer someone else. Ning Laoma to Ning Shochen. Boy, today I was blind, hit the wrong prey, and planted it in your hands. #C344 Imperial Artifact, Taidan Furnace. Soul-eater demon god Ning Shochen was also very aggrieved. He originally wanted to devour the flesh and blood soul, but he didn't expect to meet an opponent he couldn't deal with and was detained by the ghost lamp. Tell me about the situation here. Xuanhuan was about to activate the ghost lamp. Don't push your lamp, I can tell you if you want to know. Ning Shochen was frightened. This soul lamp was too painful to activate, even more uncomfortable than death, and immediately said, as you can see, this seat is indeed only this soul now. My body has been completely shattered. The corpse I saw was killed by me, and he is called Sky-Splitting God. Sky God, Soul-Eater Demon Venerable. Xuanhuan looked sharply at Ning Shochen in the soul lamp, and said, you are not an ordinary god. When this seed is at its peak, the 10th level of cultivation is the god of gods, and it is necessary to break the threshold of gods and break through to a more mysterious realm. You are in control of this kid. The soul-eater demon god was filled with fire. Thinking of his dignified and 10th level giant, he has fallen to this point. Today, he has only one soul, barely breathing, and is restrained by the ghost lamp. The 10th level of the gods is indeed very powerful, but now you are only my prisoner. Xuanhuan nodded. He had already guessed something. It seems that the so-called 5-domain hegemony is just a trick you made. Haha, my body is weak, of course, the so-called weak body is for you, and that Sky Splitter is proficient in the way of space. His body has been polished into a space body, and the whole person is a divine weapon. He had to fight with him back then. I fought to the death, never dying, so what was the final result? My body was shattered, but my soul was not destroyed, and the soul of the sky-splitting god was shattered, leaving only his body. Unfortunately, he also met me, otherwise it would not be easy for Xianchen to kill him. Ning Shochen laughed wildly and said, of course I also suffered a lot of injuries. Back then, I deliberately used an Imperial artifact to release the opportunity to attract these people to fight, barely keeping my soul alive, so every once in a while, I used some the temptation of divine essence liquid. I just didn't expect it to fall into your hands. The so-called 5-domain hegemony is just a trick that this old demon did because he wanted to absorb blood and keep his soul immortal. The primordial spirit of the gods is indeed powerful. Xuanhuan looked at the ghost lamp. After absorbing Ning Shouchen's soul power, the lamp became more and more strange. Hey, boy, I think your strength is also very extraordinary, and your realm is a bit weird. I was wrong to let you in. Why don't you kneel down, worship me as a teacher, help me collect the source of my soul, and wait for my injury to recover and rebuild? Flesh, that is the giant of the gods, and then break through the mysterious gods, you will have a supreme master. Seeing that Ning Shouchen was trapped by Xuanhuan, he wanted Xuanhuan to worship him as his teacher. Xuanhuan ignored him. Ning Shouchen was trapped in the ghost lamp, which was the fish on the chopping board, and he could slaughter it without turning over any waves. This seat sees that you want to surrender that desolate god-splitting hollow halberd. It's not that easy, but only if you promise me, this demon god can help you. Ning Shouchen continued. Really? I'll show you how I surrendered. Xuanhuan's wave is a long river of humanity. In this long river of humanity, there is a supreme coercion of the human sovereign sword, and the desolate god-splitting sky halberd is also a very powerful imperial artifact, but at this moment, the great halberd is trembling terribly, and it does not dare to compete with the human sovereign sword. Majesty. The imperial artifact is far worse than the supreme human emperor sword. What kind of power is this? Ning Shouchen exclaimed in shock. Option 1. Sacrifice the Tai Pil furnace with desolate god splitting the sky halberd, 10 king-grade artifacts, 100 spiritual artifacts, and 1,000 unparalleled artifacts, restore it to the emperor, and get 1,000 fate points. Option 2. Don't make sacrifices for now, repair the Tai Dan furnace, and get 1,000 fate points. This Tai Dan furnace has a really bad appetite. When encountering the Golden Crow sword, there is no option that pops up, obviously it is not to be seen, but as soon as he encounters Origami-splitting sky halberd, there is a choice. You must know that the air-splitting halberd of the gods is too powerful, and it is refined by the emperor of the 10th level of the gods. Choose 1, sacrifice the desolate god-splitting hollow halberd, 10 king-grade artifacts, 100 spiritual artifacts, and 1,000 unparalleled artifacts. Xuanhuan has waited too long, and the Tai Pil furnace can only refine the imperial pills. If he can refine the imperial pills in batches and distribute them, Dao can cultivate a group of half-steps in an extremely short period of time. True God, even really true God. The host makes a choice and gets 1,000 fate points. The Tai Dan furnace is being repaired. After he made his choice, the origami-splitting halberd in front of him disappeared directly, and a lot of artifacts in his system space also disappeared. The Tai Dan furnace has been successfully repaired, and the quality has returned to the imperial grade. Tai Pil furnace, broken. It was originally a magic weapon of no superiority, refined by Tianjun Tai, but it was damaged in the battle of gods and demons and fell into the heavens. As long as various medicinal materials are put in, it can be automatically refining medicinal pills is 100% successful. Remarks, due to the serious damage to the Tai Pil stove, the grade has dropped, and the highest level can be refined to the imperial grade divine pill, but it cannot be refined above the imperial grade. Royal artifact. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed. After the repair, the Tai Pil furnace is equivalent to an imperial artifact, and the imperial pills that were previously bleak are shining brightly. Huangpin Shindan is a magical pill that is needed for the cultivation of gods and gods, and it is more effective for true gods to take it. In the middle profound realm, it is impossible to even consume the divine elixir of the king's level, let alone the divine elixir of the imperial class. The power of an empire cannot be separated from medicine pills. Precisely, Chu Yuan controlled the medicinal pills, and also controlled a city of refining, and the blueprints for many equipment. Where did the desolate god split the sky halberd go? Ning Shouchen felt that the aura of desolate god splitting sky halberd had completely disappeared. It was not as simple as taking it away. Chu Yuan ignored him. There are a lot of magical medicines that were not used before in his system space, and now he is preparing medicine pills according to the pill recipe, and first refining a batch of Imperial medicine pills. After putting the materials in place, Chu Yuan looked at the corpse of sky-splitting god. This corpse is no longer a pure body of flesh and blood, but a space-like existence. You took a fancy to this corpse. Ning Shouchen said, the sky-splitting god is also an extremely powerful character. He has refined himself into a world-like existence. He is powerful and invincible. The 10th level gods are not his opponents. The seat, good at the way of the soul, does not break his body, destroys his soul, and dies in the hands of this seat. Ning Shouchen is really amazing. Although the soul has been severely injured, it can kill the gods of the 10th layer, especially the true god of cracking the air. This is enough to see how terrible he is. He stepped in front of this divine corpse, and every place on his body was a treasure. When he knocked down a crystal, a finger-sized one had a space of several hundred square meters inside, which was infinitely more precious than Huangsheng kg. If it falls into the hands of a god-level artifact refiner, it can definitely be refined into an extremely powerful space Imperial artifact containing the space domain. Option 1. Devour the corpse by yourself with the Great Devouring Technique, get the True God Puppet Summoning Card X1, and 1,000 Fate Points. Option 2. Don't devour the corpse, leave it to Kongmi Dao Kun to evolve to maturity, get the True God Pill X1, and 1,000 Fate Points. Remember the mobile version URL. #C345, see how many are not afraid of death. The system pops up two choices. If he devoured it by himself, he could immediately break through to the realm of true gods, and reach an extremely profound level of the power of space. However, he devoured it by himself, and the effect is not great, and the true god can devour it at any time. True gods are not uncommon, but it is rare to see a god corpse like Sky God. This is a huge opportunity for Kongmi Daokuan, and it can immediately let it enter the maturity stage and have the combat power of a true god. Just like this time, he would not be able to find the entrance to this secret realm without Kongmi Daokuan. Hey, are you thinking about how to conquer this god corpse? As long as you let me go, worship me as a teacher, and when I recover to the gods, this seat will help you to condense into an incomparably powerful space artifact. Kill the quartet. Ning Shouchen saw Chu Yuan pondering, and the demonic voice spoke out, seducing him. Kongmi Dao Kuan, this time it's cheaper for you, go and swallow this corpse. Chu Yuan made a choice. Kongmi Dao Kuan is happy. It wanted to swallow this corpse for a long time, and immediately opened its mouth happily, and suddenly there was a void flickering in its abdomen, and it actually swallowed the corpse directly. Kongmi Dao Kuan squinted his eyes and was drowsy. There is a chaotic space in his body, which is the power of it digesting the corpse. Although the corpse of the sky-splitting god is sturdy and hard to break, the Kongmi Dao Kuan is specially designed to feed on various void gods, just like cats and mice, the biggest nemesis. This is it? Ning Shouchen said in shock, Void Overlord, Kongmi Dao Kuan, I have seen a Kongmi Dao Kuan in the god realm back then, traversing the void and traversing the universe, like a starry beast in the starry sky. Profound god is also difficult to surrender, there is such a space beast by your side. Looking at the man again, he felt that Chu Yuan became more and more mysterious. Ding. The host makes the second choice, and gets 1,000 fate points, and the true god pill X1. There was nothing in the space in front of him. Chu Yuan put Kongmi Daokuan into the jade seal and returned to the place where the army stayed. King Zhongyong, I give you the opportunity to break through the true god. Qu Yuan gave Lu Qianfu the true god pill. At the moment, there will be a battle with the Xuanhuan dynasty. Lu Qianfu is the general in command of the entire army. It is impossible without strength. In this battle, he still needs to go to the battlefield and command the overall situation. A true god pill was swallowed by Lu Qianfu, his breath skyrocketed, and the illusory false god law was intertwined into the true god law, breaking through to the true god realm in a short time. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Qianfu knelt down and said. One pill elevates a person to a true god, and there is no danger in the middle. Ning Shouchen was like a ghost. He is a god of the 10th level, and he has seen too many things. There are also ways to forcibly elevate people to true gods, but they have to pay a huge price. There is no such thing as Qu Yuan as simple as eating and drinking. Leave 5 regions city. Qu Yuan ordered. The sky battleship suddenly burst out of this space. What exactly do you want to do with this seat? When Ning Shouchen saw that Qu Yuan was imprisoning him in the soul lamp, he ignored him and made an anxious voice. The battleship left the space and crossed the Zhongshuan domain to return to the Dongxian domain. As soon as the struggle for hegemony was over, the true god of Xuanhuan dynasty immediately went back to prepare, dispatched troops, gathered the strongest strength, mobilized all the powerhouses that could be mobilized, and used the power of thunder to not give Dao any respite. Reporting to Your Majesty, Xuanhuan has issued a summoning order, ordering the kings and cities to respond accordingly, form a coalition army, and attack Dao. On the way back, Qu Yuan sent people to investigate. How many kings responded? Qu Yuan said. The kings who responded include Yun Wangcheng, Cao Wangcheng, Lu Wangcheng, etc., while Zhou Wangcheng, Quan Wangcheng, Wen Wangcheng, etc., are all waiting to see. Almost half of the kings responded, and it should be within a few months, there will be a war. The battle in Wuyu City made the Xuanhuan dynasty see the threat of Dao. And if it wasn't for De Wu's record in the 5 regions city being too fierce, more people would have joined the coalition. Bring the map. Qu Yuan looked at the map of Zhongshuan. After watching for a while, Qu Yuan swiped on it and said, redirect to Yun Wangcheng, first destroy a king's city, and tell those kings that the battle between Dao and Xuanhuan dynasty should not be mixed. The army changed course immediately. Cloud King City. The big city of Zhongshuan. There are also 2 true god-level existences. At this moment, the troops and horses in Yunwang City are moving together. Although the losses in the 5-domain hegemony this time are not small, as long as the true god does not die, it does not mean that the foundation is shaken. My lord, this time I summoned my Yun Wangcheng to send out a full half of the strong soldiers to assist the Xuanhuan dynasty in the battle. True god Yunshan appeared here and looked at a middle-aged man wearing a royal robe. This middle-aged man is Lord Yun, whose cultivation has reached the 2nd level of true god, and supports the Xuanhuan dynasty. This battle has already brought out most of the elite of my Yun Wangcheng. Lord Yun nodded. The Xuanhuan dynasty has already moved to Dao's will to destroy, and the true god Xuanzhen has sent a message. Xuanhuan Huang's supreme divine power cultivation base has been completed, and he is about to leave the customs. He will hold the Imperial artifact to fight the Shen Dao dynasty. When 2 tigers fight for hegemony, one will be hurt, but whoever wants to gain the advantage of the fisherman will die even worse. Throughout the ages, the eldest and the second are fighting, and the third is often the first to die. In fact, Yun Wangqing didn't really want to join in the fight between Jin Dao and Xuanhuan, but there was no way. If the Xuanhuan dynasty returned, he would clean up them. Moreover, after all, the Xuanhuan dynasty has been in the middle of Xuanyu for tens of thousands of years. Xuanhuan Huang is the true god, and he has imperial artifacts. It is difficult for them not to obey. Wait and see. If this battle destroys Dao and gets their various equipment, the Xuanhuan dynasty will clean up those disobedient king cities, and the true gods will die. If the Xuanhuan dynasty wins this time, their strength will be at the beginning of the morning. The world will skyrocket a lot again. Lord Yun said coldly, Yunshan, remember that although I have sent troops to Yunwangcheng this time, but if you go to a good point, don't be the cannon fodder of the Xuanhuan dynasty. The Dao dynasty has very terrifying cannons, and the war is bound to happen together. Use us as cannon fodder. Please rest assured, Lord, I know what to do. True God Yunshan is cautious. Those who respond to the Xuanhuan dynasty will die without mercy. The thunderous voice came. The sky of Cloud King City suddenly swept through a thick depression, and then saw hundreds of huge silver-white battleships descending in Gangfeng City. Great Wu Dynasty, Sky Fleet. Lord Yun suddenly looked at the sky battleships, which were filled with densely packed soldiers, with a horrified expression on their faces. He did not expect that the fleet of the Great Wu Dynasty did not directly return to the Dongxian territory, but went deep into the Middle Venerable territory and directly returned to his royal city. Emperor Wu. Lord Yun's heart was shaken, and he looked at an existence on the battleship that was the only one. Are you trying to destroy my royal city directly? Lord Yun knew that Emperor Wu wanted to use the method of killing chickens to warn the monkeys, but he was a king city with a true god, not a weakling like Su Wanqing. After destroying Yanwangcheng, I want to see how many people are not afraid of death. Chu Yuan ordered directly. This time, he also took a fancy to the two true gods of Yanwangcheng. With his imperial edict, the cannons that had been prepared on the sky battleship had already been aimed at Yanwangcheng, pouring out sea-like energy cannon fire, covering Yanwangcheng. Remember the mobile version URL. #C346, no regret medicine to take. With the addition of the 100 gates of heavenly tribulation cannons, Dao has powerful firepower and has the means to destroy and kill false gods. As soon as the endless artillery fire poured over, the ground shook and ripped apart violently. The city walls of Yunwang City were like paper paste, turning into powder one after another. Every king city has a strong defense, not to mention the true god king city. However, under the dense artillery coverage of Dao, it was in vain. Destroy the Cloud King City. Chu Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, his jet-black imperial robe moving against the wind. He looked at Lu Qianfu's command. At this time, the Thunder Cannon and the Heavenly Tribulation Cannon activated their artifact skills, destroying the city wall of Yunwang City in one fell swoop. Kill. Lu Qianfu was already a true god. He led the army to charge, and the charge was ahead, and he immediately rushed into Yunwang City. Although there are not many troops, all of them are elites. They have also experienced a baptism in the five-domain hegemony, and all of them exude a monstrous bloody aura, which is fierce and breathless. When the Yanwangcheng army saw Dao coming, they all panicked and trembled. They were all powerless and did not dare to resist. Compared with De Wu's fierceness, they were like weak sheep, but the other side was a tiger descending the mountain, and they would be torn apart when they collided with them. If one will succeed, 10,000 bones will die. If a country wants to rise and seize hegemony, I don't know how many mountains of bones will be piled up and how much blood will be stained. Ning Shouchen was watching a play. Chu Yuan did not close his perception of the outside world. He could see what was happening in the outside world through the soul lamp, and he could not guess what Chu Yuan was thinking. Do not destroy his soul, trap him. Do you want him to surrender? However, he is a god of the 10th level. Even if he falls into the mortal world, he has once stood on the top, and he will not give in easily, unless he comes up with a temptation that he cannot refuse. The war started, the war was filled with blood, and the entire Yunshan city was almost sunk. Emperor Wu, are you going to destroy the people of my royal city today? Seeing that the army of King Yunqing was being slaughtered like pigs and dogs, true god Yunshan roared, and his eyes were about to burst with pain. Yanwangcheng has a history of tens of thousands of years. But today there is actually a crisis of destroying the city. The inside of the Cloud King city was terrified. As soon as they fought, the army would be defeated crazily. How could they be the opponents of the great martial army? Zhu Fengfeng rushed in. She was the strongest fighting force under the true god. A golden black sword shone down on Kyushu, and a flaming meteor fell like a falling star. The half-step true god of Yanwangcheng fought against her, but after a few moves, she would be killed directly. As if entering a land of no one, she killed all the way in, and I don't know how many people died under her sword. Ziyuzong helped Dao to kill Yanwangcheng. Luo Yueying descended like Luoshan. She stepped out, cast Luoshan domain, mixed with blood light, making her have a hazy beauty at this time. Besiege the true god. Lu Qianfu killed the true god Yunshan, and at the same time, Blood 11 also joined the battle to kill the true god. True god Yunshan roared and fought against Lu Qianfu and Blood 11. Emperor Wu, let this king see how powerful you are. Lord Yan's eyes stared at Chu Yuan on the battleship. He suddenly killed the past in one step, the wind and clouds roared, and the vast power of heaven and earth slammed into Chu Yuan. Endless origins. Chu Yuan's expression didn't change. His palm was the endless origin, and the power of the origin reversed everything. The mana of Lord Yun actually returned to the most primitive airflow, and it collapsed in front of him. What kind of martial arts is this? Feeling the power that reversed everything, Lord Yun's face was horrified. He had known for a long time that Emperor Wu's strength was strange, and he couldn't figure out the details. After today's fight, he realized the difficulty of this man's mana, which was indeed strange. The wind blows the clouds. Lord Yun shouted angrily. The gust of wind blew up, with the momentum of rolling up everything. He rushed towards Chu Yuan again, swinging his palms like a big fan. The Great Destruction Technique. Crackling. Chu Yuan's destruction technique swept everything and stepped out in one step. His hand of destruction hit Lord Yun, causing him to explode. He suffered extremely serious damage and suffered a heavy blow. What? On the battlefield in the distance, true god Yunshan made a painful voice. It turned out to be Qianfu Lu, Shueshi, and Zhu Fengfeng were besieging him. Although Zhu Fengfeng is not a true god, but with the golden crow sword, her strength is no less than that of ordinary true gods, especially the Imperial artifact, which has left a heavy wound on Yunshan true god. Emperor Wu. Lord Yun shuddered and shouted, why do you want to kill them all? Isn't it bad to let us live? My king Yunqing was only ordered by the Xuanhuan dynasty to join the army. If you withdraw today, I am willing to take Yanwangcheng to Dao, to deal with the Xuanhuan dynasty. His Yanwangcheng will be destroyed if it goes on like this. How can he still obey the Xuanhuan dynasty? Choose one, accept the surrender of Yanwangcheng, get 1,000 fate points, and randomly 3,000 Dao supernatural powers x1. Option 2, destroy the city of Yanwangcheng, get 1,000 fate points, and a random lottery chance x1. Shovel out the Cloud King city. Chu Yuan does not need Yanwangcheng's refuge now. He wants the lives of these two true gods, so that he has enough laws of the true gods to attack the realm of false gods. You are forcing me to fight with you. Seeing that Chu Yuan didn't intend to let him go at all, not even surrendering, Lord Yun's face was distorted, and the power in his body was violent to the extreme, but the sudden screams made his momentum suddenly vent. True God Yunshan is just a very ordinary, true god. At this moment, he was besieged. How could he bear this kind of siege? His body would be cut off, and he screamed in pain. Kill him. Lu Qianfu, Blood 11, Zhu Fengfeng launched the strongest offensive, completely overwhelmed him, and the blood of the true god was scattered all over the sky. As soon as he died, Chu Yuan grabbed it with his big hand, and the rolling true god mana was sealed and temporarily stored. Lord Yun was grief-stricken, and the Yunwang city, which was tens of thousands of years old, was razed to the ground. If he had known earlier, he should not have responded to the Xuanhuan dynasty, but watched the play honestly. When the time came, he would rely on the winner and still survive. But there is no regret medicine to take. He knew that the destruction of Yunwangcheng was a foregone conclusion, and even if Xuanhuan dynasty wanted to save them, it was too late. Ah! Emperor Wu, you are so cruel and ruthless, you will also be on the road to perdition. He let out a roaring sound, and ignored Yunwangcheng, he just ran away. God's prison. With a wave of Chu Yuan's palm, he offered sacrifices to the prison guards. Immediately, the divine prison descended, shrouding Lord Yun in a gloomy hell realm. Lord Yun's face changed drastically. He was trapped in Chu Yuan's divine prison at this time, that is, trapped in a strange cage. His true god's mana was charging outside, but all the bullshit went into the sea, and he couldn't get out at all. His whole face was pale, and he knew that Chu Yuan was going to kill him. Great battle! Chu Yuan sacrificed the god of war army and turned it into a powerful force, making his own strength the strongest, and waving his hand was a terrifying bombardment. There is no emperor in the world, and the tyrannical battle technique is that the Lord of Yunshan is bombarded again and again in front of him, and the whole person will be bombarded. Eternal Seal. Chu Yuan's ultimate move came out. It was a doomed matter for Lord Yun to be killed. No one in the heavens and the earth could save him. Remember the mobile version URL. #C347 False God. True God Yunshan was beheaded. Lord Cloud was beheaded. As soon as the two true god-level existences died, the destruction of Yunwangcheng was announced. The message is passed out, who is not afraid. This is a dignified and true god-level royal city. If it is destroyed, it will be destroyed, and there is no strength to resist. They are not fools. They know that Chu Yuan is doing this to shock them and tell them not to intervene. Dao has the strength to destroy the true god. The Xuanhuan dynasty received the news, and it was also a shock. In order to prevent Dao from continuing to destroy the king's city, they asked those people in the king's city to gather Dao, and because of this beheading, the Xuanhuan dynasty had to stop temporarily and make a new plan. Too cruel. One order goes down, and I don't know how many people die because of it. After seeing it, Ning Shouchen had to sigh that none of the people who can become the lord of a country is a benevolent person. This time, the Cloud Slayer King City did not know how many people were killed and the rivers turned red. Chu Yuan never considered himself a benevolent person, and he couldn't be kind if he wanted to be a good emperor, but he was definitely a good emperor in Dao. He couldn't help but speculate about how Chu Yuan wanted to deal with him. Ding! The host makes the second choice, gets 1,000 fate points, and a random lottery chance X1. Great Devouring Technique. After Chu Yuan destroyed the two true gods, he used the Great Devouring Technique to devour the laws of their flesh, and soul, and turned them into majestic mana to hit the false god realm. You actually know how to devour. The ghost lamp that imprisoned Ning Shouchen was placed next to him. He saw Chu Yuan's great swallowing technique, and his voice was horrified. He is the soul-eater demon god because he has the ability to devour souls. But the great devouring technique can swallow everything, including the soul. Soul Eater is actually a great devouring technique, because it is too difficult to cultivate the great devouring technique, and only one of the attributes can be cultivated. I know far more than you can imagine. Devouring the two true gods still won't allow him to break through the false gods, but Chu Yuan has already made up his mind. Immediately, hundreds of emperor-grade pills floated like stars, and thousands of king-grade pills released their medicinal power at the same time, using a large amount of medicinal pills in conjunction with the laws of the true gods to impact the virtual god. Imperial-grade divine pill, you took out hundreds of them at once. Ning Shouchen made a shocked voice again. This is an imperial pill, not Chinese cabbage. Only a god-level artifact refiner has the strength to refine the pill. Even if he is at the 10th level of the gods, it is impossible to get the Imperial pill casually. Break through the false god. After Xuanhuan refined the medicinal effect of the Shindan with the Great Devouring technique, his breath changed dramatically, breaking through from psychic to false god. Psychic powers can be psychic, but they are not gods. But when it comes to false god, even if it is just an illusory law of god, it is still half a god. With the blessing of the Emperor Sword, his combat power is comparable to that of the true god realm. False god realm. Xuanhuan grasped with both hands, it was the strong law of god. Ding. The host completed the side quest to break through the false god, and obtained 40,000 fate points, the advanced card of the Keen Great Artifact, the True God Pill X2, the construction progress of the Gate of Thunder 10%, the Supernatural Power Fruit X4, and the glory of the Supreme Supernatural Power Gods. The current progress is 80%. The current fatality point surplus is 150050. Glory of the gods, the supreme and ancient supernatural powers bless themselves with the power of the gods, create the kingdom of the gods, and deduce the glory of the gods. In an instant, a supreme martial art, the glory of the gods turned into insights and poured into my mind. In his eyes, he seemed to see ancient gods. One was extremely tall, and the other was extremely majestic. They formed the kingdom of the gods and exerted the power of glory of the gods. The glory of the gods. Xuanhuan completed the side quest this time, breaking through the false god realm, and the rewards he received were much more than other sidelines. The last time he broke through to the spiritual realm, he rewarded all the death wheels. It seems that the side quests are also divided into large and small, and there will be more good things rewarded for the breakthrough of the realm. Ding. The current branch has been released, and the host has broken through to the real god realm. Xuanhuan was not disappointed, and another branch line that broke through the realm came. Each realm breakthrough in the false god realm requires 40,000 fate points. The system prompted. In exchange for 120,000 fate points, in exchange for the triple realm. Xuanhuan immediately exchanged for strength. After the 120,000 fate points were deducted, an incomparably huge power blessed him. Secondary false god. 3 false gods. 4th layer of false god. It has been increasing to the 4th level of false god, and this fluctuation has stopped. And after his realm has broken through to the 4th level of the false god, the 2 special arms of the War God Army and the Prison Suppression Army will also grow in strength with his realm. In particular, the leaders of the 2 major military branches can go directly to the 4th level of the true god. The 4th level of the true god is already the level of strength of the true god of Xuanzhen, and the Xuanzuan dynasty will not have much. 2 advanced cards of the King Rank artifact were promoted to the King Rank by him by raising the Blackwater Monstrous banner and the Gengjin Destroyer banner. Now that the realm has reached the false god, some titles can also be upgraded to the 4th level. Xuanhuan looked at the system space, and there were 8 divine powers. Enhancing the Great Devouring Technique. The Great Devouring Technique is Xuanhuan's most important 3,000 avenues. When he devoured the true god, he already felt that the power of swallowing the 3rd level title was a little weak. Ding. The Great Devouring Technique has been upgraded successfully, and the host has obtained the Emperor of Devouring. Emperor of Devouring, Level 4. The Emperor of Devouring was upgraded, and various attributes were increased to obtain the Devouring domain, condensing the Emperor of Devouring, and turning it into a control space. He exudes a strong devouring power. Ning Shouchen was horrified. He didn't know what happened to Xuanhuan, but he only felt that his soul was attracted by his breath, and the dregs that would be swallowed up would not be left. The horror of the Great Devouring Technique. Ning Shouchen had an innate fear of the Great Devouring Technique. Ascension Great Cut. What Xuanhuan needs now is not a group attack method, but an extremely fierce and domineering individual attack. Ding! The advanced cutting technique has been advanced, and the host has obtained the title of Void Traveler. Void Traveler, Level 4. The Void Twister is upgraded, and the space is vertically and horizontally under the feet, shuttled through the vast turbulent currents, comprehend the changes of the void, kill vertically and horizontally, and enhance the cutting power of the big cutting technique. Void Traveler. At this time, Xuanhuan felt that he was in the void as soon as he moved, and regarded the void as his back garden, as if he was in a no-man's land. If he wanted to learn to assassinate assassins, he would be silent on the 3rd and 4th levels of true gods. Kill without interest. This is the power to travel through the void. Feeling the changes in Xuanhuan's aura, even if he was the 10th level of the gods, he couldn't guess it at all. He suddenly made a loud and anxious voice, "Your Majesty, if you can give me a lot of Imperial pills, I am willing to agree to any conditions you have." "Do you want an Imperial pill?" Xuanhuan looked at Ningxochen in the ghost lamp, and said indifferently, "Why should I give it to you? Give me a reason." #C348 You win this time. I am the 10th level of the gods, a peerless giant. As long as I recover from my injury, it is not a small Xuanhuan dynasty. You don't need to take action, I can help you, and there will be an extra god by your side. And I can swear by my heart demon that I will never hurt you and repay your kindness for donating pills. Ningxochen roared in the ghost lamp. The injury he suffered was too serious, and the blood energy he had absorbed for tens of thousands of years was just lingering. If you really want to restore your strength, you still need a lot of soul-level Imperial pills. But in this state of his soul, it is impossible for him to obtain the Imperial-grade divine pill. Right now, there is this opportunity, which is obtained from the power of His Majesty the Great Wu, and he does not want to give up. He didn't want to continue this state of being alive or dead. "I will believe your oath?" Xuanhuan said. "I am a god, and the oath I make is an eternal promise." Ningxochen vowed. Whether it's a god or a demon, their promises are worth less than spit. "I don't believe in this illusory oath." "What is a demon in your heart to a big demon like you?" Xuanhuan sneered. This Ningxochen was someone who could kill the sky-splitting god. "What are you going to do to be willing to give me the Imperial elixir?" Ningxochen patiently spoke to Xuanhuan. "Hand over the origin of your soul is completely under my control. I can supply you with a large amount of divine pills, otherwise everything will be forgotten." Xuanhuan didn't kill Ningxochen, he just wanted to take this big devil for his own use. This kind of character has 10 levels of gods, and there is even hope to become a mysterious god in the future. Now it's just that the injury has not healed. It is precisely because he has a large amount of Imperial pills, which has a great effect on subduing him. However, he also knew that it would be difficult to conquer such a demon, so he kept him hanging, making him unbearable, and took the initiative to ask him for elixir. "You are delusional." Ningxochen was furious. "You want me to hand over the origin of my soul? It is impossible for you to control life and death. I am a character who can help you by your side as your blessing, and let me be your slave. A fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken, you are nothing now." Xuanhuan ignored him and let him think about it for himself. It will be some time before the sky battleship returns to Tiao. He took out the Imperial elixir that had just been refined in the battleship, and practiced in front of Ningxochen. Every day, Ningxochen watched Xuanhuan take the medicine pill. His soul was going crazy, and he wanted to take it directly. There was someone who repaired the origin of the soul. He knew that this was Xuanhuan doing it on purpose to show him. Finally, the day before he arrived at Tiao, Ningxochen couldn't bear it anymore and let out an unwilling roar. "You are cruel. I can hand over the source of my soul, but you must promise, swear, and give me a lot of medicinal pills, and also you can't control my life and death casually. You are not qualified to negotiate conditions with me." Xuanhuan said. You. Ning Xiuquan was very angry, but he really didn't want to live such a life with only a soul body, and shouted, "Fuck, I will, this time you won, anyway, being trapped by you now is a death, I'll bet on this. 1. I bet you can create an immortal dynasty in the future, and I can also benefit from it." He suddenly took out a mass of his soul source. The source of the soul was absorbed by the ghost lamp, and his life and death were controlled by Xuanhuan, let him live and let him die. He had to bow his head when people were under the eaves. Especially with such a powerful existence, he knows the beauty of life. Take it. Xuanhuan released Ning Xiuquan, and with a wave of his hand, more than a dozen Imperial-grade divine pills flew towards Ning Xiuquan. Ning Xiuquan was thirsty and hurriedly absorbed the medicinal power of the divine elixir to restore his injuries. His soul body is condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming more and more like a flesh and blood body. However, his injury is too serious to be repaired by more than a dozen divine pills, and a lot of divine pills are needed. When will I be able to condense my flesh and blood and fight for me? Xuanhuan said. The core of my soul eater is the soul body. The flesh and blood body is very easy to condense. It doesn't take long to fight for your majesty. Handing over the origin of the soul, life and death are controlled by others, and Ning Xiuquan's mentality has changed again. In order to be less tortured, it is better to be obedient. Okay, let me see your contribution. The battleship returned to Dao. His Majesty's return, all the people celebrate. And now, the entire 5 profound domains have a stance that the storm is about to come, and everyone knows that there will be a battle between Dao and the Xuanhuan dynasty. But no one was afraid to fight. The Xuanhuan dynasty was preparing for the battle with all its strength, and naturally Xuanhuan was also preparing for the battle. First, the foundry department is fully supplying the materials needed for the catastrophe cannon. The 9 great elders are also doing their best to conquer the stone statue core, and have made great progress. A large number of true gods have been unsealed, and 10 true gods have also been unsealed. The 2 true god pills were distributed, and Zhu Fengfeng and Qin Jian broke through to the true god realm one after another, adding a powerful battle strength to Dao. 10 days later, Ning Xiuquan, who was already flesh and blood, appeared in front of Xuanhuan. It seems that you have recovered very well, and you have condensed your flesh and blood. Xuanhuan looked at Ning Xiuquan. The special grade potion he is currently controlling can only heal the true gods. Unless he refreshes to a higher level and can heal the gods, Ning Xiuquan can instantly recover from his injuries. Now, he can only use the Imperial elixir to heal him a little bit. This is thanks to your Majesty's medicine pill. I don't know if Ning Xiuquan's words were sincere or fake. Xuanhuan didn't care, but said lightly, "Take this article and look at it. I have given you a task to assist the 9 elders of Refining City to unblock all the stone statue core. Stone puppet, an ancient method of refining." Ning Xiuquan looked at the true solution of the refining tool, and after a few glances, said, "This is not difficult, it is much simpler than refining the Imperial artifact. After all, what your Majesty needs is not to create something from scratch, just to wake up a formation that doesn't work." Although Ning Xiuquan did not focus on cultivating tools, he had also refined Imperial artifacts for himself and lived for hundreds of thousands of years. It was indeed not difficult for him. "Go." Xuanhuan ordered. "Take orders." Ning Xiuquan went to the ancient city under the sea. Inside the underwater city, the 9 elders are trying their best to awaken the stone statue of the true god level. After Ning Xiuquan arrived, he disdainfully said, "Go and wake up those ordinary ones who are at the level of true gods and hand them over to me." "Sent from your Majesty." The 9 elders received the Imperial edict long ago, and there will be a peerless powerhouse to help them unblock them. Ding. The host completed the side quest to unblock all the stone statue core, and obtained 40,000 fate points, the advanced card of the King Grade artifact, the supernatural power fruit X4, and the random lottery chance X1. In the past few months, with the addition of Ning Shochen, the stone statue core has been completely unblocked, and it has achieved something that none of the 9 great elders could do. This Ning Shochen is indeed very capable. Xuanhuan asked Ning Shochen to use his experience at the 10th level of the gods to repair some of the puppets of the true gods. However, Xuanhuan did not let him stay in the casting department. This old devil is not good at refining weapons, but killing people. Improve the great combat skill with the 4 divine ability fruits. The terrifying will to fight was immediately instilled. Ding! The advanced battle technique was successfully advanced, and the host won the title Battle Mad Emperor. Fighting Crazy Emperor, Level 4. The Fighting Crazy Emperor has advanced to the stage, the Emperor of War, comprehends the 9 styles of the Emperor of War. The 9 styles are 1, there is no emperor in heaven and earth, killing everything, only I am the only one. Fighting Mad Emperor. The title of Xuanhuan is advanced, and his body exudes a domineering aura that only he can be an emperor. The emperor is crazy, only I am the only one. There is also an advanced card of the King Grade artifact, which Xuanhuan used immediately to raise the thick soil gathering flag to the King Grade. Now, the 5 flags have reached the king's rank, and their power is second only to the royal grade artifacts. If the 5 flags form a 5-element array, the power can even be comparable to some royal grade artifacts. Of course, there is no mystery of the laws of Imperial artifacts. The time has come. Xuanhuan came to Lingfei Palace, saw Yao Linger, and said to her, Linger, it's time for your Yao Yao family to control Nangshuanyu. #C349 Control the Nanxian territory. Your Majesty, is this about to start fighting for hegemony? Yao Linger looked at Xuanhuan. During this time, she also ate a lot of Imperial pills, and her cultivation level reached the 2nd level of true gods. The time has come. It's time to deal with the Xuanhuan dynasty. First, take control of the power of the 4 regions in your own hands. Nangshuanyu is a very important base of medicinal materials, and the key logistics. I will let you take control this time. Xuanhuan chose to take Nangshuanyu first. It's not that they are worried that the forces in Nanshianyu will choose to join the Xuanhuan dynasty, but they are worried that if Nanshianyu is swept into the war, countless magical medicines will be destroyed. Ning Shochen will go with you. Xuanhuan asked Ning Shochen to come over, just call him Ning Lao. This is the face that Xuanhuan gave to Ning Shochen. Is this the powerhouse newly conquered by His Majesty? When Yao Linger looked at Ning Shochen, she felt a tyrannical magic power and said in surprise, he is not as simple as an ordinary true god, and his concubine seems to have sensed the power of a god. The old man was originally a god, but for some reason, his realm fell and he took refuge with Lord Wudi. Ning Shochen said. Ning Shochen, most of the medicinal herbs you eat are planted by my concubine, but I chose to control Nangshuanyu first. The purpose is to keep more medicinal herbs and refine more. The divine pill. Xuanhuan said. I've seen concubine Ling. Ning Shochen's face became very fast, and it was indifferent just now, but at this moment, he had to face the Empress. I, Ning Shochen, would like to do my best for Dao, and I would like to obey the orders of the concubine Ling and take control of Nangshuanyu. Whoever dares to destroy my medicinal materials, I will kill him. Destroying his medicinal herbs is like killing his Ning Shochen parents. Go with concubine Ling. Xuanhuan said. I lead the way for concubine Ling. Ning Shochen walked ahead and went to Nanshianyu together with Yao Linger. Nanshan territory. There are many medicinal materials, and there are many masters. It is a very important medicinal material base. The strongest force in the Nanshan region is the Wood Spirit Palace. First destroy the Wood Spirit Palace, and use the Wood Spirit Palace to convene the various sects in the Nanxian region, and control the Nanxian region without knowing it. In order to let the Yang Yao family return to Nanxianyu, Yao Linger had already made preparations. It's a small Wood Spirit Palace, I can deal with it all without the help of the concubine Ling. Ning Shouchen's face was pale. The Wood Spirit Palace is the strongest sect in the Nanxian region, and its status is equivalent to the Dongxian dynasty in the Dongxian region. Although the war between Dao and the Xuanhuan dynasty has not yet fully unfolded, the Nanxian region is also in a turmoil, and all the sects have restrained their power, so that many disciples cannot go out casually during this time, so as not to cause trouble. The location of the Wood Spirit Palace is the place with the most aura in the Nanxian region. In a medicine mountain full of magical medicines, there are many palaces. It used to be the territory of the Yao Yao family, but with the weakening of the Yao Yao family, it has been occupied by the Wood Spirit Palace. Even imprisoning the medicinal herbs in a mountain range as slaves, it is their idea to nourish medicinals for them. Old Ning, don't need to say what Ben Gong said, you know what to do. Yao Linger looked at the Wood Spirit Palace. Haha, it's just a trivial matter, Ning Shouchen did it alone. Ning Shouchen laughed, concubine Ling is optimistic. I promise that this matter is done perfectly. Originally, there were countless restrictions outside the Wood Spirit Palace, but Ning Shouchen stepped in as if he was no one. Behind him, Yao Linger followed. Who are you? A disciple of the Wood Spirit Palace shouted loudly when they saw a person suddenly appear above their heads. Soul Eater. Ning Shouchen stepped over, but he didn't make a move. The disciple of the Wood Spirit Palace was not injured, so he fell directly, and his soul was swallowed by him. Enemy attack, enemy attack. No, someone broke into my Wood Spirit Palace. Who dares to slaughter in my Wood Spirit Palace? Countless Mu Ling Palace elders and disciples were alarmed, and they all looked at him Ning Shouchen and surrounded him. Ning Shouchen didn't speak, with a cruel smile on his face, he walked over directly. Whether it was a false god or a false god, the elder disciples who surrounded him couldn't resist, they just died violently. Ning Shouchen was originally at the 10th level of the gods. Although he has only recovered to the strength of a true god now, it is not something these trash fish can deal with. Along the way, there were countless corpses left in the Wood Spirit Palace, all of which were extracted by him and devoured their souls. He is a devil, kills people without blinking an eye. In order to show his worth and get more magic pills, he has to do this thing beautifully. A 10th level false god roared out. Ning Shouchen just glared at him, and the soul of this person was extracted. Who are you? 5 or 6 figures rushed out from the depths of the Wood Spirit Palace, all of them were half-step true gods. One of them suddenly looked at Yao Linger behind Ning Shouchen, and said in shock, "It's you, the nourishing family. The patriarch Yao Linger, you actually appeared here." On that day, after Yao Linger was taken away by Chu Yuan, she disappeared completely. Ning Lao, they handed it over to you. Yao Linger released her true god breath. True god. The Muling Palace person said in horror, when did Yao Linger break through to true god, and where have you been during this time? They never imagined that Yao Linger would become a true god. They all screamed in fear, knowing that Yao Linger was coming for revenge, to take back the territory belonging to the Yao Yao family. That is, if you have to deal with concubine Ling, this seat grants you the death penalty. Ning Shouchen killed the past. Concubine Ling. The people of Muling Palace understood that the concubine Ling of Dao was Yao Linger. Some half-step true gods are only half-step true gods. In Ning Shouchen's eyes, they really look like garbage. This group of people was stared at by a terrifying demonic aura, and they saw an extremely strict demonic hand grabbing them. Bang bang bang. Continuous explosion. The half-step true gods of this group of Wood Spirit Palace were like chickens. Ning Shouchen grabbed one and killed them all. Nyang Nyang, don't worry, there is still a person hidden in this wood spirit palace. I will arrest him. Ning Xiuqian grinned, and suddenly looked at the ground of the wood spirit palace. His mana suddenly charged. The whole person just rushed over, disappeared after only a few breaths and reappeared. An old man in azure clothes appeared in his hand, and he pinched his neck. His eyes were staring out, and his face was horrified. The strength of this old man has actually reached the real god realm. There is a true god hidden in the wood spirit palace. No one knows about it. This is the foundation of suppressing the first palace, but in Ning Xiuqian's hands, he is like a dead dog, unable to resist and struggle. Your Majesty is not going to go to war with the Xuanhuan dynasty in the near future. I have a secret method here that can obliterate his soul, turn him into a walking corpse, and put him on the battlefield to use him as cannon fodder to die. Ning Xiuqian did his best to erase the old man's soul consciousness. Ning Lao, you have done a good job, and this palace will invite His Majesty to pay tribute to your contribution. Yao Linger nodded. Exterminating the wood spirit palace is only one of them. It is the key to fully control the Nanxian region. We must share the worries for your Majesty. #C350 Xuanhuan Dynasty, 2 Imperial Decrees. In the wood spirit palace, Yao Linger was majestic, sitting on a throne, waiting quietly. Ning Xiuqian was standing behind Yao Linger. If it wasn't for Chu Yuan's control of the origin of the soul, it would be very good to have the Emperor-grade divine pill every day. After all, even if it is a god, it has to be busy for the Imperial pill. Who doesn't want to be able to take the Imperial elixir every day? Back then, it would not be difficult for him to take the Emperor-grade divine pill every day, break through the gods, and reach the profound and mysterious realm of the gods. They are here. Ning Xiuqian moved his ears and looked outside the wood spirit palace. Outside the wood spirit palace, a large number of strong people are gathering. This time Yao Linger sent out an invitation in the name of the Muling Palace, inviting the leaders of the various sects in the Nanxian region to participate in this gathering. For this meeting, the sects did not find it abrupt, but felt it was right. Now that Dao wants to compete with the Xuanhuan dynasty for hegemony, and the Muling Palace is the strongest sect in the Nanxian region, what should they do, and what choices should they naturally have to discuss a countermeasure? Otherwise, it is very likely that the two countries will be implicated due to the hegemony between the two countries. The relationship between the Muling Palace and the Xuanhuan dynasty has always been good. Every year, they provide them with a large amount of magic medicine. I suspect that they may have already taken refuge with them. This time I invited me to wait, so that we can make a statement, even it may be to unite the forces of Nangshuanyu against Dao. I actually think that the two will not help each other, and choose neutrality. We are such a small domain, whichever wins we will fall to whichever is best. Dao is too ruthless. Not long ago, he directly destroyed Yanwangcheng and killed 2 true gods. It's uncomfortable to be caught in the middle. It's not to help, and it's not to help. Everyone, when we meet the Palace Master Mu Ling this time, we must unite and strive for the greatest interests. Come to the hearts of the sect masters like a mirror. The two countries are fighting, and the war has continued, and the world has changed. I don't know how many forces will be annihilated because of this. Since you're here, come in. Yao Linger's voice suddenly came out. Why is it a woman's voice? This is not the voice of Palace Master Mu Ling. The sect masters sensed something was wrong. Concubine Ling's maiden Shinner is waiting to see the driver. Why don't you meet me at once? Ning Xiuqian drank coldly. The violent power of the demon god suddenly swept in, and suddenly the time and space in front of him changed dramatically, and the space was tumbling, and he saw Ning Xiuqian and Yao Linger sitting on the throne. Concubine Ling. The sect masters were shocked and looked at the woman. It turned out to be you, Yao Linger. Their faces changed drastically, and they would never have imagined that they saw Yao Linger, who had been missing for a long time, on the site of the Wood Spirit Palace. They are no strangers to Yao Linger. After all, the Yao Yao family is well known in the Nanxian region. True God powerhouse. Their faces changed again. This is a true God. Killing them is like playing a game. Then, under Ning Shouchen's magic power, he saw the already dead Wood Spirit Palace. He knew that the Wood Spirit Palace had been destroyed. This call was a conspiracy. Could it be the concubine of Dao? Someone asked timidly. This palace came from Dao. Yao Ling'er was majestic and said indifferently, this palace is under His Majesty's will to unify Nanxian and integrate Nanxian territory into Dao territory. From today onwards, you are all citizens of Dao, and Nanxian territory will also be Dao territory. Opinion? Do you dare to have an opinion? Ning Shouchen was extremely fierce and gloomy. These sovereigns were trembling, and they could see that the gloomy old man was cruel and tyrannical, and he was a murderer without blinking an eye. If they dare to say a word against it, they will directly pinch themselves to death. Dare to move? They dare not have an opinion. My emperor is eternal. The sect masters bowed to Emperor Wu in the direction of Dao, and bowed to Yao Ling'er, concubine Ling is eternal. The person who knows the current affairs is Junjie. That's right, I'm still quite acquainted, so I didn't let me do it. Ning Shouchen said with satisfaction. The matter of surrendering to the great martial arts of the Nanxian region will not be announced to the world for the time being. You will remain neutral when you wait for the bright side, but after you go back, send the magic medicine stored in the sect to this palace first, and the rest will be subject to His Majesty's will. Yao Ling'er ordered immediately. As ordered. All the sect masters know that the sky will change greatly, and they can only obey the orders of the concubine Ling. Otherwise, the gloomy old man would be able to slaughter them all without Emperor Wu's action. Ling'er has secretly controlled Nang Xuanyu, let her lead people to guard there and stabilize the situation. Chu Yuan also received news, and a lot of magic medicine. In the 5 regions, the places with the most divine medicines are Nanxian region and Xuanhuan dynasty. After a large amount of magic medicine was delivered to him, he could refine the magic pill and distribute it. On the side of the army, the unblocking of the stone statue corps brought Chu Yuan a very powerful combat force, and it was incorporated into the vanguard army, and then the Shenwu army was used for this battle. The 5 Elements Corps has also been greatly supplemented, for the left and right armies. The 5 Elements Corps, each army has a flag, which is the 5 flags of Chu Yuan. Ning Shouchen is back. Chu Yuan asked Ning Shouchen to come back from Nang Xuanyu. Nang Xuanyu doesn't need him, Yao Ling'er can take charge of the overall situation, and he needs to deal with Xuanhuan dynasty. Pass my will, and give Xuanxingzong and Dongxian dynasty 5 days to let them give up their stubborn resistance and come to see me. As the war is about to begin, it is naturally impossible for Chu Yuan to let other forces exist in Dongxianyu, and they all need to be attributed to Dao. Xuanxingzong and Dongxian dynasty were also trembling. Whether they will accept this decree or not. Dao has the power of true gods, and they don't even have true gods. If they don't go, they can destroy them in an instant. But at the same time, news also came from Xuanhuan. Emperor Xuanhuan succeeded in cultivating the supreme mysterious art and exited the customs with the Imperial artifact. As soon as he exited the customs, the vision of the fission of heaven and earth evolved, showing his tyrannical power. Emperor Xuanhuan is the strongest expert in the central profound realm, and he has suppressed it for tens of thousands of years alone. What is somewhat surprising is that the 2 imperial edicts were also sent to Dao. The first imperial decree was for Emperor Wu to cut the dynasty into a king's city, and change the emperor's title to King Wu, which meant that he could not be called the emperor in the 5 profound realms, and he was the only one, Xuanhuan Huang, who clearly wanted to make Wu surrender. This first imperial decree is nothing, after all, this is a mutual test between the 2 countries at war, and they all need to show their own momentum. But the second imperial decree was to insult Dao and Emperor Wu thoroughly. Luo Yueying of Xuanzang Yuezong will go to the Xuanzhuan dynasty within a month to be the 100th concubine of the Xuanzhuan queen's palace, bestow a noble concubine position, and serve the Xuanzhuan emperor. Emperor Xuanzhuan had 99 concubines, and even more concubines were not counted. And each of his concubines is a master of the false god realm, and he wants Luo Yueying to be his 100th concubine, breaking the number of 9 and 9. No one knows the meaning behind this decree. This is deliberately humiliating Emperor Wu. Who knows, Luo Yueying and Emperor Wu are very close. In the eyes of outsiders, although the fact that Luo Yueying has entered the Emperor Wu's palace has not been reported, but who do not think that this is Emperor Wu's woman, or the concubine of Emperor Wu. It was an open decree to let Emperor Wu downgrade himself, and let Luo Yueying become the concubine of Emperor Xuanzhuan, and send the woman to the Xuanzhuan dynasty. It's like asking someone to stick their face in front of them and obediently let you hit. Descending a king, sending a woman off, and insulting him is nothing more than that. Emperor Wu's character is only me, and he is domineering. How could he be insulted like this? Now, all the forces are watching. What will Emperor Wu do after receiving these two clearly humiliating edicts from Emperor Xuanzhuan? All the forces understood that Emperor Xuanzhuan was deliberately angering Emperor Wu, and asked them to send troops to have a decisive battle with the Xuanzhuan dynasty to completely obliterate this threat and establish their hegemony position. #C351 Imperial Palace, Luo Fei. All eyes fell on Emperor Wu. Although they all knew that Emperor Wu would not accept the imperial decree of the Xuanzhuan dynasty, these people still wanted to see how Emperor Wu would fight back against the Xuanzhuan dynasty. The plan of attacking one's heart is to make myself the king and Luo Yueying as the concubine. Seeing my joke, the calculation is really good, but unfortunately you have misestimated my strength and overestimated yourselves. As soon as Xuanhuan moved, he shuttled through the void, faster than the sky battleship, and disappeared into Wuqing. Hidden Moon Sect. This imperial decree was also sent directly to the Covering Moon Sect. Covering the Moon Sect was also in an uproar at the moment, wanting Luo Yueying as his concubine and becoming the first 100 concubine of his Xuanzhuan emperor. This made the disciples and elders of the Covering Moon Sect unacceptable. Moon Shadow. Xuanhuan appeared in front of Luo Yueying. After all, the imperial decree of the Xuanzhuan dynasty was also passed on to the Covering Moon Sect, so he naturally wanted to see Luo Yueying and said, "You have seen their imperial decree. Xuanzhuan's heart is very clear, and accepting me as a concubine is nothing more than wanting to humiliate Emperor Wu. And what do you think of Emperor Wu? How to fight against Xuanzhuan dynasty?" Goodbye to this man. Luo Yueying felt that at this moment, Xuanhuan was as majestic as the sky, as vast as the starry sky, even more magnificent than when he was in the Five Regions city, and his body exuded a submissive temperament. By his side, the true God will also be eclipsed. Let the rumors of the Five Regions become a reality. Be my woman, be my concubine, be your majesty, and protect you and the Covering Moon Sect. Xuanhuan looked at Luo Yueying and wanted to make Luo Yueying his woman. Yes, he is the lord of a country, an existence that can compete with the Xuanzhuan dynasty. He didn't have so many affectionate words, and all the words he said were golden words, but this is precisely the attractive temperament of an emperor. His light is too dazzling, he controls a powerful dynasty, has domineering power, and those who can become the emperor and concubine of his harem will definitely not be ordinary women. Become your majesty's woman. This majesty is so arrogant. In a word, he will make himself his woman, his imperial concubine. Luo Yueying's eyes narrowed. The outside world has long been rumored that she is already the woman of Emperor Wu, and today is just a matter of course. In the face of such an excellent man, how many women are not conquered by his temperament? Since there are rumors, let this rumor become a fact. I would like to enter the imperial palace and be with your majesty. Luo Yueying thought silently, and when she looked up at Xuanhuan, she nodded. She is willing to make Xuanhuan her majesty. Without him, this man is like a sky, too stalwart, and her heart is also conquered by this momentum. Yueying, eat this medicine pill, and immediately break through the true god. Xuanhuan exchanged a true god pill from the system mall, and he would not be stingy with his woman. Luo Yueying ate the true god pill and immediately broke through to true god. I sue the world, from today onwards, you are my Luo Fei. Xuanhuan grabbed Luo Yueying's hand and took her back to Dao Wuqing. The Imperial edict told the world that Luo Yueying was officially the Emperor Wu of Luo Fei. This incident caused great shock in the 5 profound domains. But it is not surprising, because there have long been rumors that Luo Yueying is already the woman of Emperor Wu, and now it is just an official edict to the world. As the Lord of Great Martial Arts, the Emperor of a country, of course, there will be concubines by his side to serve the Emperor. And this edict directly countered the Xuanhuan dynasty, telling them that Luo Yueying was the wife of his Emperor Wu, and it is impossible for Emperor Xuanhuan to accept her as a concubine, and it is even more impossible for Emperor Wu to drop himself to be King Wu. My minister, Xing Tianyun of the Xuanqing sect bows to Emperor Wu. Chen Yizhi bows to Emperor Wu. Outside Wuqing, the sect master of Xuanqing sect and Emperor Dongxian knelt outside. Originally, they wanted to watch the situation, but Xuanhuan welcomed Luo Yueying as Luo Fei and ordered the world, which already explained his attitude and started the war with Xuanhuan dynasty. If they don't obediently roll over to show their attitude, they will be greeted by Takashiobi. They don't think they are more powerful than Yanwangcheng. Those who are conscious still have a way to live, those who are ignorant are already dead. The two sighed in their hearts, this is too close to Dao, too far from heaven, and there is no room for setbacks. The two took refuge, and Xuanhuan sent an army to take over the power of one country and one sect. Broken Dragon City in the Middle Profound Domain. This is the closest city to Dao. Countless armies of the Xuanhuan dynasty have gathered here, intending to use this as a frontline bridgehead to attack Dao, and they have summoned the troops of Nan Xianyu, Bei Xianyu, and Shi Xianyu to support from the side. But what Xuanhuan dynasty did not expect was Bai Xuanyu just made a statement, and Nang Xuanyu suddenly dispatched a large army, and the true god directly acted, destroying the strongest Bei palace in Bai Xuanyu. In a short period of time, Bei Xianyu fell into the hands of Dawu. Xuanyu trembled, and no force dared to threaten to send troops again. The Xuanhuan dynasty was angry. Dao started too fast, and what annoyed them was that they didn't know when the other party ate Nang Xuanyu, and then used the power of Nang Xuanyu to conquer Bai Xuanyu. However, although he was furious, at the same time he was a little more serious about Dao's difficulty. Ning Shouchen, fight against Xuanhuan, you go to fight with the army, obey the movement of the army, and don't disobey the army order, otherwise I won't be able to spare you. Xuanhuan called Ning Shouchen in front of him and asked him to follow the great Wuxiong to fight in the central profound realm. Haha, don't worry, your majesty, if it's not just a small Xuanhuan dynasty, I can twist the head of Emperor Xuanhuan and give it to his majesty. His imperial artifact is still what I gave him back then, but this is the seat of the emperor. How can things be so easy to take? Everything is under my control. This time I will let him spit out all the money and profit. Ning Shouchen looked indifferent. Okay, follow me to the court and declare war on the Xuanhuan dynasty. Xuanhuan summoned the ministers to go to court. Your Majesty, the Xuanhuan dynasty has stationed troops in Duanlong City, and they are still increasing their troops. They will soon send troops to attack Dongxian and commit my great martial arts. The minister has also been prepared for this period of time. The Xinwu Legion, the Five Elements Legion, Wuxuan Army, and other armies are invited to fight. In the face of the approaching army of the Xuanhuan dynasty, the Dao dynasty hall was all begging for battle. As long as His Majesty doesn't panic, they have nothing to panic. Moreover, they are eager to make achievements, especially knowing that His Majesty has the reward of the Emperor's divine pill. They are even more eager to make greater contributions. I would like to be the vanguard. Zhu Fengfeng asked for battle. The Xuanhuan dynasty is based on Broken Dragon City. This city is the closest to Dongguanyueu. If Dao sends troops to conquer Xuanhuan, Broken Dragon City is also the closest. Chu Yuan raised his hand and signaled to all the ministers to be quiet. In this battle, King Zhongyong will be the commander, leading the entire army, and head to Broken Dragon City, where he will start the first battle with the Xuanhuan dynasty, annihilate the elites of the Xuanhuan dynasty, and let them complete resistance. Ning Shouchen, go and cooperate with King Loyalty and Brave. Your mission is to kill the true gods on the opposite side. Chu Yuan mainly asked Ning Shouchen to execute the god-killing operation. You can call him Ning Lao. A demon like Ning Shouchen asked him to slaughter and slaughter. He did it better than anyone else, but this time, Chu Yuan did not want to slaughter the city, but to annihilate the army of the Xuanhuan dynasty and let him annihilate the opponent's true god. Then Emperor Xuanhuan is also handed over to me to clean up, and you can do other things. Ning Shouchen said to the generals in the courtroom. This is the mysterious powerhouse newly conquered by His Majesty. Lu Qianfu and the others looked at Ning Shouchen, and there was an extremely gloomy aura from this person, and any spiritual sense that peeped at him disappeared silently. But even if he is mysterious and powerful, he must obey His Majesty's orders. As ordered. The blood of the generals was boiling, knowing that the time for the war had come. 3 days later, the army was dispatched to break the Dragon City. The order to go out was given. #C352 Annihilate. The army set off to break the Dragon City. This time, there are a total of 150 cannons, 600 sky battleships, plus a stone statue corps, a large number of sky battle soldiers. 3 days later, the menacing army set off. In this battle, Chu Yuan did not go out in person, but waited for news in Wuqing. The battle was handed over to Ning Shouchen and Lu Qianfu, or with the strength of Dao now. Some battles do not need him to be chauffeured in person, and it can be done by others. With Ning Shouchen, a Xuanhuan dynasty does not need him. Broken Dragon City. It is on the edge of the Zhongshuan domain. Even if there is an endless sea in front, there is a bottomless chasm on the sea, like a broken dragon, separating the two domains. It is rumored that in ancient times, there were no 5 profound domains. Later, there were terrifying beings who fought against each other, splitting the 5 profound domains and separating 4 continents. After the arrival of Chu Yuan's army, on the edge of Dongxianyu, across the ocean, it was already able to break the Dragon City. I don't care how I fight in this war. I'm only responsible for killing people. Just tell me when the war starts. If Ning Shouchen didn't want to get more Imperial pills from Chu Yuan, he would not be interested in this kind of thing. Old Ning, just wait for this commander's notification. Lu Qianfu didn't care about Ning Shouchen. Know that this is a maverick master. Broken Dragon City. True God Xuanzhen was also here. He stood on the city wall and watched the arrival of Dao's army, his brows furrowed, and he did not dare to be careless. This battle gave him a cloudy feeling, as if he had a premonition that he would not fall. How to fight? He thought. True God Xuanzhen. A true God came. This person is called Xianhai True God. The realm has reached the 5th level of True God, and he is the commander of this battle. Looking at the opposite side, you have seen Dao go on an expedition. What advice do you have for this battle, and how should we fight them? Not good. True God Xuanzhen was not sure. Dao has a habit of going to battle, that is, he will inevitably bombard with cannons, which will damage morale. Their cannons are terrible and can kill false gods. After they are killed once, the army will be dispatched, and the equipment is very powerful. At least my Xuanhuan dynasty does not have it. If it is in Broken Dragon City, it is the living target of their huge artillery. When the army is not stable, they will immediately wave away the army and use the vast sea to spread out the camp. I will kill their coach, the true god and the strong. Have a chance. True god Xuanhuan immediately made a decision. Xuanhuan, order troops immediately and attack the opponent. When the two countries are at war, in order to seize dominance, it is absolutely necessary to overwhelm all forces. No, they're attacking. Just as true god Xuanhuan was about to prepare, he immediately saw the other party's army rushing towards here aggressively. The sky battleships fought across the sea, and a large number of cannons were placed on the 600 sky battleships, and they arrived first. A large number of poorly defended ironclad flying boats followed closely behind. Of course, Lu Qianfu knows that Dao's is unmatched and can smash the opponent's fortress. This battle is a battle of Dao's prestige. They must show their momentum and use the most ferocious means to destroy the hoarding in the break. The soldiers and horses of Longcheng. War is imminent. As soon as it entered the range, the giant artillery took the lead to rumble and cover it. Although I have seen a lot of 7-star dynasties and even 8-star dynasties, I have never seen this kind of giant cannon. I can take out the Imperial pills at will. How did our Majesty do it, and what else is hidden? Ning Shouchen narrowed his eyes. He followed Xuanhuan for a short time, but even His Majesty's mystery could not even be guessed by him as a god. Disperse, disperse. Broken Dragon City was suddenly covered by artillery fire at this moment, and the generals of the Xuanhuan dynasty were also shouting, causing people to disperse. Lu Qianfu didn't care how many people were killed by the artillery fire. His purpose was to break the opponent's deployment. Kill the stone statue core. The stone statue core was the first to land, which was used as cannon fodder. Sky soldiers besieged on both sides. The faster sky soldiers were active on the flanks. The shadow-killing army looks for opportunities at any time, kills the opponent's leader, and interferes with the battle. Zhu Fengfeng, you lead the 5 Elements Corps to charge in from the left wing. The Shenwu army, the War God army, and the Suppressing Prison army follow the commander and dash from the front, breaking through the Dragon City in one fell swoop, and destroying the enemy army. Although Xuanhuan didn't move, he sent the War God army and the Prison Suppression army to the expedition. As he broke through to the 4th level of false gods, the two armies commanded the 4th level of true gods, which was extremely powerful. This is a battle of great martial power. Xuanhuan dynasty did not expect that Dao will be so direct and fierce, and they will attack them when the army is overwhelmed, and a strength far stronger than them erupts. Kill. 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 Not afraid of death, the soldiers charged bravely, and under the cover of the stone statue core and artillery fire, they quickly rushed to Broken Dragon City. Xuanhuan dynasty was also a little confused. When did Dao appear so many true gods? And this battle does not seem to be about the Xuanhuan dynasty destroying Dao, but seeing the posture in front of him, it seems that it has become Dao to conquer the Xuanhuan dynasty. 4th layer of True God. True God Xuanhuan suddenly fought with the commander of the God of War army, and his face changed drastically. Die. Ning Shouchen looked at the battlefield where they were fighting together. Suddenly, the sky was shrouded in shadows, and a true god of the Xuanhuan dynasty was commanding, but suddenly he saw an old man smiling at him on top of his head, which made him horrified. Ning Shouchen grabbed it with one palm, grabbed the head of this true god directly, and crushed it in one fell swoop. As soon as the true god fell, the heaven and earth oven suddenly appeared, swallowing his true god law. Here to kill the true god, Xuanhuan sits firmly in the palace, strategizing, winning thousands of miles, and still can absorb the power of swallowing the true god. Our Majesty has a good plan. Ning Shouchen said. You killed a true god. True god Xuanhuan's complexion changed dramatically. How long did the war start, and a true god fell? He looked at the old man with a ferocious smile, even if he was the 5th level of the true god, he also felt a strong danger in his heart, as if he would die. Next, it's your turn. Ning Xiuquan was in charge of killing the powerhouse on the opposite side. He took a step forward, running the soul-devouring magic art, and there were terrifying ghosts everywhere, killing the true god, Xuanhuan. Although the true god Xuanhuan is the 5th level of the true god, it is also a very strong existence in the Xuanhuan dynasty, but he cannot be the opponent of Ning Xiuquan. This is the 10th level of the gods, and almost broke through to a stronger existence. Although he didn't fully recover, it was enough to kill him. What? True god, Xuanhuan screamed. He was caught by Ning Xiuquan's face, his 2 fingers pierced through his eyeballs, and then they were scratched, giving him a headshot. Incomparably fierce, Ning Xiuquan is worthy of being a demon god. He kills people without blinking an eye, and he is also very cruel. After killing the true god, Xuanhuan, he crushed several gods again and again. Defeat Xuanhuan's army and annihilate the opponent. When the great martial army saw this, all of them burst out with soaring fighting intent, roaring and besieging them. #C353 Being to the Imperial City. Report. The army has invaded Broken Dragon City. Report. The army has started fighting. Report. Ning Lao repeatedly killed the other true god, killed the true god, Xuanhuan, and killed the true god, Xuanhuan. Report. The enemy's morale has collapsed, they are fleeing, and the army is already chasing and killing. Through the sound transmission array, the news spread to Xuanhuan again and again. Good news is a good news of victory. Although the Xuanhuan dynasty had many powerful people, they wanted to use this battle to defeat Dao and consolidate their hegemony, but how could they have imagined that Dao would be defeated in an instant when he made a move? Their army was no match at all. In a head-to-head battle, he was crushed by Dao. When the powerhouses fought against each other, they would never have thought that there was a giant like Ning Xiuquan on Xuanhuan's side, and a true god leader was killed. In just a few days, the defense line in Broken Dragon City was completely defeated. The news spread to all the royal cities in the Zhongshuan region, and all the king cities were terrified. Lu Qianfu took advantage of the momentum like a rainbow, and only the whole army rested like the sky, and swept the army straight into the hinterland of the Xuanhuan dynasty. Along the way, the king cities were frightened and opened their gates. How dare they set up a line of defense? There is no conspiracy, it is just a conspiracy to crush it head-on. And this kind of frontal crushing is the most terrifying. The army's expedition this time was directly aimed at killing the capital of the Xuanhuan dynasty. However, although the Xuanhuan dynasty has suffered setbacks, many people also know that they have not yet been defeated, and the strongest emperor has not yet started. He has an imperial artifact. Although Dao has an extremely terrifying powerhouse, it is not so easy to defeat the emperor who possesses the imperial artifact. Xuanhuan dynasty did not expect that they would suffer such a serious setback. The Battle of Broken Dragon City gathered half of their elites. The damage is not the key. The important thing is that this battle destroyed their morale. This is the most terrifying. But fortunately, Emperor Xuanhuan left the customs, holding the imperial artifact Huangsheng, to stabilize the military's heart. Inside the Xuanhuan imperial city, the atmosphere was solemn. I will do it myself this time, kill the powerful warriors, and I will drive myself to fight, and when I fight with me, Xuanhuan will not be defeated. Emperor Xuanhuan was an extraordinary middle-aged man with a strong arrogance between his eyebrows. He held a bronze-long ge, exuding a tyrannical aura, and stood in front of the city wall of Xuanhuan imperial city. As long as he doesn't die, the Xuanhuan dynasty has not died. Fight with your majesty. Seeing Emperor Xuanhuan go to battle, the military heart of Xuanhuan dynasty came back. Xuanhuan imperial city. In a very distant place, I saw a magnificent and huge imperial city. It was magnificent. It was even more magnificent than the refining city. Although it experienced setbacks, the national fortune was still stable. The army of Dao is here. Emperor Xuanhuan looked at the arrival of the fleet in the distance. There are dozens of true gods beside him, which is the heritage accumulated by the Xuanhuan dynasty for tens of thousands of years. He deeply knew that the great martial army was too powerful, and their soldiers were not opponents, but he also understood that the most terrifying thing was the gloomy old man. As long as he was killed, it was the time for them to counterattack. Kill. 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 The morale of the great martial army was like a rainbow, and it only took a few months to attack the capital of the Xuanhuan dynasty. All eyes were red, and they all wanted to be the first to kill the imperial city. The Xuanhuan dynasty wanted to destroy his Dao, but he was not beaten all the way to the imperial city by the Dao army. Defending with the imperial city will consume the opponent's morale and strength. The imperial city of Xuanhuan Imperial City is extremely strong, and even if Dao wants to break it, he will have to pay a huge price. Moreover, he holds the wild god Ge, and if the opponent dares to launch a huge cannon, he can directly break their shelling position. Emperor Xuanhuan. Lu Qianfu walked out of the army, looked at the Xuanhuan Imperial City, and said coldly, "Your Majesty has a decree. If your Emperor Xuanhuan is willing to take the initiative to open the imperial city and lead the crowd to surrender to Dao, your Majesty can circumvent your sin of disrespect and go to Dao to worship Emperor Wu. Otherwise, after the city is destroyed, you will die." Hearing what Emperor Wu said, the officials of Xuanhuan dynasty were furious. As the overlords of the Zhongshuan domain for tens of thousands of years, only they can read the imperial edict to others, and who is qualified to read the imperial edict to them. But now, it has been invaded by others at the foot of the imperial city. If you want to fight, you will fight. If you want me to surrender, your martial emperor thinks too much, and I haven't lost yet. Emperor Xuanhuan said coldly, "My desolate god Gu has not been contaminated with blood, let me see how many of you have come to die." He holds the desolate god Gu, and can easily kill the existence of the true god Xuanzhen. Little guy, is Origami Go very powerful? Ning Shouchen is the big killer in this battle. He smiled and said, "I gave you all your wild gods. If this seat can give you, you can take it back." You are. Emperor Xuanhuan suddenly looked at Ning Shouchen and said in horror, "You are the existence in the little secret realm." The Xuanhuan dynasty rose after he got the wild god Ge and dominated the middle profound realm. Every time he needed countless blood and energy to open that secret realm, he had long guessed that there would be a terrifying existence there. The things in this seat are not so easy to handle. Ning Shouchen didn't take Emperor Xuanhuan seriously. You attacked the imperial city, and he handed it over to me to deal with. Our Majesty is in a hurry and can't wait to get the news of the destruction of the country. Ning Shouchen said casually. Humph. Even if this desolate god Ge came out because of you, I have been practicing for tens of thousands of years, and I have been a thing for a long time. If I want to break the imperial city today, I have to pass this level first. Emperor Xuanhuan slammed the wild god Ge fiercely, and the power of the imperial artifact was distributed, earth-shattering. Attack, destroy the country in a war. With Ning Shouchen fighting against Emperor Xuanhuan, Lu Qianfu can also let go of his hands and feet, and suddenly countless huge cannons poured violent fire on Xuanhuan Imperial City. The Xuanhuan Imperial City is too strong, with countless formations arranged, and the protection of the Qiyun National Vein. It is impossible to be like other imperial cities. However, what Lu Qianfu needs is artillery coverage to curb the opposing counterattack on the city wall. Sure enough, after the huge artillery was poured out, it was difficult for the defenders on Xuanhuan Imperial City to fight back. This city gate, this seat will be broken for you. A strange ring appeared on Ning Shouchen's hand. This ring is called the Soul Eater Ring, and it is the imperial artifact he refined. Suddenly, black sharp teeth appeared on the Soul Eater ring, spun rapidly, and slammed directly into the city gate. At the peak of Ning Shouchen's cultivation base, he was at the 10th level of deity, and his Soul Eater ring was no worse than that of the wild god splitting the sky halberd. When he hit the city gate, he cut the strong city gate in two and fell down. The power of the Imperial artifact is extremely terrifying. Emperor Xuanhuan's face changed. He wanted to use the Imperial city to consume the opponent's strength, but the terrifying old man in front of him broke his city wall in one fell swoop. In front of the Imperial artifact, his Imperial city could not be stopped even if it was strong. The artillery fire covered the cover, and the army followed me into the city. The city gate was broken, and Lu Qianfu took the stone statue army as the vanguard and rushed into the city first, and then many masters followed. #C354 Xuanhuan's country is destroyed, Dao ascends to the top. The gates of the city were broken open, and the powerful soldiers of the great martial arts were aggressive, roaring loudly, and entered the Imperial city. The faces of all the powerhouses in the Xuanhuan dynasty changed dramatically. They would not have thought that the city would be broken so quickly, and seeing the densely packed, like a tide of great warriors, their scalps also felt a little numb. After tens of thousands of years since the founding of the country and tens of thousands of years of shocking the central profound realm, they never thought that one day they would be invaded into the imperial capital and experience the danger of destroying the country. Kill. Although the imperial city was destroyed, Emperor Xuanhuan still had no plans to give up, and he still had to hold on to one. Even if the emperor died in battle, he would never surrender to Dao. Ning Shouchen dismissed it and went straight to deal with the Emperor Xuanhuan. The sky and the earth were shattered, and the entire sky seemed to be red with blood, and there were sounds of fighting everywhere, leaving behind one after another of corpses. Dongxianyuwu City. Chu Yuan listened to the news reports from the front line. 5 levels of false gods. His breath suddenly soared, breaking through from the 4th level of the false god to the 5th level of the false god. Fighting against the Xuanhuan dynasty, many true gods were beheaded by the other party, and these true gods were swallowed by him through the oven of heaven and earth, helping him break through the first realm. The battle is set. A smile appeared on Chu Yuan's face. Your Majesty, the military situation on the front line is set. Luo Yueying appeared from the bedroom, and every move had a graceful and luxurious demeanor. She is now Chu Yuan's pillow, a close person, and Luo Fei of Dao. Coming. Chu Yuan pulled her in front of him. What you said is true, the military situation has been transmitted by King Zhongyong, the army of Dao has broken through the capital of Emperor Xuanhuan, Ning Shouchen has captured Emperor Xuanhuan, many true gods are either beheaded or surrendered, now the army is stationed in the imperial city, and the remnants of the Xuanhuan dynasty are collected, to appease the people. The Xuanhuan dynasty was destroyed so quickly. Chu Yuan was not surprised at all. To let Ning Shouchen go to destroy the country is really bullying them. The Xuanhuan dynasty is a country after all. This time to destroy the country, His Majesty has done too many things. Luo Yueying said. Governing a sect is like a country, and sometimes governing a country is more troublesome than a sect. She had been the head of a sect and knew the trouble. The Xuanhuan dynasty was wiped out, and countless clans disappeared. It was not enough to just occupy Dao, but also needed to send a large number of people to stabilize the situation and truly turn it into its own territory. King Zhongyong is asking for instructions on what to do next. This time, I still need to go to Xuanhuan Imperial City in person to take control of the overall situation. Chu Yuan nodded. In the beginning, Wuqing was only set up to facilitate our affairs in Dongxianyu. Now the overall situation has been decided, and the transformation of Wu Yu has almost been completed. The focus of the court should be put back to Wu Yu, where is the foundation of great martial arts. Place. Wuyu is the place where the great martial arts originated, where the fortune of the nation is located. Luo Yueying nodded. It seems that your majesty has a plan. I give you a task. Chu Yuan looked at her and said, Ziyuzong moves back to Wuyu, and I will also pass a decree to let concubine Ling return from Nangshuanyu to Dongxian, the nourishing medicine family and the Zhuangyizaozing. Move back to Wuyu Imperial City, on both sides of the Imperial City. Follow your majesty's order. Luo Yueying nodded and started to return to Wuyu. Go, follow me to Xuanhuan Imperial City. Kongmi Dao Kuan swallowed the body of the sky-splitting god. It has reached the maturity stage. If its strength reaches the true god, it will also travel through the void, and immediately takes Chu Yuan to the Xuanhuan Imperial City. This time the Xuanhuan kingdom was destroyed, and the news was like a plague, and no one was shocked. Dao sent troops in just over a month, and he broke through the imperial city of Xuanhuan at the speed of thunder, declaring the destruction of a country. When the news came out, there were a few people who were afraid that the ruler who had ruled the Middle Profound region for tens of thousands of years collapsed suddenly and was destroyed within a month. They originally thought that the war between the two countries must be protracted for a long time. In the hegemony between the two countries, they can choose some cheap, and even watch the two tigers fight to strengthen their strength. But this time, the Xuanhuan dynasty was destroyed too quickly. Days have changed. This day already belongs to Dao. Xuanhuan's country was destroyed, and Dao reached the top. After the 5 profound domains, there will be no Xuanhuan dynasty, only the Dao dynasty. At the same time, the Dao imperial decree expanded the sound through the sound transmission array arranged in the refining city, and spread it throughout the Zhongshuan domain. The kings of the Zhongshuan domain go to the Wu domain to face the saint immediately, and there is no delay. The emergence of new overlords will bring new rules. There are still many royal cities in the central profound region. Zhuangcheng. True God Jiyu heard the news, shook his whole body, and made a long voice, Jizhuang, this day has changed, and it will be the day of Dao in the future. Who would have thought that they would destroy the Xuanhuan dynasty in more than a month, not Xuanhuan. Too weak, but Dao is too strong. Lord True God, what should we do, where should we go? Jizhuang was trembling all over. When he was in Wuyu City that day, he had seen Emperor Wu, and he never thought that he would become the overlord of Zhongshuanyu so quickly. Zhuangcheng surrenders to Dao. With the domineering of His Majesty Dao, there will be no Zhuangcheng in the future. He will not allow other rule in his country. Jiyu's mind is like a mirror. Even if he knew about Chu Yuan's idea, he couldn't resist, otherwise he would be destroyed. Who would dare to disobey the order of Emperor Wu? If you don't follow, the army will arrive at night, and you will be destroyed directly. This Dao is too domineering. Be kind to the inside. Cruel to the outside world. As long as he is a citizen of Dao, Emperor Wu is a benevolent holy emperor, but if anyone is his enemy, Emperor Wu is the great demon god, and he will kill people without blinking an eye. Zhu Wangqing goes to Dao, there will be no Wangqing in the future, only Zhu's family, Dao's subjects. The true gods of Zhu Wangqing also went to Wuyu one after another. Not only them, but the leaders of the entire 5 regions have all headed to the martial realm to declare themselves ministers to the great martial artist. Dao's actions were also very fast. As early as when Lu Qianfu attacked Zhongshuanyu, Chu Yuan had selected a man from the court, ready to take over Zhongshuanyu at any time. As far as Chu Yuan is concerned, it is not troublesome to subdue the strong, and the strength and benefits are added to suppress them. The most troublesome thing is to subdue the people's hearts and let those people recognize from the bottom of their hearts that they are the people of Dao and contribute their faith to Chu Yuan. The more people he has, the more faith he has, the more powerful his humanity will be. A river, a heavy sky. The long river of humanity can not only bring benefits to Chu Yuan, but also benefit the people of the whole country, let them feel the power of humanity, speed up their cultivation, and stimulate their potential. This time, because Dao used the most powerful posture to destroy Xuanhuan, no one dared to make trouble. If you want to capture the people of all peoples, you must first let them feel the benefits. People who are full of food and drink, get benefits, and let them live a worry-free life will read your favor. Welfare distributed Lingyuan rice to everyone at the fastest speed, and then asked the government to register the household registration and distribute the medicinal pills. This time a new benefit has also appeared, which is Baihua brewing. Baihua brew is not intoxicating, but has a strong fragrance of flowers. Drinking it strengthens the body and has various benefits for cultivation. The Dao Academy is also being built all over the Zhongshuan domain, allowing children to enroll, and sending strong men as mentors. It won't take long for the various benefits. The Xuanhuan dynasty will be forgotten as history, and only his Dao dynasty will be remembered. Congratulations to His Majesty Emperor Wu. Xuanhuan does not need to worry about various measures, he only needs to grasp the general direction, like the helm of a big ship, and leave the rest to the imperial court. A few days later, Xuanhuan appeared in the Xuanhuan imperial city and saw a large number of soldiers who welcomed his arrival. #C355 Wuyu, the new imperial city. Xuanhuan imperial city has been breached. The army was stationed, and the walls of the city were filled with the army of Dao. The corpse capital was cleaned up, but shocking traces of war were left on the city walls. Please also enter the Xuanhuan palace. Lu Qianfu led the army in front, led a group of generals to bow down, and welcomed Xuanhuan into the palace. Xuanhuan imperial city is huge. In addition to the soldiers of Dao, the streets looked deserted. Many people looked at the new master of the 5 regions through the gaps in the windows. Emperor Wu walked into the Xuanhuan palace. I have seen your majesty. On the throne of Xuanhuan imperial city, Emperor Xuanhuan was originally sitting, but at this time, Xuanhuan was sitting on it, and his majestic eyes were staring at everyone. All the officers and men have merit, and all are rewarded. Breaking the Xuanhuan imperial city this time is not just as simple as destroying the Xuanhuan dynasty. A large number of magical medicines and a large number of minerals that they have stored for tens of thousands of years have also been sent to Dao. In his hands, it can be used to refine more divine pills and more equipment. Your Majesty, I haven't killed the Emperor Xuanhuan, but I have caught you. Ning Shouchen waved his hand, and Emperor Xuanhuan rolled out. His hair was disheveled, the royal robe on his body was broken, and he became a loner and the master of destroying the country. You are Emperor Wu. At this moment, Emperor Xuanhuan stared at the figure that belonged to his throne. You sent troops to destroy my Xuanhuan dynasty. He wanted to send troops to destroy Dao, but he was the one who came to destroy him. At this time, he also saw Xuanhuan for the first time. That majestic aura had a stalwart, like a vast starry sky. It's me. Xuanhuan looked at Emperor Xuanhuan. What else do you have to say? Ha ha. Winning the king or defeating the bandit, the winner is the king. The Xuanhuan dynasty was established because of me, and the country was destroyed because of me. My life can be regarded as a legend. Although I am the king of destroying the country, if you want me to submit to you, then is impossible. Although he was defeated, he was very tough and would rather die than submit. I can let you die. Xuanhuan also had no idea of making Emperor Xuanhuan surrender. A heaven and earth oven descended from the sky, involving his body instantly and turning it into majestic energy. Your Majesty, although Xuanhuan is gone, there are still many things left. Seeing Emperor Xuanhuan being swallowed up by the oven of heaven and earth, Lu Qianfu stepped forward and said, Now my Dao territory has expanded so much in just a few years, countless times that of the past, and the cities of all kings can no longer exist side by side. Dao can't do this, to control it all in your own hands. What King Zhongyong said is true, the 5 domains are in front of the Wu domain too many times. Dingjin, Aoki, Heishui, Lihua, Hu of 5 armies continue to recruit troops from the 5 domains to expand the standing army. The army is the Great Wuzhong Army, and only elites are selected to join. Of course, Chu Yuan knew that the area of Dao is now larger, the number of manpower required is many times more, and there are more troublesome things. This time he was driving to the Xuanhuan Imperial City, and it was precisely this matter that he wanted to deal with. The original Wuxuan army was incorporated into the Dao Guard Corps. Its nature is similar to that of the previous state soldiers. The 5 Xuanyu government orders are integrated, and various provinces, states, counties, and governments are set up to select personnel from all over the country. It is just the beginning, you will work harder. Chu Yuan said. Everything is for Dao. Everyone said in unison. The people need to be appeased right now. Chu Yuan continued, the huge artillery and battleships are the advantages of Dao. Since they are advantages, they must be carried forward. In addition to equipping each army with enough artillery and battleships, another corps must be formed, that is, the Battleship Corps, which is responsible for rapid rescue, patrolling various regions, and conquering fortified cities in battle. There is no need for him to worry about these things. If an imperial decree goes down, someone will take care of it for him. It's time to go and see the newly planned Wuyu. Chu Yuan stayed in the Xuanhuan dynasty for a month, mainly to appease the hearts of the people. Kongmi Dao Kuan broke through to the true God, and the speed increased greatly. It originally took a month, but now it only takes a few days. Wu Domain has become a sanctuary, the center of the great Wu dynasty. In the martial realm, endless dazzling rays of light shrouded, as if there were long rivers interspersed, exuding extremely strong power. What is this long river? Ning Shouchen followed Chu Yuan to the great martial realm, and was surprised when he saw the power of the river of humanity. The long river of humanity, the power of the people's faith. Chu Yuan returned to the former Dao Palace. At this time, the Dao Palace was completely different from a few years ago. Jin Qiang led the people of the refining city to replan the martial arts based on the experience of building a city in the real solution of refining. His Majesty. When Chu Yuan returned to the capital, Luo Yueying and Yao Linger came out to greet him. Let Jin Qiang come to see me. Chu Yuan said. See your Majesty. When Jin Qiang saw Chu Yuan, he also knew that the former Xuanhuan dynasty had vanished, and he was even more in awe of the emperor in front of him. He even felt extremely lucky that he gave the origin of his soul to Chu Yuan that day. Otherwise, how could it get so much attention? The Imperial City has been replanned according to His Majesty's will, and now it is previewed by His Majesty. Jin Qiang spent countless efforts to transform the Imperial City. The former Dao Imperial City was built during the period of the late emperor. Now that Dao's national strength has reached 6 stars, it is natural to have the atmosphere of a sanctuary. The Imperial City has been enlarged countless times, and even the entire martial realm can be regarded as a part of the Imperial City. Jin Qiang's plan like this is to make the frame very large, and it is to prepare for Dao's promotion to 7-star, 8-star, 9-star, or even a more powerful imperial dynasty in the future. In the land of the Imperial City, the holy light floats, there are moats interspersed with the Imperial City, and mine veins are also arranged in it, exuding a fairy-like air flow, and the mist turns into a mist. The divine veins are intertwined, standing in the sky and looking, you will find that those divine veins form an extremely sharp martial character. This martial character is a big formation, enough to kill the true god. This is the rebuilt Shenwu Temple, the place where hundreds of officials go to court. Jin Qiang led Chu Yuan to visit. The divine martial hall in front of you is majestic, built entirely of divine stones, and has a huge area. The Golden Crow Palace is just in front of the Xuanhuan Palace, which means that the gods guard the gate of the palace, and the harem also built a palace for the two empresses, and there is the bedroom of the three princesses, in the shape of a character. Xuanhuan is looking at the new imperial capital. The place where he usually cultivates is called the Imperial Palace, and the palaces of Yaolinger and Luo Yueying are on both sides. Chu Qingyao and Chu Chenzi have already lived in their own palace, but there is still no one in the palace of the eldest princess, but they must be prepared. Outer city, the place to deal with state affairs. The inner city, the resting place of Xuanhuan. And he also saw that the people of the medicine family were building the imperial garden. Your Majesty, not far from the imperial city is the holy land of item refining, and the casting division is there. Jin Qiang led the way to the holy place of refining. The refining holy land is majestic and has the momentum of the sea. At the gate there is a huge cauldron that burns with blazing flames all the time. There is also a huge iron book next to the giant cauldron, implying the true understanding of the refining tool. He attaches great importance to Xuanhuan, the holy place of crafting. This is the place where crafting masters gather in the world. His purpose is to absorb countless crafting masters in the eternal world. Don't look at his various crafting blueprints and various artifact rewards from the system, but as the empire becomes stronger and stronger, there are many strong men under his command, and many artifact refiners are needed to tailor-made exclusive artifacts for them. The holy land of item refining cannot be careless, the more magnificent it is, the better. Xuanhuan said. I know that the martial realm is still expanding everywhere at the moment. This domain is the Imperial City Sanctuary, where the facade of Dao is located. Jin Qiang has changed from a craftsman to a great architect, and said to Xuanhuan, Your Majesty, the Great Martial Arts Academy and the Hall of Messengers are all being built, and the minister is still thinking of using many divine veins to set up the spirit-gathering formation in the entire martial realm, exudes the atmosphere of the emperor. The idea is very good, let it go, sort out the drawings and give it to me, and I will support you with the strength of the whole country. #C356 Big Architect. The pattern of Wuyu is very large and magnificent. Jin Qiang is very clear that Dao develops very fast and changes with each passing day. He absorbed the knowledge in the true solution of the refining tool, and made the martial arts toward a holy city. First, the frame is enlarged and constructed, and the buildings that are still needed in the future are slowly filled with the development of Dao. Xuanhuan was very satisfied with Jin Qiang, praised him as a talent, and gave him a lot of rewards. Jin Qiang's thoughts have changed drastically now. Even if Xuanhuan returns his soul source to him, he is unwilling to take it back, because although his soul source is controlled by Xuanhuan, at a certain level, he is the most trustworthy person around him. Many things can be left to him to do. He is a talent. His talent is not in the aspect of refining, but in the aspect of construction. And Xuanhuan gave him a platform to display his skills. I still have a few points here. The frame of the Holy Land for refining is getting bigger. No matter how grand it is, we will build more secret rooms for refining and various communication platforms. In the future, this Holy Land will face the refiners of the entire eternal great world, the Imperial City. The area continues to expand. The martial realm is the Great Martial Sanctuary. In addition, the Great Martial Arts Academy is the foundation of the country and must be built in 3 parts. Xuanhuan Dao, the Dao Academy, is the general name. It is divided into a junior college, a military college, and a civilian college. Now that the development of Dao is on the right track, all these must be implemented. The Junior Academy is the academy where Dao teenagers enter. It teaches both civil and military affairs, and is equipped with special tutors. The junior college is divided into 3 classes: small class, middle class, and large class. Small classes correspond to those under the age of 20. The middle class corresponds to 20 to 50 years old. Taipan corresponds to 50 to 100 years old. The military academy is a specialized training college for the lieutenant soldiers of the Dao army. People's College, oriented to the people, mainly teaches the common people. It is impossible for everyone in a country to join the army, and Xuanhuan could not only focus on the army, but also the people. The Min College seems to be only teaching the people, but it is actually supplementing the reserve army. When Dao recruits troops, most people can meet the requirements, and there are enough people to replenish. Needless to say, the resources in the army are distributed by themselves. People's College is actually a channel for common people to obtain resources. As long as you accumulate enough hours in the college, complete the tasks of the college, and make certain contributions, you can get more resources. Both the military and the civilian population. Your Majesty is thoughtful. Jing Qiang said, the Holy Artifact Refining Land and the Great Martial Arts Academy are both the foundation of the country, and the minister will transform them. Regarding the drawings of other domains, the minister will give a preview to His Majesty after sorting them out. In addition, the minister will open up medicines one by one in the country of Great Wu according to the nourishing medicine family. The garden is transformed into a formation that can be connected to each other. Yes, well done. Xuanhuan nodded. In the foundry department, you are responsible for building the city. You are the great architect of Dao. The foundry department is not only about purification and refining, but also a lot of things. Building a city can also be regarded as a kind of weapon refining, treating the entire city as a divine weapon to refine. I have to say that although Ouyang Ming is not very good at training, he is definitely a rare genius when it comes to refining weapons. He is mainly in charge of refining. It doesn't matter if he is repaired, Xuanhuan has a lot of medicinal pills that can help him improve. Jing Qiang is in charge of the construction. As for the 9 elders, Xuanhuan summoned the 9 elders and gave them new tasks. 9 people, the casting division is the chief division, and the division is established. You wait for the 9 people to be the puppet division. During this time, you have been in contact with the stone statue core. You must have a better understanding. From today, you will be stationed in the puppet division and be responsible for the construction of the stone statue core. Xuanhuan saw the 9 great elders kneeling in front of him and said, "Do you 9 have confidence?" The stone statue soldier Xuanhuan didn't make any blueprints here, but he could let a special person take charge of this matter, and the 9 elders were the best candidates. I have confidence. The 9 great elders said in unison. Among them Guyuan said, Your Majesty gave the true solution to the refining tool, one of which has the experience of building a stone statue core. As long as there are sufficient manpower and materials, we can build a stone statue core belonging to Dao. All 9 of them are very excited. Dao unified the 5 profound domains, the national fortune skyrocketed again, and they also benefited, and with the supply of Wangpin Shindan and Huangpin Shindan, they had already touched the threshold of the true God. Breakthrough is only time. They are very fortunate that they have joined Dao. To let them control the puppet division this time is to entrust them with a heavy responsibility, which can allow them to make more contributions. The materials will be sent. Although the Holy Land of Item Refining is still under construction, you can already start to select talents from all the citizens of the 6 domains. In this way, I will ask Ouyang Ming to hold an item refinement selection first to select some talents. Xuanhuan said, after the Holy Artifact Refining Land is opened, it will face the eternal world, attract hundreds of rivers and attract countless talents. In the past, Item Refining City was only one city. Now it is a country to select talents. I don't know how many good seedlings there will be. I'm waiting for orders. With excitement, the 9 elders went to prepare the puppet division. Now that the 5 profound domains have been initially determined, the population and territory have surged, and various laws and policies must be implemented. With the expansion of the army, the powerhouses of the previous 5 domains have to be adapted into each army. The 5 elements and 5 core are the 5 armies, and sometimes they can be integrated together. The most powerful Xuanhuan army at his core will also be replenished. Artillery regiments and battleship regiments are also being replenished. The 2 beloved concubines in his harem, Yao Linger and Luo Yueying, were not idle either. Yao Linger was busy building Nangshuanyu into a base of medicinal materials, and opened up a medicinal field in Wuyu to supply Chu Yuan with various magical medicines. Without the help of Yao Linger and the nourishing family, it would be difficult for Chu Yuan to obtain so many high-grade medicinal materials. Covering the Moon sect still exists in Dao. However, the current purpose of the sect of Covering the Moon is to form the Moon Covering Army. There are all-female disciples in the Coveryue army, and Luo Yueying is in charge of training the commander-in-chief. In the fantasy dynasty, everyone has their own role. If a large number of men and women are mixed into the army, it will cause a lot of unnecessary troubles, and the appearance of the Moon Covering Army is very necessary. You can incorporate all the women into the Moon Covering Army and let Luo Yueying be in charge of them. It is also reassuring to hand over the Moon Covering Army, which is composed purely of women, to Luo Yueying and Chu Yuan. One was in charge of logistics for him, and the other was in charge of the Moon Covering Army. It seemed that she was only Chu Yuan's beloved concubine, but in fact they were all his virtuous internal assistants. With 2 such beloved concubines, Chu Yuan also felt very relieved when he was left and right. Time, like a never-ending wheel, has reached the 39th year of Dao. It has also been a while since the 5 domains surrendered. Most people are in favor of Dao. Dynasty conquests, this is a very normal thing in the eternal world. The people see things very simply, it is their immediate interests. Whoever treats them well, they will turn to whomever they are. This is the heart of the people. They didn't do the emperor, they cared about who ruled them. As long as they could live and work in peace and contentment, everyone had food to eat, and everyone had martial arts training. The benefits of Dao are far beyond the Xuanhuan dynasty. Lingyuan rice is full, Baihua brewing is good, and Tianyuan tea is leisure. The children at home can also go to the Dao Academy to cultivate, and they do not need to be responsible for the children's cultivation resources. The state is responsible for everything. What they have to do is to be loyal to the dynasty. And they can join the army, or not join the army, and go to the people's college to cultivate. The small family is stable, and naturally they want to stabilize everyone who gives them good benefits. Strength, Dao has. Welfare, Dao also has it. What reason do they have for not supporting the Dao dynasty? And their support has also turned into a rolling belief injected into Chu Yuan's long river of humanity. #C357 Messengers of Qinchu Realm. The long river of humanity flows endlessly. Condensed by the beliefs of all peoples, the incarnation of infinite manpower. The more people there are, the stronger the humanity river will be, and the more terrifying the power will be. Now that Chu Yuan has unified the 5 domains, and people's hearts return to martial arts, the power of this long river of humanity is terrifying and unimaginable. If it condenses the incarnation of the Emperor, it can easily kill the existence of the 4th-level true God, the true God of Xuanzhen. Today, the human Dao River flows through the 6 regions and divides into many tributaries. The people who have been nourished by the long river of humanity will have their physique enhanced, and some hidden bloodlines and special physiques will also be stimulated. Therefore, there are also many talented people with special bloodlines in the current Dao. Even Chu Yuan can judge which people are most loyal to Dao according to the strength of the tributaries. In the 6 domains, there are rolling beliefs gathering at every moment to strengthen this long river. Now that the general direction has been given by Chu Yuan, the rest will be developed step by step. As for that Gaining Shouchen, Chu Yuan didn't care whether he believed in him completely or not. He controlled the origin of his soul and was completely under his control. He didn't worry that Ning Shouchen would betray him. Now he is the strongest fighter in Dao. In fact, Ning Shouchen was also a very practical person, and he attached great importance to the immediate interests. As long as he was provided with the Imperial-grade divine pill, he would happily do things for Chu Yuan. He looked at his system space at this time. The grip of the god of war, the steel of suppressing prison and sealing the gods, the wraith lamp, the wings of the profound spirit, and the Taidan furnace are the artifacts he has now. The Zhongjuan chessboard was placed on Lu Qianfu's body, making it easy for him to lead the army. The construction progress of the Gate of Thunder has reached 80%. If it looks like a portal, it seems to communicate the origin of thunder and lightning. Only the last 20% can be built. Once this portal is completely built, it will definitely be an Imperial artifact. The treasure map of Yinlei Cave. There are already 4. The last piece has not been released for a long time, and Chu Yuan guessed that he may be rewarded when he completes the main task. Of course, he is not in a hurry. The later the reward is released, the more benefits he will get. On the system panel, there are still 2 lottery chances not used. Another month has passed. According to the order of Chu Yuan, the 3 Academy system of Dao Academy has also been fully implemented in the 6 domains. This is the advantage of the unified dynasty. Any system can be promoted, and no one dares to stop it. Like those kings in the past, many guest ministers were recruited, but the resources controlled by Chu Yuan directly cut off this road. The strong will only submit to the Dao court. Only Dawu can provide so many medicinal herbs to them. It is not enough to produce medicinal herbs that can be consumed by so many people, but it does not matter. Chu Yuan and the Infinite Chamber of Commerce signed a larger order to exchange more medicinal ingredients from other domains. At the same time, Chu Yuan also asked Ji Fuling to go to other domains to open the Dao Chamber of Commerce, and he also did some business of purchasing medicinal materials and minerals. The Dao Chamber of Commerce adopts the mode of cooperation with the Unlimited Chamber of Commerce, and both parties benefit from each other. However, Chu Yuan also made a plan, and only traded the business of Wanpin Shendan with the Infinite Chamber of Commerce, and Dao bought the materials needed by the Emperor Shendan himself. Your Majesty, the envoys of the Qinchu realm countries ask to see you. Eunuch Wei's voice rang in Chu Yuan's ear. Chu Yuan did not treat the eunuch Wei, who had been with him since the time of the previous emperor, and had raised his cultivation to the level of psychic powers, and let him continue to do some things that he declared and obeyed. Chen Chujia. Messengers of the nations. Chu Yuan's eyes flickered. The eternal great world is too big, and it also divides many small worlds. The Zhongshuan domain belongs to the Qinchu realm. And just in Chenchijai, there are dozens of large domains such as Zhongshuanyu, but there are still no strong gods. It is too difficult to break through the gods, and the possession of gods is qualified to raise the national strength to the 7-star dynasty. The Xuanhuan dynasty was incomparably strong in the Qinchu realm, and the Emperor Xuanhuan was not weak. If he hadn't met Ning Shouchen, he would never have been defeated so miserably. The Xuanhuan dynasty was destroyed, and Dao suddenly rose. If such a thing spread, it would be strange if the countries in the early realm did not respond and sent messengers. Let the messengers of the Qinchu realms meet me at the court meeting today. Chu Yuan said. Old slave understands. Eunuch Wei looked proud. At the beginning, the late emperor died, and Dawu was dying. And now, it is Emperor Wu's wise and divine martial arts, who holds the sky with one hand and unifies the 5 profound domains, and even makes the messengers of the Qinchu realm all come to Daomianqing. The wide and clean streets of the imperial city are bustling and bustling. There were more people at this time. Their clothes are all different, but they are all strong in the real God realm, from the forces of the early realm. Even if they are true gods, when they arrive at the capital of Dao, they can only enter on foot and cannot fly in the sky, otherwise they will despise the majesty of Emperor Wu and will be suppressed. This is the Dao Imperial City. It took just over a month to destroy the Dao of the Xuanhuan dynasty. At the beginning of the morning, the envoys of the various countries looked at Dao, who had a prosperous national fortune, and all of them exclaimed in amazement. They are all from countries that are no weaker than the Xuanhuan dynasty, but they are also shocked to see the national fortune of Dao. A large and majestic imperial city is easy to build, and they are all practitioners who can move mountains and reclaim the sea. Building an imperial city is not easy. But luck can see the real power. They looked at the sky of the Dao Imperial City, and the luck was already surging like the ocean. There was a huge god in it, with the stalwart power to suppress everything. The dragon veins of this great martial arts are not simple. A 3-level powerhouse of true god observed and said. He came from the Qinfeng dynasty in the Qinchu realm, and he was only stronger than the Xuanhuan dynasty. Every dynasty has a dragon vein of national fortune, and because of the different cultivation methods, the appearance of existence is also different. The dragon vein of Dao is the river of humanity, condensed with the source of humanity. What a big imperial city! Is this Dao dynasty building itself as a holy city? A messenger exclaimed. It is rumored that the benefits of Dao are amazing. The rice they eat is called Lingyuan rice, the wine they drink is Baihua brewing, and the tea they drink is Tianyuan tea. A very strong mentor. The academy is also opened in our dynasty, but the resources are limited, and it is difficult to allow every citizen to enroll, and it is impossible to allow the strong to teach those students. How did the great martial arts do it? I also heard that there are a lot of great martial arts pills, and you can get a lot of pills by relying on them. Conquering and expanding, I have inquired about it. The martial realm in front of us was very ordinary a few years ago, and the spiritual power did not exist, but now, it has become an imperial city sanctuary in Qinchu realm, and it is terrifyingly strong. Continuously conquering and expanding, and constantly strengthening yourself, this great martial arts is too terrifying. When these envoys walked to the imperial city, they also gathered together to discuss, and suddenly there was a behemoth of Dao in the realm of Qinchu, and anyone should be extremely jealous. This is not the most terrible thing about Dao. The most terrible thing about them is all kinds of equipment. The personal equipment of Dao's army is extremely strong. How did you make it? Cannons and battleships are the most conspicuous labels on Dao. All forces in the Qinchu world could not ignore these two things. #C358 Sea Devil World. They walked all the way to the scene of the Dao Imperial City. They saw that there was a confident and high-spirited temperament in the people of Dao, and they admired Emperor Wu. Emissaries, Your Majesty has been waiting for you in the Shenwu Hall. Please meet Your Majesty with the miscellaneous family. Just when these messengers arrived at the palace, Eunuch Wei came with a large number of guards. Please also ask the father-in-law to lead the way. Even though Eunuch Wei in front of him was only psychic, these messengers did not dare to underestimate him, but spoke politely. Follow behind the miscellaneous family. Eunuch Wei had no reverence for these true gods. Now, inside the Temple of God. It has been rebuilt by Jin Qiang. The dome is extremely high, decorated with countless bright pearls, and the golden lines are connected to form a sharp martial character. Emperor Wu. The purpose of the envoys from Qinchu realm this time was to visit Emperor Wu. They suddenly saw a figure wearing a black imperial robe sitting on top of a throne. He had the temperament of an infinite leader, and his body was as high as a mountain, as if it could support the sky, containing the most powerful the power of. Although they were true gods, facing Emperor Wu, they felt that the person in front of them was a piece of sky that could not be shaken. Meet the Emperor Dao. The Emperor Dao will be forever prosperous. These messengers didn't have the idea of kneeling at first, but looking at the existence on the throne, the imposing matter was too great, and their hearts were shocked. They knelt down, and shouted that Emperor Dao is eternal. Flat body. Xuanhuan swept away the group of people. Of course, knowing the purpose of these people is nothing more than to test the truth of Dao and to investigate some information. Letting them come to see him is also an announcement of Dao's status as a great power in Qinchu realm. Your Majesty, I am from the Jing dynasty. When Emperor Jing learned that Emperor Wu had unified the 5 regions of the Central Profound Realm, he also sent me to congratulate me. This time, the envoy also brought special products of the Jing dynasty to His Majesty. The envoy of the Jing dynasty said, "The Jing dynasty has a heart, and the envoys can bring back the specialties of our Dao when they leave." Xuanhuan said, "The envoys can also watch the customs of our Dao under the guidance of others, and have a good rest for a few days. I heard that Dao artillery and battleships are extremely powerful, and I am also very curious, can we open our eyes? They most want to see Dao's weapon of war." How can a weapon of war be seen at will? Folk customs and customs can be seen. If you want to see cannons and battleships, you can only watch them on the battlefield. Xuanhuan said lightly. On the battlefield. The envoys were shocked, and sure enough, Emperor Dao would not let them detect so much information. And this great martial arts is extremely powerful, destroying the Xuanhuan dynasty at a very fast speed. Who dares to underestimate them? But if the messengers find it boring, I will hold a banquet tonight, entertain you, and discuss with the generals of our great martial arts. Xuanhuan's great martial arts, at this moment, has a powerful shock that makes all dynasties come to court. Thank you Emperor Wu for your hospitality. The messengers nodded. Haha, Your Majesty Dao, all the envoys from the Qinchu realm came to visit today, and I naturally have to come from the Sea Demon realm. I and a few others will visit the Emperor Wu today on behalf of the Sea Demon realm. At this moment, there was an explosion in the sky above the Imperial city, and then there were 5 figures billowing with demonic energy. All of them were true gods, and their arrogance was very arrogant. The messengers of the Qinchu realm are here to visit and investigate some truths, so the Sea Demon realm is definitely not, it will be looking for trouble. People from the Sea Devil world are here too. The envoys frowned. The Qinchu realm and the Sea Demon realm are adjacent to each other, and in this Sea Demon realm, there are some people who practice the magic method. And because the 2 worlds are adjacent to each other, there are fights from time to time. There are often powerful beings in the Sea Demon realm who enter the Qinchu realm and do some slaughtering and looting, which makes many dynasties in the Qinchu realm very headaches, but there is nothing to do with them. Those who are good do not come, and those who do not come are not good. Today, they would like to see the purpose of the Sea Demon realm. I am very welcome to come to the messenger, and this is the attitude of your visit? Xuanhuan's eyes flashed endless thunder. If you want to invite us to a drink, forget it. Today we are here to announce some of the things discussed by the demon lords of the Sea Demon realm. They did not enter the great martial god martial hall, but heard a 4-layered demon god saying, "The demon lords have discussed, in order to keep your great Wu safe and your people live and work in peace, take out 200 of your ships and 10 giant cannons. 1 billion pieces of various individual soldier equipment are sent to the Sea Demon world, so that every year, 100,000 Wangpin Shindan, as well as Lingyuan rice, Baihua brewing, and Tianyuan tea have to be sent in large quantities to satisfy all the demons. The Lord's needs, so safe, can even support your Dao to become the strongest country in Qinchu realm." In addition, the demon lords also wished the great Wu dynasty eternal prosperity. They held a banquet in the Sea Demon realm and invited Emperor Wu to visit. The lion speaks up. The Sea Demon world actually threatened to want all kinds of equipment from Dao, as well as divine pills and various materials. Is this to save money from peace? The appetite of the Sea Devil world is too great, and all the messengers of the Qinchu world can't help but smack their tongues when they hear it. It is not a matter of a day or two for the Sea Demon realm to loot the Chinchu realm, and they are very daring. Their dynasties have all encountered blackmail. In order not to quarrel with them, and a war broke out, many times they agreed with their noses and sent them away. But when they saw this scene, they didn't think it was a big deal. If a conflict breaks out with the Sea Demon world and weakens the strength of Dao, it is also what they are happy to see. Xuanhuan was expressionless, and said lightly, "This is what you want. Is it too little? Are you missing?" The 5 demons were stunned for a moment, and then a playful smile appeared on their faces. "If Emperor Wu is willing to give more, haha, we can also happily accept it." Although Dao destroyed the Xuanhuan dynasty, the Sea Devil world is not afraid of Dao. There are more true gods in the Sea Demon realm than in the Chinchu realm. Chinchujia is often extorted by them, and it is not a matter of swallowing. There is one more word to send to Emperor Wu. If Emperor Wu wants to play tricks and refuse to give it, we will walk around the Dao dynasty. It is difficult to ask God to send God. It is best to cooperate with us, even if there are other dynasties in the future. Dare to deal with Dao, and there is also the support of the Sea Demon world. The 5 magicians said again. Unbridled, arrogant. They are determined to be powerful. The demons of the Sea Demon realm fight, but they will be very united when they loot the Chinchu realm. The meaning is also very clear: do not give things simple. Don't want to have a peaceful life in Dao in the future. The powerhouses of the Sea Demon world will all enter Dao, rob your people, and disgust you fiercely. Hades is better than little devils. Choose one: kill 5 demon envoys, get 1,000 fate points, True God Pill X1. Option 2, expel 5 demons, get 1,000 fate points, and a random lottery chance X1. Kill or expel. The system pops up 2 choices. I might as well give you the entire empire. Xuanhuan said. Give it to our entire empire? The 5 demon envoys said arrogantly, haha, okay, give us your throne, and let us be the master of this great martial arts. What does it feel like, Emperor Wu? We only give you 3 breaths of consideration time. How to do it, do I still need to tell me? Xuanhuan said to one person. You little devil cubs don't stay honest, go to Dao's realm to make trouble, disturb the peace of this seat, are you impatient? #C359 Wait for them to play tricks. A shadow flashed by, and Ning Shouchen appeared in front of the 5 magic envoys. He made a very impatient sound. Originally, he was taking the Imperial pill, slowly repairing his soul injury. These 5 things that didn't have long eyes disturbed him and made him unhappy. This person is. It is rumored that Emperor Xuanhuan holds an Imperial artifact and is not his opponent. Emperor Wu, what are you going to do? Are you going to confront the Sea Demon realm head-on? The appearance of Ning Shouchen caused great shock. Ning Shouchen was not tall, but the gloomy aura on his body made it known that this was also a demon cultivator. Their spiritual senses had just spied on Ning Shouchen, but Ning Shouchen glanced coldly, swallowed all the spiritual senses, and immediately retreated back and forth in fear, feeling that this person was the most terrifying big devil. These magic envoys in the Sea Devil world are indeed some little devil cubs. But they also know that the people in the Sea Devil world are all demon cultivators. It's also a magician. When the 5 demon envoys saw Ning Shouchen, they were also shocked, but they didn't care. Hey, Emperor Wu, are you trying to deal with us? Behind us are the demon lords of the Sea Demon realm, who killed us. You can't bear the anger. A group of demon cubs without long eyes. Ning Shouchen was too lazy to listen to their noise. He appeared in front of a demon envoy at once, stretched out his palm, and suddenly grabbed a man's neck and lifted him up. The strength of a true god could not resist him in front of him. You. This demon envoy fluttered in Ning Shouchen's hand, and he didn't talk nonsense with him, he was directly crushed to death, devouring his soul. Ah! What kind of strength is this? he actually killed the true god you phoned directly, and directly killed the true god of my sea devil world. How could he have such a big courage? The remaining 4 demon envoys saw that Ning Shouchen killed someone directly. Screamed in horror. Dawu dares to do it. Because they plundered the people of other dynasties, except for a few symbolic dealings, most of them bargained and sent them away. But Dawu is too rigid, no nonsense, whoever provokes them will kill you directly. Moreover, the old man was too terrifying. In front of him, the old man was like a real big devil. Ning Shouchen gave them a disdainful look. Without Chu Yuan to say more, he figured out the holy intention, and he wanted to cut them all here. He was originally the great demon god, an existence who was not afraid of the sky and the earth, so what would he kill a few little devil cubs? He stepped forward again, the terrifying demonic breath was rippling, he stretched out his hand again, pinched a demon envoy to death, and devoured his soul. Run! He is going to kill us all here. The remaining 3 demon envoys were extremely frightened. They bullied the soft and feared the hard. Seeing that Ning Shouchen didn't talk nonsense, he started the killing ring and spread out in shock. To disturb my practice, give me all to die. Ning Shouchen kills without blinking an eye. In the past, he could kill such a character by blowing his breath, but now he has to squeeze it to death, which made him very uncomfortable. He immediately covered it with a palm and patted the head of a demon smash. The headless body fell. The remaining 2 demon envoys were desperate and locked by Ning Shouchen. So they made a sad and angry voice, "You will not die, and you will be flattened by the devil masters of the sea devil world. Where are you worthy of the magic word?" Ning Shouchen walked step by step, killing 1 more person. He walked a few more steps and killed the last demon envoy. "Your Majesty, let you die, you have to die." Ning Shouchen didn't care. Chu Yuan asked him to kill, and he killed. The corpses of the 5 demon envoys were bloody, and they clamored for Dawu to pay tribute to them, but at this moment they turned into 7 corpses and died in the hands of the old man. All dead. The messengers of the various countries in the early days of Chen were frightened in their hearts. Fortunately, they only came to Dao with the intention of investigating this time, and there was no conflict. They were also very polite to that eunuch Wei, otherwise they would be considered dead here today. Heaven and Earth Oven. Chu Yuan waved his hand, and the Heaven and Earth Oven rolled up 5 corpses, all of which were true gods, but the realm was too low, and the strongest was only the 4th level of true gods, and absorbing them would not do much to Chu Yuan. He was directly transformed into infinite law power, which was deposited in the oven of heaven and earth as a reward. Ding! The host completes the choice one, obtains 1,000 fate points, and the True God Pill X1. This True God Pill can be given to Ouyang Ming, let him study the refining equipment wholeheartedly, and put the upgrades on him. Some small episodes, don't worry about it. Chu Yuan said. Vignette? It's still a small episode that you beheaded the 5 demon envoys of the sea demon world. What you don't know is that you thought you killed 5 livestock. They all had a hunch that when this matter was passed back to the sea demon world, it would definitely cause a huge wave. This is directly hitting the faces of the demon masters. But that's fine, let the sea demon realm anger Emperor Wu's bad head. They also did not want to offend the powerful Dao. Emperor Wu, there are still some things to do today. We will not stay here. If Emperor Wu comes to visit in Japan, I will definitely welcome you. I also have some things, and I won't stay here for a long time. My Heavenly Wind Dynasty welcomes the presence of Emperor Wu. There was originally a banquet tonight, but these messengers didn't intend to stay and enjoy it. Today's affairs are too big, and they can't wait to return to their dynasty and report the affairs here to the emperor. See a visitor out. They were leaving, and Chu Yuan did not leave them. The messengers are gone. Today's events will surely shock the nations of the Chinchu realm, and they can't wait to see our liveliness. In the hall, Lu Qianfu said. Your Majesty, the Sea Demon Realm Minister knows, and has heard of it. It was the true god Jiyu who was speaking. He took refuge in Dao and became a minister of Chu Yuan. The Sea Demon Realm is very inattentive. This time they killed 5 of their demon envoys. Any means can be used, and soon within the territory of Dao there will be a large number of cultivators in the Sea Demon world, and they may not kill them directly, but they will intrude on my Dao people. A group of little devils will only use some tricks to steal chickens and dogs. In front of me, they are nothing. Ning Shouchen said disdainfully, I am most familiar with dealing with demons. If they dare to come, I will let them go back and forth and let them understand how to write the word death. Indeed, in front of Ning Shouchen, the means of the Sea Demon realm were all left to him. For the sake of more Imperial elixir, he didn't mind doing it himself, and behaved well in front of Chu Yuan, letting him know that he was of great value. Sea Demon Realm. Chu Yuan said lightly, I am waiting for Sea Demon Realm to play some tricks and use them to sharpen Dao's soldiers and horses. #C360 Blood Shadow Demon Sect, Frontier Base. Soldiers cannot go without training for a day. The way to keep them fighting is to hire people to train. Chu Yuan has raised so many troops, and it is impossible for them to consume resources every time they stay in Dao, but to fight to support wars and sharpen 100 battles. He didn't want to move the kingdoms of Qin Chujia, it was meaningless to move them. Right now, Dao has just annexed Wuyu, and this piece of fat has not been fully digested. The Sea Demon world is a good target, and there are countless powerful magic cultivators there. The magic cultivators have various methods emerging in an endless stream, which are cunning and strange, and are difficult to deal with. They are suitable for sharpening them to deal with various situations. At the beginning of the morning, the kingdoms of the world are here. Hearing that Dawu was so rigid, he directly beheaded 5 demon envoys, which also caused a shock. It is easy to kill the 5 demons, but it is troublesome to calm down the fluctuations. The Sea Devil world is greedy, unless you have absolute force to suppress them, or they can use any means to disgust you with 10,000 means. But Chu Yuan is not worried. He has an old devil like Ning Shouchen here. Is he still afraid of the group of devils in the Sea Devil world? But Chu Yuan was not disappointed. The true gods and demon masters of the Sea Demon world were shocked and showed great anger at Dawu's killing of the 5 demon envoys. Although they are fiercely slaughtered internally, once they encounter external matters, they will unite to maintain their own interests. In the past few days, ghosts appeared one after another in the territory of Dao. These ghosts appeared on the edge of the cities in Dao, apparently looking for an opportunity to slaughter the gods. Zhu Fengfeng led the battleship corps, and when they encountered the traces of the sea demons, they led the crowd to kill them. Chu Yuan sits in Dao. He has the origin of soil and has turned into infinite tributaries. It is like countless pairs of eyes. The trace of the magic cultivator cannot hide from his perception, and he can notify the Dao core of information as soon as possible. Kongmi Dao Kuan has reached the maturity stage, and the speed of traveling through the void is also very fast. Every time he is full, he can't do nothing, so let it go around the Dao territory and kill these magic cultivators. Kongmi Dao Kuan is very powerful, with rough skin and thick flesh, and infinite power. Unless he encounters a god, there is almost no way to take it. He is so rigid, but also wants to let the world know that Dawu does not accept any threats or compromises. Come to fight, fight to kill. This allows the nation to condense an upward invincible belief. The eternal world is not peaceful, and there are fights everywhere. Chu Yuan didn't ask any more questions when he explained these things, this time he was just for training. Your Majesty, the true gods of the Sea Demon world are very angry at Dawu's killing of the 5 demon envoys, thinking that this is provoking their dignity. A true god said, they made a declaration that it is useless for Dao to be submissive now. Their Sea Demon world will come out with masters to press Dao, to slaughter the city of Dao and rob the people of Dao, even if you kneel to confess your guilt, your majesty. They also want revenge. The demons of the sea demon realm are not just because of the 5 demon envoys. They have seen the good things of Dao, equipment and medicine pills, but they are scarce in other realms. But what they didn't expect was that Dawu directly killed their demon envoy. And if they don't take revenge this time, other countries in Chinchu realm will certainly not be afraid of them, but learn to do it with Dao. This is not good news for the Sea Devil world. Ning Shouchen, follow me to see this Sea Demon world, and investigate where it can become a frontier base for Dao, suitable for hoarding Dao soldiers and horses. Chu Yuan opened the void shuttle. What a fast speed, the void shuttles. Ning Shouchen's pupils condensed, although Chu Yuan did not do anything in the battle against Xuanhuan, but Ning Shouchen had a feeling that His Majesty's strength was much stronger than when he was restrained. Hard to be an opponent. He saw extraordinary, and it was difficult to see through the details of Chu Yuan. Sea Demon Realm, the territory is even wider than Chinchu Realm. Blood Shadow Demon. The Sea Demon World sect is also the one closest to Dao. A demon god constantly leads the strong to the Blood Shadow Demon sect. This time Dao killed the 7 demons just to give the true gods of the sea demons a chance to join hands. They can't wait to attack Dao and plunder Dao's various wealth. However, they are also very cautious, knowing that Dao has extremely powerful powerhouses, and they will gather in the Blood Shadow Demon sect first. Take Blood Shadow Demon sect as the bridgehead. Is this Dao's intelligence investigation clear? This time, many demon gods came to the Blood Shadow Demon sect. Dozens of people sat in a large hall and looked at the middle-aged man in blood on the first seat. This middle-aged man is the suzerain of the Blood Shadow Demon sect, the 7th level cultivation of the true god, and he cultivates the Blood Shadow magic art. The investigation is almost done. It was 39 years after Dao established the country, and he came from Wuyu. What is surprising is that they came to Dongguanyuyu only a few years ago, and suddenly they destroyed the Xuanhuan dynasty with their powerful strength. Although they don't follow the rules, they are not fools and know the investigation information. Emperor Xuanhuan has an Imperial artifact. The demons looked greedy. There are not many Imperial artifacts in the entire Sea Devil world, and they all control the most powerful forces. It's more than that, Dogwang has 2 Imperial artifacts on the bright side. 2 Imperial artifacts. The faces of the demons are even more greedy. If they can get one, their strength will be greatly increased. For example, the Blood Shadow Sect Master is now at the 7th level of the True God. He has an Imperial artifact, and even the 10th level of the True God has no way to take him, and he can easily cross several realms. But don't be reckless with Dao. This country is a bit different from Chinchujia. It is extremely tough and uncompromising. The Blood Shadow Sect Master said, they also have a powerful demon cultivator. Even if he killed the 5 demon envoys, he was also the Emperor Xuanhuan he dealt with, and even holding an Imperial artifact is not his opponent. Haha, it's just a demon cultivator. There are still few powerful demon cultivators in my Sea Demon world. The one we are not afraid of the most is the demon cultivator. In Dao, the demon cultivator can be rampant, but even if you come here, you have to be obedient. Yu Zhinshan laughed and said, it's still the old way, first harass the territory of Dao, and our demon gods are dispatched and attacked, making him beg us for mercy, and obediently donate the treasure. It's good, and Dao should not be rigid, but to use our advantages to harass his dynasty. Even if Dao is very powerful, he will be very painful to face this kind of harassment. If they send a large army to retaliate, we will return to the Sea Devil world, and let him have no choice. I can guarantee that as long as the harassment lasts for a few months, it won't take long. In time, he will be able to know how powerful we are, and he will come over to admit defeat and beg for mercy. What toughness, it is not a powerful one, But if you encounter a powerful one, you must also obey orders and do the right thing with us. He is the emperor. It's not safe to do it. There are many demon cultivators in the sea demon world, and they can do everything they can. Even if you are strong, there are countless ways to disgust you. Let's discuss a plan. Draw the territory of Dao, and each person is responsible for an area. Blood Shadow Demon is good, suitable for the frontier base of Dao. A voice, without warning, passed from the void came in. Invincible Strongest God-Level Selection System, www.50731. Hashtag C361 Glory of the Gods. Emperor Dao. Hearing this voice was like fear descending. They immediately walked out of the hall, and immediately saw two people coming from outside the Blood Shadow Demon sect. Their purpose is to stare at Xuanhuan. Emperor Dao, who has recently gained fame and is unmatched, controls a powerful empire, sends troops to destroy the Xuanhuan dynasty, and even kills demon envoys. At the same time, the blood cloud of Blood Shadow Demon sect rolled, and the forbidden method was opened to guard against Xuanhuan. I won't invite me in and sit down. You are not discussing how to deal with my great martial arts. Xuanhuan took a casual look, and the Blood Shadow Demon sect was the closest to Dao. He could open up a frontier base here, station the army, and use the Sea Demon realm to train troops. Emperor Dao, this sect knows that you are very strong, but it is still a little bit too far to want to go to the Sea Demon world. If you hadn't killed the demon envoy, there is still room for negotiation, but now you want to quell this anger, there is no way. So easy. The blood-red eyes of the Blood Shadow sect master were fixed on Xuanhuan. The more calm and indifferent Emperor Wu was, the more uneasy he became. Who said I want to discuss with you? Xuanhuan waved. Ning Shouchen broke their formation. Humph, how can my Blood Shadow formation be so broken? The Blood Shadow sect master is extremely confident. Trash formation, shameful. Ning Shouchen looked at the tumbling formation of the thick blood cloud, and suddenly he grabbed it with a big hand, and a black magic mist burst out. Blood mirror. The handprint of the Blood Shadow sect master changed, and the blood mist surged, as if a blood-colored mirror appeared. Destroy the devil and eat the soul. Ning Shouchen made a casual blow, and the power of the Soul Eater ring exploded in his hand, smashing the blood mirror directly. Xuanhuan walked into the Blood Shadow Demon sect, like entering a realm of no one. The formation is broken. Blood Shadow sect master's face changed drastically. What kind of strength is this old man? Even his guardian formation was broken, so he couldn't stop them. Emperor Wu, what do you want to do? Blood Shadow sect master rode. This place belongs to Dao, either die or be ruled by me. Xuanhuan took a fancy to the Blood Shadow Demon sect. His tone was light and contained an irresistible heavenly might. In such a big and crazy tone, did you say that what is yours is yours? The Blood Shadow sect master said coldly, you have to show enough skills. This time you offended all the devil masters in the Sea Devil world. Although they know that Dao is very strong, they are not too afraid of Xuanhuan. First, there are many people, and secondly, this is in the Sea Devil world, not in his Dao dynasty. It is not so easy to destroy them. The weak eat the strong, and the strong are respected. If you don't agree, you can take action. Xuanhuan said. What a domineering tone, I will not accept it today, let's see what you can do. The Blood Shadow sect master knew that a big battle was inevitable today, and he was going to try the martial emperor's strength today to be a little more powerful than the legend. Out. Ning Shouchen stepped out and wanted to take action, but Xuanhuan shook his head and told him not to move. He suppressed the Blood Shadow sect master himself. Yes, Xuanhuan wanted to use the Blood Shadow Demon Lord to test the power of the god's glory. The glory of the gods. At this moment, infinite divine power spread out, showing a terrifying vision. The kingdom of the gods appears. A god appeared in this country, and spoke the language of God, especially among these gods. There was also a stalwart god, like a god among gods, leading the existence of gods. At this moment, he seems to be the ruler of the gods, the leader of the gods. What kind of killer move is this? This statue looks like a god. This vision is too shocking. After Ning Xiuqian saw it, he also made an inconceivable voice. He was an existence who could almost break through the realm of the profound god, and he had never seen the glory of the gods. It seems that all the gods in the sky must be ruled by Xuanhuan. Boom! The Gorfiend Grand Madra collided with the glory of the gods, directly collapsing and disintegrating the blood energy. The glory of the gods, the temple of the gods. In the power of the gods, Xuanhuan's face was magnificent, and he came with a single move, carrying infinite mana, like a turbulent river washing over the body of the Blood Shadow Sect Master. The Blood Shadow Sect Master retreated again and again. He is the 7th level of the true god. If Xuanhuan did not have a royal artifact, he would be difficult to be his opponent. At this moment, he was under boundless pressure, and the blood on his body penetrated his blood. 3 Gorfiends. The Blood Shadow Sect Master's expression was extremely solemn. His moves are in a row, earth-shattering and fierce, but he can't break the glory of the gods. Boundless sea of blood. Of course, he also has his own trump card. The Blood Shadow Demon Sect suddenly emerged thick blood, turned into a sea of blood, and his body suddenly blessed with an infinitely powerful force. With one move, it seems that the world is spinning. Xuanhuan looked cold. When he saw the sea of blood coming towards him, he grabbed it with a big hand. The world changed, and the stars shifted. He was not the spokesperson of the gods, but the controller of the gods. In an instant, he saw that his tall figure defeated the sea of blood with one punch. Endless origins. The power of origin reverses everything. What kind of power is this? Ning Xiuqian's eyes were about to pop out. He felt that in front of the endless origin, everything must be turned into the original source, the appearance before the beginning of chaos. Glory of the gods. Endless origins. The appearance of the 2 ultimate moves made Ning Xiuqian more and more unable to see through Xuanhuan, and he felt a deep sense of terror from him. Boom! The endless origin turned into the origin divine fist, carrying the power of the gods, and bombarded the chest of the Blood Shadow Sect Master, causing him to fly backwards, spurting miserable blood from his mouth, and the whole person was about to fall apart. Your power. Strong and weird. Xuanhuan's strange power made the Blood Shadow Sect Master unable to obey. The wheel of life and death. The glory of the gods shrouded the Blood Shadow Sect Master, the endless origin reversed all power, and the death wheel of the heavens turned into the strongest killing move. The 3 martial arts, without superiors, were displayed by Xuanhuan at the same time. What is this? The terrifying force locked him and made him freeze in place. An endless depression enveloped him, causing the Blood Shadow Sect Master to make a terrified voice. That giant roulette wheel was so scary, it ruled life and death. Not to mention him, even Ning Xiuqian had a look of fear on his face. He had lived for so many years and had seen so many strong men, but he had never seen such a terrifying martial arts. What's more, Xuanhuan displayed 3 ways at once. What else does he have? The Great Devouring Technique, the Void Technique, and these 3 major killer moves. Even I can't tell what the existence of these 3 forces is. Ning Xiuqian's heart was completely occupied by shock. At this time, the death wheel of all days has shrouded the Blood Shadow Sect Master. #C362 Form an army of gods and demons. There is still a chance. I haven't lost completely. I will use the strongest heritage of my Blood Shadow Demon Sect. The Blood Shadow Sect Master was horrified when he saw the wheel of death turning towards him. But he was also very decisive. He shot a bloody light from his hands, and there was a sound of water rushing. is blood. Countless blood spread out from the ground, submerging the entire blood shadow demon sect into a sea of blood. Blood demon god. Boom. The boundless sea of blood condensed, and a tall blood giant appeared. The waves that burst out were stronger than the blood shadow sect master, and endless resentment burst out, making a whimpering sound. Blood demon god, condensed with countless blood. Ningxiuqian said. He is proficient in all kinds of magic cultivation secrets. The wheel of life and death. However, Chunyuan's face was calm. His death wheel in these days is extremely terrifying, infinite, vast, majestic, and seems to rotate slowly, but this slowness contains the power of heaven and earth that reverses life and death, making it impossible for people to contend with this power. As soon as the blood demon god was involved, this was regarded as the biggest trump card by the blood shadow sect master, and it collapsed in an instant. No. The blood shadow sect master made a frightened voice. The death wheel of all days involved him, and he seemed to be subjected to endless torture in an instant, causing him to scream in pain. True God's 7th layer did not have much resistance in front of Emperor Wu. This scene made all true gods who came to Blood Shadow Demon sect extremely terrified. Your Majesty, you don't need to kill him. I have a secret method that can make him be honest and obedient and use it for us. Your Majesty will build a frontier base with the Blood Shadow Demon sect, and it will be of great use to keep them. Ningxiuqian suddenly spoke up. He saw Chunyuan's 3 major killer moves, and he had strange thoughts in his heart. Perhaps his visit to Dao this time was also an opportunity. Go get him. Chunyuan withdrew his mana, knowing that leaving this group of people would be more effective than killing them. Be honest, it's best not to resist at all, otherwise this seat cannot guarantee that there will be any trouble. Ningxiuqian came to the Blood Shadow sect master in one step, grabbed his face directly with his palm, and lifted him up. A black magic pattern is submerged. No. You are trying to control me. The Blood Shadow sect master was terrified, felt the power of the magic pattern, saw Ningxiuqian's face, and roared, "This is a magic spell, you are definitely not from the Sea Devil world." A curse. The other true gods of the Sea Devil world also shuddered a few times when they heard these 3 words. The magic spell is a method used by magic cultivators to control the souls of others. It is extremely cruel. Once it is planted, there is almost no way to lift it. Resist, obliterate your soul, and directly turn you into a puppet. Ningxiuqian said coldly. The Blood Shadow sect master finally gave up the struggle. He could see that he was completely defeated, and Ningxiuqian was also an incomparably terrifying devil, more terrifying than any devil in the Sea Devil world, like facing a god. All kinds of curses were planted, and the Blood Shadow sect master became Ningxiuqian's slave. And Ningxiuqian's soul source was controlled by Chunyuan, that is, his servant. Chunyuan didn't want to collect so many soul sources in the ghost lamp. Since Ningxiuqian could cast a spell, he would give it to him to control it. The law of magic, the weak eat the strong are respected, and even more cruel. The true gods who went to the Blood Shadow Demon sect also knew that it was impossible to bargain with Chunyuan. Facing the more powerful powerhouses, they had to surrender this way. They also went to Ningxiuqian to accept all kinds of magic spells one by one. Don't worry, take your time one by one. Ningxiuqian controlled everyone with a magic spell. Predecessor, senior, if you want to learn to use magic spells, you must have the cultivation of the gods and understand the laws of the soul. Are you? The Blood Shadow sect master is also a lot more obedient at this time, knowing that life and death are under the control of others. Little devil, if you can't guess, this seat is the god of the gods, but because of some reasons, this seat can't use the strength of the god of gods now. Ningxiuqian was seriously injured. Unless Chunyuan can refresh the healing potion that can be used for the gods in the system mall, it will require an extremely large number of Imperial pills. I have seen your majesty. I have seen Lord Demon God. In fact, they also vaguely guessed that Ning Shouchen is likely to be a god, and it is not so unacceptable to be planted by a god. After all, surrender is a very common thing in magic cultivation. Ning Shouchen, these true gods of the Sea Devil world will be handed over to you for training. Xuanhuan said. Since it is his power to plant a spell, he must make the best use of it. The formation of the Demon God Army will be temporarily responsible for handling affairs in the Sea Demon realm, and bring your forces to the Blood Shadow Demon sect. This places Dao's rear base in the Sea Demon realm. He has his own ideas. Not to mention the standing corps guarding the various domains. The Five Elements Corps is the most common expedition regiment, specializing in foreign wars. As for the Xuanhuan army and the Demon God army, Xuanhuan planned to build them into elite corps. The army of gods and martial arts is Yang, and the army of demon gods is Yin, and they complement each other. These two armies are his divine demon expedition corps. Abide by his majesty's decree. These demon gods are controlled by Xuanhuan. At this moment, they are also well-behaved and honest. They dare not disobey orders. They don't think about humiliation, as long as they can live. Based on the Blood Shadow Demon sect, build a giant city, and I will let the people from the construction department build the blueprint. You build it according to the blueprint, which is called the Blood Shadow City. Since he wanted to use the Sea Demon realm to train his troops, of course, Xuanhuan wanted to create a solid rear base. The blueprints were sent quickly, and they were all things that could move mountains and reclaim the sea. It was very simple to build a city. Various cannons were shipped and installed on the city wall. The newly formed Demon God army temporarily made Ning Shouchen a commander-in-chief. Of course, Xuanhuan also knew that he didn't have the mind to manage, but with his demonic attainments, it was the most suitable to train this group of demon cultivators. Large-scale legions also began to be transferred from Dao. Since the destruction of the Xuanhuan dynasty, Dao's army has almost expanded several times. So many legions have just expanded, their quality levels are uneven, and they have not adapted to Dao's various equipment. Blood Shadow City. Xuanhuan looked at the Blood Shadow City built by the Blood Shadow Demon sect and nodded. This city is huge in size, and is made of divine iron. Cannon, constructed as a line of defense. Now Blood Shadow City is complete. Not only can the army come to train, but Xuanhuan also ordered that the people of the country can also come to the Sea Devil world to experience and enjoy the same treatment as the army. This shows Xuanhuan's ambition. He doesn't need to occupy the Sea Devil world, he just wants to turn it into a battlefield for training soldiers, and all the people are soldiers. Your Majesty, the large-scale deployment of the great martial army has attracted the attention of many true gods in the Sea Devil world. There are countless powerhouses rushing towards this side. They can't tolerate the forces of the early realm of Yuchen to build a giant city and interfere in the Sea Devil world. Ning Shouchen only wanted to recover from his injuries, so he hung up the title and left many matters of the demon army to the Blood Shadow sect master. At this moment, he went to Xuanhuan and reported the news in the Sea Devil world. #C363, the Battle of the Sea Demon Realm. The army of the Dao dynasty was aggressive, and the visitors were not good, and suddenly entered the Sea Demon world on a large scale. This naturally caused the exclusion of the forces of the Sea Demon world. They have always been the only ones who have entered the robbery of the early realm, and have never let foreign forces enter their own territory. And they also saw that it was not so easy for Dao to let them go this time. They built a fortified city, and the army settled in, obviously pushing the front line to the Sea Demon world. Receiving the news, the Shaling dynasty sent a large army first, and many large and small demons responded. They are gathering a large number of strong people to come to the Blood Shadow City, and they are slogans to kill the Dao Legion in the Sea Demon world and invade the Dao territory. Divide the wealth of Dao. The Blood Shadow Sect Master reported the news to Xuanhuan. It came fast enough. Xuanhuan's heart is like a mirror. If the Dao dynasty wants to gain a foothold in the Sea Demon world, it must fight a big battle to stabilize the situation, and this battle is also more powerful than the Xuanhuan dynasty. After all, he is facing a world the true god. The army gathered in the Blood Shadow City to face the allied forces of demons. Xuanhuan is not in a hurry. The soldiers of a country cannot be slack, and must go through hundreds of battles to shape the supreme army. Allied demons. This time, the Shaling dynasty is the main one. In addition to the domestic powerhouses, more powerhouses will join in. This is how the Sea Devil world is. As soon as it sees something that can be taken advantage of, it will swarm and gather in large numbers. General, the Dao dynasty is not easy to fight. They conquered the Blood Shadow Demon sect with the momentum of thunder, and sent a large army into the Sea Demon world in a short period of time. It can be seen that the Emperor Wu is domineering and decisive, and he wants to put his hand into the sea. Come from the demon world. The Shaling dynasty is one of the top 10 dynasties in the Sea Devil world, and its strength is much stronger than that of the Xuanhuan dynasty. The leader is a middle-aged man with a gloomy face, called Yu Qing, one of the 5 generals of the Shaling dynasty, and this time he brought many masters of the Shaling dynasty. Dao is not easy to fight, but the location of Blood Shadow City is very important. If they hold it there, they will be able to advance and retreat. We will not be able to enter Dao in the future. There are too many good things in the Dao dynasty, which makes people salivate. To get. Yu Qing's eyes were deep, just right. This time they entered the Sea Demon realm without authorization to open up their forces, which aroused the anger of many people. Whether they want to pick up cheap goods or not, it is also very good to have them try Dao's firepower. If Dao's equipment is given to the Shaling dynasty, the country's strength will grow several times. Someone was beside him. Yes, Your Majesty thinks so too. Yu Qingdao, slow march, don't be in a hurry, pass on the news. The more forces that gather, the more chaotic the better. In addition to the Emperor Wu, this great warrior has a terrifying powerhouse. We need more people to be cannon fodder. The army of evil spirits marched slowly, and more people followed, and the number exceeded the army of evil spirits. This group of demons, smelling the baby's smell is like a cat smelling fishy smell. They don't want to let go, they all want to take a bite. The beginning of the world. Tianfeng dynasty. A powerful being dressed in a red golden imperial robe, frowning intently, thinking about something. Your Majesty, I have received the news that the Shaling dynasty, one of the 10 dynasties of the Sea Demon realm, led by Yu Qing, is leading the crowd to the Blood Shadow City. More and more people have gathered along the way, and they are aggressive and want to fight Dao. That day, the messenger who sent Dao to the throne looked at the existence on the throne and quickly reported it. The Great Wu dynasty killed the demon envoys, and used thunder to occupy the Blood Shadow Demon sect, build a strong city, and enter the army. What is this going to do? The Emperor Tianfeng's eyes flickered. Constantly thinking, what is Emperor Wu thinking about? His methods are too fast and decisive. Is this to open up the Sea Demon realm as a battlefield? The Tianfeng dynasty is very powerful. But even if he faced the harassment of the Sea Demon world, he was on a strategic defense and would not fight against them, but it took so long for Emperor Wu to destroy the Xuanhuan dynasty, and he would start a war with the Shaling dynasty, which would be an earth-shattering feat. This should be. The messenger said solemnly, Your Majesty, I have seen the Emperor Wu. He has great ambition and acts domineering. He is like a country's name. It's better to burn the fire into the Sea Devil world and train troops. Faced with the Shaling dynasty, how did they do it? Tianfeng Emperor asked. Dao is very direct, and he will fight if he wants to fight. Emperor Wu seems to be seeking battle. Every day, a large army comes to Blood Shadow City, and a large number of war weapons are also shipped. I think this is an opportunity. The messenger said. Chance, you're right. Emperor Tianfeng's mood fluctuated. Although Dao is dealing with the sea demon realm this time, we also have to guard against it. The destruction of the Xuanhuan dynasty was too sudden, and we didn't really understand their combat power, so you take someone to the sea demon realm. Let's see how they fought against the Shaling dynasty. I'll go to the sea demon realm now, stay neutral, and watch the play from a distance. The messenger withdrew. What? What kind of character is Emperor Wu, who has already opened up the battlefield to the Sea Devil world? When other dynasties in Chenchu realm heard the news, they were also shocked. This martial emperor is too domineering and ambitious. They never thought of fighting against the Sea Demon realm. Send people to go to the Sea Devil world. I want to get the latest information on this battle. Although the war was not against Xiangchenchu realm, the Chenchu realm was also shaken, and a special envoy was quickly dispatched. On Chuyuan's side, when he learned that the Shaling dynasty had moved troops, he waited for the work, sitting in the Blood Shadow City, building a shelling position, and letting them know the power of the great cannon. The forces of the Sea Demon world are also advancing in a mighty manner. Naturally, one or two forces would not dare to do anything to Dao, but because there are so many people, they are not afraid of Dao, and they all want to benefit from the chaos. The Shaling dynasty took the initiative to attack this time, nominally to expel Dao from the Sea Demon world, but in fact, it also thought about the Dao equipment, and wanted to take this opportunity to defeat Dao and get some equipment that was not available in the Sea Demon world. And even if the battle is unsuccessful, there can still be a lot of cannon fodder for them to consume. If the strength of the great martial arts is too strong, the Shaling dynasty will also think of it. If your family can't eat it, you can contact the other 9 dynasties in the Sea Demon realm. Everyone will march together, and it will be possible to share the benefits together. Months. The terrifying demonic energy surged. The bright sky was dimmed at this moment, in sharp contrast to the dazzling Great Wu. Your Majesty, the allied demons are here. On the city wall, Lu Qianfu looked at the demon powerhouses in the Sea Demon world opposite. I saw it, and ordered the army to fight. This time it is still under your command. The purpose is to let all the armies cooperate, especially now that there are more demon army. You must learn to cooperate with the Shenwu army and give full play to the power of the gods and demons. Some have just joined the army. The army let them adapt to the battle on the battlefield, not to be brave and fight hard, but to learn to cooperate with the army, advance and retreat in a moderate manner, and give full play to the advantages of the army. Chuyuan stood with his hands behind his back, and the long river of humanity radiated immortal light, like a halo of war blessing on the great martial army. In this Sea Devil world, he will personally open the world. #C364, the hero makes the times. Times make heroes. But the greater hero can use his own strength to create his own era, that is, the hero creates the current situation. Chuyuan is very ambitious. Starting from the Sea Devil at the beginning of the day, he will create an era of his own. In the distance, the magic fog billowed, the sky and the earth were dark, countless figures flickered, and there was an extremely noisy sound. Emperor Dao, if you are willing to give me a large amount of divine pills to the Mogwang sect, the troops of my Mogwang sect will retreat. It's not going to end well against the Sea Demon world. You are so rigid. When the Blood Shadow City is captured and removed, you will directly invade your great martial arts. The territory of great martial arts is full of beacon fires. You better know each other now and hand over your treasures. Every year, I will make offerings to all the forces in the Sea Devil world, and be a vassal country. Yes, it is a dependent country. They are the forces gathered by many large and small demon sects, plus many loose cultivators. The allied forces of the demons were in a mess, and all of them were arrogant and ruthless, and voices came from Dawu. With such a large army gathered together, cities like the Tianfeng dynasty will be alarmed all over the country, and they will fall into panic. There are too many demon cultivators in front of them. Once they really invade their own territory, there will definitely be a horrible scene everywhere. Which one of you is willing to be the vanguard in this battle? Yuqing of the Shaling dynasty looked at this group of rabble and swept his eyes, coldly. He naturally knew that Dao was ready this time, and he didn't want his own troops to take the lead, first using this group of rabble to test Dao's firepower. No one from the allied demons responded to him, but continued to shout at Dawu. No one would be a fool, they all came for the benefit, who would be his cannon fodder. Haha, Dao will fight if he has the ability, and fight with us. I don't think you have the guts to fight us. Hey, I see you shouting fiercely, but in fact, seeing so many of our coalition forces, you're too scared to shrink your head like a tortoise. Although the number of coalition troops was large, no one dared to rush over directly, but shouted and fired from a distance far away. It seems that Dao is afraid to fight. A ferocious existence walked out, his face was engraved with dazzling tattoos. Is Dao people only capable of this? That's how they want to fight our sea demon world? This seat is standing here, who of you dare to do it? I see you. No one dares to do it, ha 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 ha. This is to provoke Dao and deliberately call the formation. It's useless, are you afraid that we will enter the city and kill you cleanly? If you don't dare to fight, I think the Emperor Dao might as well take the initiative to admit his mistake and surrender, and kneel in front of us. The murderer continued to shout. They are not afraid that Dao will not fight, but they are afraid that Dao will not fight them. This person is called Xian, and he is a vicious general. He has entered the Chenchu realm many times to slaughter and loot, and several dynasties have suffered from it, but he also has the strength of the 4th level of the true god. There is no way to get him. Many countries in the early realm of Chen also sent people to watch the battle from far away. The envoys who watched the battle were also tired, so they went to send a few jars of Dao's 100 flowers brew to let them drink while watching the battle, and take a good look at how we fought against the sea demon realm. Xuanhuan saw the messenger watching the battle from a distance at a glance, and deliberately asked someone to bring them wine to drink. In the future, Dao's focus will be on training troops in the demon realm of the sea, so that the countries in the Chenchu realm can see Dao's unstoppable strength, deter the power of the countries, and make them dare not deliberately act behind Dao's back. Emperor Wu actually gave us wine to drink. People from all countries were a little surprised. The person who brought the wine said, Your Majesty said that the last time the countries visited, I went too hastily, and I didn't drink the 100 flowers brew from Dao. I specially sent it today for everyone to enjoy. Please enjoy it. Since it is Emperor Wu's kindness, we naturally have to use it. Please bring a sentence and thank Emperor Wu for his kindness. The people of all countries opened the wine jar, which was still warm, and poured it into the wine glasses prepared for them. It's too noisy, shut up forever. Xian stood in front of the allied demons, still shouting at Dawu. But in the next moment, his pupils contracted violently, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. An old man in black, like a demon in a demon, came to him in a strange way, with a ring flashing on his hand. Death threats came and he wanted to run away. However, what kind of existence is Ning Xiuqian? This Xian is just a croaking little devil in his eyes, how can he give him a chance to escape? His Soul Eater ring turned quickly, just on Xian's neck, a big head fell off, and Ning Xiuqian took him directly back to Blood Shadow City, handed it to one person's hand at will, and raised it up. Xinjian shouted in front of him. But Dawu acted more domineeringly, and directly sent a strong man to behead him in front of countless people. Snapped. The people of all countries had just raised their wine glasses to drink, but the next moment, Qi Xian's head was chopped off, the wine glasses in his hands were crushed, and the wine was sprinkled directly on their hands. The strength of this old man is too strong, and he instantly kills the 4th level of the true god. Such a strong existence, all relying on Emperor Wu, can imagine how strong Emperor Wu will be. This battle will not let us down. The hearts of the nations trembled. Mighty! 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 Swallowing mountains and rivers, the great warriors let out a roar that shook the sky. What's the use of screaming no matter how fierce it is? It will cut off your head directly, so that you will never be able to scream. On the other hand, the allied demons started to be aggressive and let Dao open the door to surrender. But seeing Qi Xian's headless corpses still spewing blood, each of them felt like they had eaten flies in their throats, and they couldn't cry out if they wanted to. Who dares to stand up and shout, not afraid of being directly beheaded by them? This person is also a magician, and his strength is terrifying. Yu Cheng's face was extremely solemn. He had long known that Dao had a terrifying demon cultivator. When he saw it today, he immediately shocked the demons. On the city wall, Qi Yuan looked ahead and raised his hand to Lu Qianfu. Attack! Lu Qianfu signaled. He could see that this group of allied demons was similar to the allied army formed by the Xuanhuan dynasty in the 5-region hegemony, and they were all a mob. When they encounter benefits, they will swarm them, but when they encounter setbacks, they run faster than anyone else. The giant artillery attacked. After obtaining the treasury of the Xuanhuan dynasty, the number of the calamity cannons had increased to 350. At this moment, they were pushed out, and the first round of attacks began with the extremely long bombardment distance of the calamity cannons. Boom! The heavenly tribulation cannon took the lead in launching the attack, suppressing the allied forces of the demons. The thunder cannons rumbled, and the number was more, then followed and entered the attack range. In an instant, the terrifying cannon fire turned into a sea of energy, setting off waves of destruction. Although we all know that Dao has huge artillery, the attacking method of artillery is to press people with force, directly attacking you and destroying your living force. Great martial artillery. The messenger of the countries, the allied forces of the demons saw endless fire from the artillery, and their faces changed.